Go. Suddenly he glanced at the black dragon perched on his hand and said with slight concern, I feel Tiuhak is somewhat abnormal. Hearing this he asked in surprise, abnormal. Mvo Kayat lowered his head in disbelief at the small creature and said, I sense within Tiuhak there is an extremely vast power hidden. Even he unconsciously stroked his chin and observed the creature carefully, thinking that perhaps within Tiuhak existed an extremely powerful bloodline, truly sealed by the true Crow Sword Emperor. The more he looked, the more he felt something was wrong. He stood up and said, When we return, I will study it carefully. It is possible a special bloodline within its body has been sealed. After settling this matter, the two quickly set out and soon arrived. Before them appeared a stone staircase stretching upward, extremely imposing. Mvo Kayat raised his head and said in astonishment, It is said that core disciples of Sword Sect only need to step onto the first stair, and the time card begins to be consumed. Duong Tran also shaded his eyes to examine the staircase. He continued, It is rumored that if one surpasses 1,000 stone steps and reaches the summit, a strange phenomenon will appear. But since ancient times, no one in Dong Hong Sword Sect has accomplished it. At the foot of the stairs stood a stone stele engraved with names, and the number of steps climbed. The highest recorded was only 891 steps, the lowest around 885. Standing before the ranking stele, Duong Tran noticed that within the top 100 were all members of the Dong Hong clan. Moreover, there was no sign of Dong Hong Hao Zhang, the current sect master. He then looked toward the steps, where quite a few people were already struggling upward. All were exhausted, some barely managing to move up one more step, everyone frowning in endurance, a few seeming ready to give up. Unable to hide his curiosity, Mvo Kayat ran to the steps and said, I will try climbing. But the moment he set foot on the first stone step, he felt his whole body grow heavy and halted in shock. Seeing him freeze, he also stepped forward to test the stone step and asked, What is wrong? The instant his foot touched down, a surge of golden light burst forth violently. Seeing that light, sweat poured from him as he thought nervously, This force is not like earth vein essence nor ordinary gravity. Could it be earth attribute power? With that thought, he immediately sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to fuse the two forces. The people above turned and mocked upon seeing him cultivating. Is that not Duong Tran? Cultivating on the first step. The one beside him cursed that he must be insane. Others echoed that as the top of the true martial realm he was wasting time here like a fool. Someone glanced at him mockingly that even with ample time he should not squander it so. At this moment Mvo Kayat had struggled up a few more steps. Drenched in sweat, he turned his head with difficulty to see what Duong Tran was doing below, wondering what his brother was planning. Lo, his whole body was wrapped in flames and earth power as he stepped lightly up the stairs. He focused intensely, eyes tightly shut as he walked and pondered. What kind of energy is this? Clearly only 5th level earth vein true chi of the true martial realm, yet the strength has increased significantly. Duong Tran spread his arms to both sides and the force immediately grew stronger. It seems he must seize this chance to enhance earth vein true chi. Suddenly he opened his eyes in shock. The power just now quickly dissipated. He froze and wondered, is it over? So there is a limit after all. Then he continued stepping upward, looking extremely relaxed, completely unlike the others who struggled. Each step carried powerful force, the stone steps beneath his feet seeming about to crack. Strangely, the further he went, the spiritual light burst forth again. Duong Tran felt the power surge and laughed heartily. He knelt on a stone step, placing his hand on the ground and thought, after absorbing all of the 2nd level, Earth Vein True Chi has reached the peak of the 5th level true martial realm. This is truly wonderful. He understood the rule of the staircase. Walk a few steps, then sit to cultivate before continuing, neither tiring nor slow in increasing strength. Duong Tran laughed inwardly. Originally raising Earth Vein True Chi was extremely difficult, but by fusing the mysterious power within the 9-grade stone steps, he easily broke through to the 8th level of the true martial realm. His eyes shone brightly as he pressed forward with high spirits. Upon reaching the 10th level, the suction within the stone steps had grown much stronger. While walking, he suddenly halted and exclaimed, What is this? For him, the stone staircase emitted immense power. He realized this place rose hundreds of zhang, with countless massive stone platforms, containing different earth attribute laws and remnants of spirit treasures, enough to temper the body, awaken, and condense martial intent. The more he understood, the more he realized this was merely a fragment of a treasure. At this moment, Mvo Kayat stood before him, calling softly with a puzzled look. Yet he remained deep in thought, unable to believe that just a fragment of a spirit artifact was this powerful. If the dragon imprisoning staff in Tiu Kayat's hand were complete, and its spirit awakened, who knew how terrifying it would be? Thinking of this, he sighed. If it is a spirit artifact, it is best to absorb only a small portion at each level. Time passed, and finally he climbed to the 97th level. Before him now was Van Trung Tiu Nguyen. Seeing this, he smiled teasingly. Senior brother Tiu Nguyen, you are about to reach level 79. It seems quite strenuous. Covered in sweat, he gritted his teeth and glared. Duong Tran, worry about yourself. The angrier he looked, the more amused he felt, so he said, Senior brother Tiu Nguyen, I can help you climb higher. It is just that I am short of funds lately. How much can you offer? He narrowed his eyes mockingly and calculated inwardly. The closer to the 100th stone step, the greater the benefits. He does not believe this man will not be tempted. He curled his lip and replied, you are short of money. Seeing he did not agree, he spread his hands and turned away. Then I will not trouble you. Seeing him leave, he hurriedly stopped him. Wait, can you truly help me reach level 98? Van Trung Tiu Nguyen calculated sinisterly, thinking that the sword platform forbids assistance in climbing. If Duong Tran violates it, he will surely suffer disaster. At most, he loses some spirit stones. He might even die. With that thought, his eyes flashed craftily as he asked, Duong Tran, are your words true? He turned and looked at him confidently. Of course they are true. He even raised one finger to set the price. Not expensive. Only 100 spirit stones. Without hesitation, he threw over a pouch and shouted, here. After tossing it, he stood eagerly watching. Seeing this, he said, why are you still standing there? Climb yourself. Leaving him stunned because he thought he would be carried. He angrily pointed and shouted, Duong Tran, you dare deceive me. He only smiled complacently and replied, not at all, Senior brother Tiu Nguyen. Rest assured, if you cannot climb, I will return the 100 spirit stones. Half believing, he stepped up while cursing you. The moment he placed his foot down, he did not expect. He easily stepped up, his eyes shining as he stared at his own feet in shock. He truly made it. He raised his head in alarm to look at Duong Tran, while he stood with arms folded, smiling smugly. His face turned pale with sweat, thinking whether Duong Tran possessed a secret art that affected the staircase force, while he offered no explanation and simply watched with interest. Finally, he laughed loudly. Senior brother Tiu Nguyen, your talent is indeed extraordinary. I did not expect you to reach level 98. Conveniently erased his own assistance, while he folded his arms and turned away with a snort, seeming to hope he would suffer misfortune more than celebrating his own success. Duong Tran continued encouraging, Senior brother Tiu Nguyen, in the sect no one at the true martial realm has reached level 99. You are truly a unique genius. Deliberately tempted him, eyes shining. If you reach stone step 99 at the true martial realm, you will surely be recorded in history and admired by future generations. Hearing this, who would not waver, his whole body trembled as his heart struggled fiercely. Seeing the effect, he leaned close behind and whispered, Senior brother Tiu Nguyen, I can help you reach level 99. He cried out in shock, truly, eyes wide in disbelief. Seeing the fish had taken the bait, Duong Tran rubbed his hands and smiled. Senior brother Tiu Nguyen, I come from a poor background, unlike you descendants of great families. Understanding immediately, he shouted, how much? Speak plainly. He looked at him and asked, how much can senior brother offer? He hesitated and bargained. How about 300? His face darkened instantly in mockery. Are you joking? After all my effort, only 300 spirit stones, making Van Trung Tiu Nguyen break out in sweat. Frowned unhappily. Duong Tran, 300 spirit stones is not little. I am not wealthy either. Seeing his stinginess, he pretended to turn away laughing, then forget it. Afraid he would truly leave, he hurriedly said, 500, Duong Tran, 500 is the maximum. But he paid no attention and directly sat down to cultivate, flames bursting around him again. Being ignored, he shouted angrily, you. Still did not respond, while he clenched his teeth, thinking that if he reached level 99, then with further cultivation, he would leap ahead at the Grand Merit Tower. Just thinking of that benefit forced him to concede. Duong Tran, 1,000 spirit stones, that is all my wealth. Seeing the price rise, he smiled and turned back. Senior brother, do you truly think I am foolish? Could your entire wealth be only 1,000 spirit stones? Hearing the name Van Trung Tiu Nguyen, he turned pale, knowing he was not easy to bargain with, and fell silent. He glared and replied, 1,000 Duong Tran. I will add another 1,000, take it or leave it. But of course he was still unsatisfied, narrowing his eyes with a sneer. Senior brother, the original price was 2,000 spirit stones. As soon as he finished speaking, he roared in fury, impossible. Ignoring the protest, he merely smiled faintly. I think there is still room to discuss. Seeing his firmness, he turned pale and pleaded, Duong Tran, 2,000 spirit stones is truly too much. Can you give some concession? He smiled and said decisively, no bargaining. With pleading useless, he had to compromise, handing over a large pouch with a threat. Duong Tran, if you dare deceive me, then Dong Hong Mountain will not tolerate you. At the sight of the pouch, his eyes lit up. He hugged it tightly and laughed heartily, no problem. Seeing his radiant face, he was utterly speechless. With the money paid, he impatiently urged, Duong Tran, quick Quickly use your secret art. Time at the Demon Sword platform is precious. Glanced at him and said leisurely, Senior brother Tiu Nguyen, that is enough. He did not understand and muttered irritably, I see nothing at all. Immediately a beam of light from him enveloped his entire body. Now he could easily climb step by step, thinking inwardly that it was truly miraculous. If he had not experienced it himself, he would never believe this man possessed such ability. At last he climbed to the same step as Duong Tran, yet unexpectedly as soon as he reached it, he calmly stepped onto the final step, leaving him standing stunned. Thus he officially set foot on level 100. From above, a powerful beam of light suddenly descended upon where Duong Tran stood. Everyone raised their heads in astonishment. What is happening? Someone whispered that it is said cultivators below the Purple Mansion realm who surpass their level at the Demon Sword platform and reach the summit will trigger a phenomenon. Others watching were stunned and asked, what? No one dared believe their eyes. Someone exclaimed, who is that pampered young master who reached level 100? A young woman widened her eyes in disbelief. Is he possessed? Who is he to reach the highest step of the true martial realm? Truly formidable. Another girl's eyes sparkled excitedly. So young yet so talented. It seems this genius junior brother is about to receive a grand advancement ceremony. She even covered her face dreamily, almost drooling. Oh heavens, he is so handsome. Elder sisters do not compete with me. He is mine. I knew at first sight he is my destined one. At this moment Duong Tran stood firmly at the summit, gently closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation, slowly sensing the new power that had just awakened within his body. A brilliant golden halo gradually spread out, enveloping his entire body like a sacred robe. Water dragon coiled in the air, along with two floating round pearls that suddenly appeared before his eyes. He immediately sensed something unusual, his mouth agape in shock as he murmured martial intent, and it is the earth element. Duong Tran laughed in delight, thinking how unbelievable this was. He had only reached the mortal martial realm, yet had already awakened martial intent that normally only cultivators of the heavenly fusion realm could control, and it was not just one type. Truly interesting. He lowered his head and looked down, seeing countless eyes staring at him, and could not help but sigh. It seemed it would not be easy to keep this hidden. The whispered discussions filled with disbelief from the crowd. He heard every word clearly. On the side, Van Trung Tiu Nguyen witnessed this scene with eyes wide open, sweat pouring down as he calculated inwardly. Duong Tran had reached level 100, so his gains must be great, truly infuriating. Thinking of that, he shouted loudly, Duong Tran, causing him to turn around abruptly and frown slightly. This time he took the initiative to step forward and lowered his voice to propose. As long as you help me climb to level 100, I will accept any condition. Duong Tran heard this and arrogantly refused. Senior brother Tiu Nguyen, today I am afraid it is inconvenient. That man was stunned and asked in confusion, what do you mean inconvenient? He pretended to think, then crossed his arms over his chest with a half smile. Senior brother Tiu Nguyen, perhaps another time. I feel this and that is not quite appropriate. Hearing that, the other side frowned and ground his teeth, cursing inwardly, this brat. Does he think I do not have enough money? Helpless, he named his price, Duong Tran. I have a pass to enter the second floor of the scripture pavilion. I can give it to you. But he calmly shook his head and refused. I already have the right to enter the third floor. Growing more and more furious, Van Trung Tiu Nguyen clenched his teeth, sweat seeping out as he said through gritted teeth, I also have an ancient treasure. Upon hearing those words, Duong Tran immediately turned around, his eyes lighting up. What ancient treasure? Forced to this extent, Van Trung Tiu Nguyen had no choice but to take the item out. In an instant, goosebumps rose all over his body. His chest felt stimulated by something as he hurriedly placed his hand over it and wondered what this was. The demonic dragon martial soul within him reacted so strongly. It was certainly not ordinary. His heart was already surging. He still pretended to be calm and asked, Senior brother Tiu Nguyen, this looks like a toy. Is it truly an ancient treasure? Show me proof. Hearing that, he trembled with anger, sweat streaming down as he roared, Duong Tran, the shopkeeper of Dai Kui Workshop has already appraised it. This small flag is indeed an ancient treasure. Its material is extraordinarily tough, immune to water and fire, difficult to damage by blades or swords. If it is not a treasure, then what is it? Duong Tran only shrugged, his face still full of doubt as he sighed and replied, Is that so? Perhaps it is just a toy from ancient times. Mocked to his face, that man went mad and shouted, Duong Tran, this is already my most precious item. Whether we trade or not is up to you. Seeing the other party flustered, he leisurely said, It is not impossible, but you must add a little more. A single flag with unknown use is not enough. Hearing that, he ground his teeth and answered, I only have 900 Ning stones left. I have truly emptied my entire fortune for these steps. Duong Tran pretended to sympathize, spreading his hands, Fine, consider it my favor to senior brother. But remember, you owe me a great favor. You must repay it in the future. This time I profit quite a lot. And Trung Tiu Nguyen was furious to the point of madness. He threw the items to him and said through clenched teeth, "Take it." Duong Tran swiftly accepted them and immediately stored them carefully. After that he patted his shoulder generously and laughed. "Senior brother, now you can go up." He immediately stepped up one level, and the moment his foot landed he succeeded, exclaiming in surprise, "Ah." Looking at the step beneath his feet, he laughed proudly. "I have reached level 100. Excitedly spread his arms and tilted his head back, shouting toward the sky, "Come forth, mysterious reward." Yet after waiting for a long time nothing happened. He stared blankly and muttered, "How strange. Why is there no reaction?" The crowd below was endlessly astonished. Van Trung Tiu Nguyen had also climbed to level 100. Some even asserted that his martial talent was stronger than Van Trung Ho. The young girl blushed with joy. This mountain entry truly produced talents one after another. During those praises, Van Trung Tiu Nguyen beamed. Though he gained nothing, he still comforted himself. Perhaps the benefits of level 100 would come later. That would be fine. At this moment, Duong Tran had already quickly descended. His goal was considered accomplished. He left in such haste because he was eager to test the new treasure. He needed to find a quiet place to study that flag. At Hong Dam Peak at this time, inside the room there was only him alone. Duong Tran looked at the Tam Thien Kin flag in his hand. The flames upon it were burning fiercely. He frowned in confusion, sweat seeping out as he muttered, "How strange. My spiritual sense is completely blocked." He gently shook the flag and it immediately returned to normal. Nothing special at all, leaving him wondering if he had imagined it. Even so, he did not give up. He began to mobilize his own power and even tried to activate the demonic dragon martial soul. Without hesitation, he gripped the flag tightly and swung it hard. Immediately, a black vortex appeared above his head, and the flag was sucked straight into it. Duong Tran looked up at the opening and exclaimed in shock, "What is happening?" The black vortex quickly drilled into his abdomen and vanished. His expression changed as he clutched his stomach in panic. It was not truly swallowed, was it? But after waiting for a long time, there was no reaction. He could only lean against the wall and sigh. Perhaps the ancient demonic dragon martial soul had treated it as food. That moment, Kim Vo Kiat walked in from outside, his eyes shining brightly as he shouted excitedly, "You are famous now. Many senior brothers and sisters at the Demon Sword platform are discussing you. Some have even reached the heavenly fusion realm." But Duong Tran felt no joy at all. He only sighed and said, "People fear fame as pigs fear fattening," leaving the other stunned. He continued explaining, "Tiu Kaya, if you have not yet reached the martial core realm, then it is good. The limit of the mortal martial realm at the Demon Sword platform is 100 steps. Stepping onto it brings many benefits." Kim Vo Kiat widened his eyes and asked, "What benefits?" Duong Tran smiled proudly. "At level 100, I awakened firm endurance martial intent," making him even more astonished as he opened his mouth and said, "Brother, is that not an earth attribute intent? And does not the Demon Sword platform only awaken sword intent?" He smiled and explained, "The Demon Sword platform can awaken all kinds of martial intent, but at the extreme level the success rate is higher. Moreover, I inadvertently developed the earth attribute as well. Being a master of all elemental heavenly Tao is truly troublesome and exhausting." Kim Vo Kiat watched him boast with pride, feeling deeply dejected inside, thinking he also wanted such trouble. Those who have it complain, while those who need it can only dream. Duong Tran reflected on his cultivation. Among the 4 divine artifacts, Tu Min, Thien Loi, and Dia Mo had all reached the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm. Only the solar true chi remained stuck at the 8th level. He sighed softly, calculating in his heart how to achieve a breakthrough. After thinking it through, he asked, "Tiu Kayat, within the sword sect there are 4 great cultivation grounds, correct? Is there a place called Than Bich Dam Lake?" Kim Vo Kiat nodded to confirm, "That is correct. It is the sacred land for cultivating fire true chi." Upon hearing this, Duong Tran immediately pointed decisively, "That is the place, Tiu Kayat, come with me." At Than Bich Dam Lake at this time, the scorching sunlight shone down. The emerald waters churned violently. It was so hot that sweat poured off him like rain. He could not help but complain, "Truly hot." Kim Vo Kiat walked behind and reminded him, "The heat here is poisonous. Remember to activate your protective aura." He only replied softly, Duong Tran leaped straight into the air, not forgetting to warn Tiu Kayat. "The Than Bich flame poison is likely not simple. Be careful." He merely responded vaguely. Duong Tran landed on a high rock. Suddenly streams of red energy surged and enveloped his body. He immediately circulated the heaven-devouring scripture, condensing a powerful stream of energy within his dansha. Numerous red lights shot up from beneath the lake's surface straight into the sky. The others saw this and mocked him, thinking he was seeking death. Some sneered that he must be a new junior brother unaware of the terror of the Than bitch flame poison. A mortal martial realm cultivator daring to absorb fire poison was truly courting death. Kim Vo Kiat also stepped onto another tall rock. Similar red lights immediately surged up and surrounded him. Crowd below burst into laughter again. Someone asked in astonishment, "Senior brother Kai, is that one of the dark attribute? How does he dare to come here?" They continued discussing that these two must have problems in their heads, fond of self-torture. The girl beside them crossed her arms and said, "Only first-level martial core realm, likely a newcomer." Kim Vo Kiat had already sat down to cultivate, smiling as he thought, "I did not expect the Tyrant Emperor Heavenly Demon art could transform Than bitch flame poison into demonic fire, condensing the Heavenly Demon Tyrant body." Cultivating, Duong Tran glanced over and felt slightly surprised, thinking, what happened to Tiu Kiat? But very quickly he understood something and smiled faintly, thinking, judging by that expression, he must have gained something. Black Dragon suddenly rose up, its pupils flashing with a cold light. In its mouth, it was holding the very flag that had appeared the other day. Duong Tran stood firmly on a large rock amid the rushing waters. He continuously absorbed the dense streams of red light rising around this area. The previously silent flag now erupted with a terrifying surge of power. While cultivating, he gradually understood. The flag had truly been swallowed by the ancient demonic dragon martial soul, and seemed to have been acknowledged by it, the two forming a symbiotic relationship. He clearly sensed within his body that the flag could absorb Than bitch flame poison, and after merging enough poison, it would gradually reveal its true nature. Thinking of this, his hands gently guided the radiance within his dansha. Perhaps this mysterious flag was not merely an ancient treasure, but possibly a spiritual artifact. The onlookers who had been watching all this time were drenched in sweat, grinding their teeth as they stared upward in disbelief. Was that man truly insane? Many people personally witnessed the red light being continuously absorbed by him, and at this moment someone new appeared. It was a young girl in green with delicate features, named Tathur Jio. The moment they saw her, those men's eyes lit up as they exclaimed, "It is Tathur Jio." Some even praised that junior sister Thur Jio was truly beautiful. Duong Tran heard the commotion and glanced down curiously. Nodding inwardly, she was indeed a rare beauty. People following beside her aggressively drove others away, loudly shouting for them to move aside. Seeing that scene, he could not help but feel disgust, slightly shifting aside to avoid them, finding such behavior unpleasant. The young girl standing by the stream looked up toward him and gave a soft hand. The man in green beside her saw her expression and frowned, asking, "Junior sister, is something wrong?" She raised her hand and pointed toward him, replying, "Senior brother, look. Those two junior brothers are quite interesting." Only then did he notice that on the two tall rocks, Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat were sitting in meditation cultivating, and he gave a soft sound of surprise. Inwardly, he was astonished. A first-level martial core realm dark attribute cultivator dared to come here, and a newly entered mortal martial realm disciple dared to cultivate at Than bitch flame lake. Was that not courting death? Looking more closely, he finally recognized Duong Tran's face. In an instant, he was shaken as he realized, so it was that person. Propped his hand and sneered at Thur Jio. The sword training grand ceremony is only a few months away, yet that new junior brother who just came up the mountain is still stuck at the mortal martial realm. But Thur Jio seemed unconcerned, merely staring at him with a smile, her cheeks flushed, clearly intrigued. Suddenly she braced her hand and called out loudly, "May I ask that junior brother's name?" Van Trung Ho frowned and stepped forward to explain, "Senior sister Ta, that person is the mortal martial realm champion of this grand ceremony, named Duong Tran, from an unknown place." Hearing that, she crossed her arms and smiled faintly. "Oh, so he is the one who took your top position, with such low cultivation yet enough to make our Dong Hong city famous." Van Trung Ho grew furious and clenched his teeth, his face darkening yet unable to refute. He even added, "Senior sister Ta, that brat is arrogant and overbearing. The trouble at the Grand Merit Tower before was caused by him. Many families in Dong Hong City were cheated out of quite a few spirit stones by him." Thinking this would smear Duong Tran, unexpectedly she only chuckled, her interest deepening. How interesting. After speaking, she leaped high into the air. She stood before him and said directly, "Duong Tran, next month's 7 Plum Peak gathering, you will go with me." After saying that, she immediately left, her tone like a command, not caring whether the other party agreed. Duong Tran was in meditation and heard this vaguely, feeling puzzled inside him. After that sentence, her figure had completely vanished. Those present were all stunned, Senior Sister Ta actually invited a mortal martial realm cultivator to the Seven Plum Peak gathering. This was too unbelievable. Duong Tran stood high above and looked in the direction she left, annoyed as he cursed inwardly. Fortunately, no one heard, or he would likely be torn apart. At this moment, Kim Vo Kiat also finished cultivating, looked down at his body, and laughed loudly. The heavenly demon tyrant body had actually broken through to the third layer. Thinking this, he jumped toward him and called out loudly. This time, Duong Tran was still focused on cultivation. Within his body, the massive black dragon was biting tightly onto the flag. He suddenly sensed something unusual and thought that something else was hidden within that small flag. Duong Tran silently recited the incantation Nam Min. Duong Tri Kuk Lai Hoa Tri Nguyen En Hat Van Ta Fan Ti. His eyes widened, cold sweat pouring down. This was actually one of the 10 great primordial flames. He sat motionless on the rock, the red smoke gradually dissipating, confusion filling his heart. If primordial flame has spirit, how could it be controlled by an ordinary being? Thinking of this, he stood up and sighed. Fine then, let us go. Seeing this, Kim Vo Kiat asked, could it be that Senior Sister Ta put you in a difficult position? Only then did Duong Tran turn to look at him and ask, Senior Sister Ta. He shrugged and replied, Tiu Kiat, do I look like the type to be troubled over a woman? Kim Vo Kiat scratched his head and said, but Senior Sister Ta is truly beautiful. Her cultivation is strong and her talent is not bad either. Duong Tran said decisively, whether she is beautiful or talented has nothing to do with us. He continued, it is not just me who heard. Senior Sister Ta has already invited someone to Seven Plum Peak. It seems she is 8 parts moo. After saying that, he sighed. If you truly succeed, I will help you hide it from Sister Lin Hai, but I fear it cannot be hidden for long. Hearing this, Duong Tran exploded in anger and turned to scold loudly, hide your head. After speaking, he turned and left without hesitation. At the same time, at the Eastern Earth royal capital, hundreds of people leaped into the air simultaneously. Giant eagle flew close along the cliff. The old man Vuong Diet Vo Feng flew high and shouted loudly, this is the Purple Palace realm. Suddenly he discovered that there were several other people on the eagle's back. Immediately after, a young girl along with 2 others jumped down from the eagle's back. The other 2 stood close beside her. Seeing that girl, the blond young man trembled in fear, sweat pouring as he cried out, Ngan Hoa, is it really you? The black-haired old man behind her roared angrily, shut up. A lowly brat like you is not worthy to call the young lady's name directly. Ngan Hoa smiled and raised her hand to stop him. Uncle Len, do not be angry. He is my friend, Dich Thien Kai. Uncle Len's face darkened as he assessed him. Oh, so you are Dich Thien Kai. With this level of cultivation, you are not trash, but not yet worthy of being called a genius. He turned to ask her, young lady, is this the genius you mention? Is he worth us traveling so far? Ngan Hoa blushed and replied, Uncle Len, you would not expect it. Thien Kai may only be at the 9th level of the heavenly fusion realm, but his Danshan has already undergone nearly 70% purple transformation. He will certainly achieve Purple Palace within the heavenly fusion realm. Uncle Len's eyes widened in shock as he asked, 70% purple transformation. Vuong Diet Vo Fang stared blankly at the 2, my lords. He thought that little 13 must have known them from the Dong Zion secret realm, and their relationship was not shallow. If he could draw this force, and then Eastern Earth would truly prosper. Uncle Len turned to Ngan Hoa and introduced, little fellow, this is the 9th sect master's daughter of the Tai Hoa sect. She formally invites you to join the Tai Hoa sect. Vuong Diet Vo Fang turned sharply to Dich Thien Kai and shouted, 13, hurry and agree. Dich Thien Kai stepped forward and said, Ngan Hoa, I did not expect your background to be so great. What moves me most is that you truly came to visit me. Eastern Earth is poor and has made you laugh. Elsewhere inside a cultivation chamber, Duong Tran was meditating within a stone cave. The black dragon within him was crazily devouring spiritual energy. Duong Tran opened his eyes wide in shock. This Nam Lai primordial flame carries terrifying destructive power. Even the ancient demonic dragon martial soul might not endure it. Then he sighed, feeling helpless. The matter of Nam Lai primordial flame was not something he could handle right now. Suddenly his eyes lit up. He clenched his fist excitedly. The 4 great true chi had reached the limit of the 9th level of the mortal martial realm. It was time to break through to the martial core realm. Duong Tran slowly closed his eyes, spreading his hands as black energy swirled and enveloped his body. Streams of spiritual energy with fire, dark, lightning, and earth attributes simultaneously gathered within his Danshan. He began to circulate his cultivation. The 2 Min, solar, earth tomb, and heavenly lightning true chi merging one after another, guiding everything into the martial core. Black dragon gradually condensed into a clear form. Looking at it coiled within his palm, Duong Tran was stunned and sweating. Could it be that he had succeeded? Before his joy could fully form, the red radiance in his hand suddenly cracked, startling him to the core. The blazing red force shattered and shot straight into the center of his forehead, throwing Duong Tran into extreme panic. He hurriedly raised his hand to touch his forehead, his eyes filled with shock. What is going on? Duong Tran immediately shut his eyes tightly. He frowned in contemplation. The martial core existed within the sea of consciousness. Though he could clearly sense it, he could not control it at all. Thinking of this, he braced himself and sighed. He had never heard of such a thing before. Perhaps he had to seek a senior to ask clearly. While standing before the cave entrance deep in thought, suddenly a woman's figure appeared. The one who came was the familiar, beautiful Lin Hai. The moment he saw her, his eyes lit up. His lips puckered as he was about to rush forward and embrace her. Lin Nhai, girl walking beside Lin Hai, revealed clear displeasure upon seeing that scene. Realizing that all three girls were present, he scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, thinking he had nearly embarrassed himself before everyone. He forced a smile and asked, "Did everyone come here for something?" Vo Kayat, standing beside him, quickly leaned close and whispered, "Lin bitch damn lay." Hearing that reminder, Duong Tran crossed his arms and tilted his head in thought. Lin bitch damn lay. Lin Hai finally could not suppress her displeasure and coldly recited a verse about 7 plum blossoms blooming fragrantly across the land. Upon hearing it, Duong Tran felt as if struck by lightning, his eyes wide and mouth agape in shock. He scratched his head and gave a bitter smile, then hurriedly tried to flatter her. "Lin Hai, it seems your mood is not bad. Such a fine poem must be a sign of good fate." Before he could finish speaking, her face turned cold as she cut him off. "Do you truly not understand, or are you pretending not to understand?" He asked awkwardly again, sweat seeping out. "I truly do not understand. What does that verse mean?" The pink-haired girl with straight bangs beside them explained. "Those are the words of senior sister Ta Thur Jio. Every year she invites geniuses of Dong Hong Mountain to 7 Plum Peak to discuss martial arts. In truth, she is choosing a Tao companion." At this point, the other 2 girls also looked at him with dissatisfaction. "Everyone knows this. Do not say you are unaware." Duong Tran waved his hands in panic to deny it. "I truly did not know." Pink-haired girl crossed her arms and questioned, "Duong Tran, could it be that you are truly moved by senior sister Ta being hit at his weak point?" He hurriedly explained in front of Lin Hai, "Absolutely not. I had never even heard of her name before. That commanding attitude was truly unpleasant." Hearing him say this, Lin Hai only crossed her arms and smiled, no longer appearing angry. Seized the chance to change the subject and said with a smile, "Lin Hai, I have also advanced to the martial core realm. How about we manifest our martial cores and exchange pointers?" The pink-haired girl appeared the most excited and agreed loudly. The group then moved together to the spacious martial arena. Duong Tran turned and said to Can Ham, "Your martial talent is not bad. Let us broaden our horizons and see your martial core." Ham said little and immediately formed seals before her abdomen, spiritual energy erupting. Her eyes widened, her expression unusually serious. Behind her first appeared a large bud, exuding a majestic aura. The petals fully bloomed, its momentum surging. Duong Tran looked at this scene with emotion. Ordinary martial core realm cultivators mostly only possess yellow-grade martial cores, yet she relied on a mysterious grade technique, so her martial core had immense potential. Kim Vo Kayat widened his eyes and asked, "Sister Can Ham, is this a mysterious grade martial core?" She held the flower and replied, "This is my Fire Lotus martial core battle form, based on the martial soul form, and relying on the mid-grade mysterious rank Kun Fire Art." After hearing this, everyone applauded. Duong Tran smiled and praised. "This Fire Lotus martial core is among the finest even within the mysterious rank. Its future is limitless." The pink-haired girl crossed her arms and smiled. "Who needs your praise? I was the one who suggested she choose this battle form." Duong Tran smiled and asked Lin Hai, "It seems you are quite confident as well. Why not let the 2 of you spar? Winning or losing does not matter." Lin Hai laughed and agreed at once. He revealed a sly smile. "Since Lin Hai is fighting, there should be a small wager for fun. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, he showed a scheming look, having already calculated something mischievous in his heart. He pretended to be serious and said, "A large wager may hurt our feelings. I will choose a slightly special punishment." Lin Hai looked at him in confusion. "Special how?" He raised one finger and smiled. "Whoever loses must go to the Sword Demon platform and shout loudly that they are a fool. How about it?" His childish idea was immediately opposed. Both Kim Vo Kayat and Lin Hai refused to accept. Seeing this, he immediately changed to another plan. He said, "If you lose, then kiss Tiu Kayat once. Is that fine?" Kim Vo Kayat's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he agreed immediately. Lin Hai blushed and pointed at him. "Then if you lose, what about you?" Duong Tran crossed his arms confidently. "If I lose, you may tell me to kiss anyone." These words made Lin Hai both angry and shy, her cheeks flushing red. Lin Nhai thought uncomfortably for a moment. In the end, she pointed at the pitch-black creature and said, "Fine. If I win, you must kiss Tiu Hak once." Duong Tran stared with his mouth agape, completely not expecting this move. Lin Hai stood aside, laughing uncontrollably, while he wore a twisted, awkward expression. Tiu Hak barked in protest, woof woof. After the wager was set, Lin Nhi signaled for Kim Vo Kiat to go first. He immediately stepped out, closed his eyes and focused. Spiritual energy within him erupted, swirling into a massive vortex. Before everyone's eyes, the spiritual energy took shape as a muscular bull-headed battle demon. Lin Nhi stared with wide eyes, unable to believe it. Duong Tran explained proudly, "That is the battle demon martial core, a supreme dark origin martial core. What is it?" Not convinced. Lin Nhi's face turned pale, sweat seeping out as she stammered, "Are you two brothers monsters?" Duong Tran laughed teasingly. "Stop staring, hurry and fulfill the wager." Helpless, she stepped in front of Kim Vo Kiat. Blushing deeply, she lightly kissed his cheek. Kim Vo Kiat froze with eyes wide open. Both shy and delighted, he kept smiling, thinking he would not wash his face when he returned home. Duong Tran pointed at Lin Hai, "Your turn." Lin Hai stepped forward, icy cold energy instantly spreading. Ice blue power burst forth violently, freezing the area around her. Lin Nhi shivered from the cold and hurriedly cried out, "Enough, it is freezing to death. You people are truly abnormal." Finally, it was Duong Tran's turn. He stood solemnly with arms crossed, sensing that the martial core in his sea of consciousness was completely under control. Lin Hai stepped closer to observe carefully and asked, "Where is your martial core? You have been standing for so long and nothing has appeared." Duong Tran pretended to be startled and exclaimed loudly, "What, you all cannot see my martial core?" The other three stared at him in unison, for indeed no one saw any phenomenon at all. Yet he still looked extremely confident, raising his head high and saying that his martial core was of the invisible type, very difficult for outsiders to observe. The three were all stunned upon hearing this, asking in confusion, "An invisible martial core?" Lin Nhi turned pale in shock. She had never heard that a martial core could be hidden. Kim Vo Kiat also frowned and denied it. Such a thing did not exist. Kim Vo Kiat looked at him suspiciously, thinking that months ago he had clearly seen Duong Tran's martial core. Could there truly have been a change? While he stood with arms braced and sweat seeping out, trying to argue that it was only because their knowledge was limited. In the cultivation room, Duong Tran sat cross-legged on the ground, flames surging fiercely around him. He thought that although he had broken through to the martial core realm, he could neither manifest nor control his martial core. If he said it out loud, no one would believe him. He lowered his head to look at his hand, guessing that the Nam Lai primordial flame within his martial core had not fully awakened or been released. It needed to absorb and merge with countless fire energies, his gaze gradually deepening. That thought startled him. If the Nam Lai origin were truly fully released, would he have the ability to bear it? Thinking of this, he placed his hands before his chest and closed his eyes, sweat pouring down as he focused on cultivation. Before finding a way to control the Nam Lai primordial flame, he would absolutely not let it absorb any more energy. At the same time, outside the Tian-Tu continent, full moon hung high, illuminating the night sky. In the sky, a strange red-black face suddenly appeared. That face rolled its eyes to observe, and then spoke. "I have sensed the aura of the Nam Lai fire core. Dai Bai, you shall go to the Tian-Tu world and bring the fire core back to me." Bald Dai Bai knelt on the ground and respectfully replied, "This humble monk will certainly find a suitable fire seed for my lord. The beings of Tian-Tu have suffered for long. It is time to be delivered." At that moment, a short figure stepped out from behind and laughed eerily. He also knelt and clasped his hands. "Master, Dai Bai works too cautiously and slowly. Let me handle this task. I am more familiar with the Tian-Tu world." Dai Bai frowned unhappily and replied, "My lord is merciful. If Dai Qin goes to the Tian-Tu world, it may cause a great war, which would not benefit Master." That man threw his head back and laughed loudly in rebuttal. "Master, the Tian-Tu world now only has Jiu Tian somewhat difficult to deal with. My heart-shocking divine art has reached the 18th level, just right to test my skills." Seeing the two disciples competing, my lord hesitated and finally decided to let Dai Bai go. "While Dai Qin must endure, at present you are still not a match for Lac Ku Thien. Though he is not formidable, the Dao shadow behind him is very troublesome." The short man could only clasp his hands and respond, "Understood." My lord then instructed Dai Bai again. "A few days ago I still sensed the scorching aura of Nam Lai fire. Now it has completely vanished. This is very unusual. You must not be careless." Dai Bai bowed his head and replied, "Ignorant beings all suffer. The Tian-Tu world is a sea of misery. This humble monk will certainly bring back the Nam Lai fire core." With everything arranged, my lord waved his hand and ordered go. Two disciples left. He thought to himself that Dai Bai had good temperament and wisdom, but his killing intent was somewhat heavy. This trip to the Tian-Tu world, he hoped he would encounter some setbacks. At this time, Duong Tran stood before a towering and magnificent pagoda. He observed the pagoda and thought that since the martial core could not drive his cultivation, there was only another way to increase his strength. He would enter the great secret treasury and try. After thinking this, he decisively stepped inside. As soon as he entered, he saw another person with fiery red hair standing upright. He waved and greeted. What a coincidence. The other gritted his teeth and glanced at him with contempt and inexplicable anger. He turned his face away and coldly said, "Your face truly makes people disgusted." Duong Tran angrily pointed at him and retorted, "Is your face any better? You look just like a bone-headed goose." Being countered, the red-haired man turned back and shouted, "You are the bone-headed goose. Your whole family are bone-headed geese. Truly ridiculous." Duong Tran frowned and asked, "Senior brother Yuong Tai, it seems I have never offended you. Why do you have such hostility toward me?" That man snorted coldly, "I am petty trash like you being noticed by senior sister Ta. It is like seeing a ghost." After speaking, he stepped through the spatial door and disappeared. Duong Tran looked after him both angry and amused, muttering, "So he is infatuated with Ta Thur Jiao. Could she be so formidable that even Dong Hong's geniuses fall for her? To me, she still does not compare to Lin Hai." He walked to the gatekeeper and presented the golden card, thinking as he walked that 7 Plum Peak seemed worth a visit to see what was so special about Ta Thur Jiao. He clenched his fist and looked at the spatial door before him. Then he stepped straight through, in an instant feeling spaceship. Beyond the door was another world. Night had fallen, and the moonlight illuminated countless skulls scattered across the ground. Seeing the pile of skulls, he was startled. Immense pressure emanated. Their owners in life must have been extremely powerful. The more he thought, the more interested he became, guessing that the great secret realm was called the center of the sword sect, because this place gathered countless strong cultivators, very suitable for producing innate purple chi. The red-haired man also stood nearby and snorted coldly, "Are you foolish? This is my first time here as well. I heard it is only to broaden horizons. Do not even dream of obtaining inheritance." Duong Tran felt displeased hearing this, but still replied politely, "Thank you for the reminder." He turned in another direction, thinking that this person was nothing good, and it was best not to go together. While walking, he suddenly halted. Before him appeared the skeleton of a gigantic dragon. The skeleton emitted a purple glow, and at a glance pressure descended, making his heart tighten. Duong Tran's sweat poured like rain. Solar imperial chi erupted to resist. He realized that although the bones here contained immortal inheritance, obtaining it would be extremely difficult. Thinking this, he sat cross-legged before the dragon skeleton. He closed his eyes, preparing to cultivate, sensing within the skeleton a vast source of fire attribute power. Suddenly he saw within the dragon's ribcage a fireball covered in purple light. Duong Tran's mouth fell open in shock. So much innate purple chi. He quickly darted his eyes to observe the surroundings. Streams of purple chi from other skeletons were also converging toward him and the dragon skeleton. Duong Tran stroked his chin and calculated that if he absorbed it now, he would certainly be discovered. It was best to wait for another opportunity. Hour passed. He remained sitting cross-legged cultivating, drenched in sweat, yet that energy showed no reaction at all. Knowing he could not absorb it, he stood up in disappointment and continued deeper. He resolutely entered the inner area. Not far ahead, he saw a human skeleton sitting cross-legged, guessing it was the remains of a human cultivator. From that skeleton emanated a strange green spiritual energy. Seeing it, he broke out in sweat again. It was still immortal fire attribute energy. He stood observing for a while and wondered why no one came here to comprehend it. He did not know that the red-haired man was hiding far away, sneering, cursing him as foolish. Since ancient times, no one in the sword sect had been able to absorb innate purple chi from these bones. As Duong Tran continued forward, pressure suddenly descended. He widened his eyes and saw the skeleton before him erupt with violent power. He gritted his teeth to withstand it, sweat pouring like a stream. Flames surged up and enveloped his entire body. Two auras faced each other in a tense struggle. On one side was green spiritual power, on the other blazing red spiritual power. Duong Tran immediately sat down cross-legged and circulated the heaven-devouring scripture. A green light from the skeleton began to spread. Then it directly entered his sea of consciousness. In his mind appeared the image of a sturdy old man throwing punches. Beside him, many others also appeared. The old man pointed to the sky and shouted that the human race must strengthen itself and resist. They could not be slaves or fertilizer. For the sake of future descendants, even death would bring no regret. Those images moved him deeply, his blood boiling fiercely. A strand of green smoke suddenly flew out from his head. It condensed into words. Obsession exists because an ancient wish has not been fulfilled, waiting countless years to finally meet a successor. More words appeared. This elder once wielded the Azure Chi Pure Flame Calamity art, but the Autumn Mountain battle ended in defeat. The human race lost hundreds of thousands of lives. The Essence Flame art was lost, making him clutch his head in pain as he thought of the chains his grandfather once mentioned about their family. The skeleton before him seemed to possess a soul, sitting silently watching him, its abundant spiritual power as if wishing to convey something. The energy from the skeleton continuously poured into his body. Duong Tran lowered his head to look at himself in shock. What is this? It has entered my body. Flag immediately reacted and began actively absorbing that energy. Duong Tran was overjoyed to realize that the blazing flag martial seed had finally responded. The energy pouring in grew denser by the moment. He immediately sensed that he could now control it. The blazing flag martial core was finally within reach. Duong Tran turned around and swiftly formed hand seals to cast. The two streams of red and green energy slowly intertwined and merged. Half an hour passed. His face had turned ashen with exhaustion. The space before him was completely empty. Nothing remained. Duong Tran panicked. The two bones had disappeared. This was not my doing. They entered on their own. Right, let me try to use the blazing flag martial core. He immediately sat cross-legged and raised the red flag upright before him. The surging power made him marvel, truly wonderful. Though the force was extremely powerful, any carelessness could easily cause mental backlash. It seemed he had to be exceedingly cautious. Floating building in the sky began to tremble violently. Surrounding formation vortices also fluctuated incessantly. Atma suddenly screamed, "No! The aura of the Nam Lai primordial flame has vanished. Impossible! This absolutely cannot happen, Dai Qin." Dai Qin immediately clasped his hands respectfully and replied, "Supreme Master, Dai Qin is always ready to obey." Atma commanded in a deep voice, "I have lost contact with the Nam Lai primordial flame. This is unreasonable. You immediately go to support Dai Bai and investigate the cause for me." Dai Qin chuckled softly, "Master, the fire seed is something you have planned and nurtured for tens of thousands of years. It bears your mark. It cannot possibly lose resonance." Atma pondered, "I also find it puzzling, but this situation can only fall into three possibilities. First, a powerful cultivator not inferior to me erased the mark and refined the fire seed. This is almost impossible. Second, the Nam Lai fire core gained sentience, devoured enough origin energy to break its own seal and enter maturity. If it had matured, it would require immense energy and be capable of destroying the Tian 2 world. Yet this world remains calm, so that possibility is eliminated. Thus only the third possibility remains. Fire seed has been obtained by a cultivator, and that person has entered a special secret realm that blocks my perception." Duong Tran, listening from afar, felt a chill down his spine. Dai Qin was astonished. "Master, the Tian 2 world is only a minor realm. Could such a high-level secret realm truly exist?" Atma coldly reminded, "Do not underestimate the Tian 2 world. It is unlike ordinary small worlds. Dai Qin, you and Dai Bai enter it and find the fire seed for me." After speaking, he vanished. Dai Qin immediately accepted the order. This time at Dong Hong Mountain, Dong Quach, the Kai led a grand entourage to pay respects to the Dong Hong sect master. Dong Hong thought in confusion. For many years, the Sword sect and the Eastern Earth Royal Manor had cold relations. Why had a high minister of Dich Vo Fang come here? The Eastern Earth State preceptor bowed and saluted. "By the king's order, I come to pay respects to the Dong Hong sect master." Dong Hong waved his hand to invite him to sit and directly asked why Dich Vo Fang had sent them. The Eastern Earth State preceptor looked around before taking his seat. "Sect master, King Ngo heard that the rebel of Eastern Earth Duong Tran fled into the Sword sect, so he sent me to negotiate, hoping the sect master will hand him over or release him back." Dong Hong snorted coldly. "Has Dich Vo Fang gone mad? Where does he find the confidence to demand a person from me? Whoever enters Dong Hong Mountain becomes a disciple of my Sword sect, no longer related to Eastern Earth." Hearing this, the Eastern Earth State preceptor's face turned pale. Sweat poured as he cautiously asked, would the sect master truly oppose the Eastern Earth Royal Manor for the sake of a mere youth? Dong Hong laughed coldly. Does Dich Vo Fang truly consider himself a great figure? The Eastern Earth State preceptor had no choice but to stand. He pleaded, "King Ngo is willing to exchange 100,000 spirit stones for Duong Tran." Dong Hong showed displeasure. Dong Quach the Kai right, "Go back and ask Dich Vo Fang whether he has taken the wrong medicine." Dong Quach the Kai was startled and hurriedly asked the sect master to calm his anger. Presented an invitation personally signed by King Ngo. inviting the sect master to attend the year-end grand ceremony at the Eastern Earth royal capital. Dong Hong glanced at the letter and sneered. Eastern Earth already has 108 county marshal palaces, and still is not enough. Now another Eastern Earth marshal palace is open. Fine. If I am free, I will attend. Dong Quach the Kai joyfully withdrew, promising that King and Go would receive him with great ceremony. Night fell at Hong Dam Peak. Dong Hong Kai stood at a distance observing the two and smiled faintly. Kim Vo Kiat recognized him and reminded Duong Tran that it was Dong Hong Kai, causing him to turn in surprise. Duong Tran clasped his hands and bowed. May I know what brings senior brother Kai to Hong Dam Peak? Dong Hong Kai smiled and replied, You are Duong Tran right. I have long heard of you. The Eastern Earth State Preceptor once proposed using 100,000 spirit stones to exchange for your life. During this, Duong Tran was shaken, grinding his teeth as he thought that Dich Vo Fong had truly chased him here. He quickly asked, Senior brother Kai, could it be that the sect master agreed? Dong Hong Kai laughed. Even if my sword sect is poor, we do not sell the lives of our disciples. Moreover, our relationship with the Eastern Earth Royal Manor has never been good. Only then did Duong Tran breathe a sigh of relief. Dong Hong Kai continued. The state preceptor also delivered an invitation. At the end of the year, Eastern Earth will hold a grand ceremony. My father wishes to lead the top 20 of the Demon Sword platform to exchange and learn, so I came to ask your opinions. Duong Tran did not hesitate, his eyes lighting up as he replied, Go. Kim Vo Kiat worriedly reminded in a low voice, Brother, will there be any mishap? Duong Tran smiled confidently. Even if there is danger, I must go. I am from Eastern Earth, yet have never visited the royal capital. Besides, why would the Eastern Earth king remember a small figure like me? Moreover, I must see how strong Eastern Earth's geniuses truly are. Most importantly, I once promised my master to make my name resound in Eastern Earth. Dong Hong Kai nodded in satisfaction. It seems father did not misjudge you. 1 month later at 7 Plum Peak, plum blossoms bloomed white across the mountain. Kim Vo Kiat walked beside him, unable to stop admiring the scenery. Just then a shout rang out from behind. Move aside, poor brat ahead. Where did you crawl from to dare block the way? Duong Tran's face darkened as he turned around. Whose dog was let loose so early in the morning to bark nonsense? The burly man was stunned. Brat, do you not know me? He acted as if he were very famous. Duong Tran replied coldly, Do I need to know you? Or have you taken the wrong medicine? That man's face turned purple with anger as he threatened. Very well. Do not fall into my hands, or you will wish for death. At that moment, Van Trung Ho and several others stepped up behind him. Upon arriving, Van Trung Ho smiled and asked, Young Master Thuong, such an auspicious day, who dares offend you? He turned to look at Duong Tran and sneered. Oh, is it not Duong Tran, you truly dare to come? Did you take senior sister Ta's words seriously? Duong Tran sighed disdainfully. Van Trung Ho, I suspect you share blood with Van Trung Tiu Nguyen. Your character is far inferior to his. You should go back and check. Seeing him reply so arrogantly, the burly man asked in surprise, You are Duong Tran. He looked him up and down and said, Your spiritual power is not weak, but only first-level martial core realm. How do you cultivate? Placed his hands on his hips and stepped closer. The top of the Demon Sword platform joined the sword sect for half a year, yet still first-level martial core. Truly rare. He gritted his teeth and sneered. I thought you were a peerless genius noticed by my sister. Turns out you are just poor and foolish. Kim Vo Kiat could not hold back and spoke up. Senior brother must be from a previous cohort, right? Only 5th level martial core. Do you dare to fight a match? Only then did he suddenly realize something was wrong, turning his head in surprise. What? He was so flustered that sweat poured down, staring at the surging azure spiritual power rising from Kim Vo Kiat, and inwardly shocked. He did not expect this one to have reached the 4th level of the martial core realm. Even Van Trung Ho found it hard to believe. 4th level martial core advancing so quickly. Ta Thuong was only at the 5th level now. The tall man stood frozen, mouth agape, unable to believe his eyes. Someone behind Van Trung Ho laughed and chimed in. In the sword sect, when someone of lower cultivation challenges someone higher, the latter is not allowed to refuse. If he disobeys, he will be punished. It seems a good show is about to begin. Kim Vo Kiat stood straight, his stern gaze fixed on them as he introduced himself. Kim Vo Kiat, 4th level martial core realm, please enlighten me. Seeing this, Duong Tran was extremely excited. Clenching his fist and laughing loudly, Tiu Kiat, beat that fool until he cannot fight back. That burly man was furious to the point of madness. Flames of anger rising as he shouted, Duong Tran, do not be smug. If you have guts, come up yourself. I challenge you. Do you dare accept? He crossed his arms and sneered disdainfully. If you want to challenge me, then wait until you defeat Tiu Kiat. Tiu Kiat, no need to hold back against him. Burly man trembled with grievance, glaring at him yet unable to act. Van Trung Ho stepped forward to remind. In the sword sect, when someone of higher cultivation challenges someone weaker, he has no right to choose. That dark-skinned man glared at Kim Vo Kiat and roared threateningly, "Ta Thuong, 5th level martial core realm." He clasped his hands as flames burst violently, his fierce face menacing. "Dare challenge me and you will soon regret it." Immediately after, within the sea of fire behind him, a gigantic tiger gradually took shape. Those around were astonished, thinking that was Ta Thuong's fierce tiger martial core, truly domineering. The burly man ground his teeth and sneered, killing intent spreading. Kim Vo Kiat right. "Since you are the challenger, strike first. I warn you, use your ultimate move now or you will not have a second chance." Kim Vo Kiat merely looked at him coldly, expression unchanged, eyes deep and unreadable. In an instant, a deep blue space opened behind him. His gaze immediately turned sharp. The burly man panicked, drenched in sweat, stammering, You are dark attribute." Van Trung Ho cried out in alarm, "Young Master Thuong, be careful. His fist art carries sinister energy." The tree behind Kim Vo Kiat began to mutate, intertwining tightly and forming eerie eyes. The scene became extremely terrifying. That man froze in fear and screamed, "What kind of martial seed is this?" Elsewhere, Ta Thuong's martial core seemed to sense hesitation before this power. He could not believe what he was seeing. How could this be? This one's martial core could suppress his. Clearly his cultivation was lower, yet he held the upper hand. There was only one possibility. His martial core was earth rank. "No, I cannot retreat. Even if his martial core is strong, his cultivation is lower. I may not lose." "Kim Vo Kiat, go ahead and strike first." Kim Vo Kiat did not stand on ceremony, nodding slightly, "Please instruct me." Immediately he activated his martial core and launched an attack toward his opponent. That man poured all his strength into his martial core. The tiger roared, its eyes blazing fiercely. It lunged forward and bit down on the head of Kim Vo Kiat's martial core. It seemed the battle had been decided. Kim Vo Kiat withdrew his hand calmly and said, "Is that all?" Coiled dragon regret erupted, countless dragon heads appearing at once, causing Ta Thuong to be startled in horror. He roared and unleashed blazing sun bind. Now not only one tiger but two pythons also appeared. The two types of martial cores clashed fiercely. The surrounding crowd exclaimed that it was senior brother Ta Thuong's blazing sun bind. This battle skill was extremely powerful. Once trapped within it, even someone of higher cultivation would find it hard to escape. Meanwhile, Kim Vo Kiat's martial core grew increasingly powerful. Blazing sun bind tried to pierce through that martial core's body. Someone sneered that Van Trung Ho truly did not know life from death, daring to let that one duel young Master Thuong. Beginning to end, Kim Vo Kiat remained silent. A disdainful smile appeared on his face, only this much. Then he controlled the power bound by blazing sun bind into the tree branches. No one expected the two pythons to vanish in an instant. Ta Thuong was stunned witnessing this. How could this happen? Kim Vo Kiat smiled confidently, his entire body erupting with aura. "I am not an earth-rank martial core as you think." Ta Thuong grew even more furious. He roared and unleashed another move, Azure Flame Sphere. Duong Tran started in shock and exclaimed, "Azure Flame." Kim Vo Kiat calmly looked up. He immediately counterattacked, executing Coiled Dragon in meditation. Unexpectedly, Kim Vo Kiat's martial core arm could not break through the defense. Tried to press in with its entire body, but still could not stop Ta Thuong's martial core's assault. The crowd cheered in unison, yet not long after Ta Thuong's ultimate move dissipated, while Kim Vo Kiat's martial core still stood firm. At this moment, Ta Thuong had begun to feel fatigue. He sneered, "Brat, you have some skill, admit defeat now while you can. Otherwise, my next move may seriously injure you." Kim Vo Kiat knew he was bluffing and replied, "Senior brother Ta Thuong, that bit of power is not even enough to make me warm up." Ta Thuong gritted his teeth in rage, "You brat, do not regret it." Scarlet Sun sword art was unleashed. Duong Tran hurriedly shouted a warning, "Be careful." Kim Vo Kiat wavered slightly, a trace of concern flashing across his face. Immediately used Coiled Dragon subdues demons, using the entire body of his martial core to block Ta Thuong's attack. The strike carried might as if to pierce through the martial core's head. The attack tip aimed directly at the martial core's main body. Ta Thuong laughed wildly. "You cannot block the power of Scarlet Sun sword art." Loud explosion rang out in the chest of Kim Vo Kiat's martial core. He laughed triumphantly, "It is over." Soon he realized something was wrong. The flames could not penetrate the rock at all. What kind of martial core is this? Kim Vo Kiat continued forming seals. Coiled Dragon dominates the sky, countless dragon heads appearing. Merged into iron fists, charging straight at Ta Thuong's martial core. He frowned in shock. What is this? His competitive nature left him no way to stop. He resolved to unleash his final strike, executing rending form. Tiger was immediately empowered with greater strength. It threw its head back and roared thunderously. That roar had no effect whatsoever on Kim Vo Kiat's martial core. Kim Vo Kiat's martial core decisively charged straight at the tiger. A violent explosion shook the space. The tiger's body gradually dissipated, more than half gone. Kim Vo Kiat smiled faintly. Senior brother Ta Thuong, I have already held back. Ta Thuong withdrew all his power. He turned and left in anger without a word. Those who had cheered him fell silent, not knowing what to say. Van Trung Ho looked at Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat with resentment. Ta Thuong lost. How could this happen? Duong Tran sneered provocatively. Van Trung Ho, what is it? Do you also want to challenge my brother right here at 7 CP? His face darkened, but he still forced a disdainful look. Do not be too smug. Let us go, Kim Vo Kiat said cheerfully. Brother, we won. His cultivation was one level higher than mine. Duong Tran patted his shoulder and laughed. Ta Thuong is nothing among the martial core senior brothers. At most slightly above average, there are many stronger than him. When we meet a true expert, we will fight to our heart's content. Two walked together across the bridge, spanning the river. Upon arriving, a senior sister came to greet them. Junior brothers, please follow me. Duong Tran blushed awkwardly. Sorry to trouble you, senior sister. Unexpectedly, the senior sister receiving them was at the 8th level of the martial core realm. The three stepped inside together. Space inside was utterly silent, without a single person in sight. Duong Tran turned his head and looked around cautiously. He quickly noticed a leader walking together with the group of Van Trung Ho. That person was Trong Du. His face darkened as he strode over as if to interrogate him. You are Kim Vo Kiat. Duong Tran felt irritated and spoke up. Who are you? Do we know each other? Do you not find it rude to speak like that? Trong Du angrily shouted, Brat, are you trying to cause trouble? What are you planning? Duong Tran sneered, then cause it. If there is no trouble, it would not be like you. Trong Du observed him and was surprised. First level martial insect realm. Where did this brat crawl out from? Van Trung Ho standing beside him quietly reminded. Senior brother Du. He is Duong Tran, also the top of this session of the demonic sword platform. Trong Du let out a mocking laugh. Truly unbelievable. Half a year enjoying top resources and still only first level. How exactly do you cultivate? Duong Tran replied irritably. What does that have to do with you? Trong Du smiled coldly with interest. Quite bold. I do not know what trick you used to seize first place, but with this kind of aptitude you only disgrace the sword sect. Duong Tran shot back continuously. Who do you think you are? Acting like the sword sect is owned by your family. If you want excitement, then stay away from me. Truly unlucky to run into a freak like you. Being insulted to his face, Trong Du ground his teeth in fury. Damn it. I am Trong Du, brat. You have never heard of me. Duong Tran replied blankly. Is Trong Du very famous? Must I know you? King Trong Du furious. Van Trung Ho secretly laughed. This fool is truly courting disaster. Dong Hong Yuang Tai appeared. He had witnessed the entire scene. Walked over to Trong Du and asked, have you found another junior you dislike and want to teach a lesson? Trong Du angrily roared, Dong Hong Yuang Tai, what does this have to do with you? Dong Hong Yuang Tai replied with a faint smile, idiot. You started 3 years earlier than me and are still stuck in the martial insect realm. What have you cultivated these past 3 years? Trong Du was slapped in the face consecutively by 2 people. Outside, there was an uproar of discussion. Senior brother Dong Hong truly shows no courtesy to Trong Du, of course. The two have been enemies since the demonic sword platform 4 years ago. Dong Hong Yuang Tai made Trong Du lose all face, forcing him to retreat resentfully. After that, he turned to Duong Tran and asked, Brat, how do you cultivate to still remain at first-level martial insect realm? Duong Tran sighed and replied, I am not like ordinary people like you. I am a 3-attribute heavenly Dao master. Slow cultivation is normal. His words startled Dong Hong Yuang Tai. 3 attributes. Duong Tran frowned and asked, you do not believe it? Yuang Tai slammed his hand on the table. Of course not. Duong Tran immediately suggested, how about we make a bet? Yuang Tai asked, bet on what? In his heart he thought the sword sect had never had 3 attributes. Even dual attributes were rare. This brat certainly did not have it. Moreover, last time in Dong Hong City, he had won quite a few spirit stones. This time it would likely be the same. Yuang Tai asked directly, Duong Tran, how do you want to bet? Duong Tran smiled lightly. You name the stake. Duong Tai set the price, 500 spirit stones. Duong Tran waved his hand in disdain. I do not lack spirit stones. I will not bet that. Yuang Tai gritted his teeth, brat. Then what do you want to bet? Truly troublesome. Duong Tran narrowed his eyes. If you have something valuable, then take it out and let me see. Yuang Tai looked at the glowing ring on his hand. Something rare. Took out an item, Duong Tran. What do you think of this? I obtained it from a treasure secret realm, but no one knows its origin. Duong Tran was startled as he looked at the item in Yuong Tai's hand. His martial soul reacted. It was indeed something good. Yuong Tai thought he was hesitating and explained, "Do not despise this ugly stone. It is so hard that even a profound-grade treasure weapon can hardly leave a mark. It is top-tier material for forging weapons." Duong Tran asked in confusion, "Forging weapons?" Yuong Tai nodded, "Try touching it." Duong Tran reached out and made contact. A wave of numbness spread throughout his body. This was clearly life attribute power. Small stone bowl could actually store thunder energy inside. Interesting, it seemed quite good. Duong Tai smiled and asked, "How about betting this?" Duong Tran shook his head and said, "Yuong Tai, I come from a poor background. I have nothing of equal value." Yuong Tai replied, "Then you only need to put up 500 spirit stones." Duong Tran nodded in agreement. "Fine. Remember not to go back on your word." Yuong Tai put the item away and replied, "Just ask around Dong Hong City whether I have ever broken a promise." Duong Tran smiled, "Then that is good." In his heart he secretly cursed, "Truly a fool." After that he muttered a few words and stood up. He raised one hand in front of Yuong Tai. "Take a look." Yuong Tai asked in confusion, "Duong Tran, what do you mean?" Duong Tran laughed, "Look carefully, look very clearly." Tiny flames rose from Duong Tran palm. Yuong Tai responded indifferently, "Oh, fire attribute." In just a moment those flames shrank and turned into patches of black holes. This is the dark attribute. That is right, it was indeed dark power. He truly was a dark attribute heavenly Tao master. That makes 2 attributes. Duong Tran smiled smugly. "Yuong Tai, do you know which attribute I hate most? It is dark. If not for it, I would have reached 9th level martial insect realm by now." Yuong Tai was so angry he was speechless. Duong Tran continued endlessly, "Do not admire me too much. Dual attributes are not a good thing. It is exhausting, understand?" Yuong Tai still refused to concede. "We bet on 3 attributes. There is still one more. Do not think of deceiving me." Duong Tran transformed the power in his palm again and snorted. The light in his hand suddenly became far more dazzling. Yuong Tai jumped in shock. "What is that?" 3 attributes. It was truly 3 attributes. Heavens, why would the heavens grant such terrifying talent to that bastard? It is too unfair, truly too unfair. He finally tasted jealousy. It was truly uncomfortable. Duong Tran withdrew his spell and asked Yuong Tai, "Do you think I should make this public?" He stammered in reply, "Are you joking? Talent like this spreading out would certainly cause a huge shock. Not only Dong Hong Mountain, but the entire Dong Hong sword sect would tremble. This is a 3-attribute heavenly Tao master." But after thinking it over, it was not appropriate. Duong Tran was only 1st-level martial insect realm. His cultivation was still low. If his 3-attribute identity were exposed, it might bring unexpected disaster. Even the direct disciples of the Dong Hong clan might be tempted. Glanced around with an extremely serious expression. Yuong Tai lowered his voice and said, "Duong Tran, your talent is too terrifying. I think you should temporarily hide it. Human hearts are hard to predict." Duong Tran was stunned. This guy was truly thinking for him. He was so moved, he almost wanted to cry. "About this, after the tea gathering ends, we find a place to burn incense and swear brotherhood before heaven and earth." Yuong Tai was dumbfounded. "Swear brotherhood? Fine, I do not have a younger brother anyway. A bet is a bet, you can take this." Duong Tran looked at the stone bowl before him. This was truly a treasure. Brother Yuong Tai was indeed straightforward. Since we are family, he cannot deceive him. "Brother, there are 1,000 spirit stones inside. Take them first." Yuong Tai asked in surprise, "Why?" Duong Tran explained, "Although it was a bet, this stone bowl is too rare and very useful to me. These spirit stones can be considered compensation." But Yuong Tai shook his head and directly placed the stone bowl into Duong Tran's hand. "No need. A bet must be fair. Even blood brothers must be clear. I will not accept these spirit stones." Duong Tran was speechless and thought, "I accidentally deceived my own family. I will find a way to make up for it later." In another place within Dong Hong, the female disciples were carrying tea and serving everyone. Duong Tran took a sip and his eyes lit up. "Brother Tai, what tea is this? The flavor is rich and lingering, truly delicious." Woman beside them covered her mouth and laughed. Yuong Tai was suspicious. This guy does not even recognize Dong Duong tea that everyone knows. Is he doing it on purpose? Another woman whispered, "Where did this junior brother come from? So naive and amusing." Yuong Tai said loudly, "It is Dong Duong tea, Duong Tran. If you do not know, then do not speak nonsense." Ta entered with her people. Everyone welcomed her in unison. Senior Sister A Ta. As soon as Senior Sister Ta appeared, she drew every gaze. Her beauty attracted attention wherever she went. He glanced over and said, "Brother Tai, The beauty arrived late, and you did not even notice. Yuang Tai replied calmly, she is not my type. The moment he finished speaking, the men around them all changed expressions and glared at Yuang Tai in fury. Hong Hong Yuang Tai, what do you mean? Are you looking down on junior sister Ta? Surrounded by anger over a careless remark, Yuang Tai felt at a loss. He mocked, senior brother, is there something wrong with your head? That man paused and asked, what do you mean by that? He darkened his face and threatened, there really is something wrong with your brain. That man roared angrily, brat, do you dare bully me? Commotion immediately drew a Ta attention. He waved his hand and said, senior brother, we are all fellow disciples. We should reason first. If that fails, then fight. No one should object to that. Senior brothers and senior sisters present here, please come and judge. A Ta showed disgust. How did a block of wood get invited to the tea gathering? He continued smoothly, men admire women, that is the way of heaven. Everyone loves beauty. Senior sister Ta is so beautiful she haunts dreams 1,000 times. But everyone has different tastes. Some are not easily swayed by looks. That is a true man. For example, my brother Tai just reached the peak of the martial insect realm, devoted to the martial path, his heart like iron and stone, unmoved by ordinary beauty. Hearing this, that man grew even more furious. Damn it. Ta was not pleased either. She was used to being adored. Yuang Tai trembled, brat, stop dragging me into this. Ta Thuong spoke up. Senior sister Ta, this Duong Tran is too rude. He should be expelled. Ta swept her gaze around. She walked straight to her seat. Ta sat down and said, senior brothers, senior sisters, junior brothers, and junior sisters, today we gather at 7 Plum Peak, enjoying the snowy plum blossoms while discussing the Tao over tea to improve together. We are all talents of the sword sect. According to tradition, martial cultivation cannot be isolated. I invite everyone to exchange insights so our martial path may advance further. He muttered regretfully, lacking good food and wine makes it a bit bland. The remark startled Yuang Tai, who feared more trouble. Yuang Tai was speechless. Why did I swear brotherhood with this guy? Ta waved her hand. Fellow disciples may freely discuss the Tao. Nguyen Tri Man suddenly stood up, his face full of anger. He pointed straight at Duong Tran. I am Nguyen Tri Man, 9th level martial insect realm. Duong Tran, do you dare fight? He muttered, you are Nguyen Tri Man. He replied arrogantly, that is right, do you dare accept? He retorted bluntly, Nguyen Tri Man, are you blind to my cultivation? Using 9th level to suppress 1st level and feeling proud, did our masters teach us martial virtue without teaching shame? When he looked up, he was startled to see the cold gazes around him focused on him. Dong Hong Tait explained, Duong Tran, the tea gathering has rules. Those of the same realm may challenge freely. If the gap is too large, one may refuse. A little embarrassment is nothing. Only then did he understand. That man never intended to fight. He only wanted to humiliate him. He asked, senior brothers and senior sisters, is it allowed for someone of lower cultivation to challenge and be refused? Yuang Tai laughed provocatively, that is right. There are 2nd and 3rd level martial insect realm here. 3 in total, choose one of them. He called out loudly, Tiu Kayat, help your brother teach him a lesson. Tiu Kayat stood and answered, Team Vo Kayat, 4th level martial insect realm, senior brother Nguyen Tri Man, do you dare? Hearing 4th level, Nguyen Tri Man expression changed, but he forced himself to say, of course. Yuang Tai sent a voice transmission. You told Kim Vo Kayat to challenge Nguyen Tri Man like this. Is that not asking for humiliation? Why? He replied, Brother Tai, watch carefully. Tiu Kayat is no ordinary person. He is a bright star. Yuang Tai widened his eyes. Bright star? What bright star? Why does that sound unfamiliar? Nguyen Tri Man laughed to tears. Are you serious? Kim Vo Kayat body surged with fiery aura. Do you really think you are guaranteed to win? The crowd burst into laughter, their eyes filled with disdain toward Kim Vo Kayat. He turned decisively, then strode straight onto the martial platform. Nguyen Tri Man sneered confidently. He still felt no fear. Truly foolish brat. If you can shake my martial insect battle diagram, I will admit defeat. He laughed provocatively. Nguyen Tri Man, do not celebrate too soon. It will be too late to cry. Yuang Tai listened with a head full of doubts. Could Kim Vo Kayat really defeat Nguyen Tri Man? Impossible. The gap in cultivation is too large. If it were only 1 or 2 levels, perhaps there would be a chance. Yuang Tai felt worried and regretted the earlier brotherhood, while he showed no panic and even some excitement. Kim Vo Kayat began to display his martial skill. Nguyen Tri Man frowned, dark attribute. Truly demonic. A mere 4th level martial insect realm dares challenge me, courting death. He immediately unleashed his own martial insect. A gigantic tree appeared. The crowd stirred. Fire mulberry martial insect. Nguyen Tri Man is truly formidable. It is said this type is 3 times stronger, close to lower profound grade. Kim Vo Kayat is doomed. Nguyen Tri Man shouted, come. He said, Kim Vo Kayat, remember my words. If you can make my martial insect battle diagram tremble, I will concede. I will not go back on it. Kim Vo Kayat glared. Stop talking nonsense, make your move. Ta crossed her arms and watched leisurely from above. Ta Thuong, who had lost before, sneered, "Look, that fool black battle diagram will surely be shattered." Green-haired woman scoffed. "Is he Duong Tran follower? Truly a block of wood. Duong Tran will lose face badly this time." The person beside her echoed, "Exactly. That dark thing might even get killed because of Duong Tran. Truly pitiful." Kim Vo Kiat ignored the chatter and continued pouring all his strength into his martial insect. A massive abyss gradually formed. Everyone stared in shock. Martial intent, martial soul radiance. Nguyen Tri-Man was stunned. "Am I seeing wrong? Impossible. How could he awaken martial intent?" Duong Tai witnessed it and was wide-eyed. This darkness and fire collided. Outwardly, Kim Vo Kiat martial insect was much smaller, but the power hidden within was astonishing. Seeing Kim Vo Kiat's strength again, Ta Thuong was furious. Ta was also stunned. She had not expected the underestimated brat to be such a rare genius. "If I can win over Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat, they will surely become great support for me." Ta calculated inwardly. He smiled smugly. "Senior brothers and senior sisters have been laughing at us." Yuang Tai gritted his teeth. "It is not only him who awakened martial intent. What are you proud of?" Nguyen Tri-Man screamed madly. "Why can that fool awaken martial soul radiance while a genius like me cannot? Is heaven blind?" Kim Vo Kiat continued to erupt with power, forming a gigantic vortex. Vortex seemed to pull Nguyen Tri-Man martial insect into it. Kim Vo Kiat shouted, "Collapse." Instantly, Nguyen Tri-Man martial seed was torn apart, then completely devoured by the black hole. Nguyen Tri-Man spat blood, his body thrown off the platform. Kim Vo Kiat withdrew all his power. He laughed loudly, driven off. Even 9th level martial insect realm is only this much. Then raised a finger in mockery. "This is the end of challengers. Anyone else want to try? Just do not exceed Tiu Kiat cultivation by too much." Ta Thuong roared angrily, "Duong Tran, what are you boasting about? You did not win. Do you dare come out yourself?" He turned and sneered, "O Ta Thuong, others stepping forward is understandable. What qualifications do you have? Even without using martial intent, Tiu Kiat can hang you up and beat you, and you still feel no shame." Ta Thuong was humiliated before the crowd and exploded in rage. A Ta expression immediately changed. Dong Hong Tight frowned. "This brat has a venomous tongue. Such a person will not go far. I suggest expelling him from the tea gathering." Ta pretended to mediate. "Senior brother Tight, calm down. Duong Tran may be stubborn, but he is first in his batch. Geniuses often have eccentric tempers." He had heard and turned to ask, "Who are you?" Duong Tai explained, "That is Dong Hong Tight, a direct disciple of the Dong Hong line, the sect master son, ranked 4th. He was startled, so he was the sect master son. He asked directly, "Dong Hong Tight, what is your cultivation?" Dong Hong Tight replied arrogantly, "2nd level Heaven Union Realm. What do you have an opinion?" He could not make a move and thought to himself, "Wait a few more years and we will see who subdues whom." Suddenly he stepped back and looked at Yuong Tai. "Brother Tai, stand up." Yuong Tai walked over to his side. "What is it?" He pointed straight at Dong Hong Tai. "Brother, can you bear to watch me be humiliated before everyone hit him?" Yuong Tai was startled when he heard that. He pondered in silence. He declared solemnly, "Dong Hong Yuong Tai, 1st level Heaven Union Realm, challenges Dong Hong Tai." Dong Hong Tai was astonished. "Yuong Tai, what are you doing?" Yuong Tai sighed. "Duong Tran is only 1st level martial insect realm, using 2nd level to bully him. Do you feel no shame? Heaven Union against Heaven Union. That is fair." Dong Hong Tai sneered, "Yuong Tai, you truly do not know life from death. Do you think I fear you?" He shouted in encouragement. "Brother Yuong Tai, subdue him, hit him hard." Kim Vo Kiat sighed. "If I were stronger, there would be no need for Yuong Tai to step in." Behind him burned the anger of Dong Hong Tai disciples. Ta pondered, why would Yuong Tai act for Duong Tran? Could it be he had been pretending to be weak? Yuong Tai immediately unleashed his martial seed, but Dong Hong Tai merely sneered. "So that is your martial seed battle diagram. I will broaden your horizons and show you what a true Scarlet Sun Golden Crow is." He snapped his fingers, and a gigantic bird appeared at once. He widened his eyes. "Is this a Heaven Union cultivator? Truly terrifying." He sneered provocatively, "Make your move, Yuong Tai. I also want to see what ability a branch genius like you has." Yuong Tai said nothing, and directly began casting his technique. That was Scarlet Sun Sword Art. The crowd behind gasped. "Impossible. Is that truly Scarlet Sun Sword Art? Its power is so terrifying." He grew excited. "This sword is truly formidable." Dong Hong Tai immediately shifted from defense to offense and used 3 flame command sword seal. The bird folded its wings and condensed into a blazing character. Ultimate technique White Ash Scorching Flame. Yuong Tai swung his flaming sword and blocked Dong Hong Tai attack head-on. Next came Heavenly Feather Sword. Immediately thousands of flaming arrows shot toward Dong Hong Tai bird. Crowd buzzed. Unexpectedly, Dong Hong Yuong Tai had cultivated Heavenly Feather Sword to the 100 Sword Rain realm with 100 streaks of sword light. Truly a mad swordsman with martial talent. Dong Hong Tight remained calm. Azure Jade Flame Sword escaped. Bird opened its beak and spat out a ring of fire. The ring of fire became a solid shield, completely blocking Yuang Tai 100 flaming arrows. Though Dong Hong Tight looked strong on the outside, inside he was extremely anxious. He had not expected to be forced to use his trump card so soon. Yuang Tai laughed confidently. Dong Hong Tight, the probing is over, now we fight for real. Yuang Tai aura kept surging upward. He frowned. What is this? Just looking at it feels uncomfortable. Everyone turned pale. What sword intent is this to be so terrifying? Divine sense cannot probe it. No record of such sword intent exists in the classics. Cold sweat broke out on Dong Hong Tai. Yuang Tai, what martial intent is that? How powerful is it? Yuang Tai laughed loudly. Traceless sword intent. As for its power, you will know soon. Dong Hong Tight snorted coldly and raised his hand to form a gigantic fireball. He was startled. True flame sphere martial intent. Provoked, Yuang Tai, use your full strength. I want to see how strong your traceless sword intent is. He poured all that power into his own martial seed to enhance it. Bird was immediately greatly strengthened. Dong Hong Tight roared. Yuang Tai, watch carefully. Every fireball is launched by it. Yuang Tai swung his sword in a circle, traceless sword intent erupting. He widened his eyes and aimed the sword intent straight at the center of the fireball. A heaven-shaking explosion rang out. Dong Hong Tight stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the scene before him. Before he could recover, he was easily counterattacked by Yuang Tai. Seeing the smug smile of his opponent, he grew even more furious. Yuang Tai continued swinging his sword. The two clashed fiercely again. Dong Hong Tight began to panic. His composure completely gone. Impossible. Yuang Tai aura blazed. Dong Hong Tight, admit defeat. He glared. Admit defeat. Are you dreaming? Yuang Tai said coldly, then do not regret it. He slashed his sword straight at Dong Hong Tight martial insect wing. The battle was effectively over, victory clearly leaning toward Yuang Tai. Yet the crowd was still dissatisfied and turned to curse him. This brat goes too far. If I were Yuang Tai, I would have slapped him. He sneered. What does it have to do with you? If you want a challenge, then speak. Let me choose. The three of us brothers are ready. Brother Tai, am I wrong? Yuang Tai could only shake his head. He patted his shoulder and urged, Brother Tai, you won by just one minor realm and still struggle. That easily breeds arrogance. You underestimated Tiu Kai. At 4th level martial insect realm, he only needs to breathe to suppress Nuyen Tri-Man at half-step Heaven Union. So do you see Tiu Kaiat being arrogant? His goal is true Heaven Union realm, to surpass a major realm and suppress opponents. Yuang Tai and the others widened their eyes. He pondered and nodded. That makes sense. He continued, Brother Tai, you must never be arrogant, otherwise others will look down on the three of us brothers. Suddenly a curse rang out from the crowd, truly disgraceful. He grew angry. Who was it? Everyone waved their hands in denial. It turned out to be Ta Thuong, Duong Tran. You are shameless, relying only on your mouth to deceive people. You only fooled Kim Vo Kiat and Dong Hong Yuang Tai. He could not endure it. Ta Thuong, I have given you face 3 times and you still want trouble. Ta Thuong stuck out his tongue and sneered. Duong Tran, you are only 1st level martial insect realm. Without those 2 brothers, you are nothing. He had to step out to uphold his reputation. I Duong Tran, 1st level martial insect realm, officially initiate a martial duel. Ta Thuong, please enlighten me. Everyone around was stunned. Only one thought in their minds, Duong Tran is insane. Yuang Tai whispered anxiously, Kim Vo Kiat, what are you doing? Kim Vo Kiat replied indifferently, why talk so much, just watch. Yuang Tai was angered by that attitude. Seeing Yuang Tai expression change, Kim Vo Kiat lowered his voice, Brother Tai, my brother is very powerful. Yuang Tai sighed, no matter how powerful he is still only 1st level martial insect realm. It be he has comprehended martial intent. Kim Vo Kiat, has he truly awakened martial intent? Kim Vo Kiat replied calmly, of course, my brother has comprehended more than one type of martial intent. Yuang Tai was dumbfounded. What? Ta Thuong laughed triumphantly. Brat who does not know life from death. This time I will certainly teach you a lesson. Duong Tran, you move first. He smiled. Senior brother Ta Thuong, you really want to teach me? Then do not hold back. Unfortunately, you will be disappointed. Then he summoned his martial insect, the flag he had subdued before. Ta Thuong was startled. This, what kind of martial insect is this? Yuang Tai recognized it. That is a supreme fire attribute martial insect. Ta Thuong was ignorant. Whatever martial insect it is, I am 5th level martial insect realm. The realm alone is enough to suppress you. He also immediately summoned his martial insect, a tiger with 2 long sharp fangs. Duong Tran, you are the challenger, make your move. I want to see what ability you have. Dug at his ear, glanced at Ta Thuong and said slowly, I am already too familiar with your little tricks. Since I kindly remind you, then you should strike early. If I make a move, I fear you will have no chance left. He laughed in contempt. Brat, you are truly scheming. Knowing you cannot win, so you plan to find a way out. Dream on, that will never happen. He had advised enough, but the other party still ignored him. He warned coldly, you threw away your own chance. Do not blame me later for showing no mercy. The two martial insects immediately charged, their auras erupting as they clashed fiercely. Struck first, unleashing soaring mountain sword stance. The flag swept forward, slashing straight toward Ta Thuong martial insect. The attack aimed precisely at the tiger throat. Ta Thuong roared angrily and instantly used blazing sun manual. Sharp longsword suddenly condensed into form. That sword pierced straight through his martial insect in an instant. The crowd discussed heatedly. Although Duong Tran possesses rare sword talent, he is only first-level martial seed and dares challenge young Master Thuong. Truly reckless. That sword move had decent power, yet was easily shattered by blazing sun manual. If it were reinforced by sword intent, it would not have ended so. Having a little skill yet becoming arrogant, defeat is inevitable. Yet Yuong Tai pondered secretly. Could what Duong Tran comprehended not be sword intent, but another kind of martial intent? He continued repeating the same move, still soaring mountain sword stance. The cold sword shot out once more. Ta Thuong shouted and released Azure Jade Flame Sphere. The two techniques collided violently, creating a powerful shockwave. No one expected the tiger-shaped martial insect to gradually fall into disadvantage against his sword stance. He sneered young Master Thuong. This is only the first move, and you already cannot endure. With this bit of strength you dare act arrogant. I admit you have some ability, but do not rush to concede. I have not had enough fun. Ta Thuong was furious to madness, grinding his teeth and cursing, Bastard, you are about to die yet still dare be smug. Watch my Scarlet Sun sword art. The tiger roared and launched a fierce strike at the flag. Immediately responded with soaring mountain sword stance, a gigantic sword shadow slashing out. Ta Thuong Tiger River Sword Martial Insect also refused to yield and used Scarlet Sun sword art to meet it. Two forces collided fiercely. Ta Thuong inwardly enraged. Could it be Duong Tran only knows this one soaring mountain sword stance? A loud explosion sounded in the air, shaking the platform. He mocked, your Scarlet Sun sword art is not yet refined. Do not bring it out to embarrass yourself. If you have something stronger, then use it all. Ta Thuong swung both palms and roared angrily. Duong Tran, do not be too arrogant. Raging conduction form was activated. The Tiger River Sword Martial Insect roared to the heavens. It then transformed into a blazing fire sword. Hong Hong Yuong Tai panicked and exclaimed, this is bad. This is Ta Thuong's strongest trump card. Soaring mountain sword stance may not withstand it. He merely waved lightly, and once again used soaring mountain sword stance. Colossal sword appeared, he shouted slash. The sword light instantly crushed Ta Thuong raging conduction form. The sword force continued forward, striking directly at Tiger River Sword Martial Insect. Sword light descended and struck heavily on its head. Ta Thuong spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. The scene left Dong Hong Yuong Tai and the others wide-eyed in shock. Only Kim Vo Kiat remained calm with a faint smile. Dong Hong Yuong Tai frowned and said worriedly, this is truly strange. On the platform, he declared calmly, you have lost. Though furious, Ta Thuong had no choice but to accept defeat and leave. Author Gyro stood and said, Duong Tran, you are quite good. I formally invite you to join 7 Plum Peak. The crowd immediately exclaimed in shock. What is going on? 7 Plum Peak is all female cultivators. There have never been male disciples. Kim Vo Kiat objected loudly. No, I do not agree. Everyone was stunned. What does Kim Vo Kiat mean? Could there be something between them? He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Senior Sister Ta, I am sorry. I cannot accept your invitation for now. Hearing this, Ta Thur Jio face darkened at once. She covered her face and pretended to be pitiful. Duong Tran, are you despising me? That sentence enraged the crowd below. They all scolded him for being ungrateful and hypocritical, truly excessive. Cold sweat broke out on him, inwardly sighing that this woman was truly hard to deal with. He awkwardly explained, Senior Sister Ta, we are not even family, why go to such lengths? Ta Thur Jio softened her voice. Junior brother Duong, is there some misunderstanding between us? If I am wrong, I am willing to apologize before everyone. He pondered and said, Senior Sister Ta, accepting your invitation is no different from becoming Dao companions. That is not impossible, but you must agree to one condition. Ta Thur Jio was briefly stunned, her eyes flashing. Then she said joyfully, fine, speak. What is the condition? He explained slowly, everything has order. I already have a Dao companion. If you do not mind, you may become a concubine. I welcome you to join Hong Dam Peak. Crowd could only break into cold sweat while looking at him. Ta Thur Jio roared in fury, Duong Tran, Do not think that because you are on Dong Hong Mountain I cannot touch you, despicable brat, not only ungrateful but daring to insult me. I will surely kill you. He quickly replied loudly, Senior Sister Ta, you misunderstand. I am completely sincere. Absolutely no intention to insult. That explanation only drove her madder. She shouted, get lost, leave here at once. If you dare then never leave Dong Hong Mountain for your entire life. He was frightened and thought that if he left the mountain, this woman would surely hunt him down. Scratched his head and laughed. Senior Sister Ta, think more broadly. My cultivation is still low. May I ask what realm you have reached? Ta Third Gyro sat down and replied coldly, this young lady is already 9th level Heaven Union realm. What, do you want to challenge me? Wiped sweat, smiled stiffly, and raised his thumb in praise. Impressive, truly impressive. This brat is 18 this year. May I ask how old Senior Sister is? Ta Third Gyro replied indifferently, 9 years older than you. He winked and grinned, Senior Sister, dare you bet with this brat? Oh, she darkened her face and asked, bet on what? He raised 3 fingers and said loudly, 3 years, Senior Sister. In 3 years I will challenge you to a life and death battle. Surely you are not afraid to wait. Ta Third Gyro was furious to madness and shouted, Duong Tran, make a martial heart oath. 3 years later a life and death battle. Before everyone he declared, in 3 years I will challenge Ta Third Gyro, life and death at our own risk. Glanced at her and said, Senior Sister Ta, I gained quite a lot this year. In 3 years I take you as my goal. I will not disappoint you, thank you. On the way back, Kim Vo Kiat reminded him, brother, that woman is not simple. Her killing intent is too heavy. We must be careful in the future. He replied, Tiu Kiat, I know, but with my current cultivation I cannot confront her directly. So I deliberately angered her to arrange a duel 3 years later. Kim Vo Kiat still worried, but only 3 years. What if she enters Purple Palace by then? Answered confidently, Tiu Kiat, rest assured. I once entered Great Hidden Secret Realm. Absorbing innate purple chi from indestructible remains is not easy. No matter how monstrous her talent is, she cannot enter Purple Palace within 3 years. Let her use all her methods. Kim Vo Kiat laughed. Indeed, it seems that woman only has 3 years of peace left. Dong Hong Yuang Tai walked behind them with a dark face. He thought to himself, befriending these two who do not know the immensity of heaven and earth may not be good. Turned back and smiled, Brother Tai. From now on you are the elder brother of us two. Dong Hong Yuang Tai turned pale and asked, can this matter still be discussed? He patted his shoulder and said, what does elder brother mean? Kim Vo Kiat clapped happily, that is great. Dong Hong Yuang Tai sighed helplessly, Duong Tran, Ta Third Gyro has extremely outstanding martial talent. Even some sword sect elders may not surpass her. She often cultivates with elders and is said to win more than lose. Her strength is formidable. Are you sure you will still have a chance after 3 years? Kim Vo Kiat replied calmly, what is there to worry? As long as within 3 years I step into Purple Palace. When the 3 years arrive, that will be her doomsday. Dong Hong Yuang Tai asked in surprise, on what basis are you so certain? Kim Vo Kiat answered confidently, based on my unique Kakata martial talent. He frowned and added, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Hearing him mention awakening more than 1 martial intent, he immediately interjected. What? Dong Hong Yuang Tai cried in shock. Surely not sword intent, explain clearly. All are martial intents. Is that all? He raised his hand and began counting. First is Shadow Escape Dark Attribute martial intent. Dong Hong Yuang Tai pointed with trembling finger. You are truly not human, is there more? Next is Earth Attribute Defensive martial intent. Dong Hong Yuang Tai exhaled. So it is defensive martial intent. That type is acceptable. Rongko Cave. Dong Hong Yuang Tai asked curiously, Duong Tran, you always carry a sword on your back. From our first meeting I saw you with that black sword. Could it be no ordinary treasure? He nodded. Correct. This Mu sword is indeed a treasure. Although only a sword embryo without inscribed formations, its aura is extraordinary. Ordinary formations are unworthy of it. Dong Hong Yuang Tai exclaimed, your luck is truly good. Come then, I will lead you inside. 3 walked deeper into the cave together. He looked around and suddenly stopped, revealing surprise. Dong Hong Yuang Tai explained, Zio Chen, Zio Kiat, this is Rongko platform. It is said to be a dark inscribed treasure, with formation patterns that gather heaven and earth's spiritual chi. I usually sit here to cultivate. Hearing the word treasure, his eyes immediately shone as he stammered, a good treasure. He pointed and asked, Brother Tai, what exactly is the origin of this Rongko platform? Dong Hong Yuang Tai replied, it is said to be an inheritance from ancient times. As for the details, I am not very clear. He smiled ingratiatingly. Brother Tai, let us discuss it. Can you give this Rongko platform to me? Dong Hong Yuang Tai shook his head awkwardly. No way, brat. Do not look around. This is property of the sword sect. Whoever dares to claim it will be severely punished. He put on a crafty look. Is that so, Brother Tai? Do you want to comprehend a second martial seed? Dong Hong Yuang Tai was startled. a second martial seed. He patted his chest and boasted, "Brother Tai, I have a mysterious secret art that can open several extremely special martial intents." Dong Hong Yuang Tai widened his eyes and shouted, "What?" He stammered, "Is that true? Brother Tai, what is our relationship? We are brothers. How would I dare deceive you?" Hearing that, Dong Hong Yuang Tai slung an arm around Kim Vo Kaya and said urgently, "Then let us swear brotherhood first." Fine. After saying that, Dong Hong Yuang Tai immediately set up an incense altar. The three clasped hands and swore, "Today with our souls as witness we become sworn brothers in life and death, until death do us part." Dong Hong Yuang Tai laughed. "Zio Chen, I will call you that. Quickly tell me what that secret art is. It sounds strange." He scratched his head and explained, "This secret art has no name. I obtained it by chance. Tiu Kayat can testify. If you do not believe me, just ask him." "Hey Tiu Kayat, is your brother telling the truth?" Kim Vo Kayat smiled. "How could it be false?" Dong Hong Yuang Tai asked again, "How long did you two cultivate in great hidden secret realm?" He replied, "Less than 3 hours." Kim Vo Kayat said shyly, "Even less for me, not even half an hour." Hearing this, Dong Hong Yuang Tai jumped up. "Tiu Kayat, go home. I will follow Zio Chen. Quickly follow me." Dong Hong Yuang Tai, and he sped toward the entrance of the secret realm. Van Trung Tiu Nguyen asked in surprise, "Duong Tran, were you not invited to senior sister Ta tea gathering? Why are you not going?" He replied calmly, "I already went. All fame seekers and profit chasers, boring, better to cultivate." Van Trung Tiu Nguyen said doubtfully, "Is that so?" but inwardly thought, could it be he lost in martial combat and left in embarrassment? He watched blankly as the two figures departed. That moment Dong Hong Tait stormed in angrily and shouted, "Move aside. Do you not see me?" Van Trung Tiu Nguyen hurriedly saluted respectfully. "Senior brother Tait." Dong Hong Tait glanced disdainfully. "Who are you?" "I am Van Trung Tiu Nguyen of the Van Trung family. Did senior brother Tait not attend 7 Plum Tea Gathering?" Hearing tea gathering, Dong Hong Tait eyes widened and his face turned ugly. He snorted and left. Van Trung Tiu Nguyen thought, "Why is everyone so strange today?" At Great Hidden Secret Realm, as soon as the two arrived, they discovered a skeleton. Dong Hong Yuang Tai touched the bones and said, "Zio Chen, I came here before. This skeleton is not fire attribute. I vaguely feel familiar. Quickly use your secret art to check whether it has fire attribute martial intent." He said happily, "Brother Tai, this spot is secluded and no one will disturb us. Today we brothers may strike it rich again." He placed his hand on the skeleton. He immediately sensed a special aura. He exclaimed, "Sacred Light Luan." He thought inwardly, this must be the bones of a young Sacred Light Luan, born inheriting great Sacred Light Flame, each one unimaginably powerful. Dong Hong Yuang Tai asked anxiously, "How is it, Zio Chen? Did you find anything?" He laughed loudly, "Brother Tai, this time we truly struck it rich." Dong Hong Yuang Tai asked excitedly, "Struck it rich? Quickly say it. What martial intent did you find?" He shook his head. "No martial intent, none at all." "If there is no martial intent, why be excited?" He said smugly, "But I found something even more precious than martial intent." Dong Hong Yuang Tai asked in shock, "What is it?" Continued, "Have you heard of Great Sacred Light Flame?" He frowned in thought. Great Sacred Light Flame. It sounds familiar. Laughed in disdain. "How rustic, you must have heard of Sacred Light Luan." Dong Hong Yuang Tai pointed with trembling voice. "Sacred Light Luan, could it be this?" "Zio Chen, is this truly Sacred Light Luan bones?" He affirmed confidently, "Yes, these are Sacred Light Luan bones, unfortunately of a young bird." Dong Hong Yuang Tai stammered, "Divine fire. Is it divine fire? But how do we extract the divine fire?" He looked at him and asked, "Brother Tai, do you feel your heart racing?" "What are you talking about?" He teased, "Do not be anxious. I have a way. Today we will share the great sacred light flame." Dong Hong Yuang Tai asked in astonishment, "Zio Chen, do you truly have a way?" "Of course," he replied smugly. He urged impatiently, "What are you waiting for? Hurry." He raised his hand, and black true chi spread around him. Sacred Light Luan's skeleton trembled slightly as if awakened. The flames were triggered. Then his black chi wrapped around each spark from Sacred Light Luan. In moments a sphere of flame gradually condensed. Dong Hong Yuang Tai stammered, "This truly is great sacred light flame." He shouted, "Brother Tai, why are you still standing there?" At that moment flames erupted from Dong Hong Yuang Tai body and rushed toward great sacred light flame. He immediately began absorbing the terrifying fire source. His hands trembled violently as he said urgently, "Elder brother, hurry. I cannot hold it much longer." Dong Hong Yuang Tai shouted, "Endure a little more." Soon the flames were completely absorbed. Collapsed exhausted to the ground, Dong Hong Yuang Tai hurriedly called Zio Chen. Dong Hong Yuang Tai helped him up and asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" He panted, "I am fine, just that my divine sense is over-depleted, almost exhausted." Dong Hong Yuang Tai took out a pill. "Then it is fine. Zio Chen, this is Star Mark pill. It can quickly restore divine sense." He swallowed the pill and asked in surprise, "Star Mark pill? There is such a pill. Very rare, my father personally refined it." He also took out the remaining great sacred light flame and began slowly refining it. He turned and said happily, "Brother Tai, from now on our fire attribute true chi will be the same, both azure flame true chi." Dong Hong Yuang Tai exclaimed excitedly, "Zio Chen, this azure flame true chi is too terrifying, 10 times stronger than my previous heavenly sun true chi." The yang divine beast bones suddenly burst into intense flames. Seeing this, he thought, within these divine beast bones there is still a drop of sacred light Luan essence blood called divine blood. Unfortunately, I cannot extract it now. Dong Hong Yuang Tai said happily, "Zio Chen, many thanks to you." He smiled in reply, "Brother Tai, since we are brothers in life and death, there is no need for courtesy." Not long after the two returned to the cave dwelling. Inside echoed continuous deep rumbling sounds. Dong Hong Yuang Tai suddenly halted, his face filled with unease as he hurriedly asked what exactly had happened. A surge of dark true energy suddenly erupted violently. Kim Vo Kiat strained with all his might, struggling to grip the pitch-black staff in his hand. Dong Hong Yuang Tai and Duong Tran stared wide-eyed in horror, unable to believe why everything had turned into this situation. Kim Vo Kiat still risked his life, channeling his strength to suppress it. Duong Tran anxiously asked, "Tai Ji, what should we do now?" Tiu Tran, stay calm. If nothing unexpected has occurred, then that black staff is a rare ancient weapon. Its rank is certainly not low. Tiu Kiat is using all his strength to subdue it. We absolutely must not interfere or disturb him now. We can only rely on his own ability. Duong Tran's face darkened as he asked, "Tai Ji, is there a protective restriction inside this cave dwelling?" Dong Hong Yuang Tai shook his head and explained, "It is not a restriction array, merely an illusion array used to isolate this place from the outside world." At that moment, black energy mixed with dirt and stones swirled and scattered in all directions. A martial spirit shaped like an elephant with 4 enormous tusks slowly appeared. The elephant martial spirit continuously extended its trunk, frantically absorbing the dark true energy. Dong Hong Yuang Tai exclaimed in shock, "Tiu Tran, is this Tiu Kiat's martial spirit? The aura is truly terrifying. How have I never heard of it?" Duong Tran thought to himself, Grandpa once instructed Tiu Kiat to manifest his martial spirit only in life and death situations. It seems his identity is absolutely not simple. Could it truly have been just a coincidence that he was picked up? Kim Vo Kiat's martial spirit continued devouring every strand of black energy. Seeing that scene, Dong Hong Yuang Tai stammered, "Spy spiritual energy." Tiu Tran, that is spiritual energy. You saw it clearly. It must be spiritual energy. Duong Tran burst into hearty laughter. Even a fool can have fortune. This kid's luck is truly heaven-defying. We just obtained the great saint Radiant Flame, and he is even more exaggerated, directly obtaining a spirit artifact. Only then did Kim Vo Kiat gradually regain his senses. He stammered as he spoke, Tai Ji, ah." Dong Hong Yuang Tai laughed loudly. "It is fine, Tiu Kiat. What exactly happened? Why did you take such a risk?" Kim Vo Kiat recounted honestly, "Tai Ji, I was cultivating when the ancient platform beneath my feet suddenly rose up, and a strange black staff appeared. Unexpectedly it went mad and absorbed my true energy and spiritual sense. I resisted with all my strength, and in the end had to manifest my martial spirit to subdue it." Dong Hong Yuang Tai immediately asked excitedly, "Then is it a spirit artifact?" Kim Vo Kiat scratched his head and replied, "I'm not too sure. I only know that after subduing it, I sensed an ancient aura. The guidance only recorded that this staff is named Akin. It did not clearly state whether it is a spirit artifact." Duong Tran's eyes shone brightly as he said, "It is a spirit artifact, Tiu Kiat. Since it has a spirit, then it is most likely a spirit artifact. Only the name sounds a bit unpleasant. Why call it Akin?" Kim Vo Kiat looked at his palm and said in a low voice, "The spirit seems to be injured. It needs to absorb more dark energy to awaken." Duong Tran shook his head and laughed, "Tiu Kiat, it seems you will be busy in the future. Although Akin is a spirit artifact, over time it will certainly become a burden, but obtaining a spirit artifact is already a great opportunity." Dong Hong Yuang Tai eagerly suggested, "Today is truly an auspicious day. The 3 of us brothers have all gained something. It is still early. I have wine. We might as well drink to our hearts' content." The 3 of them raised their cups together and drank every last drop. After a while, the wine jars were empty. Total, they had finished 5 large jars of wine. Suddenly, Duong Tran felt his consciousness pulled into a strange space. He reached out to touch a floating purple sphere. A surge of purple-black spiritual energy suddenly burst out from the sphere. Strands of rolling lightning instantly enveloped Duong Tran. Before his eyes stood a towering, massive stone stele. Walked closer to the stone stele. Suddenly, a black hole appeared and pulled Duong Tran inside, causing him to shout in alarm, "What is going on?" Purple lightning continuously coiled around Duong Tran's body. Lightning radiance emanated from a small piece of stone. Men clutched his face and cried out in pain. Duong Tran murmured a mantra, 3,000 world sovereigns, the capital of heaven as chief. Thunder moves through all phenomena. None dare disobey the command. comprehend the righteous thunder seal, named civil and martial. Capital Heaven Civil Thunder Seal unifies the righteous generals of the great heavens. Capital Heaven Martial Thunder Seal capable of destroying evil darkness. Men was secretly astonished. He did not expect this pearl to be a heavenly pearl. The thunder world inside was truly domineering. It is a pity that I still cannot fully control this pearl. I can only comprehend a portion of the martial skill. Duong Tran smiled excitedly. This martial skill is divided into two types of thunder seals. The Capital Heaven Civil Thunder Seal stands at the head of righteous power, while the Capital Heaven Martial Thunder Seal is the nemesis of darkness. If I cultivate both, then I would be nearly invincible. After thinking it through, he immediately sat down and entered meditation to cultivate. A strand of lightning appeared in his hand, startling him. This is the Capital Heaven Divine Thunder. He laughed loudly. I did not expect that I could already control the Capital Heaven Divine Thunder. There can be no further delay. Let me carefully sense it. Suddenly Duong Tran spat out a mouthful of black blood. Kim Vo Kiat looked at Duong Tran in panic and asked, "Gee, what happened to you?" Hong Yuang Tai also called out in confusion, "Tiu Tran." He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and waved his hand, saying it was nothing. There was a small mistake during cultivation just now. There is no need to worry. It is good that it is nothing. Tonight stay at my place to rest and stabilize yourself. Min curiously asked, Tai Ji, is there any place in Dong Hong Mountain suitable for cultivating dark power? Dong Hong Yuang Tai replied briefly, Van Thuong Valley. Duong Tran was stunned and asked again, Van Thuong Valley, is that not the place used to temper martial heart? Vo Kiat also asked in confusion, Tai Ji, why can Van Thuong Valley cultivate dark true energy? Dong Hong Yuang Tai explained, you two did not know. Van Thuong Valley is famous for having countless reward stones. At the end of each year it is often shrouded in black mist. The atmosphere is gloomy, that is why. Duong Tran's eyes lit up brightly. Reward stones. That is right, reward stones are rare treasures. It is said that refining a large piece can absorb pure dark power equivalent to refining 100 million low-grade spirit stones. Kim Vo Kiat said happily, gee, after we leave Dong Hong Mountain we must go to Van Thuong Valley. After that the two brothers also began descending the mountain. On the road two people saw them and sneered, oh, is that not Duong Tran? Why is he in such a hurry? He probably has no face left to stay on the mountain. Truly a fool, daring to offend senior sister Zhu and shamelessly demanding a life-and-death battle. I heard he even implicated Dong Hong Yuang Tai. Anyone who gets involved with him will be unlucky for 8 lifetimes. Hearing this, Kim Vo Kiat trembled with anger. Geez, those people are too much. He replied calmly, just a group of clowns jumping about. There is no need to care. Tiu Kiat, in the next few days I will enter the scripture pavilion to choose a staff martial skill for you. Since you already have the vicious staff spirit artifact, you should specialize in staff techniques from now on. Kim Vo Kiat said in surprise, gee, I already have a yellow rank 2nd tier martial skill. My current cultivation is still in the martial insect realm. That staff technique is enough for now. Min laughed loudly. Are you still being polite with me? You Kiat, we cannot compare ourselves to those ordinary people. Even if you master all yellow rank martial skills, their power is limited. It is acceptable in the martial insect realm. But what about the Heaven Union realm or the Self-Talisman realm? Every martial skill requires time to comprehend. If there is an opportunity to cultivate a profound rank skill, then there is no need to cling to yellow rank. Kim Vo Kiat still asked hesitantly, gee, if I take your martial skill, then what will you do? My soaring sky sword art. I have nearly comprehended the second move completely. Do I still lack martial skills? After that, the two brothers continued chatting as they walked. Suddenly, Duong Tran frowned tightly. He was startled and shouted loudly, Tiu Kiat, be careful. Kim Vo Kiat cried out in fright. He shouted, Tiu Kiat, move away quickly, then immediately executed the shadow escape martial intent. Attack struck directly at the spot where Duong Tran had just been standing, exploding with a loud rumble. The person who had just appeared said in a daze, how did he suddenly disappear? The sword sect deacon is about to appear. It seems this plan has failed. As soon as he finished speaking, that man leaped into the air and quickly vanished. That moment Duong Tran suddenly revealed himself. He gritted his teeth and thought, Zhu Thurjiao, you brought this upon yourself. You were the one who provoked me first. When regret comes, it will already be too late. Kim Vo Kiat said angrily, gee, it must be the assassin sent by that woman Zhu Thurjiao. Curled his lips into a cold smile. This is my first time seeing a woman so vicious at heart. Since she dared to act first, do not blame me for striking back. At this time, the assassin was still hovering in midair. Suddenly, a gigantic hand seized him. A voice thundered, "Zhuo Thin Enhan of the Zhuo family, your courage is truly boundless. Do you know this foolish act could cause the entire Zhuo family to be exterminated?" Zhuo Thin Enhan cried out in terror, "Great Elder, I was bewitched. I deserve death. But the Zhuo family members are truly innocent." Great Elder roared in fury, "Do you even believe those words yourself? Innocent? How can there be so many innocent people in this world?" The Great Elder's eyes widened, filled with terrifying killing intent. After that, when Duong Tran turned back, he saw everyone walking out together. Old man Gongton sighed and said, "You two boys are not obediently cultivating on the mountain. Now what trouble are you trying to cause again?" He scratched his head and replied with a grin, "We have been cultivating diligently. We just missed everyone after not seeing you for a long time." Cao Chan-o said sternly, "Enough. We are preparing to go to the auction to compete for the Heart Manual. You two come along as well." Min asked curiously, "What auction? What is the Heart Manual?" Inside the auction hall, the steward stood on the stage and smiled, welcoming all distinguished guests. This auction, aside from special items, also accepts payment with spirit stone. The first item is an ancient array inscription. After appraisal, it has existed for more than 5,000 years. It belongs to the fire attribute. Its lowest grade reaches high profound rank. Its function is unknown. The starting price is 100 spirit stones. Voices immediately rang out below the stage. 100, 120, 150 spirit stones. Duong Tran secretly assessed that there were quite a few fire attribute cultivators in Dong Hong Sword Sect. A high-grade, profound rank array inscription was enough to make them compete fiercely. Yet strangely, no Heaven Union Realm cultivator appeared. Gongton Vo Enhai looked at him and said, "Tiu Tran, the path of arrays is boundless and profound. Ba Kuang once mentioned you have talent. If you have time, you should study it more. That array inscription may be high-grade, profound rank, but it has many flaws. It is only suitable for research." Duong Tran sighed inwardly. This auction is truly dull, bringing out such items without any proper selection. The steward continued, introducing the second item. After appraisal, this is an extremely rare ancient wood heart tome of the wood attribute, containing high-level wood energy. If a wood attribute cultivator refines it, his true energy will transform. The starting price is 100 spirit stones. Crowd below immediately shouted, 100, 150, 300 spirit stones. Old man Gongton directly bid 1,300 spirit stones. The old man beside him refused to yield and called out 1,400 spirit stones. Old man Gongton continued raising the price, 2,300 spirit stones. Duong Tran wondered inwardly, could this item truly be so valuable? Thinking so, he immediately circulated the heaven-devouring scripture. Duong Tran's gaze focused on that pile of wood attribute treasures. He instantly sensed something unusual. What exactly is this evil aura? He hurriedly spoke, "Grandmaster, this wood heart tome is very strange. Do not buy it." "Is something wrong?" Min replied in a low voice. "Inside the ancient tome is an extremely evil source of darkness. It is very dangerous." Gongton Vo Enhai frowned and said, "Darkness? Then I must obtain it even more." Inside Thien Ba Kuang's residence, Duong Tran asked worriedly, "Master, has your cultivation fully recovered?" Thien Ba Kuang shook his head and said, "How could it be so easy? Fortunately, I have you. Otherwise, the Great Elder would have forced me to hand over the Soul Radiance Stone." Min waved his hand and said, "It should not come to that." Thien Ba Kuang continued, "Soul power is extremely difficult to restore. Even with the Soul Radiance Stone, I have recovered less than 50%. Fortunately, the Sword Soul and Martial Seed have recondensed." Cao Chan-o mocked with a laugh, "Brat, are you blind? It was said the one leading the Demon Sword platform receives the best cultivation resources. Why are you still at first-level Martial Insect Realm? Look at Tiu Kayat. He is already 4th-level Martial Insect Realm." Gongton Vo Enhai also frowned. "Half a year has passed. Tell me how exactly you have been cultivating." Duong Tran laughed and replied, "Tiu Kayat is not an outsider besides." Thien Ba Kuang glared and said, "If you do not give me a convincing reason today, do not think of escaping from old Kao's hands." Duong Tran broke into a sweat and said, "Master, I awakened another martial endowment, so it slowed my progress. Having good talent is not my fault." The old men immediately asked in unison, "What martial endowment did you awaken now? Speak quickly." Min scratched his head and replied awkwardly, "Earth attribute." Gongton Vo Enhai stroked his beard and pondered, "Earth attribute. Earth attribute heavenly Tao masters are extremely rare. Experts of this attribute are said to be very skilled at preserving their lives. If you awaken a legendary Earth attribute martial intent, then it would be perfect." "Very well, let us old men see your battle martial seeds." Duong Tran replied awkwardly, "Grandmaster, Tiu Kayat and my martial seeds have only recently condensed, and have not been strengthened. Manifesting them may not be appropriate. Cao Chan O said sternly, battle martial seeds are the foundation of combat strength. Let us see so we can give you some guidance and help determine your future strengthening direction. Min turned and said, Tiu Kayat manifested. Imvo Kayat obediently replied, yes. A surge of black power suddenly erupted. Immediately after, a dark tree appeared. The three old men were simultaneously shocked. This is Tiu Kayat. This is a martial seed condensed from the origin of darkness. Imvo Kayat withdrew the martial seed and nodded in confirmation. Cao Chan O excitedly slammed the table. Good, very good. Thien Ba Kwong widened his eyes and asked, could this be a supreme martial seed? Cao Chan O became even more pleased. Tiu Kayat, Sword Sect has many high-level martial skills. You must choose one suitable for fusion. Your martial seed will become even stronger. As Duong Tran was grinning smugly, Thien Ba Kwong shouted, what are you laughing at? Where is your martial seed manifested? If it is inferior to Tiu Kayat, then forget about Ling Zai. Gongtan Vo Enhai angrily slammed the table. What kind of master are you? You cannot even teach Tiu Tran properly. Duong Tran laughed loudly and replied, with Grandmaster personally guiding me, how could my martial seed be weak? At least it is equal to Tiu Kayat's. Grandmaster looked, a flame suddenly appeared. Asked blankly, this is. The moment Thien Ba Kwong saw it, he sprang up, clutching his chest in shock. Old man Gongtan shouted, at your age you still lose composure. Do you want a beating? Thien Ba Kwong hurriedly explained, Master, Tiu Tran's martial seed is burning a strand of my divine sense. Gongtan Vo Enhai exclaimed in shock, what, impossible? After speaking, he lightly pointed a finger. A surge of flame instantly burst forth and struck directly at Duong Tran's pillar of fire. Gongtan Vo Enhai asked in astonishment, how exactly was your martial seed condensed? Not only has it fused 3 origins, but it also contains 2 forces I cannot probe. What are they? Hearing this, Duong Tran was secretly startled. This old man's eyes are truly sharp. Cao Tran O sighed. Clearly, after coming to the mountain, you encountered a great opportunity. I must admit, Sword Sect is indeed generous. In this regard, the Dich Fuong royal clan is far inferior. Gongtan Vo Enhai sighed. The eastern land under the rule of the Dich Fuong royal clan is truly a disaster. If you two have the chance, you must change this situation. Do not forget, we are all people of the eastern land. Thien Ba Kwong laughed heartily. If we could destroy the Dich Fuong royal clan and let the eastern land merge into Sword Sect, that would be excellent. The eastern land does not lack talent, only an environment for growth. At this moment at Hong Dam Peak, Duong Tran froze upon discovering a gigantic dragon lying before his eyes. He stared wide-eyed at it, sleeping so soundly that its tongue was hanging out. Seeing that foolish appearance, he hesitated and asked, Is this Tiu Hak? Kimvo Kayat also gaped. It is really Tiu Hak. Min secretly suspected. Could Tiu Hak truly be a descendant of the Zhen Wu Sword Emperor? Suddenly streams of black energy erupted around Tiu Hak. After a long night, it stretched and stood up, then opened its mouth in a huge yawn. Then its gaze slowly shifted to the side. Tiu Hak jumped in fright upon discovering the Duong Tran brothers had been sitting beside it. It was so startled that it lost balance, and its massive body tilted to one side. With a loud splash, it fell straight into the lake, water spraying everywhere. Tiu Hak flailed in panic, its 2 wings beating wildly without pause. After struggling for a long time, Tiu Hak finally crawled ashore. It looked at its huge body in alarm and barked loudly, woof, 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 woof. Duong Tran's face darkened at the sight. He shouted loudly, you are unbearably noisy. Hearing that Tiu Hak was so frightened, it hurriedly covered its beak with its claws. In its mind, it fantasized that once it grew stronger, Lord Hak would use chains to bind that devil Duong Tran. Beat him once every day. No, twice a day. Then Duong Tran kicked it. It angrily jumped up and barked loudly, woof, woof, woof. Seeing that insolent attitude, Min was displeased and struck Tiu Hak several times, causing it to clutch its head and howl miserably, woof, woof. Duong, no, master, please stop hitting me, sob, sob. Hearing that, Duong Tran was startled and thought, could this fellow have gained intelligence? Not only can it speak human language, but it can also transmit voice with divine sense. Duong Tran sat down and said, Tiu Hak, I will not hit you anymore, but you truly lack discipline. After only a few days apart, you dare talk back to me. What exactly happened for you to become like this? Tiu Hak looked at him trembling and said, Master, I have awakened bloodline power. Min asked in surprise, bloodline power. Tiu Hak stammered, I do not understand it clearly either. Duong Tran propped his chin in thought, then asked, Tiu Hak, have you obtained a cultivation technique yet? Tiu Hak said happily, yes, master. My technique is called tie-dye method. What is the tie-dye method? Tiu Hak began gesturing as it explained this and that. Duong Tran looked at it and thought, why the other parts all resemble Zhen Wu Sword Emperor, yet its mind is so different. Be that Zhen Wu Sword Emperor once made some mistake with a dog like Demon Beast, which resulted in Tiu Hack. Thinking of this, Duong Tran burst into loud laughter, clutching his stomach, leaving Tiu Hack completely confused. Min then asked, "Do you know how to fly?" Tiu Hack replied blankly, "I do not." Duong Tran angrily shouted, "If you do not then train, start now." After speaking, he kicked Tiu Hack into the air, cried out in fear, "Woof, woof, woof, woof." Kim Vo Kiat stood below cheering, "Tiu Hack, keep it up." In its panic, Tiu Hack unconsciously flapped its wings and managed to fly. It thought it must absolutely not sign a contract with that man. Perhaps it should seize this chance to escape. No, what if he has other tricks? Better wait until I grow stronger before deciding. Thinking so, Tiu Hack landed before the Duong Tran brothers. Min said cheerfully, "Tiu Hack has improved. We cannot fall behind either. Tomorrow we will go to Van Thuong Valley." Next morning, Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat headed toward a deep mountain ravine. Kim Vo Kiat asked in surprise, "Is this Van Thuong Valley?" Min replied, "It is my first time here as well. It should be below." Suddenly an old man approached and asked, "Is this your first time coming to Van Thuong Valley?" He pointed down into the ravine and said, "Below is Van Thuong Valley. When descending, you must firmly grasp the black cloud vine. If you sense anything unusual, then stop. The deeper you go, the stronger the illusion array becomes. Once drawn in, no one can save you." Duong Tran stared blankly at the pitch-black ravine before him. He asked Deacon, "Are there reward stones in Van Thuong Valley?" "There are reward stones, but they are very hard to obtain. Only by luck can you encounter them. Could it be that you both cultivate darkness? This attribute is rare in Sword Sect." The two brothers looked at each other and burst into laughter. After that, both of them slid down the vines. Duong Tran looked into the distance and saw only black mist and white bones obscuring his vision. Seeing the dense black mist rolling over, he reminded, "Tiu Kiat, be careful." Suddenly a gigantic bird opened its mouth and lunged straight toward me. Sharp fangs shot forward like lightning. Duong Tran immediately circulated the heaven-devouring scripture. He sighed with emotion. The illusion array is truly formidable. No wonder the reward stones are precious. They are indeed difficult to obtain. Suddenly he noticed something below and hummed softly. A reward stone protruded from the cliff wall. Duong Tran happily landed and exclaimed that he had struck it rich. He then began collecting the stones one by one. He thought inwardly that today's harvest was great. He only wondered how much Tiu Kiat had obtained. Duong Tran tugged the black cloud vine and said, "Let us return." Kim Vo Kiat waved happily and called out, "G." Duong Tran asked Tiu Kiat, "How many reward stones did you get?" 167 pieces, G. This time we truly struck it rich. For me, it is equivalent to more than 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. By the end of the year, I should be able to break through to the high insect realm. Duong Tran nodded and said, "A cultivation environment like Sword Sect is extremely rare. We have benefited greatly. If we have the chance, we must bring glory to Sword Sect." Kim Vo Kiat clenched his fists and said firmly that he would never forget he is a disciple of Dong Hong Sword Sect. "Oh right, G. Let us go to the scripture pavilion. You must help me choose a suitable staff technique." Duong Tran smiled and agreed. At the scripture pavilion, a deacon holding a token asked curiously, "Are you the top of the new cohort?" Duong Tran replied unhappily, "Does it not look like it?" The man returned the token and said, "First level martial insect realm, truly hard to believe." Hearing that, Duong Tran snatched back the token and laughed. The two of them stepped up the stairs together. Duong Tran stepped forward and respectfully greeted the two seniors. An old man glanced at him and shouted, "Brat, you chose the right time, take it." Min asked in surprise, "Senior, I came to choose a martial skill. Do I have to pay?" The old man immediately tapped him on the head with his staff. Then he scolded that as a newly entered disciple he dared mention money. He had guarded the scripture pavilion for years and never heard such a thing. His courage was not small. Duong Tran rubbed his head and hurriedly apologized, "Senior, I was truly disrespectful." The old man slowly said, "Identity token." Duong Tran handed over the token and suddenly understood. After opening the door, the old man turned back and warned that the third-floor martial skills are different from ordinary spirit slips. There are annotations beside them. If not certain, it is best not to casually flip through them. The stone door slowly opened. Duong Tran stepped inside. He scanned around searching. Glowing image sword seal, new flame sword finger, fire cloud steps, molten flame art, great gallop blade formula, arduous staff technique. Suddenly he noticed a technique emitting faint black energy and hummed softly. Star Fury, ancient battle skill, extremely powerful seal, Insufficient strength cannot break it. Forcing it will damage the body. This item belongs to darkness attribute and is only for the destined use with caution. Chen reached out and lightly touched the spirit slip. He exclaimed in surprise, this is heaven-devouring scripture within Duong Tran suddenly began to circulate on its own. A dragon-shaped phantom appeared above. Duong Tran picked up the spirit slip, and purple nether true energy protecting his body instantly erupted. Black energy coiled around his arm. Min cried out in shock, what is happening? Duong Tran thought that this thing is indeed extraordinary, but this is not the place to study it. Better take it back first. He turned and said to the old man guarding the door that he chose this one. The old man glared and said, Brat, do you know how precious the third-floor martial skills are? Yet you dare choose so casually. Duong Tran asked in surprise, Senior, am I not allowed to choose? I choose, the old man sighed and said, did you not read the description carefully? Although it is an ancient battle skill, its grade is unknown and it is sealed. Forcing it will destroy the spirit slip. If damaged, can you compensate? Lightly, you will be punished. Heavily, you will be expelled from the sect. Think carefully. Duong Tran scratched his head and said, Senior, I feel it has great affinity with me. The old man shouted that affinity is nonsense. According to sword sect rules, he may only take it back to study for 1 month and must not damage it. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Chen said happily, thank you, Senior. I will certainly not damage it and will return it on time after 1 month. The old man merely snorted and sighed helplessly. Vo Kayat ran over and asked, Gee, how was it? Did you choose a staff technique for me? Duong Tran awkwardly shook his head and said no. Kim Vo Kayat sighed in disappointment. Duong Tran explained that there is the arduous staff technique, and it is top-grade profound rank, but he did not choose it. Kim Vo Kayat asked in astonishment, why did you not take it? Min folded his arms and smiled. I found a battle skill far more formidable, likely much stronger than arduous staff technique. Kim Vo Kayat asked, half believing, is that true? Duong Tran patted his shoulder and said they would talk after returning. At this moment at Hong Dam Peak, Duong Tran took out the spirit slip and instructed to carefully sense whether there is a seal inside. Kim Vo Kayat took the spirit slip and nodded, frowned and said the dark energy is very heavy, strange and extremely eerie. Then he put down the spirit slip. Duong Tran suggested that he use the heaven-devouring scripture to try sensing it. As soon as he entered, he was blocked by a certain force. He summoned the demonic dragon martial spirit and said it seemed he must take a risk. Only then did the heaven-devouring scripture slowly infiltrate the spirit slip. A rebounding force erupted and shook Duong Tran. The seal on the spirit slip was lifted, and it fell to the ground. Duong Tran said, Tiu Kayat, the seal is open, see what is inside. Kim Vo Kayat picked up the spirit slip and examined it. Surge of power shot straight from the spirit slip into his head. Kim Vo Kayat's whole body trembled violently. Seeing this, Duong Tran thought that Tiu Kayat must have sensed something to react so strongly. Kim Vo Kayat's eyes reddened as he turned and said, Gee. Duong Tran hurriedly comforted him to calm down and speak slowly. Kim Vo Kayat took several deep breaths to steady himself. Then he said in a low voice that this is a divine ability, a divine battle skill. What Min cried out in shock. Duong Tran held his chest and asked again, Tiu Kayat, are you certain it is truly a divine ability? Kim Vo Kayat nodded. Duong Tran immediately took it and said, let me see. He used his spiritual sense to probe deep into the spirit slip. Before his eyes appeared an old man holding an axe named Star Fury. The minor world Star Fury symbolizes the anger of a world, domineering and unmatched. The destined one must cultivate carefully. If successful, please remember me. This seat is Martial Emperor, Taoist of the Wengxia Middle Realm. Duong Tran thought that it is indeed a true divine ability. He handed the spirit slip to his junior brother and instructed that the Star Fury divine ability is not ordinary. It must be comprehended carefully and without haste. If anything feels wrong, stop immediately and go to Van Thuong Valley to temper the martial heart first. Duong Tran also sat down and said that the two brothers would cultivate together, and after some time, they would settle accounts with Zhu Thurjiao. That hateful woman should just wait. At this moment at that my peak, Duong Tran walked while thinking, I wonder what the special treasure at that my peak is. He walked to the front of a large stone house. In the blink of an eye, he was already standing before the gigantic stone door. Duong Tran reached out and pushed the door. In the distance, an object was floating and glowing. He exclaimed in surprise, what kind of treasure is this? As he spoke, he reached out and caught the pill. This is a demon core, Duong Tran stammered. He thought that this array inscription must be related to the master of that my peak, Zhu Thurjiao. If he touched the demon core, it would certainly alert her. After hesitating for a moment, Duong Tran still reached out and seized the pill. Immediately afterward, he executed the shadow escape martial intent. His figure instantly vanished from the place. Duong Tran hid behind a tree and thought in surprise, why is there no reaction from the Zhu family? At Hong Dam Peak, he proudly showed off, Tiu Kayat, look what I got. Kim Vo Kiat asked in surprise, gee, where did you get that? Duong Tran tossed the demon core in his hand and laughed. That might peak. But strangely, after stealing their treasure, the Zhuo family did not react at all. Kim Vo Kiat looked at him and said, gee, the Zhuo family has already been exterminated. Min asked in disbelief, is that true or false, Tiu Kiat? Where did this news come from? Kim Vo Kiat explained that it is true. It is said that a great figure from Dong Hong City came to the Zhuo residence. Aside from Zhuo Third Gyro, who is unconscious, all members of the Zhuo family have disappeared. Duong Tran raised his hand to sense, and thought that it seems a great figure at least from the Phi Can level made a move. He slung an arm over his junior brother's shoulder and laughed. Tiu Kiat, since the threat from the Zhuo family has vanished, we can cultivate in peace. When the year-end Eastern Land Martial Academy Grand Ceremony arrives, the two brothers will shine together. At the Eastern Land Royal Capital, crowds surged in to participate. The atmosphere was extremely lively. Various large and small forces appeared one after another. Kim Vo Kiat said enthusiastically, gee, this time our momentum must not lose to anyone. Duong Tran nodded and replied, of course. Suddenly Dich Tiu Khan appeared and shouted angrily, Duong Tran, where is Duong Tran? Come out here. Dong Hong Yuang Tai teased upon seeing this. Tiu Tran, so you two know each other, could there be something between you? And she looks very angry because of it. When Dich Tiu Khan saw Duong Tran, she shouted, Duong Tran, I have finally seen your true face. Truly an ungrateful wretch. Min's face darkened. Dich Tiu Khan, explain yourself clearly. How am I ungrateful? Dich Tiu Khan grew harsher as she spoke. You are not only ungrateful, but also shameless, despicable, filthy, and vile. Min Yenjiang said coldly, Dich Tiu Khan, do not rely on your father being the Eastern Land ruler to speak recklessly. Does your father know you are acting so arrogantly? If you do not explain clearly today, this matter will not end. Dich Tiu Khan replied loudly, first, calling you ungrateful has reason. My master Dong Quach the Kai holds great power. He promoted you and even gave you the single wood token. Because he cherished your talent, he opened a rare shortcut for you. Yet you betrayed Eastern Land. Is that not ungrateful? Duong Tran angrily replied, are you sick? Did Dong Quach the Kai not tell you the reason? If you want to accuse me, then ask your father, ask your master, ask your brother Dich Thien Kai first. Now get lost. I do not want to see that face again. Hearing this, Dich Tiu Khan screamed, Duong Tran. Dong Hong Yuang Tai stepped forward to mediate, young lady. If the Eastern Land ruler is dissatisfied with us, we can leave the city or even return to the estate. Hearing that, Dich Tiu Khan turned and left. Dong Hong Yuang Tai continued, let us go to the Eastern City and visit the most famous hot pot house in Eastern Land. Today we will broaden our horizons. Duong Tran replied briskly, let us go. At Vo Quan Divine Tower, Dong Hong Yuang Tai asked, who will enter first? Duong Tran suggested, Taiji, you go first. Your strength is the greatest. If you gain nothing, then it will be even harder for us. Dong Hong Yuang Tai stepped forward and placed his hand on the door. A flash of light appeared on the door. Black smoke spread out, and a passage opened for Dong Hong Yuang Tai to enter. Someone clapped and laughed. Everyone, I open a bet, wagering that senior brother Yuang Tai surpasses Dich Thien Kai and reaches the third floor. Who follows? 2-to-1 payout. Someone responded, I bet 5 spirit stones, me too. Not long after Dong Hong Yuang Tai returned, everyone hurriedly asked, Taiji, how was it? Dong Hong Yuang Tai sighed. Only the second floor, what a pity, just a little short. The crowd immediately surrounded him and asked what was inside. What restrictions were there from first to second floor? Did he obtain any treasure? Dong Hong Yuang Tai waved his hand and said he could not speak. Duong Tran thought that this ancient tower indeed has strange rules. Those who enter cannot reveal its contents. Tiu Nguyen Lan squeezed forward and said, let me try. 3 minutes later, Van Trung Tiu Nguyen staggered out. He smiled bitterly and said that he could not even pass the first floor. Everyone exclaimed in shock that the first floor is already so difficult. Kim Vo Kiat suggested, let me try. Shortly after, he also walked out in a daze. Everyone crowded around and asked, Kim Vo Kiat, did you reach the second floor? Did you succeed? Kim Vo Kiat hesitated and said that he almost broke through the second floor. Dong Hong Yuang Tai praised, Tiu Kiat, very good. Tiu Tran, only you remain. If you also cannot enter the second floor, then. Duong Tran smiled confidently and said, watch me. After speaking, he stepped inside. Inside was a spacious chamber. Duong Tran looked around and was inwardly astonished by the abundance of treasures. His eyes shone brightly. This time he truly struck it rich. A voice sounded, young human, before challenging the floors you must swear with your soul. Aside from stating the floor reached, you must not disclose anything else. If you violate it, your soul will be burned. Duong Tran thought that this must be the spirit of the Vo Quan Divine Tower. How strange that an ancient spirit guards the Eastern Land Royal Capital. Thinking so, he asked, may I ask, Senior, are you the spirit of the Divine Tower? Voice sighed that it has been 100,000 years. You are the third to recognize my identity. Little fellow, only 4th level martial insect realm, yet how did you see through it? Duong Tran replied that he had encountered spirit artifacts before, and the one who entered before him was his brother who holds an ancient spirit artifact. The spirit asked curiously, what spirit artifact? Dragon imprisoning staff. Upon hearing this, the spirit cried out in shock, dragon imprisoning staff. Truly the dragon imprisoning staff. Swear first, starting from the 1st floor. Today I am in a good mood and will lower the difficulty. If you pass the 5th floor, I will continue speaking. Very well, Duong Tran raised his hand and swore that aside from stating the floor reached, he would not reveal anything else. If violated, his soul would be burned. Immediately, a flaming chair appeared before Duong Tran. Voice sounded that the oath is effective and the game begins. Each floor you may choose only one item to break the restriction. Failure will expel you. Success advances you. Fire Guardian Lamp is a low-grade, profound rank fire attribute treasure. Duong Tran exclaimed in surprise that such a fire attribute treasure is merely an item for a pill attendant to sit on. Placed his hand on the chair. Fierce flames instantly engulfed his body. Duong Tran immediately executed the shadow escape martial intent. He leaped away and the flames were extinguished. A barrier passage appeared beside him. Duong Tran breathed lightly and said that the 1st floor is already so dangerous. Who knows how terrifying the 2nd floor will be? Before his eyes appeared a massive cauldron. Duong Tran placed his hand on the cauldron to examine it. He discovered it is the astonishing cauldron refined by a great venerable, a treasure for storing pills. Any pill below Saint grade can be preserved forever. Duong Tran broke into a cold sweat at the sight. Suddenly, a scene of devastation appeared before him. A powerhouse shrouded in black energy stood, while 2 others lay on the ground. They had been killed by that person's own hand. Duong Tran shouted in shock, heaven slaughter. He immediately unleashed a move, soaring mountain sword stance. The illusion shattered, and the cauldron reappeared before his eyes. Duong Tran thought resentfully that this spirit actually used illusions to test him. He sighed to himself that it is all due to strength. There is nothing to resent. The door leading to the next floor slowly appeared. Duong Tran stood stunned in disbelief. What exactly happened? Could it be that he truly failed? He rubbed his forehead in thought. So this is how it feels when a powerhouse controls inner intent. For now, he would take this cauldron first and consider the rest later. Min moved close to the door, inwardly wondering what awaited on the 3rd floor. Before him stood a cabinet with 5 boxes arranged on 5 different levels. Duong Tran examined them carefully and deduced that the 5 boxes bore 5 colors corresponding to the 5 true energy attributes. Could the treasures inside match the attributes? I mainly cultivate fire attribute. This box should be easiest for me. After saying so, he reached toward the red box. Then he directly opened its lid. The moment the box opened, fierce flames erupted instantly. Witnessing this, Duong Tran could not help but feel shaken. Heavenly Radiance Fire Gourd. It is actually the rare Heavenly Radiance Fire Gourd, capable of containing all types of earthly fire and even nurturing them. Duong Tran laughed in delight and said softly, excellent. Voice suddenly rang out, impossible. This boy's divine sense is already about to be refined. Min struggled to control the power within the box, while inwardly cursing that this restriction is truly extraordinary. Suddenly, the box emitted a cracking sound. Duong Tran breathed a sigh of relief. It counts as a success. The flames surrounding the box gradually faded. A door leading to the next floor slowly appeared. Duong Tran smoothly stepped into the 4th floor. But the space within this floor was strangely empty. He immediately called out loudly, Spirit Artifact Senior, are you here? Why is there nothing in this place? Min muttered blankly, what kind of cursed place is this? Outside, the crowd kept discussing. Duong Tran has been inside for more than half a quarter hour and has not come out. What a waste of talent. Perhaps we should leave first. If he comes out, he can return on his own. Waiting like this is pointless. We still need to stroll the lively streets. Hong Hong Yuang Tai said coldly, you may go back first, Vo Kiat, and I will wait a bit longer. Then he turned and asked, Tiu Kiat, are you not worried? Vo Kiat smiled and replied, no need. My elder brother will surely go even further, perhaps even surpass the 3rd floor. Dong Hong Yuang Tai stood stunned in thought, true or false. What exactly is that brat doing inside? At the same time, Duong Tran cried out in alarm, Spirit Artifact. What do you mean? Release me at once. Spirit Artifact sighed softly. Duong Tran laughed placatingly. Spirit Artifact Senior, you finally appeared. Where is this place? It does not resemble a normal trial at all. This is the lowest floor. Min broke into a sweat and explained, Spirit Artifact Senior, I am absolutely not an evil person. I cultivate righteously and have never done wrong. The Spirit Artifact said coldly, boy, spare me the nonsense. If I say you are evil, then you are evil. Do you have objections? Min burned with anger inwardly. This This spirit artifact has been abandoned too long, and its mind has gone wrong. He still patiently negotiated. Spirit artifact senior, please look carefully. I truly am not evil. The spirit artifact spoke slowly. I am the spirit of the Star Tower. My fame resounds across realms. After waiting here for so many years, I finally encountered one with talent and a temperament that can be tempered. I choose you. Duongtran smiled and asked, Spirit Artifact Senior, how long have you been here? Merely 100,000 years. Boy, do you have any ambition? During this, Duongtran replied confidently that although his current cultivation is low, he wishes to surpass all limits so that heaven and earth can no longer bind his steps. Stop, the spirit artifact shouted, then sighed and said that in truth the boy has no grand ambition. He only hopes not to be bullied and to have strength to protect those by his side. Spirit artifact continued, boy, have you ever heard of Qi Tower? Never. Mean shook his head. The spirit artifact explained that the Vo Quan Divine Tower you saw is Qi Tower, and I am its spirit. Since my previous master fell, I have been alone for 100,000 years, and you are the successor I have chosen. The spirit artifact continued, boy, now do you understand what heaven-defying fortune means? Duongtran exclaimed in shock, could this truly be? Enough, tell me your name. I am called Vin. You may address me as Elder Vin. Mean smiled and replied, Elder Vin, I am Duongtran. Qi Tower must contain many treasures. Spirit Artifact answered that to obtain the treasures here, he must personally break the restrictions. Duongtran immediately nodded in agreement. Duongtran, Qi Tower is a mid-tier spirit artifact. With your current strength, it is still insufficient. To refine it, at the very least, you must reach the Harmony Realm. For now, establish an artifact pact with me. A formation circle suddenly appeared beneath Duongtran's feet. He looked at the sphere before him and asked, Elder Vin, how do I establish the artifact pact? A blood pact will suffice. Duongtran dripped a drop of his blood onto the sphere. Spirit Artifact said the blood pact is complete. But when Qi Tower emerges, it will shake heaven and earth. After you leave, I will choose the proper time to seek you. After that, Duongtran stepped out of Qi Tower. As soon as Kim Vo Kiat saw him, he happily spoke. Duongtran asked, Tiu Kiat, why are only you and elder brother here? Where are the other senior brothers? Kim Vo Kiat smiled and explained that they all left, thinking he had encountered trouble. It was quite amusing. Donghong Yuangtai spoke. Tiu Tran, quickly tell us which floor you reached. Duongtran raised 3 fingers and smiled. Only the 3rd floor. Matters concerning Qi Tower I will keep secret and reveal to no one. Donghong Yuangtai patted his shoulder and said that he had heard how formidable 13th Master Dich Thien Kai is. Standing before this heavenly crowned divine tower, he could not lose to his own brother. Kim Vo Kiat's eyes were filled with admiration. Jej is truly amazing, making Duongtran laugh happily. Donghong Yuangtai put an arm around Duongtran and said, tomorrow is the It Baien ceremony. Let us return and rest first. The next day, everyone gathered before the gigantic statue. Dich Vo Fang stepped forward. He smiled and said, Brother Hao Chen, could it be that the outstanding talents beside you are all experts for this year's Demon Sword Platform Grand Ceremony? Chen laughed loudly and replied, correct, aside from one who could not attend. The remaining 20 powerhouses are all present. Dich Vo Fang said politely that today the Eastern Land Martial Academy is established. His attendance is a great honor. Later, he hopes the geniuses of Sword Sect will offer guidance to the new students, so they understand there is always someone stronger. Hao Trin nodded and said that is fine. At that moment, Dich Vo Fang suddenly flew into the air. He loudly announced that today is a day to be recorded in history. The Great Eastern Land Martial Academy is officially established. On behalf of billions of Eastern Land beings, he thanked Sect Master Dong Hong for gracing them. He believed Eastern Land Martial Academy will surely produce countless geniuses, even some who step into the outside world and make Eastern Land renowned. Loud cheers rose from below. Dong Quach the Kai continued that next is the most exciting part, the Medicine Mansion Gate. Kim Vo Kiat tilted his head and asked what exactly is the Medicine Mansion Gate. Dong Hong Yuangtai explained that Medicine Mansion Gate selects outstanding geniuses from all Eastern Land counties. Through martial competition, they enter the Martial Academy and become the first group of students personally instructed by the Son of Heaven. Dich Vo Fang descended and smiled. Brother Hao Chin, today is both the Martial Academy's auspicious day and the grand gathering of Eastern Land youth. How does it compare to your Demon Sword Platform Grand Ceremony? Hao Chin narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. Dich Vo Fang, this cannot be compared at all. It is entirely different in level. Moreover, it seems you are not well liked either. Even your Eastern Land geniuses have been leaving one by one. After speaking, he laughed mockingly and added that according to his and the elders, Judgment Duongtran, whom he oppressed, is a Purple Mansion genius. If fortunate, he will witness 3 Purple Mansion talents of Sword Sect emerge. The crowd immediately buzzed. What? Who is this Duongtran mentioned by Sect Master Hong? A purple mansion genius. Unbelievable. From the exchange of the two giants it is clear there is hidden truth. Yet no one knows who Duong Tran truly is. Sword Sect has produced another heaven-defying genius. Vo Fong smiled disdainfully and said, Brother Hao Qin, whether Duong Tran qualifies as a genius need not be discussed. Even if he truly has talent, he must grow first. Seeing this, Dich Thien Kai clapped and laughed loudly. I did not expect Duong Tran to be so outstanding now. Then let him compete with our Eastern Land noble clan geniuses and bring glory to the Medicine Mansion Gate. He continued, Tam Tin, your cultivation is 5th level martial insect realm, one realm higher than Duong Tran. But since he is this year's Demon Sword Platform champion, a simple exchange is not excessive. Tam Tin pointed straight ahead. Duong Tran, today let us exchange blows, so I may see what ability the Sword Sect leader possesses. Duong Tran merely smiled calmly, his chi and blood steady, completely unconcerned. Feeling slighted, Tam Tin angrily shouted, Duong Tran, do you dare fight or not? Min shook his head and smiled faintly. Brother, you are not yet qualified to challenge me. But Duong Tran, you are too arrogant. Do you know where this is? Truly a damned brat. Dich Thien Kai curled his lips in a cold smile. Duong Tran, according to you, what qualifies as worthy to challenge this year's Demon Sword Platform champion? Duong Tran replied calmly that if it is merely sparring then, as the champion stepping out at the very beginning would be too dull. Dich Thien Kai laughed. Very well, since that is so, let another Sword Sect genius step forward. Min turned and said, Tiu Kayat, you go. Vo Kayat was startled and pointed at himself. Duong Tran looked at him and instructed that his cultivation slightly exceeds the opponent, so act lightly. It is only sparring. Remember, it is sparring. If he injures the opponent, he will be punished to walk back to Sword Sect. Dich Vo Fong frowned and said, Duong Tran, what do you mean? Kim Vo Kayat is already 9th level martial insect realm. Min smiled confidently and replied, 13th master. Kim Vo Kayat is my younger brother, both 19 years old. What is inappropriate about him stepping forward? Tiu Kayat is obsessed with martial arts and enjoys sparring to learn. If this one is not suitable, then among those under 25 of yours, send anyone you wish. Dich Thien Kai shouted loudly, a Fuong, step onto the stage. Understood, both sides quickly stepped onto the martial platform, setting their stances in preparation for battle. A Fuong immediately manifested his martial spirit, a ferocious, gigantic black serpent. Duong Tran rested his chin on his hand and observed, this kind of martial spirit. That man smiled confidently and asked, what is your martial spirit? Vo Kayat replied calmly, that depends on whether you are capable enough to force me to manifest it. The crowd instantly grew furious. Who is this man? Is he out of his mind? He is clearly courting death. Duong Tran shook his head helplessly. It seems he unintentionally taught little Kayat badly. HMPH, a Fuong inhaled a cold breath. Immediately after, he directed his martial spirit to charge forward. Dong Fuong Ung Tai cried out in shock. This is a poison technique. You are seeking death. A Fuong roared angrily. A pair of gigantic claws instantly descended straight toward Kim Vo Kayat's head. Kayat, Dong Hong Ung Tai shouted in alarm. Little Kayat, black aura spread and covered the entire martial platform. Kim Vo Kayat still stood motionless without the slightest injury. A Fuong trembled and said it was impossible. My poisonous claw fused with the black serpent's deadly venom. Even a mid-stage Harmony Realm expert would be severely injured. How could you be completely unharmed? There was not even the slightest reaction. Rage, Kim Vo Kayat shouted softly. A gigantic hand condensed into existence. What is that? Everyone cried out in shock. All of them were stunned. Stop, Dich Thien Kai hurriedly shouted. Hearing this, Kim Vo Kayat immediately withdrew his aura. Dich Thien Kai frowned and said, there is no need to continue. Dich Thuong simply cannot withstand this move. Impossible, the crowd discussed among themselves. How could this be? That punch looked quite ordinary. Dich Thien Kai continued. Kim Vo Kayat, what martial technique is that exactly? Even an Earth-rank martial skill would struggle to reach such power. The power of that fist technique is truly astonishing. Kim Vo Kayat scratched his head silently. Dong Hong Hao Qin spoke up. Thien Kai, that is merely a fist seal called Stellar Fury Demonic Fist, an ancient inheritance of the Sword Sect. I only passed it to this boy not long ago. I did not expect his comprehension to be so fast. To actually cultivate the first fist seal already, truly a monstrous talent. Dich Thien Kai frowned and said, your Sword Sect is indeed generous. This is not an ordinary Earth-rank martial skill. Dong Hong Hao Qin laughed loudly. To be honest, our Sword Sect does not lack martial skills. It is just that sword techniques require more focus. Stellar Fury Demonic Fist is a high-grade Earth-rank fist technique of the sect. Not many can cultivate it successfully. Consider this boy to have gained a small advantage. Since the sparring is over, let this conclude the opening act here. Dong Hong Hao Qin said with a smile, good. Next we shall go and see the Medicine Palace Gate of your Eastern Soil Martial Academy. Everyone moved together. The two Duongtran brothers stepped into Dong Hong Hao Chin's chamber, smiled and said, "Come, please have a seat. Where did you obtain your Earth-rank martial skill from?" Kim Vo Kiat replied, reporting to Sect Master. "The Stellar Fury Fist technique was discovered last year by my brother and me within a secret realm in Thien Nam, where we encountered divine ruins and obtained it. After cultivating for a full year, we have only just entered the beginner stage." Dong Hong Hao Chin smiled and nodded. "Not bad. This proves your brotherly pair has deep fortune. The Thien Nam secret realm is no ordinary place. Thien Nam Martial Academy is also a long-renowned academy of the Eastern soil. Still think it is slow to reach the beginner stage of an Earth-rank martial skill in 1 year. Haha, the Sword Sect has never obstructed disciples from their fortunes, and will even heavily reward them. Your reward will be discussed with the Supreme Elder after returning to the sect. But remember, do not grow arrogant. The Eastern soil is only a small corner of the vast Eastern River. Outside there are countless existences, far beyond your imagination." He pointed toward Duongtran, "You boy as well." He cupped his fists and replied, "Sect Master, we will certainly remember your teachings. Will not disappoint the Sect Master's expectations." The next day, Dich Vo Fong sat on a stone chair. Duongtran saw him and thought to himself, compared to yesterday, there seemed to be 3 additional seats, still placed beside Dich Vo Fong. "Vo Fong, could it be that people from Eastern River have arrived?" Suddenly, a flaming phoenix appeared in the sky. It circled above Duongtran's head. Dich Vo Fong immediately flew up to greet them. "Welcome, honored sirs, to your arrival." 3 figures descended from above. A man waved his hand and said, "You are the master of the extreme East with such strength." Dich Vo Fong hurriedly smiled and replied, "My lord, I am the king of Eastern soil. Please halt. I can also represent this region in receiving you." "No need," that man said coldly. "Is not the master of extreme East the Dong Hong Sword Sect? Why has it changed hands? Could it be that the Dong Hong Sword Sect has declined?" Dong Hong Hao Chin hurried out and said with a smile, "My lord, I am the current sect master of the Dong Hong Sword Sect." "That is perfect then. I have an announcement to make." The girl beside him stepped forward and said, "Uncle, the king of Eastern soil is now the master of extreme East. Miss Ngan Hoa, you must have heard about the previous negotiations of the 4 directions. I have been ordered to return to extreme East to activate the entrance of the secret realm. This is a major matter. As far as I know, the master of extreme East has always been the Dong Hong Sword Sect." Ngan Hoa smiled and replied, "Uncle may not fully understand the current situation. Now in extreme East, more than half of the territory belongs to the Eastern Soil Kingdom. As for the Dong Hong Sword Sect, it occupies less than 1/3. Moreover, Eastern Soil has produced an outstanding genius. My father even intends to accept him as a personal disciple." "That is right. His father is currently the king of Eastern Soil." That man said coldly, "Ngan Hoa, I am rather curious. Who exactly is capable of catching your discerning eyes like this?" "Koi, come here, hurry over here," the girl called out loudly. Dong Hong Hao Chin thought in surprise. So behind Dich Vo Fong stands the backing of Tai Hoa Sect. He said angrily, "My lord, our Dong Hong Sword Sect has guarded extreme East since ancient times. 100,000 years of inheritance without interruption. Today the esteemed superiors of Eastern River descend to open the entrance of the secret realm, the cultivators of Dong Hong. Our sword sect earnestly hopes for such an opportunity. Therefore please entrust the entrance of the secret realm to both of your factions to oversee. The only request is to strictly protect the Grand Formation. If it is destroyed, it will likely be difficult to have a similar opportunity in the future. Moreover, the great figures above may very well be angered by this matter." "Many thanks, my lord." The two cupped their fists together. He stroked his beard and continued, "Upon arriving, I have conducted a preliminary investigation. The entrance of the secret realm currently lies within a small, nameless valley. The surroundings are almost unremarkable. A bit farther away is a small city named Thien Cot City." Dich Thien Kai immediately said, "My lord, opening the entrance of the secret realm will surely consume considerable energy. Below is the royal city of Eastern Soil. Please allow us to host you properly. It will also allow you to better understand the customs of Extreme East." "No need." He turned away coldly. "I will wait for you at the small valley outside Thien Cot City. In less than a month, the entrance Grand Formation can be handed over." Dong Hong Hao Chin flew up and said, "Dich Vo Fong, this major matter requires me to immediately return to the sword sect to handle it. Then we shall part here for now." He flew toward a cave. Chen followed and said, "Sect Master, you are no longer young. Why are you still so hot-tempered? That is not good, trust me. The sky has not fallen." He smirked and said, "Let this old man guess. Judging by your expression, it does not seem like bad news. It must be a major matter. There has been nothing significant in recent years. Could it be that you have taken a fancy to some widow in Dong Hong City? Yet you fear it will affect your reputation fortune and thus feel troubled. Dong Hong Hao Chin glanced at him with disdain and said, "Old he, do not mix serious matters with nonsense. It is about the secret realm. Eastern River Secret Realm. The entrance at Extreme East is about to open. If it opens, then it opens," he said indifferently. But then, realizing the severity, he shouted, "Damn it, why is it opening so soon? Decided on such haste, damn it, old he. Could it be that the Eastern River Secret Realm specifically opens its entrance at our Extreme East? Is this ultimately good or bad?" He stroked his beard and said, "Benefits and dangers intertwine. Hao Chin, the Eastern River Secret Realm having an entrance grand formation at Extreme East is naturally an opportunity for the elite disciples of the Sword Sect to enter and seek fortune. But at the same time, it is also a great trouble. Eastern River is vast beyond measure, with countless monstrous geniuses. Each time the elite disciples of the Sword Sect enter, whether they can return alive is hard to say. As far as I know, in Eastern River, there are quite a few Harmony Realm geniuses capable of slaying Purple Palace cultivators. Remember, slaying, not merely matching them in combat. Does our Sword Sect currently have such a person?" What Dong Hong Hao Chin broke into a cold sweat and cried out. In reality, those so-called geniuses of Extreme East, when entering the Eastern River Secret Realm, alone seeking fortune, preserving their lives is already difficult. Dong Hong Hao Chin stroked his beard and said, "It seems you must choose the candidates to enter with great care, and also issue orders. Have them act in teams, and try to stay far from places with divine ruins." Hao Chin, compared to the future troubles, the Eastern River Secret Realm opening its entrance at Extreme East still brings immense benefits. At least our Sword Sect will soon produce a few more Purple Palace cultivators. Eastern River Secret Realm is an excellent place, with countless ancient ruins. Even the most ancient divine ruins contain vast amounts of innate magnetic energy. Therefore, you must carefully consider the first group to enter. Dong Hong Hao Chin smiled and said, "Old he," on the way back. Old he shook his head and said, "That woman was born with a rebellious nature, truly innate. Do you really intend to let her lead the team?" Old he, "Is that truly so?" Dong Hong Hao Chin cried out in alarm. "If you do not believe it, then just wait and see. You can completely verify my judgment." Dong Hong Hao Chin frowned. "We absolutely cannot let her enter the Eastern River Secret Realm." Old he shook his head again and said, "No. Why stop her, when the heavens reign and a mother wants her daughter married? If you stop her once, then what? Can you stop her a second time?" Dong Hong Hao Chin scratched his head. "Then who should be chosen? Dong Hong Ung Din is also not bad. Choose him." Inside the Cultivation secret chamber, spiritual energy suddenly appeared. "It really has found its way here," Duong Tran thought in shock. "What, this is spiritual energy?" Kim Vo Kiat cried out in alarm. "The spiritual energy spoke, boy. Which sect are you in to be able to conceal yourself from a venerable?" Duong Tran replied, "This is my sect, the Dong Hong Sword Sect, Vin Lao. Before long, our Extreme East will open the entrance to the Eastern River Secret Realm. When that time comes, can you enter with me?" Vin Lao said, "Going is possible, but this Eastern River Secret Realm is dangerous. Traps are everywhere. Are you certain you can manage?" Duong Tran smiled and said, "The Eastern River Secret Realm, still not qualified to block my path toward invincibility." Vin Lao, upon seeing this, said, "Very well, this old man will accompany you on this venture." After speaking, he nodded in agreement, and transformed into a stream of black aura, directly entering Duong Tran's body. He turned to look. Kim Vo Kiat said, "Little Kiat, is this not the boundless divine tower?" Kim Vo Kiat was stunned. "Big brother is truly formidable, little Kiat. The senior within this tower has an important matter to discuss with me. You step outside first. Help me stand guard." Kim Vo Kiat obediently rose and left. Vin Lao manifested again and said, "Boy, explain your current situation clearly, aside from your divine sense and bloodline." "I know nothing else." Duong Tran smiled and scratched his head as he recounted. "Since childhood, I lived in a poor and desolate small city. Before I could even grow up, my relatives disappeared. After misfortune struck my family, I was left alone until now. Later, I encountered an unreliable master, to the point my martial soul was crippled. If I had not risked my life to help him obtain the hidden soul's supreme treasure, I fear he would still be a cripple to this day. But my grandmaster was rather decent. Not only did he guide me, soaring sky sword art, he even prepared a sword for me." Duong Tran continued enthusiastically. "Unfortunately, it is only an ordinary wooden sword. I still look forward to the day it awakens its spirit, even awakening sword intent." Vin Lao said, "Chen boy, having such a grandmaster is a great blessing. You know what material this wooden sword is made of? It is seeking sun wood, extremely rare. Especially for fire attribute cultivators, it is a coveted supreme treasure, because once it awakens, it can sense earth fire. even the aura of heaven and earth within a certain range. Duong Tran asked in confusion, Vin Lao, seeking sun wood is that formidable? Then it surely will not be easy for my wooden sword to awaken its spirit, right? Vin Lao replied. Indeed, it is not simple. It depends on your fortune. Duong Tran smiled awkwardly and said, Vin Lao, until now I have only cultivated one sword technique. Do you have any suitable sword skills there? Vin Lao answered, Chen boy, I truly do not have sword arts, let alone martial skills. Hearing this, Duong Tran sighed in disappointment. Vin Lao asked, what realm are you currently in? Then pointed and reminded, do not be arrogant. The foundation of martial cultivation is extremely important. Perhaps you do not understand now, but if your foundation is not solid, you will certainly regret it in the future. He frowned and said, Chen boy, I still do not know the quality of your true qi, comprehension, and cultivation method. Tell me everything. If they are too poor, then it is truly a waste of time. We must think of another way. Duong Tran replied awkwardly, Vin Lao, my cultivation method does not need to be changed. My martial soul carries it inherently. I personally feel it is very good. As for what martial soul, it can carry a cultivation method on its own. Vin Lao cried out in shock. Chen boy, circulate it for me to see. Duong Tran immediately circulated the heaven-devouring scripture. Vin Lao took one look and said, Primal fire, Chen boy, when you circulate your cultivation. Why is there a trace of primal fire aura mixed within it? Duong Tran replied proudly, previously I subdued a type of primal fire. When I cultivate it naturally carries its aura. Vin Lao exclaimed in astonishment. You have already subdued primal fire. This is impossible. Duong Tran immediately released a large amount of primal fire, shocking Vin Lao. This boy not only has extremely powerful divine sense, but is also favored by primal fire, it seems. This old man will soon become renowned across the void together with you, master. He lowered his head respectfully. Duong Tran scratched his head in embarrassment. Vin Lao, just call me Chen boy. It feels more familiar. Chen boy, you must quickly perfect your martial spirit and push it to evolve. All right, Duong Tran smiled confidently. Chen boy, when you enter the Eastern River secret realm, call me. After speaking, he concealed himself once more within Duong Tran's body. He thought to himself, after talking for half a day, this old fellow still did not reveal anything more. The entrance of the Eastern River secret realm. Dich Vo Fang laughed loudly. Ha ha, brother Hao Chin, you arrived quite early. Old brother Vo Fang, you are not late either. Suddenly, a massive gate appeared in midair. He looked at Dong Hong Ung Tai and said, all of you enter. The group entered the secret realm one after another. From high above they plunged straight down, crashing heavily onto the ground. Duong Tran rubbed his head and grimaced in pain. He looked around. The others were also falling down one by one. All of them landed safely. Dong Hong Tai said with a smile, fellow brothers and sisters, we have stepped into the legendary Eastern River secret realm. This place not only holds countless divine ruins, but also an abundance of rare treasures. Fortunes are many, yet people are numerous. Conflicts are inevitable. I suggest we split into groups. Dong Hong Ung Tai loudly reminded Dong Hong Tai. The sect master has repeatedly warned that within the secret realm there are not only fortunes, but also dangers everywhere. We must unite and remain cautious. He sneered with disdain. HMPH, Ung Tai, do not use my father as a shield. Any brothers and sisters willing to follow me stand over here. I plan to go with Dong Hong Tai. What about you all? Zhu Third Gyro stepped forward and spoke. Crowd immediately responded. Of course I will follow Senior Sister Zhu. Senior Sister Zhu, count me in as well. Dong Hong Tai laughed heartily and said, ha ha ha, Junior brother Ung Tai, I wish you boundless fortune within the secret realm. Dong Hong Lang spoke in surprise. Senior brother Ung Tai, just let them be. If something happens, they will bear it themselves. Duong Tran also smiled and said, Brother Tai, little Kayat and I will go together. You and Dong Hong Lang splitting paths will also be convenient. Dong Hong Ung Tai turned in shock to look at him. Duong Tran explained, Brother Tai, it is only a temporary separation. We will surely meet again before long. With Dong Hong Lang accompanying you, it will be more convenient. In another direction, a group of people also gradually advanced deeper into the secret realm. The Dich Fang family, Dich Cam Fu said with a cold smile, Duong Tran runs quite fast. I am already at the 9th level of the Heaven Harmony realm. Just wait for death. Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kayat rode Zyro high and quickly left the area. Kim Vo Kayat said enthusiastically, Brother, believe it or not, within 3 years I will beat those Eastern River geniuses until they cry for their mothers. Duong Tran looked at him and smiled. Little Kayat, why 3 years? Within 1 year we will sweep through the first layer of the Eastern River secret realm and let them know there is always a higher mountain. Zio Hai suddenly flapped his wings and screeched loudly. Ahead appeared a great demon at the Heaven Harmony realm. A bird shaped like a chicken fled in panic toward them. Kim Vo Kiat shouted, "Brother, it is Yan Zai. It seems its cultivation has reached the late stage of the Heaven Harmony realm." At that moment, beneath the bird's body, a surge of flames suddenly erupted. The fire engulfed the entire body of the gigantic bird, and it was swallowed whole by another bird. Duong Tran exclaimed in shock, "That is Xiang Dio. It even carries the bloodline of an ancient exotic beast. Is it that dangerous?" Duong Tran turned his head and said, "Little Kiat, we absolutely must not be careless." Kim Vo Kiat nodded and replied. 10 days later, a saber-toothed tiger appeared before them. Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat immediately gave chase. Sword Finger Tiger Martial Spirit at the 7th rank realm. Little Kiat cut it down. "Tonight we will have roasted tiger whip." Hearing this, Kim Vo Kiat immediately raised his hand, preparing to unleash a punch. One punch struck straight toward the tiger's face. At this moment, two figures suddenly appeared behind them. A skinny man spoke up, "Brothers, this Sword Finger Tiger is prey we have been chasing. May I ask who you are?" Seeing his claim, Duong Tran spoke directly. "There is nothing valuable on this beast. We only want the tiger whip. The rest is yours." Girl beside him asked, "Are you two from Extreme East?" "Why do you ask?" Duong Tran looked at her in confusion. The ugly man gritted his teeth and said, "So you are from Extreme East. Our inner sect senior brothers have mentioned you." Extreme East was originally barbaric. Being granted this fortune is already a great favor. Within this secret realm, most fortunes already have owners. Your eyes should be sharper. He continued to ask, "They already have owners." Of course, the place we stand now is the first layer. Wherever there are divine ruins, they have long been divided among the major forces, he explained. The girl smiled and added, "For example, Kang Long City 1,000 miles west from here. It manages most divine ruins in this area. The largest divine ruin is also located there." Duong Tran cupped his hands in thanks. "Many thanks to you both for the guidance. We also intend to head to Kang Long City, but do not understand the rules. Please enlighten us further." "My name is Tran Tiu. This is senior brother Bang Hong. You also wish to go to Kang Long City," she replied cheerfully. Duong Tran scratched his head and smiled. "Sister Tiu, we come from humble origins. If we can go to Kang Long to broaden our horizons, that would be best only." Tran Tiu smiled kindly, "Then come with us. We are also returning to the city." "All right," Duong Tran smiled and nodded in agreement. At Kang Long City, a bald man stepped out and said, "Junior sister, I have finally been waiting for you. Who are these two?" Tran Tiu explained, "Senior brother and Gok. They are cultivators from Extreme East. It is their first time entering the secret realm, so I brought them back to the city to avoid danger." Senior brother and Gok frowned and said, "Barbarians from Extreme East. Junior sister, you are too kind. Their cultivation may be low, which is fine, but if they encounter bad people, it will be troublesome." Tran Tiu stuck out her tongue and said softly, "Senior brother, they truly are not bad people." "Fine then, tomorrow we will go together to the dragon pattern divine ruin. I will leave first. As for those two barbarians, they may go wherever they wish. Yes, senior brother." Tran Tiu turned back and smiled apologetically. "Duong Tran, do not take it to heart. Senior brother Ngok is actually not bad." Duong Tran smiled gently on the surface, but thought inwardly, "This girl is innocently adorable. It is not bluntness, it is clearly contempt." Duong Tran asked, "Sister Tiu, what kind of place exactly is the dragon pattern divine ruin? Could it be related to the dragon clan?" Tran Tiu explained, "The dragon pattern divine ruin lies outside the northern city. It not only contains great mysteries, but also a large amount of innate purple chi. Most cultivators who come to Kang Long do so for that place." Duong Tran smiled and replied, "Thank you, Sister Tiu. We want to stroll around the city first. We will go to the dragon pattern divine ruin on our own." Tran Tiu waved her hand and said, "Then I will go first. The secret realm is dangerous. You must be careful." Kim Vo Kiat frowned and said, "Brother, aside from Sister Tiu, these Eastern River people are all arrogant." Duong Tran smiled and said, "Tomorrow at the dragon pattern divine ruin, we will let them know who is truly the frog at the bottom of the well." At the dragon pattern secret realm, Duong Tran placed his hand on the red stone pillar and thought, "These blood moon patterns resemble dragon markings. Could it be that a true dragon once fell here?" Suddenly, he noticed a woman sitting atop a stone pillar. "Who is this woman?" Tran Tiu called out loudly, "Senior Sister Lian." Senior Sister Lian smiled and said, "Little Tiu, you have arrived as well. I told you to enter the secret realm earlier. This place is very suitable for comprehension." "Who are these two?" Tran Tiu introduced. "Senior Sister Lian, they are my friends from Extreme East." Bang Hong said irritably, "Just two small fry at the martial spirit realm, and they dare to dream of comprehending the blood dragon sword art." Duong Tran cupped his hands in greeting. "Greetings, Senior Sister Lian." He smiled and replied, "A hero is not judged by origin. Choose a stone pillar and comprehend on your own." Little Kayat sat down beside him. Duong Tran slowly sat down. Immediately, a faint golden aura flowed from the stone pillar into his body. Crescent mark on his body suddenly shone. A pillar of light shot straight into the sky from the stone pillar. The crowd cried out in shock. That is dragon pattern divine light. Who has comprehended the dragon pattern? Could it be someone has grasped the blood dragon sword art? Perhaps it is Fong Engai, that sword fanatic. Senior Sister Lian said in shock, "It is the boy who came with Tran Tiu." He hurriedly jumped down and asked little Tiu, "Is that boy truly from Extreme East?" Tran Tiu was stunned. "It is indeed his first time entering the secret realm, Senior Sister. Is there a problem?" "No, he is a monster," Senior Sister Lian said with a frown. Within the space of consciousness, a gigantic divine general suddenly appeared. Immediately after, he swung his sword and slashed straight toward Duong Tran. He widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed. With a casual strike, he shattered the void. The divine general did not stop and continued launching attacks, brandished a long spear and thrust it down fiercely. Duong Tran was instantly enveloped by an overwhelming force. Right after that, a violent vortex appeared in the sky. Duong Tran could not help but marvel. These three sword moves are truly formidable. He looked around blankly. Why are there suddenly so many people? Imvo Kayat looked at him and asked, "Brother, have you already comprehended the blood dragon sword art?" Duong Tran smiled and replied, "So the three moves just now were the blood dragon sword art." The crowd stared in disbelief and mocked. Impossible, absolutely impossible, to comprehend the blood dragon sword art in such a short time. Even the former expert of the Great Hand Sword sect only understood the second move. Duong Tran smiled and said, "Little Kayat, although I focus on body refinement, this sword art is indeed extraordinary. If you have time, you should cultivate it as well." Kimvo Kayat asked excitedly, "Then can I comprehend it too?" Duong Tran pointed at the stone pillar and said, "Little Kayat, do you see the dragon pattern on the pillar? Place your hand here and do not move." Kimvo Kayat immediately followed his instructions. The stone pillar suddenly shone brilliantly, powerful aura surging outward. The crowd screamed in shock, "Heavens, this is dragon pattern divine light." Duong Tran smiled confidently and said, "This tiny Kang Long must behave obediently before my primordial demonic dragon martial soul." Tran Tiu hurried over and asked, "Duong Tran, how did you do it? It is truly miraculous." Duong Tran said calmly, "What is so great about it, Sister Tiu? I am the champion of the new generation of Dong Hong sword sect. Without some ability, how could I stand at the top?" Imvo Kayat frowned and said, "Brother, the third move is too profound. I still have not fully understood it." Duong Tran laughed. "It is fine. The essence of the third move I will pass on to you later." Tran Tiu asked admiringly, "Duong Tran, has your younger brother truly comprehended it as well? How exactly did you do it?" Duong Tran looked at her and smiled. "How could this be fake? Sister Tiu, try it. Perhaps you can also comprehend the complete blood dragon sword art." "Can I really?" Duong Tran placed her hand on the stone pillar. Light once again shot straight into the sky. Senior Sister Lian hurried over and asked, "Little Tiu, how is it?" Tran Tiu looked at her hand in astonishment. "I truly comprehended it, but my aptitude is limited. I only understood the second move." A man hurriedly flattered, "Duong Tran, can you help me once? Any reward is fine." Duong Tran shook his head and smiled. "No matter how much you offer, it is useless." Senior Sister Lian said, somewhat embarrassed, "I am Lian Y Yun, also a sword cultivator like you. I wish to comprehend the blood dragon sword art. If any conditions are needed, just say them." Many people immediately surrounded Duong Tran. He smiled and replied, "Miss Lian, forgive me, I am truly powerless." Tran Tiu pulled his hand and pleaded, "Duong Tran, Senior Sister Lian is the chief disciple of Rock Blade sect. Her temperament is very good. Is there truly no other way?" No, Duong Tran thought to himself, this foolish girl does not understand. Standing out too much invites trouble. I do not wish to bring trouble upon myself. Suddenly Zio Hai transmitted, "Master, can I also try to comprehend the blood dragon sword art?" It widened its bright eyes and looked at Duong Tran. Duong Tran transmitted back, "Zio Hai, no need to rush. I have grasped the basics. Later I will pass it to you." Zio Hai barked happily. Then Duong Tran turned and asked Tran Tiu, "Sister Tiu, deeper within this secret realm, is there anything worth noting?" Tran Tiu hesitated slightly and said, "I only know the deeper you go, the more terrifying it becomes. Only those with exceptional talent and will dare to enter." Duong Tran laughed after hearing this. "Come, little Kayat, let us go inside and broaden our horizons." The crowd watched them leave and murmured that Duong Tran wants to charge deep into the divine ruin. Truly reckless, merely at the martial spirit realm, and he dares to risk it. Duong Tran, Kimvo Kayat, and Zio Hai continued deeper inside. Duong Tran broke into a sweat and thought, "Heavens, this strange force is unbearably oppressive. Kim Vo Kiat also felt the pressure and softly called brother. Duong Tran turned and said, "Little Kiat, rest for a while. This force is very abnormal. I will release Wuhan to test it." After speaking, Duong Tran immediately unleashed Soulless. He frowned and thought, not good, something is wrong. The ancient demonic dragon Soulless could not absorb any energy. Instead, the sinister force around seemed frightened and scattered. Kim Vo Kiat said happily, "Brother, your devouring martial soul is truly formidable." Duong Tran looked at him and said, "Little Kiat, ahead is the inner region of the dragon pattern Divine Ruin. Let us go in and take a look." Those outside were shocked seeing them still calmly entering. Today the dragon pattern Divine Ruin will surely have a major event. Duong Tran noticed a stone pillar ahead. On it sat a person. He spoke and asked, "Who are you?" Xiao Wenyang frowned at them. "How could you reach here?" Duong Tran smiled and said, "Of course we walked in." Xiao Wenyang thought to himself, reaching here at the martial spirit realm. The background of these two is not simple. He jumped down and asked, "May I ask where you two come from?" Duong Tran replied, "Dong Hong Sword Sect." Xiao Wenyang frowned, "Dong Hong Sword Sect? Why have I never heard of it? To cultivate two such monsters, it must be some hidden great sect." Xiao Wenyang smiled and said, "You two little brothers must have just entered the world. I am Xiao Wenyang from the true martial great nation." Duong Tran replied cheerfully, "Brother Xiao, this is our first time entering the Eastern River secret realm. We are not clear what is special about the dragon pattern Divine Ruin." Xiao Wenyang explained, "This place has many ancient inheritances. The outer region holds only ordinary inheritances. The blood dragon sword art is restricted by a certain shackle. No one has ever comprehended all three moves." He pointed and said, "Even after entering the inner region, not every stone pillar contains a great inheritance. Moreover, the butterfly blood pool path is extremely obstructed. Even I at high stage Heaven Harmony realm had to struggle greatly to enter." Duong Tran nodded and said, "So that is how it is. No wonder this path is so arduous." Xiao Wenyang laughed. "To be able to calmly enter the inner region at the martial spirit realm like you two is indeed rare." Duong Tran smiled modestly. "Just slightly more fortunate, Brother Xiao. I am Duong Tran. This is my younger brother, Kim Vo Kiat." Kim Vo Kiat said eagerly, "Brother, let me try to comprehend first." Duong Tran turned to Xiao Wenyang and said, "Brother Xiao, continue your comprehension. When we leave the Divine Ruin, we will drink together. I will treat." Duong Tran placed his hand on the stone pillar. Light immediately flared up. Feeling the force emanating, he thought, "There is an opportunity." Dragon seal on the stone pillar formed a powerful suction force. Duong Tran raised his head. Immediately afterward, he was surrounded by smoke, flames, and white bones. A burning skull slowly appeared. Duong Tran reached out and exclaimed softly. Within the skull, an object shot out, then directly burrowed into Duong Tran palm. Looked at his palm and thought, "This is another drop of Kang Long Essence blood." With this drop of Kang Long Essence blood, would not receiving the inheritance on the stone pillar become much easier? Suddenly, the stone pillars all shot out dazzling golden beams of light. All the lights converged in the sky. The people outside cried out in fear. Who caused this? It must be Xiao Yunduong who obtained the inheritance, since within the inner region of the Divine Ruin there seems to be only him. The Grand Prince of the true martial great nation truly lives up to his reputation. His strength is enough to rival the top geniuses of the major forces. At this moment, Duong Tran was standing right before the glowing stone pillar. Xiao Yunduong spoke in alarm. "What is happening?" Kim Vo Kiat laughed happily and said, "As expected of my brother." He casually comprehended it. Sweat poured down Xiao Yunduong's face as he asked, "Brother Kim, your Dong Hong Sword Sect is truly terrifying. Are there many like your brother in the sect?" Kim Vo Kiat replied innocently, "Brother Xiao, besides the two of us, there is also a sworn elder brother who is very strong, at high-level Heaven Harmony realm. This is also his first time entering the Eastern River secret realm. If we are lucky, we may meet him. Moreover, the other senior brothers and sisters are all very formidable." Xiao Wenduong broke into a cold sweat and thought, "This hidden sect, Dong Hong Sword Sect, is truly terrifying. Everywhere they go, there are monsters." After a while, the light on the stone pillar gradually faded. Duong Tran turned to look at the two behind him. Xiao Yunduong stepped forward and asked, "Duong Tran, how is it? What inheritance did you obtain? How much did you gain?" He sighed 2 parts. Hearing that, he forced a smile and continued asking. But inwardly he guessed, could it be that he only obtained one part of the inheritance? Duong Tran exhaled and explained, "It was Dragon Talisman alchemy, useless to me. My adoptive father is not an alchemist. Moreover, this art requires Dragon Clan bloodline to cultivate, truly ironic." Xiao Yunduong pondered and said, "Dragon Talisman alchemy must be an extraordinary secret art of the Dragon Clan. Then to what extent did you obtain the complete inheritance? Duong Tran raised his head and replied, to what extent, of course, the complete dragon talisman alchemy. Could there be a half-baked version? Causing Xiao Yunduong to cry out in shock. Before he recovered, he turned to ask Kim Vo Kayat, little Kayat, how far have you comprehended? I only just touched it. With my strength, it would take at least 5 days to obtain the blood stone pillar inheritance, but I feel it is a body refinement secret art. After hearing that, Duong Tran happily put an arm around his younger brother and said, come, first let me help you obtain the inheritance. Then the two brothers simultaneously placed their hands on the stone pillar. Light from the pillar once again shot into the sky, causing the people outside to fall into chaotic speculation. Why is another inheritance appearing? Could it still be Xiao Yunduong? To seize 2 inheritances consecutively in such a short time is unreasonable. Even the top genius could not be so fast. Could there be another super genius inside? Xiao Yunduong hurried over and asked, how did you do it? Duong Tran explained that the dragon pattern seals on these bloodstone pillars were too weak. Xiao Yunduong repeated in a trembling voice, too weak. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, Brother Duong Tran is truly formidable. He smiled and said, Brother Xiao, I understand your intention. You want me to help with something. It is a small matter. Xiao Yunduong's eyes lit up as he asked, it is truly possible. Just a trivial matter, come. Xiao Wenduong asked eagerly, Brother Duong Tran, what must I do? Very simple. Brother Xiao only needs to use your divine sense to contact the dragon pattern on the bloodstone pillar. Xiao Yunduong showed doubt. Is it really that simple? After speaking, he placed his hand on the pillar. Light from the pillar once again tore into the sky. Duong Tran looked at the two entering meditation and thought it was time to choose a suitable inheritance for himself. Pillars of light rose one after another into the sky. People outside trembled in shock. What is happening? Could the dragon pattern divine ruin have undergone a mutation? Hurry and inform the elders. There is a major problem here. In a distant place, 2 people were quietly observing. Zin Kai Wen looked at the scene before him and said, it seems the dragon pattern divine ruin has undergone a mutation. Not long after entering the secret realm and already encountering such fortune, the luck is not bad. The companion smiled and said, Brother Zin truly carries fortune wherever he goes. We following behind also benefit. Zin Kai Wen laughed loudly and dashed forward. Come to the dragon pattern divine ruin. Drive out all unrelated people. All the inheritances there will belong to our golden sword peak. Duong Tran looked at the pile of inheritances he had just obtained and thought in frustration. All Dragon Clan items. What use are these to me? Xiao Yunduong said sincerely, Duong Tran, this time it is truly thanks to you. Another day when you come to the true martial great nation, I will surely welcome you with the grandest ceremony. Suddenly Duong Tran raised his head and asked, Brother Xiao, who are those people? Do you know them? That is Golden Sword Peak. He immediately repeated in surprise, Golden Sword Peak. Xiao Wenduong sighed and said, in our eastern river there are 4 first-rate noble forces, not counting your hidden sects. They are the Eastern River Empire, 7 Sword Heavenly Sect, Blazing Fire Martial Academy, and Northern Emperor Mountain. 7 Sword Heavenly Sect has 7 peaks. Those 2 are disciples of Golden Sword Peak. The leader is Zin Jai Wen, a rising genius. Though only at 9th level Heaven Harmony Realm, his purple palace is fully solidified, and he can break through at any time. Seeing them approach Xiao, when Duong reminded Duong Tran, be careful later. People of Golden Sword Peak are always arrogant and ruthless. Best not to offend them, even if you come from a hidden sect. Zin Kai Wen suddenly stopped. He coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Duong Tran pointed and laughed. Brother Xiao, so that is all. I thought Eastern River geniuses were something extraordinary. Zin Kai Wen roared in humiliation. What are you to dare mock me? When this young master leaves here, it will be the day of death for a brat who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth like you. Xiao Yunduong stepped forward to shield Duong Tran and raised his hand protectively. Zin Kai Wen, you are a Golden Sword Peak genius about to enter Purple Palace Realm. What meaning is there in bullying a 5th-level martial spirit realm cultivator? Zin Kai Wen wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth and sneered. So it is His Highness the Prince of the true martial great nation. Forgive my earlier blindness. Xiao Wenduong's face darkened as he angrily said, Zin Kai Wen, do not go too far. Zin Kai Wen did not yield, his tone mocking. Xiao Wenduong, a defeated opponent like you dares stand up for justice. Look at yourself first. After speaking, Zin Jai Wen circulated his power and charged straight at Xiao Wenduong. Xiao Wenduong shielding Duong Tran was struck and knocked back, startling Duong Tran. Duong Tran hurriedly supported Xiao Wenduong's shoulder and said, Brother Xiao, are you all right? Worry for a dog and you will be bit. Zin Jai Wen, having just attacked, immediately sensed the sarcasm in Duong Tran's words. Those words enraged him. He roared, seeking death. death, spiritual energy around him blazing like the midday sun. Duong Tran paid no heed and smiled. Fool, do you know where this is to dare attack? You are truly tired of living. Stone pillar behind Duong Tran and Xiao, when Duong seemed to echo those words. Red lightning bolt shot from the pillar and struck Xin Kai Wen, causing him to scream in agony. The attendant eyes widened watching Xin. Kai Wen blasted away like a dry leaf. He hurriedly chased after him, shouting, "Brother Xin." While on the other side, Duong Tran pointed and laughed to tears. Xiao Yun Duong could only stare in astonishment. In contrast to Duong Tran ease, Xiao Yun Duong appeared uneasy and stammered this. Xiao Wen Duong wiped sweat and said awkwardly, "Duong Tran, offending Xin Zhai Wen brings no benefit. He is a madman. This time it may be big trouble. You cannot stay in the divine ruin forever." Duong Tran waved dismissively and said, "Brother Xiao, thank you for standing up earlier. I simply could not tolerate his condescending manner." Xiao Yun Duong still looked worriedly at Duong Tran. Gave a dry laugh. Making an enemy of such a strong person over a small matter is truly unwise. Duong Tran took a deep breath and said calmly, "Brother Xiao, some people only press further the more you yield. Such people know no righteousness. Only a few strikes will quiet them." In the distance, everyone stared at Xin Kai Wen blasted into rubble. The attendant ran over anxiously, seeing him lying among stones. A strong light burst from where Xin Kai Wen lay, causing onlookers to scatter. Xin Kai Wen crawled out of the ruins covered in dust and small wounds. He roared furiously, spiritual energy erupting like cannon fire. He ground his teeth, eyes bloodshot as he shouted, "That lowly martial spirit brat, I will tear you into 100 pieces." On Duong Tran's side, the two still chatted calmly. Duong Tran casually said, "Brother Xiao, could I trouble you with one matter?" Xiao Yun Duong replied in surprise, "Him speak." Duong Tran smiled gently, eyes curved, and said, "Please take my younger brother out of the divine ruin. Just out is enough. Consider it that I owe you a favor." Xiao Yun Duong asked in shock, "Just take him out." Duong Tran nodded. "That is right." Little Kayat was so anxious he could not sit still. "What about me? Then what will you do?" Duong Tran placed his hands on his hips confidently and said, "Rest assured, I have already planned everything," leaving little Kayat and Xiao Yun Duong staring at him in shock. As expected, Xin Kai Wen rushed out, blocking Xiao Yun Duong and little Kayat. He roared angrily, "Where is that despicable brat? Where did he hide?" Xiao Yun Duong forced a smile and explained, "Xin Kai Wen, I only know his name is Duong Tran. From a hidden sect, I know nothing else. We only met for less than half a day. I stood up earlier merely to repay a favor." Xin Kai Wen, hearing this while enraged, paused, his gaze blank. A hidden sect. Xiao Yun Duong paid no attention to his confusion. He turned with little Kayat and passed by, saying as he walked, "Let us go." Outside the city gate, little Kayat suddenly stopped and said, "Brother Xiao, I will not enter the city. Let us part here. If fate allows, we will meet again." Xiao Yun Duong looked at him awkwardly and asked uncertainly, "You truly will not enter?" Little Kayat replied calmly, "No, I want to stay and wait for my brother." Seeing this, Xiao Yun Duong did not persuade further. He turned and bid farewell. "Very well, take care." Beside little Kayat, a purple vortex suddenly appeared, causing him to turn in shock. Duong Tran stepped out from the void, the vortex becoming a spatial gate. Little Kayat exclaimed in astonishment. Duong Tran pointed at himself confidently and laughed. "Brother told you I would not deceive you. By now Xin Kai Wen is probably still searching the entire secret realm for me." Little Kayat laughed loudly and asked, "Then where do we go next?" Duong Tran replied cheerfully, "To Liufu Ancient City." Within the secret realm, people were still fiercely fighting without cease. One person struck in the chest was immediately sent flying and eliminated from the battle. Duong Tran and little Kayat stood above, observing the melee below. Little Kayat could not help asking, "So what do we do now?" Duong Tran scratched his head awkwardly. "Although Dong Hong Tite has grievances with us, we are still disciples of Dong Hong Sword Sect. Yet the opponents are all at Heaven Harmony realm." Suddenly Duong Tran noticed the sect emblem on the chest of someone below. He frowned, recalling Xiao Yun Duong words. "You two little brothers just entered the world. I am Xiao Yun Duong of the true martial great nation." Thinking of that, Duong Tran suddenly shouted loudly to interrupt the battle, "Stop." The hot-blooded youth truly stopped and looked up at Duong Tran in the air. "Brothers of the true martial great nation, can you hear me out?" Youth darkened his face and barked, "Stop pretending to be familiar. You barbarians have great nerve, daring to seize our things." Duong Tran directly jumped down onto the grass, where the fierce battle had taken place. He smiled gently and said, "Could you pause for a moment? Xiao Yun Duong and I are friends. I just parted from him in Kang Long City." Hearing that, the crowd immediately stirred in shock. What, you know the Grand Prince? Someone behind the youth pointed at Duong Tran and snapped, "Brother ditch. This man is clearly lying, merely 5th-level martial spirit realm. How could he know His Highness the Grand Prince?" Duong Tran calmly placed his hands on his hips and replied, "Brother Zio is a sword cultivator. I befriended him in the inner region of the Divine Ruin. At that time he was comprehending a palm technique called Roxy." The youth asked skeptically, "You truly know the Grand Prince?" Duong Tran smiled lightly and replied, "Not only do I know him, we are close friends. Moreover, the Grand Prince owes me a favor. You can ask outside and you will know. This cannot be fake." The youth snorted coldly and left. Before leaving, he said, "If that is the case, then let it go. The spirit liquid in the small lake is yours. It is not some rare treasure anyway. Let us go." After he left, everyone immediately surrounded Duong Tran in gratitude. "This time it was fortunate to have you. Otherwise, we would truly have faced great trouble. Do you truly know the Grand Prince?" The one who had just been struck exhaled and said, "Even if he had not come, we might not have suffered a loss. After all, we had more people." Duong Tran did not answer. He turned and asked the boy beside him, "Zio Yuan, where is senior sister Zhu?" Zio Yuan replied dejectedly, "Zhu 3rd Zio left with others, with a genius of the great conduct demonic sect named Jiu Yun." Little Kayet was alarmed upon hearing this. She is the chief disciple of sword sect. How could she leave with another? Duong Tran still spoke calmly. "Is it not a good thing for senior sister Zhu to join a great sect of Eastern River? Why do your faces look so grim?" The youth was furious. In his mind appeared Zhu 3rd Zio contemptuous smile. She joined the great conduct demonic sect, then returned to insult sword sect, even taking the chance to frame them. Seeing him enraged, Duong Tran folded his arms and asked, "Then have you made any plans?" Someone immediately interjected, "That is none of your concern." Seeing this, Duong Tran did not linger and turned to leave directly. "Then we part here." Duong Tran and Little Kayet rode Zio, high-flying across layer upon layer of mountains. Little Kayet smiled and said, "Once our reputation spreads far, we can surely join a great sect. Even a second-rate force would be enough to stand firm." Duong Tran laughed teasingly. "Is your vision so low? With our talent, even if we do not become chief disciples of great sects, the position of elite disciple is easily within reach." The two landed in a gloomy ancient city. Duong Tran said confidently, "Little Kayet, our journey begins from Luofu ancient city. First, we must seize control here." Little Kayet eyes lit up as he replied excitedly, "Everything will follow, brother." The two brothers leisurely walked into the bustling crowd within the city. Duong Tran stopped before a chattering crowd and heard them say Dong Fang Junyi of Flowing Cloud Valley passed the trial again. He is only 9th-level martial spirit realm, yet succeeded. Truly unbelievable. Duong Tran immediately stepped forward and patted the shoulder of the person beside him and asked, "Brother, what trial is taking place here?" That person replied gloomily, "Luofu Ancient Kingdom is selecting geniuses to enter the ancient battlefield ruins. Only those who pass the test qualify. It is said one may even meet the princess as beautiful as an immortal." Duong Tran only heard the last few words. His eyes immediately lit up and he pulled Little Kayet, saying, "Come, we will also take the trial." The two brothers stood before a gigantic black stone sphere. The person in charge slowly instructed, "Place your hand here and send in a trace of divine sense." Tiu Kayet stepped forward to inspect, placing his palm on the sphere, and at once a ring of blue energy rippled outward in waves. The surrounding crowd widened their eyes, watching every change intently. The old granny smiled kindly, laughing heartily as she said the young friend had passed the trial and could enter the palace to rest for the time being. Those standing outside immediately erupted in dissatisfied murmurs, shouting loudly that it was unbelievable. Such a minor insect martial realm brat had passed the test, while heavenly unity realm cultivators like them were not chosen. The Luofu Ancient Kingdom truly worked in baffling ways. Tiu Kayet turned his head in confusion as the soldiers led him away, hurriedly speaking up to ask them to wait a moment because his elder brother was still outside. Duong Tran laughed loudly to reassure the flustered Tiu Kayet, telling him to go in first and that he would follow right after. As if to prove it, Duong Tran placed his hand on the sphere, and a brilliant golden-orange light burst forth at the point of contact. The sphere seemed to possess spirit, trembling violently, causing even the old granny observing nearby to lose her composure. Granny was startled and raised her voice to ask Duong Tran cautiously whether the young friend could tell her his name and origin. Duong Tran smiled in return, introducing himself as Duong Tran from the Dong Hong sword sect. This answer made the old granny even more flustered. She nearly cried out that he came from the far eastern region. The crowd below was no less stirred, whispering among themselves that they could not believe such a genius came from the distant Far East. Suddenly she turned downward and sternly shouted for everyone to keep silent. Duong Tran was escorted inside by soldiers. Stepping through the gate, a row of beautiful maidservants approached, gently bowing in greeting to the young master. Duong Tran blushed while observing the maidservants who appeared soft, yet exuded a terrifying aura. For each of them was a heavenly Unity Realm cultivator. Tiu Kayat had entered earlier and loudly called him over. Someone behind Duong Tran exclaimed in astonishment that Her Highness the Princess had arrived. Hearing this, Duong Tran hurriedly turned his head and was instantly stunned by the princess's beauty, his heart pounding wildly like a fawn about to leap from his chest. The person who had just appeared possessed exquisitely sharp features, an imposing aura that none dared belittle, a harmonious and alluring figure, a faint smile at the corner of her lips, and simple garments that suited her perfectly. The old granny in charge of the trial stood beside the princess, coughed softly, and introduced her as the princess of the La Fu ancient kingdom, the one who would personally lead everyone into the ancient battlefield ruins. She sternly warned that any treasures or inheritances obtained within the ruins would not be interfered with, but everyone must help the princess retrieve an important treasure. If there were no objections, they should sign the contract immediately. Duong Tran stood behind and observed quietly, astonished to see that although the princess seemed about his age, she had already reached the 7th level of the Heavenly Unity Realm. Her talent was truly astounding. The people nearby rushed forward to sign the contract the moment the old granny finished speaking, startling Duong Tran out of his thoughts. Someone shouted loudly that for Her Highness the Princess, he would sign the contract at once. The others also scrambled forward, each wanting to catch the eye of the noble and beautiful princess. The princess smiled gently, her entire being seeming to glow with radiance, politely responding to everyone's enthusiasm and offering words of thanks for the trouble. Beneath blue skies and white clouds, the scene shifted to a range of elegant and refined buildings. Inside, Tin Kai Van sat opposite the princess, his eyes full of interest as he thought that her reputation for bringing peace and stability to the nation was indeed not undeserved. The princess maintained her gentle smile and replied that young Master Van praised her too much, then asked what matter had brought him to the ancient city this time. Tin Kai Van smiled faintly and said he was acting on the orders of his clan's old ancestor, because a senior of the Tin family had once lost a precious sword artifact in the ancient battlefield ruins, so he came to try his luck and see if it could be found again. Princess politely wished young Master Van that his trip into the ruins this time would be successful, but the conversation did not end there. Tin Kai Van narrowed his eyes curiously and asked whether her ancient kingdom had still not found the lower volume of the great Luo Dao scripture. Hearing this, the princess's expression immediately darkened, her icy gaze fixed straight on him. In the blink of an eye, she restored her social smile and calmly replied that she did not know where he heard such news. The great Luo Dao scripture was not only a cultivation method, but also a national treasure. How could it be lost in the ancient battlefield ruins? Such words were truly ridiculous. Tin Kai Van laughed and waved his hand, saying the princess should not take it to heart. He had only spoken casually. The princess lost interest in entangling further, stood up and left indifferently, saying she had important matters to attend to, and that if he needed anything he could instruct the maidservants, leaving Tin Kai Van sitting there with a calculating smile. Outside the door, the old granny had already been waiting, respectfully following behind the princess, and saying that the matter of the great Luo Dao scripture being lost in Dong Zion was no longer a secret among the major figures, but even if they coveted it, they would find it difficult to obtain, because this was only the first layer where the strongest were merely at the heavenly unity realm. The princess remained worried, her gaze darkening as she said Tin Kai Van had clearly mentioned that matter intentionally. She feared he had come specifically for the great Luo Dao scripture. Mama gave a gloomy smile and replied that even if it was for the great Luo Dao scripture, so what? Since ancient times there had never been few who coveted it, yet none had ever succeeded. She confidently said that the great Luo Dao scripture was protected by the heroic spirits of their ancestors. Even those within the ancient kingdom who possessed the secret techniques could not retrieve it, let alone outsiders. On the day of departure, the princess stood upon the platform before the ancient battlefield ruins. Today, she had changed into a neat suit of armor for ease of action. The princess addressed all the fellow cultivators, saying the ancient battlefield was divided into 3 layers. The first and second layers allowed free search for opportunities, but upon reaching the 3rd layer, they must absolutely obey orders. After giving her instructions, she raised her voice and called out for departure. Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat followed closely behind the group as they entered the ancient battlefield together. He deliberately lagged behind, keenly sensing an unusual aura. The princess and Tin Mama stood before a stone cave, explaining that this was the 1st layer. The path ahead was called the Ancient Spirit Path. On both sides were countless natural caves, each guarded by an ancient heroic spirit, and to obtain treasures or inheritances one had to gain their recognition. Princess coldly reminded them that these ancient heroic spirits all possessed unpredictable demonic power. It was best not to test them rashly. It was extremely dangerous. As soon as she finished speaking, someone was sent flying and slammed straight into the rock wall behind. Tine Mama widened her eyes in shock as a voice rang out cursing that a lowly creature dared dream of inheritance. Fire attribute ancient heroic spirit suddenly appeared. Its smile twisted as it launched chaotic attacks. Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat in the distance were instantly horrified, recognizing that the opponent was at the 9th level of the Heavenly Unity realm, even stronger than an ordinary Purple Palace realm cultivator. Tiu Kayat innocently pointed to a cave and pulled Duong Tran along, saying the two of them should go and try. Even Vin Lao appeared within his divine sense, full of interest as he encouraged Duong Tran to step forward and give it a try. Duong Tran took a deep breath, made up his mind, and nodded in agreement. The two brothers stepped into a nearby cave together. Inside was a skeletal heroic spirit, its aura gloomy and dark, its cold eyes staring fixedly at the two of them. Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat immediately broke out in cold sweat. Vin Lao transmitted his voice within the divine sense, telling him to directly use the sacred flame True Qi to condense into fire and purify it. Duong Tran exclaimed that the opponent was at the 9th level of the Heavenly Unity realm. Vin Lao paid no attention and hurriedly urged that this one had not yet fully awakened. They had to act at once. Outside, the other heroic spirits were already in turmoil. Thinking so, Duong Tran gritted his teeth and circulated the sacred flame True Qi, determined to risk it all. The sacred flame enveloped the heroic spirit, burning fiercely and causing it to clutch its head and howl in agony while begging for mercy. In just a moment, the heroic spirit dissipated, leaving Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat standing there stunned. Before they could recover, Vin Lao urged within the divine sense for them to quickly take the treasure inside. A gloomy jade slip, surrounded by purple-black True Qi, floated where the heroic spirit had just vanished. Duong Tran's eyes shone brightly as he excitedly told Tiu Kayat that they had struck it rich this time. What was stored in the bone casket was surely no ordinary item. Tiu Kayat held the jade slip and examined it, remaining silent for a moment before saying it recorded a finger martial skill called 5 Poisons Finger, profound grade top tier. Duong Tran felt as if struck by lightning upon hearing this. An old profound grade martial skill stored in the bone casket was truly too wasteful. Outside, Tine Mama and the princess fell into a difficult situation, blocked by the fire heroic spirit. It sneered and cursed that they were unworthy and should get lost. Tine Mama forced a smile and raised her hand to introduce the princess, saying she was the daughter of the current ancient king and the future ruler of the ancient kingdom. Was that still not qualified? Flame heroic spirit waved its hand in mockery and asked whether such a useless person was the future ruler of the ancient kingdom. The Lafu ancient kingdom had truly declined. Then it roared about destroying everything. The princess's face darkened as she could not endure such contempt, firmly saying that the inheritance of the ancient kingdom would absolutely not be severed. She believed she could restore her homeland to its ancient glory. The flame heroic spirit laughed until tears flowed, pointing at the princess in ridicule and saying that relying on her alone was far too immature. There were many things she had never experienced. Better to remain ignorant to avoid a lifetime of suffering. Princess trembled with anger. At that moment, Duong Tran stepped out of the cave and asked whether this cave contained a treasure they were determined to obtain. Tine Mama glared furiously, inwardly cursing this fellow for not knowing how to choose the right moment. The princess was calmer and replied coldly that if it was so what, and if it was not so what. Duong Tran smiled confidently and said he could help her obtain what was inside. Within the ancient battlefield ruins, the atmosphere suddenly became subtle. At this time, Duong Tran stood beside the princess as she asked whether he had any way to persuade the flame heroic spirit. Duong Tran calmly folded his arms and replied that he did not, causing Tine Mama beside them to widen her eyes in astonishment at this bold fellow. She gave a cold laugh and snorted that this brat might not even be able to persuade the flame heroic spirit, yet already dared to speak so arrogantly. Duong Tran lightly shook his finger and calmly said that to take the item in this cave, it was not necessarily required to persuade the flame heroic spirit. The princess looked at him curiously, tilting her head slightly as she asked that without persuading the flame heroic spirit, did he have another method? Some unknown moment, the flame heroic spirit had already approached Duong Tran, yet he remained calm and turned to look at the opponent, grinning mockingly as it said, "Brat, I have been watching you sneaking around all this time." Duong Tran did not waste words and immediately circulated his True Qi, launching a direct strike toward the heroic spirit. Flame heroic spirit took the blow head-on and was pressed flat to the ground, howling miserably in pain. Duong Tran propped himself up and looked at the two behind him, calmly urging what were they still standing there for. Hurry inside. The princess and Tyne Mama stared in shock at the flame heroic spirit that had been imposing moments ago, now reduced to a spark before dissipating, unable to help doubting their own eyes. The princess and Tyne Mama stepped into the cave in a daze. Duong Tran stood outside and curiously asked Vin Lao whether the sacred flame True Chi was truly that domineering. Vin Lao manifested and replied that master, although the sacred flame True Chi had the ability to purify, it originally had no effect at all on this type of monster. Duong Tran scratched his head in confusion, asking then what exactly was the reason. Vin Lao smiled and asked in return whether the brat knew what an eternal flame that never extinguishes was. Duong Tran grew even more puzzled and lowered his head to look at Vin Lao, saying that was something even a child would know. Vin Lao laughed and slowly explained that those heroic spirits had in fact been tainted by chaotic demonic aura and could not be regarded as true light, while his sacred flame True Chi had fused a trace of the Nam Li primordial fire aura. The primordial fire could burn chaos and from it generate matter, forming worlds and nurturing life. For fire essence, chaotic energy was the best nourishment. Duong Tran listened with wide eyes and gradually gained understanding. The princess and Tyne Mama stood before the cave entrance and asked Duong Tran again about the guardian heroic spirit. Duong Tran waved his hand lightly and said it was gone. Tyne Mama stepped back in shock, her voice full of panic as she asked, was it finished just like that? The princess was calmer, staring intently at Duong Tran as she asked who exactly the two of them were. Liu Kayat had appeared behind Duong Tran at some unknown time. Duong Tran propped himself up and replied with a bright smile that they were like the other hired people, all here to seek opportunities. Tyne Mama withdrew her initial sternness and stepped closer to Duong Tran, asking again that she remembered his name was Duong Tran. Did the young friend think he could help them obtain an important treasure later? He clasped her hands solemnly and said that as long as he could accomplish this, within the capabilities of the La Fu ancient kingdom, he could make any request he wished. Duong Tran glanced at the princess standing before him with an expectant expression. She softly asked Duong Tran if it was possible. He immediately nodded and replied that it was. Hearing this, Tyne Mama at once pulled the princess along, saying, "Your Highness, we will not wait for them any longer and will proceed directly." Duong Tran followed behind, a thought flashing through his mind about who exactly the people Tyne Mama mentioned were. The four of them advanced together to stand before a heavy ancient door. Tyne Mama anxiously instructed Duong Tran that the third layer contained extremely powerful ancient heroic spirits, not only fixed guardians of caves, but also wandering patrols, so he must be especially careful. Vin Lao within the divine sense also grew tense, transmitted to Duong Tran that this third layer very likely had given birth to a true chaos demon creature, causing Duong Tran to grow serious as well. The four stood silently before the enormous door, the atmosphere becoming heavy. Duong Tran whispered to Vin Lao, asking if he was certain that the third layer contained a juvenile chaos demon creature. Vin Lao firmly confirmed that the probability was very high, only its rank was unclear. If it were a profound demon, then even as a juvenile it would be extremely difficult to handle. Duong Tran asked in confusion, what was a profound demon? Were chaos demon creatures also divided into ranks? Vin Lao began explaining that chaos demon creatures were graded with extreme strictness. Higher-ranked demons held absolute command over lower ones. In common terms, chaos demon creatures were divided into 4 levels: chaos celestial demon, chaos earth demon, chaos profound demon, and chaos yellow demon. A fully grown yellow demon could even easily destroy a small world. As long as they retained chaotic energy, they were nearly immortal, incomparably terrifying. Princess pointed toward the depths of the cave, where countless flame heroic spirits were already rushing out from the entrance, saying the item she needed was in the final cave. If Duong Tran could help, once outside he would certainly be richly rewarded. Duong Tran stepped straight inside and calmly said, "Then let us go." Before going far, he was forced to stop. Duong Tran stood still and observed, seeing the enormous number of heroic spirits gradually closing the encirclement. The heroic spirits formed an attacking formation, merging like a roaring sea of fire surrounding Duong Tran. Just as Duong Tran grew tense, Vin Lao transmitted even more frightening news that there truly was a chaos demon creature here. The ancient heroic spirits were merely its puppets, eyes and claws used to gather chaotic energy. Duong Tran immediately turned and shouted loudly to retreat at once. He dashed out of the cave, the heroic spirits still attempting to pursue behind behind him. But once outside, those heroic spirits became sluggish and stood still. The princess asked in trembling shock what exactly had happened. That moment, two familiar figures appeared in the distance. Duong Tran turned his head to look. The two also recognized him. They were Tin Kai Van and his attendant. Tin Kai Van immediately flew into a rage and roared that it was indeed him. And Mama did not yet understand the situation but instinctively disliked Tin Kai Van. She stepped forward to shield Duong Tran and asked why he attacked the hired person of the La Fu ancient kingdom without cause. Duong Tran was equally astonished. Why was this man here as well? Could he be the person Tine Mama had mentioned? Tin Kai Van angrily shouted for her to move aside, saying Duong Tran had deep enmity with him. Did their ancient kingdom intend to interfere? The princess standing beside hurriedly spoke up and requested that Tin Kai Van explain clearly. The princess darkened her face and shielded Duong Tran behind her, sternly stating that he was a hired person of the La Fu ancient kingdom, and during this time must be protected. Otherwise, the kingdom's reputation would be harmed. Duong Tran stood behind her smiling provocatively. Tin Kai Van gritted his teeth, fury surging as he asked whether their ancient kingdom intended to fall out with him for the sake of this brat. The princess smiled gently and replied that he spoke too harshly. The ancient kingdom dared not offend anyone. Perhaps it was merely a misunderstanding. She was willing to mediate and compensate. Tin Kai Van did not wish to confront them here. He conceded temporarily out of respect for the princess, but demanded that from now on Duong Tran must not leave his sight. Tiu Kayat angrily intended to retort, but Duong Tran quickly stopped his younger brother and told him to remain calm. Princess skillfully resolved the conflict and proposed cooperation, saying it would be better to join forces to break into the third layer. Tin Kai Van reluctantly agreed, yet remained full of irritation, roaring to urge them into the cave. Duong Tran walked at the rear and carefully instructed Tiu Kayat that the upcoming situation was extremely dangerous. If he saw he step onto the ancient spirit path, he must immediately withdraw outside to wait in the stone hall. Tiu Kayat looked at him in confusion. He stammered that if things were not going well they could retreat. They were still young and had time. Duong Tran smiled confidently to reassure him, saying his abilities were not yet fully understood and to be at ease. After finishing his instructions to Tiu Kayat, Duong Tran calmly stepped onto the long staircase. He had anticipated this and did not panic. While Tin Kai Van and his group saw heroic spirits swarming like ants and all halted at once. The ferocious heroic spirits lurked like wild beasts, a mere glance making the scalp tingle. The princess could not help but grow flustered, loudly asking why this was happening as the heroic spirits pressed closer. Duong Tran stood behind encouraging them, saying that with young Master Van present, they would surely break through, causing Tin Kai Van to be unable to retreat despite his displeasure. Tin Kai Van glared at Duong Tran, his expression dark as he said since they had come this far they could not turn back and must carve a path through by killing. Having spoken, he circulated his cultivation and drew his longsword. The golden first/sword art was unleashed, a single strike cleaving a nearby heroic spirit in two. Tin Kai Van laughed arrogantly and mocked that it could not withstand a single move. Duong Tran shook his head and sighed as he looked at him, saying he was truly foolish. This was life energy. If it were so easy to kill, would it be his turn? Sure enough, as Duong Tran said, the heroic spirits that had been cleaved apart began absorbing surrounding energy, quickly rejoined their bodies, and restored themselves without the slightest damage. Tin Kai Van snorted coldly and continued circulating his cultivation, the sword in his hand heavy as 1,000 catties, true chi flowing and transforming into a terrifying sword momentum. He exerted his full strength to unleash 100 silver crossing void, true chi erupting in brilliant golden orange like blazing fire. A single sword strike descended, turning the entire space ahead white. The princess smiled in satisfaction at Tin Kai Van's strength. Even Duong Tran was startled, thinking this time the heroic spirits must die. But Vin Lao burst into loud laughter. During that laughter, Duong Tran immediately understood something and hurriedly asked Vin Lao in astonishment. Those demonized heroic spirits had probably not completely dissipated. Vin Lao calmly asked in return what he thought. If chaos demon creatures were so easy to deal with, how could they become the great enemy of all intelligent life? Although the remnants before them were not yet worthy of being called claws of chaos, their core energy was still chaotic demonic power. Under Tin Kai Van's sword, the heroic spirits shattered into fragments of flame, floating in midair. Yet in an instant, those fragments gathered again, regenerating into an entirely new group of heroic spirits. This time, everyone was terrified. Tin Kai Van's eyes widened in panic as he said that strike had been enough to kill even a purple palace realm cultivator. The princess and Tyne Mama also gaped in shock at their endless regenerative ability. At this point, face meant nothing. Sweat poured from Tin Kai Van as he urgently shouted to charge forward, rushing straight to the deepest part to shake off these mindless heroic spirits and decide later. Group hurried deeper into the cave, the heroic spirits chasing behind like the undead. The four stopped beside a deep pit emitting a strange spiritual aura, more accurately called a yin aura. Tin Kai Van braced himself and panted after the long run. The princess turned, intending to ask Duong Tran about the lower volume of the great Luo Dao scripture, but he did not hear, closing his eyes to focus on sensing the aura. A blazing red mark appeared between Duong Tran's brows, true chi spreading outward from it. That force lifted Duong Tran's body into the air. Duong Tran took a deep breath and slowly circulated a technique, both hands holding a fireball inscribed with mysterious patterns, the origin fire merging with chaos, restoring vision and opening the origin of all things. He abruptly opened his eyes wide, his pupils covered by a hazy layer of true chi. Duong Tran steadied his mind and continued connecting with the flames. Comprehend fire and uphold it. Guard order and exist for order. Tyne Mama suddenly interrupted and startled him awake, saying, "Wait, this Nam Li primordial fire was actually the origin fire." The information was too much and her head ached. Duong Tran turned blankly, Tyne Mama reminding him that the princess was still speaking to him. The princess spoke to remind him it was time to fulfill his promise, asking him to retrieve the white stone steel deep within the cave. Duong Tran frowned and looked down into the deep pit, emitting gloomy green smoke. At the bottom of the pit was a golden insect, the very source of that aura. Duong Tran pressed his lips in astonishment, his eyes still shrouded in true chi, as he realized he could see through the chaotic mist. He continued circulating his cultivation, thinking it was merely an armored flying insect, and fortunately not a true chaos demon creature, true chi instantly erupting around him. Duong Tran widened his eyes and saw through the filthy mist, the red mark on his forehead becoming even more distinct. The princess beside him watched in astonishment as he began to unleash his power. Duong Tran recited the incantation. Chaos transforms anew. Order endures forever. A fireball formed, causing even Tin Kai Van beside him to stare wide-eyed. The flames erupted fiercely, burning away all the green aura. Lao was also stunned and exclaimed, "How did Master accomplish this?" Duong Tran simultaneously erected a barrier at the cave entrance and burned away all chaotic evil entities. At this moment, the heroic spirits outside had followed their path inside, surging in to surround them. The princess pointed out in fear that they were at the very end of the cave beside the poisonous pit, and the exit was blocked. Duong Tran remained calm and looked over. A gigantic heroic spirit with a solid body appeared, nearly touching the cave's ceiling as it roared and charged forward. Beneath its feet, countless vicious flame heroic spirits. Tin Kai Van reacted first, shouting in terror that there was even a purple palace realm heroic spirit here, and to run. The princess turned to seek an escape route, yet still saw Duong Tran standing motionless, urging him anxiously to run. Duong Tran remained unmoving, his gaze calm as he looked down at the poisonous bone pit. Insect at the bottom trembled, its entire body wrapped in black bone. In the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. Just as the purple palace realm heroic spirit closed in, its hand about to crush Duong Tran, it suddenly stopped, the bizarre scene causing the group who were running to halt as well. The three watched in horror as the purple palace realm heroic spirit was enveloped in green spiritual power and then dissolved bit by bit in midair, not understanding what had just happened. Where the heroic spirit vanished, a hazy figure appeared, its bearing graceful and gentle like an immortal descending to the world. The person smiled and asked how the descendants of the La Fu ancient kingdom fared now, pleasant green spiritual energy radiating around him. It was the very power that had destroyed that heroic spirit. Tyne Mama hurriedly pointed toward the princess and respectfully said this was the descendant of the La Fu ancient kingdom, the current princess. Duong Tran blinked curiously and said, "Old ancestor." The old ancestor of the La Fu ancient kingdom smiled kindly and nodded in praise, saying he had not expected the ancient kingdom to still have inheritance. Very good. Seeing the old ancestor appear, the princess joyfully asked at once where the lower volume of the great Luo Dao scripture was. The old ancestor gently raised a white stone slab and said the lower volume of the great Luo Dao scripture was currently in his possession. The princess's eyes shone brightly as she happily confirmed that it was indeed the true lower volume. The old ancestor did not hand it over immediately, instead turning around to perform a strange gesture. He knelt before Duong Tran with hands clasped in gratitude, treating him as a benefactor who had delivered him from suffering, leaving Tin Kai Van, the princess and Tyne Mama all stunned. Duong Tran hurriedly waved his hands for him to rise, saying that eliminating evil and slaying demons was the duty of righteous cultivators, and such a grand courtesy was unnecessary. At that very moment, a massive flame erupted behind Duong Tran. Fragments of black bone suddenly shot straight into his forehead. The old ancestor smiled as he watched Duong Tran clutch his brow, understanding in his eyes, then made an excessive request and hoped it would be granted. Duong Tran was slightly startled and quickly said he was merely fortunate to lend a hand. If the old ancestor had any request, he could speak of it, and within his ability, he would certainly fulfill it. The old ancestor stood up smiling, and, in the name of the former crown prince of the Luofu ancient kingdom, solemnly invited Duong Tran to become the grand offering of the ancient kingdom. Tyne Mama cried out in shock. How could a mere insect martial realm cultivator assume such a lofty position? Crown Prince did not mind, and with both hands presented the lower volume of the great Luo Dao scripture to Duong Tran, asking him to bring it out of the secret realm and deliver it to the sovereign as a token of gratitude. When the scripture was handed over, countless tiny spirits gathered around the crown prince, weeping as they were finally reunited. Duong Tran did not interfere with the reunion, and calmly turned to leap into the poisonous bone pit, causing the crown prince and the princess above to cry out in alarm. At the bottom of the pit, Duong Tran landed safely. Vin Lao observed and reminded him that this was chaotic power, and he must use the origin fire to illuminate abnormalities and not act rashly. Duong Tran flicked his finger, activating the origin fire seed as flames shot from his brow. Hovering flames instantly dispelled the blinding bone layer, revealing a mysterious cube hidden within. Duong Tran picked it up to examine, thinking this was the true mastermind behind everything. When he intended to step closer, Vin Lao quickly stopped him and told him not to be hasty. Vin Lao appeared to inspect carefully, and said this was very likely the legendary Chaos Demon Casket, within which extraordinary treasures could gestate. Duong Tran was astonished, and did not know what treasure this demon casket might give birth to. Yet neither of them dared to touch it, as they did not know how to open it. Vin Lao suggested retracting the origin fire, and using the sacred flame true Qi fused with its aura to break the demonic barrier outside. Duong Tran smiled and agreed, then let them try. He extended his hand wrapped in the fire seed and touched the demon casket, carving out a gap. Unexpectedly, the demon casket quickly melted, revealing the treasure within. Inside was a purple-blue bead, mystical and unfathomable. Vin Lao recognized it immediately. This was the origin of life. Consuming it now would be too wasteful. He asked to keep it for him. Duong Tran did not hesitate to toss it to Vin Lao, then curiously pointed at the remaining black bead and asked what it was. Vin Lao cradled the origin of life and shook his head, saying the other bead was too strange, and even after living so long, he had never seen such a thing. Duong Tran observed closely, thinking that being placed together with the origin of life, it must not be ordinary. With that thought, he reached out to touch the black bead, but was immediately repelled by a countering pressure that startled him. A majestic black dragon appeared amid the smoke. It had clearly emerged from that black bead. Duong Tran stared wide-eyed in shock at the scene before him. Even Vin Lao, who had experienced countless events, could not help but feel fear, not understanding what was happening. The black dragon roared, the mist gradually dispersing as its massive form became clearer. It did not exist in reality, but only within Duong Tran's divine sense. Upon contact, he understood the bead's origin through a torrent of knowledge. Sever vitality, sever origin, sever the myriad paths. Duong Tran frowned and held his forehead, complaining to Vin Lao that this thing was truly a monster. Was it really that powerful? Vin Lao was inwardly shocked. What origin did his master's martial soul carry to be so terrifying? Duong Tran did not dwell on it, and turned to say to Vin Lao that they should go up first. He lightly leapt upward. Above, the princess and Tyne Mama were already waiting. The princess smiled to welcome Duong Tran, saying since the ancestral spirit had entrusted him with the lower volume of the great Luo Dao scripture, she hoped he would visit the ancient kingdom, and they would certainly not let him suffer any loss. Duong Tran scratched his head and laughed, saying that was naturally no problem. The three left the cave. Outside, Tiu Kayat had already been waiting and called out loudly. Seeing his younger brother, Duong Tran became fully alert and hurriedly asked whether Tiu Kayat was injured. Tiu Kayat anxiously recounted that the ancient heroic spirits had mutated into white luminous insects, and all rushed to the third layer, leaving him outside extremely uneasy. Duong Tran snorted with confidence, saying that was because he had purified the chaos demon creature here. Impressive, was it not? Tiu Kayat immediately applauded in admiration, praising him until Duong Tran swelled with pride. Tin Kai Van ran over from afar, forcing a smile and saying he had not expected everyone to escape safely. Earlier, he had been very worried. The princess coldly replied that she appreciated young Master Van's concern, yet his manner of fleeing at the critical moment had clearly disappointed her. Tin Kai Van stood stunned watching the four leave, an uneasy feeling rising in his heart about what had just happened. He turned and shouted for his subordinates to head up to the third layer to check, then stared at the empty space before him in contemplation. Soon after, he changed his mind and hurried to catch up, convinced that group had seized a great opportunity. On Duong Tran's side, the four leisurely departed, the princess taking the initiative to ask where he came from. Duong Tran answered briefly, Dong Hong Sword Sect. Tine Mama interjected, asking whether it was the Dong Hong Sword Sect in the Far East. Duong Tran smiled and confirmed, leaned to whisper in the princess's ear with disdain that the Dong Hong Sword Sect was merely a minor force hardly worth mentioning. The princess also grew suspicious inwardly. Could these two be swindlers who had fooled the old ancestor? At that moment, Tin Kai Van caught up. Duong Tran turned to see him approach, aggressively demanding settlement of grievances. Duong Tran calmly asked what debt. Tin Kai Van smugly listed that Duong Tran had schemed in the Wen divine ruins and fled. He must compensate. Moreover, he had dared to take the Wen family's ancestral treasured sword. Duong Tran turned to ask the princess, standing beside him with a darkened expression, what Her Highness thought. Being slighted before her face, the princess coldly reminded that this was not the territory of the Seven-Sword Heavenly Sect. Tin Kai Van angrily demanded whether the princess truly intended to oppose the Seven-Sword Heavenly Sect for the sake of this brat. The princess responded without yielding, saying Duong Tran was an honored guest of the ancient kingdom, and Tin Kai Van was not qualified to represent the Seven-Sword Heavenly Sect. Struck at his sore point, Tin Kai Van gritted his teeth and issued a threat, hoping they would not regret it. Princess changed her expression and smiled at Duong Tran, saying let them go. Her mother was likely waiting long. At the side hall of the La Fu ancient kingdom, a dignified woman with seasoned bearing yet imposing presence, she was the queen of the La Fu ancient kingdom. San San respectfully presented the jade slip, happily saying this was the lower volume of the great Luo Dao scripture brought back by the ancestral spirit of the third layer. The queen received the jade slip with delight and asked in astonishment whether this was true. She placed the jade slip against her forehead and sent her divine sense inside. Within it, besides the great Luo Dao scripture, there was also the remnant soul of the crown prince instructing that Duong Tran must be treated well, regarding him as the hope of the ancient kingdom's revival. The queen was momentarily at a loss and looked toward Duong Tran behind, unsure what to say. Yet as sovereign, she quickly composed herself and kindly asked the identities of the two brothers. Duong Tran smiled naturally and introduced himself, while Tiu Kayat behind bowed very politely. The queen and San San smiled and invited the guests inside, thanking Duong Tran for escorting the precious treasure. In the reception hall, the queen curiously asked which place in the Far East they came from. Duong Tran did not conceal it, and answered that the two brothers were from the distant Triu Ka city. The queen was astonished to recall the legend that the dragon-taming great emperor 2,000 years ago also bore the surname Duong and came from Triu Ka city. Thinking so, she immediately became more cordial, inviting Duong Tran not to be distant and to call her beau Lai in the future. The queen solemnly invited Duong Tran to assume the position of Grand Offering of the La Fu ancient kingdom. Duong Tran hurriedly declined, saying he was only at the 5th level of the insect martial realm and did not dare accept such responsibility. Queen awkwardly explained, and then proposed that when he advanced to the Purple Palace realm, he could take up the position. Duong Tran hesitated, then reluctantly agreed, understanding inwardly that he could not completely refuse. With official matters concluded, the queen turned to her daughter and mentioned another request that startled San San. Duong Tran thought seriously and praised the princess's appearance and talent as outstanding. Tiu Kayat beside him could only remain silent. The queen grew even more satisfied and smiled, saying she wished to marry San San to Duong Tran. Duong Tran did not rejoice but broke into a cold sweat in alarm, exclaiming in shock. He quickly waved his hands and said he was not worthy of the princess. San San pouted angrily, feeling excessively slighted. The queen was also surprised by this reaction and asked whether there was another reason. Duong Tran scratched his head and explained that he already had someone in his heart and did not dare aspire to the princess. Queen persisted, saying a Dao companion valued mutual understanding and proposed letting San San follow him to learn more. Duong Tran felt awkward refusing and could only agree for the time being. Queen contentedly instructed San San to lead Duong Tran to the Cultivation's secret chamber and conveniently return to the secret realm the next morning. Duong Tran smiled in thanks and then asked further about the great opportunities within the Dong Xian secret realm. The queen did not conceal it and said it was Mount Fengshan. Duong Tran's eyes lit up, thinking the name alone already sounded formidable. San San crossed her arms in irritation, thinking that everyone in Dong Xian knew Mount Fengshan. These bumpkins truly were provincial. Though she pouted, she still obeyed her mother, the queen smiling as she said tomorrow San San would lead them to see it. Unexpectedly, Duong Tran pondered and said tomorrow might not be possible. He felt the need to enter seclusion to break through. The queen immediately arranged for San San to lead him to the royal cultivation secret chamber. San San walked ahead to guide the way, saying briefly, "Let us go." Queen remained behind, glancing at the shadow behind a pillar, and instructing that when they entered the secret realm, every move must be monitored. The shadow replied in a deep voice, "As you command." Time passed swiftly like a flash, and in the blink of an eye 3 months had gone by. Duong Tran stretched comfortably after 3 months of seclusion, Tiu Kayat already waiting and calling out joyfully. Duong Tran laughed and said he had reached the 9th level of the insect martial realm. If he had not compressed his foundation, he would already be at the heavenly unity realm. He excitedly asked Tiu Kayat about his current cultivation. Tiu Kayat scratched his head and smiled, saying he had reached the 5th level of the heavenly unity realm. Duong Tran widened his eyes in shock, unable to believe it. San San, standing outside, heard everything and broke into a sweat at the cultivation speed of the two brothers. Duong Tran laughed loudly and said one would get used to it, then asked San San about the situation outside during his seclusion. San San thought for a moment and said in Dong Xian Feng Yuan Zhen was about to prove the Tao and ascend to godhood at Mount Fengshan. Duong Tran found the title unfamiliar to his ears. The so-called great divine talent sounded somewhat exaggerated. Tiu Kayat interjected that they had once intended to visit Mount Fengshan to broaden their horizons. Duong Tran immediately agreed and replied enthusiastically, "Good." Lao was secretly alarmed. What origin did his master's martial soul carry to make others shudder like this? Tiu Kayat and Duong Tran excitedly looked up at the towering mountain, saying they had arrived. Duong Tran pointing at the peak and declaring this was the first goal to conquer after leaving the Far East. San San, standing beside them, rolled her eyes in disdain, thinking these two fools only knew how to boast, yet dared dream of conquering Mount Fengshan. Two brothers, Little Black, also barked happily in agreement, barking with imposing spirit. Duong Tran perceptively turned and asked, "You also wish to ascend to godhood and make a name at Mount Fengshan?" causing San San to look at him as if he were mad. Unexpectedly, Little Black wagged its tail, as if agreeing, and barked twice loudly. Tiu Kayat laughed and praised its spirit, Little Black wagging even harder, while San San held her forehead speechless and walked ahead. San San darkened her face at the excited group behind. Duong Tran raised his hand, signaling, "Let us go." The group climbed the stone steps to the mountainside, seeing a man sitting cross-legged before a massive hammer facing a large cliff. Carved clearly upon the cliff was the name Feng Yuan Zhen. San San introduced to the two provincials that this was the echo wall of divine strength. Striking the cliff with the stone hammer to produce 3 echoes would allow one to leave their name on the wall. Duong Tran widened his eyes and asked, "Was it only that simple?" San San darkened her face and replied that the cliff weighed 50,000 catties. Even a peak heavenly unity realm cultivator might not lift it. Normally, no one could raise it at all. She snorted coldly in disdain. Yet Duong Tran noticed a familiar aura ahead. A group appeared behind them, led by Xiao Yunyang. Duong Tran happily waved and called out, "Brother Xiao over here," making Xiao Yunyang break into a startled sweat. Xiao Yunyang hurriedly signaled for silence, but it was too late. Feng Yuan Zhen, who had been meditating, became furious. He cast a cold glance at Duong Tran and asked who he was. Xiao Yunyang quickly stepped forward to mediate, saying Duong Tran was a friend visiting Mount Fengshan for the first time and hoped young Master Feng would forgive him. Duong Tran was displeased and looked irritably at Feng Yuan Zhen, asking whether the foremost divine talent of Dong Xian truly had such bearing. Of respect for Xiao Yunyang, Feng Yuan Zhen did not pursue the matter further and returned to meditation. But at that moment, Tiu Kayat stepped forward, causing everyone to look in confusion. Tiu Kayat darkened his face and said coldly, "Move aside. You are blocking the way." The crowd behind whispered in alarm, thinking this boy truly did not value his life by provoking Feng Yuan Zhen. Tiu Kayat looked straight at Feng Yuan Zhen and said great fame was one thing, but monopolizing this place was unreasonable. Could others not attempt the godhood trial? Feng Yuan Zhen stood up and carefully observed Tiu Kayat, smiled and gathered power into his hand, saying if the arrogant boy could withstand one move, he would yield the pack. He pointed, a sword suddenly manifesting and shooting straight toward Tiu Kayat. Tiu Kayat showed no fear and circulated his cultivation to face it. A blue true chi fist formed and flew up to block the sword tip. Sword and fist collided fiercely, creating a powerful shockwave. When the dust cleared, Feng Yuanzhen and Tiu Kayat remained in place. Crowd stared open-mouthed. This boy could actually withstand a move from Feng Yuanzhen. His background was truly extraordinary. Feng Yuanzhen crossed his arms and nodded in satisfaction, saying his strength was not bad and he would wait for the next performance. Tiu Kayat glanced at the crowd behind in disdain and said, "You worthless lot, watch closely." After speaking, he stepped forward and grasped the hammer handle with one hand. Crowd murmured in shock. Could he be intending to lift the divine strength hammer with one hand? Sheer fantasy. Tiu Kayat focused his strength into his palm and lifted the hammer. The hammer was truly raised with one hand. Feng Yuanzhen widening his eyes in astonishment. He frowned. Could such terrifying strength still belong to a human? Tiu Kayat calmly placed the hammer back in its original spot. He looked at the cliff, hearing two resounding echoes, and shook his head slightly, saying it was still lacking some heat. Turning to Duong Tran, Tiu Kayat told his brother to try. Surely he could do it. Duong Tran waved his hand in refusal, saying young Master Feng was about to ascend to godhood, and they should not cause further trouble. After speaking, the two brothers left, leaving the crowd stunned and Feng Yuanzhen red-eyed, suspecting they came from a hidden sect. Thinking so, Feng Yuanzhen turned to ask Xiao Yunyang about the origins of those two. Xiao Yunyang was slightly surprised to be asked about Duong Tran, but he calmly said the two brothers came from a hidden sect, causing another stir among the crowd. The crowd whispered that only a hidden sect could produce such formidable figures, San behind them growing even more confused. She wondered in bewilderment what a hidden sect truly was. On Duong Tran's side, the three stopped before a massive stone monument named the Silver Steel. San explained the silver steel was a treasure used to refine the purity of true chi. Passing it would grant one purification. Duong Tran eagerly pulled Tiu Kayat forward, Vin Lao reminding that their true chi still contained impurities, and they should borrow the silver steel to refine it first. Duong Tran nodded in agreement. The three sat cross-legged upon the steel and began cultivating. 3 days later, a slender figure appeared at the foot of the mountain. The crowd whispered that it was the demoness of the Tao-shaking demon sect Shangyuan Han Yun, younger sister of the great divine talent Shangyuan Han Giant. This time it would surely be lively. Shangyuan Han Yun's target was clearly Duong Tran. She asked where the two from the hidden sect were. Someone quickly pointed the way, saying they were by the silver steel. Shangyuan Han Yun approached the group cultivating, which had grown from 3 to over a dozen people. She placed her hands on her hips and called out loudly, "Who is Duong Tran and Jian Wu Kayat? Come out." Duong Tran angrily turned his head, grinding his teeth in annoyance. He inwardly cursed that at such a crucial cultivation moment, he was being disturbed. But when he turned, before him stood a peerless beauty with an entirely different charm. Duong Tran instantly changed expression, smiling brightly as he stepped forward to ask her name. The beauty did not answer but released a dangerous pressure and asked in return whether he came from a hidden sect. Duong Tran smiled faintly and denied it, saying he merely came from a small, desolate place. Yet Shangyuan Han Yun smiled confidently, believing he was teasing and underestimating her. San hurriedly leaned over to remind Duong Tran that this was the demoness Shangyuan Han Yun whose temperament was dangerous, and he must be cautious. Instead, Shangyuan Han Yun gently invited Duong Tran and his younger brother to join the Tao-shaking demon sect. Duong Tran scratched his head and smiled awkwardly in refusal, saying he already belonged somewhere and could not love many. Shangyuan Han Yun coquettishly insisted, suggesting the two could consider being in the same faction. Yin Lao spoke up to remind that this woman carried an alluring yin bloodline. Dual cultivation would greatly benefit Duong Tran's physique. Hearing this, Duong Tran did not completely refuse and suggested getting to know Shangyuan Han Yun further. Shangyuan Han Yun smiled brightly in agreement, though she warned it would bring not little trouble. The crowd rose to watch, both fearful and astonished, thinking Duong Tran would sooner or later encounter disaster with Shangyuan Han Giant. At that moment, a loud rumble suddenly sounded. Everyone cried out at once. Duong Tran, noticing Feng Yuanzhen was conducting the godhood trial. Feng Yuanzhen held the hammer with both hands before the cliff, the rows of characters upon it gradually becoming clear. At last, the spiritual energy dissipated, and the name Feng Yuanzhen slowly appeared clearly upon the cliff, proving he had successfully ascended to godhood. Yet Feng Yuanzhen's face was pale, showing no joy. He lowered his head in contemplation, thoughts churning within. Though he had gained fame at Mount Fengshan, he had used both hands, if that youth had also used both hands back then. Behind Feng Yuan Zhen gathered many spectators, among them one particularly prominent figure, Wan Lion Cheng of the Imperial clan. He belonged to the direct imperial lineage of the Dongxian Empire. Cultivators behind recognized his identity and whispered incessantly. It was truly Wan Lion Cheng. Even he had appeared. It seemed Dongxian truly intended to recruit Feng Yuan Zhen, yet the result would depend on the offered terms. After matters settled, Wan Lion Cheng stepped forward leisurely and spoke gently to Feng Yuan Zhen, saying he came under special orders. He represented the imperial family in entering the secret realm and solemnly invited Feng Yuan Zhen to become a royal guest elder. Feng Yuan Zhen immediately set down the hammer and cupped his hands in salute, thanking Your Highness for personally coming, filled with respect. Someone dared disregard Wan Lion Cheng. Another cultivator stepped forward loudly to invite him, saying Feng Yuan Zhen had obtained qualification to enter the Water Academy and could freely choose among the 5 halls, causing Wan Lion Cheng's expression to darken. Everyone was astonished at such arrogance. Was the Water Academy truly so powerful? Someone explained it was one of the 4 great forces, and even the mysterious Fire Academy housed invincible experts. Immediately after, Xin Kai Wu, a core disciple of Golden Sword Peak, also spoke to compete, asserting that the 7-sword heavenly sect of Dongxian suited Feng Yuan Zhen well. Upon entering Golden Sword Peak, he could directly become a core disciple. Feng Yuan Zhen rested his chin and pondered for a long while. Xin Kai Wu anxiously declared that his elder brother was on the way to Mount Fengshan. If he himself lacked weight, then his brother would personally invite him. Crowd exchanged glances. Xin Kai Wen was also coming. Perhaps recruiting Feng Yuan Zhen was incidental. The true aim was to build fame at Fengshan, a clever strategy indeed. After weighing matters, Feng Yuan Zhen made his decision, thanking the 7-sword heavenly sect yet believing the Water Academy suited him better. The Water Academy cultivator beamed with joy, smiling warmly and telling Feng Yuan Zhen to settle affairs after leaving the secret realm before enrolling. At this moment, Duong Tran's group also came to watch. The pink-haired girl, sharp-eyed, immediately pointed out Duong Tran and Jian Wu Kaya, the 2 disciples of a hidden sect. Wan Lion Cheng promptly approached to greet them, sincerely inviting the 2 to join the Dongxian imperial family as guest elders. Duong Tran calmly asked, in return, what benefits would come from becoming a royal guest elder. Wan Lion Cheng assumed Duong Tran had grown interested in the offer. He explained that a royal guest elder would receive cultivation resources equal to the direct imperial lineage. Duong Tran innocently asked whether there were heaven-grade techniques, causing San beside him to roll her eyes, while Duong Tran's eyes gleamed. Even Wan Lion Cheng was embarrassed, momentarily unsure how to answer. The crowd was once again astonished. Such was the bearing of a hidden sect, asking for heaven grade at the outset. Yet under such conditions, Dongxian might struggle to comply. Just then a familiar figure appeared. It was Xin Kai Wen. Upon arriving, Xin Kai Wu immediately reported everything, saying Feng Yuan Zhen had chosen the Water Academy. Yet 2 monstrous geniuses from a hidden sect had appeared. Recruiting them would be formidable. Hearing the familiar words, Xin Kai Wen glanced over and found all familiar faces. I hope everyone subscribes to support. Please press subscribe for the channel. Xin Kai Wen immediately burst into loud laughter, saying it was laughable to death. He did not hesitate to step on Duong Tran, mocking as he approached, saying that after only a few days he had become an expert of a hidden sect. Duong Tran calmly replied that they indeed had fate, yet young Master Xin's memory seemed poor. Meeting him often meant misfortune. Xin Kai Wen immediately exposed them to the crowd, declaring everyone had been deceived. These 2 were merely from the low-ranked Dong Hong sword sect in the Far East, angering Wan Lion Cheng. He darkened his face and shouted at Duong Tran that daring to play tricks before the Dongxian Empire was courting death. Yet Duong Tran remained calm. He merely lightly shook his finger in challenge. Duong Tran calmly explained that everyone had misunderstood. Beginning to end, he had said he came from the Dong Hong sword sect. Xiao Yun Yang could testify. As for the hidden sect, it was others' speculation. He also pointed out San was the princess of the La Fu ancient kingdom who had always accompanied him and could testify. Though displeased, she silently confirmed his words. Not only did Xin Kai Wen fail to suppress Duong Tran, he was countered, veins bulging in anger as he glared. Rage surging, Xin Kai Wen immediately attacked, yet Duong Tran nimbly evaded and retreated. The strike missed cleanly, further irritating Xin Kai Wen. He instantly unleashed his lethal move 100 Silver Crossing Void, startling Duong Tran slightly. In an instant, Duong Tran steadied himself and waved in response. Majestic flaming banners appeared, surrounding his body. Yet before the banners could strike, a colossal sword like a cliff rose before Duong Tran, blue spiritual power entirely different from his red flames. It was Feng Yuanzhen. Feng Yuanzhen swung his sword in protection and said in a deep voice that the two were his friends. Zin Kaiwen glared angrily yet dared not act, merely threatening before calling Zin Kaiwu to leave. Though he needed no protection, Duong Tran still sincerely thanked Feng Yuanzhen. Feng Yuanzhen turned and replied that helping the two was his honor. He said he had just joined the Water Academy, and they could seek him there as fellow learners. Martial youth saw the situation clearly, understanding those people were blind. Jian Wu Kaiat alone possessed extraordinary talent, let alone Duong Tran. This assistance formed a good bond. Jian Wu Kaiat calmly said he wished to test himself again against Zin Kai Wen. San, familiar with such scenes, could only sigh while Duong Tran smiled. He comforted his younger brother that there would be opportunities later, then suggested continuing to cultivate true qi. As for Zin Kai Wen, though he had left, ambition remained. He smiled slyly, thinking of the day he would gain fame at Mount Fengshan. Duong Tran returned before the stone steel and continued cultivating, true qi around him surging like flames. After circulating his technique for a while, he slowly stood. Jian Wu Kaiat excitedly asked if it had succeeded. Duong Tran happily nodded, astonishing Vin Lao. Vin Lao asked whether the martial seed had transformed. Duong Tran confirmed the second transformation was complete. Hearing such a firm answer, Vin Lao grew even more amazed at such rare talent. Yet Duong Tran noticed the commotion in the distance. Amid the forest, a tower suddenly appeared, numerous cultivators surrounding it in heated discussion. Jian Wu Kaiat explained it was the 9 luminous tower where Zin Kai Wen attempted godhood. Duong Tran pondered, then leapt down. He suggested they go watch for amusement. Duong Tran guessed Zin Kai Wen might have some chance, perhaps even succeed. At the tower's base, Zin Kai Wen stood motionless, circulating power, veins bulging as he roared. His aura exploded so fiercely that even onlookers felt it, drawing Duong Tran closer curiously. At this moment, San stepped forward to explain. She said the 9 luminous tower tested the intensity of spiritual sense. If one could light 5 of the 9 lamps simultaneously, it counted as success. No sooner had she spoken than light burst from the tower's summit. Her lamps blazed instantly, drawing all attention. The surrounding cultivators cheered. Within a short time 4 lamps had lit. Zin Kai Wen's spiritual sense was indeed formidable. Duong Tran, standing afar, merely smiled faintly. He laughed and said he had thought it more impressive. Just then someone cried out. The 4 lamps suddenly dimmed, Zin Kai Wen roaring angrily. As his anger rose, someone added fuel to the flames. Jian Wu Kaiat's indifferent voice drifted over, remarking that Zin Kai Wen was lacking, making Duong Tran laugh loudly and infuriating the other who drew his sword. Zin Kai Wen roared to kill, with no Feng Yuanzhen to protect. He charged straight at Duong Tran. He shouted his move, yet Duong Tran calmly raised his hand to halt him, causing Zin Kai Wen to stop mid-strike in surprise. San beside thought she did not know what trick he planned. Duong Tran solemnly folded his arms and declared loudly, announced he would ascend to godhood at the 9 luminous tower, and asked whether Zin Kai Wen, as a golden sword peak genius, dared to ambush at this moment, drawing every cultivator's gaze. The judging eyes fixed upon Zin Kai Wen made him tremble with hatred. Tiu Kaiat, unaware of the tension, added fuel, saying he would protect his brother, causing Zin Kai Wen to clench his fists. Retracting his sword, he gave a cold smile, laughing and cursing the 2 brats ignorant of heaven and earth, saying he would let them live a while longer, while Duong Tran stepped forward calmly. Duong Tran's fearless composure further irritated Zin Kai Wen. He secretly communicated with Vin Lao within. Vin Lao, with my current spiritual sense intensity, passing this trial should not be difficult, Vin Lao responded. Of course, Master's spiritual sense far surpasses the postnatal stage. Even many innate cultivators cannot compare. Duong Tran happily asked whether it had truly surpassed postnatal. Vin Lao affirmed firmly. Master's spiritual sense is soul force. Like cultivation, it has major realms. Within the postnatal stage, soul force has 3 levels: void forming, form condensing to reality, reality condensing to essence. Duong Tran half understood, yet eagerly asked further. And what level is my spiritual sense now? Vin Lao hesitated briefly before replying, Master, your spiritual sense has entered the initial sect realm. Duong Tran widened his eyes in shock. Truly, Vin Lao continued. Such knowledge will be understood naturally when cultivation rises. The 9 luminous tower trial is not difficult for you, but if all 9 lamps are lit, the reward will be great. Zin Kai Wen beside saw Duong Tran, still standing absent-minded without circulating power, grew furious, thinking, this fellow claimed he would ascend, yet dared waste time. Just then Duong Tran began. He took a deep breath, his distinctive crimson spiritual power erupting around him. The cultivators whispered that it had begun. Duong Tran formally attempted godhood at the 9 luminous tower. Many doubted his strength. Even Even Zin Kai Wen had failed. How could a poor youth from the Far East light several lamps? Yet others argued Jian Wu Kaiat had nearly succeeded. Duong Tran's spiritual power surged higher. The first lamp of the 9 luminous tower lit in response to his true chi. Even Tiu Kaiat was startled. San, who had thought the brothers boastful, did not expect Duong Tran truly had ability. Even those close were astonished, let alone others. The divine radiance of godhood appeared. Heavens, who has passed the 9 luminous tower trial. Tower's peak shone ever brighter, nearly blazing entirely. The cultivators below gasped as 8 lamps lit simultaneously. The lamps swayed in the wind, Zin Kai Wen gaping with sweat pouring. Could this be that Brat had lit 8 lamps at once? He stared in fear at Duong Tran concentrating afar. No, he absolutely cannot be allowed to live. Otherwise, sooner or later I will die at his hands. A girl in the crowd screamed. Everyone looked. The 9th lamp has lit up as well. Tiu Kaiat laughed in delight. Ha ha, my big brother is truly formidable. San grew increasingly flustered, sweat streaming down her face. In the end, what is his background? Murmurs rose everywhere. The 9th lamp blazed to life. All 9 lamps atop the tower shone brilliantly at once. But at that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. Kai Van summoned his spirit sword, killing intent spilling outward. He roared die, then slashed straight toward Duong Tran, who remained utterly calm. Yet something even more shocking happened. An aged and dignified voice suddenly resounded. The remnant soul of an old man flew out from the 9 mausoleums tower, asking who had awakened him. When he looked down, he saw Tin Kai Van charging forward. He lightly moved a finger, speaking with disdain. An ant that knows not life or death. A powerful force shot straight at Tin Kai Van. Duong Tran turned his head in astonishment. Tin Kai Van's sword was only an inch away from Duong Tran when it was blasted aside. It was flung back toward the crowd. San and the pink-haired girl hurriedly dodged aside, causing him to crash miserably onto the ground. The old man looked at Duong Tran and said, "According to the ancient covenant, you may light the 9 mausoleums tower at the postnatal stage. Therefore I grant you a primordial soul divine crystal." He pointed toward the tower. The primordial soul divine crystal lies within the 9 mausoleums tower. Use your divine sense to control and refine it yourself. Duong Tran stood stunned. "You are not giving it to me directly. I do not know how to refine it." He looked flustered as the old man gradually faded away. Duong Tran anxiously called out, "Wait." Just then Vin Lao appeared. "Master, I have a divine sense refinement technique. With your divine sense it should not take long to succeed." A book appeared in Duong Tran's hand. Vin Lao reminded him to accept it. Duong Tran happily flipped it open. "I can give it a try." Duong Tran closed his eyes. He quickly finished reading the contents within his divine sense. Absorbing all the knowledge, the book vanished. Duong Tran exhaled in satisfaction. Success, Vin Lao broke into a sweat at his master's heaven-defying comprehension. Duong Tran curled his lips and raised his hand. Circulating his technique, he began refining a formation. Gradually formed in his palm, the 9 mausoleums tower began absorbing his spiritual power. Inside the tower, a warm glowing object slowly condensed. Outside, a corresponding glow also appeared in Duong Tran's hand. Closed his eyes to sense it, carefully refining the object. The cultivators were still immersed in shock. Someone regained their senses and asked what had just happened. Another explained that Duong Tran was conferring divinity at the 9 mausoleums tower. Not only that, but he had lit all 9 lamps and even summoned the ancient mountain spirit. Only Tin Kai Vo remained anxious. He ran to Tin Kai Van, who lay sprawled on the ground, and asked if his brother was all right. Tin Kai Van struggled to sit up. He pointed toward Duong Tran in the distance, managing to utter only 2 words, "Kill him." Tin Kai Van finally collapsed completely, his soul leaving his body. Tin Kai Vo held him and called out in despair. Half an hour passed. Duong Tran withdrew his divine sense. Noticing the wide-eyed stares behind him, he turned back and laughed carefree a few times. "Why have you not left yet? Could it be that since you failed to confer divinity you came to watch me? Feel free to watch. I am not petty. Whoever said before that I could not do it, why not continue speaking?" Those words truly invite a beating. Duong Tran smiled in satisfaction at the angry curses, ignoring whether they called him a petty villain reveling in success or said he survived thanks to the mountain spirit. He turned and said, "Tiu Kaiat, do you want to try? Actually, the 9 mausoleums tower trial is not too difficult." Tiu Kaiat scratched his head awkwardly. He said his divine sense was probably not strong enough. It would be hard to light 5 lamps. Duong Tran did not force him, only smiled. "Is fine, divine sense is not your specialty. There will be chances to strengthen it later. Divine sense is very important." He looked into the distance and continued. "Let us go check the soul appraisal stone. Soul strength is the foundation of a cultivator. It needs further tempering, San felt slightly worried from afar. The soul appraisal stone tests soul power. Duong Tran said nothing more. He merely turned back with a confident smile. Whether it works or not we will know by trying. The three of them walked toward the soul appraisal stone. It was a rough stone, covered all around with talismans and golden chains, filled with spiritual power. Vin Lao spoke to call his master. I feel that your soul power should not have difficulty passing the test, but the exact result is uncertain. Duong Tran fell silent, then asked, Vin Lao, how are the levels of soul power divided? Vin Lao replied, soul power is divided similarly to divine sense. The postnatal stage has 3 levels which are shapeless void form, condensed form into reality, condensed form into essence. You are likely at the condensed form into reality level. Duong Tran communicated within his divine sense. Suddenly he sensed a familiar aura and looked over vigilantly. It was Dong Hong Yuang Tai with a heavy blade on his back. He waddled over, loudly calling little Tran. As soon as he arrived, he did not stop praising, saying Duong Tran was far too formidable. Duong Tran looked at the man before him in surprise. Brother Tai, why are you alone? Dong Hong Yuang Tai snorted dejectedly. Forget it, do not mention it. Duong Tran did not ask further, narrowed his eyes and smiled, saying with Brother Tai's talent, conferring divinity at Mount Deification should be as easy as turning a hand. Dong Hong Yuang Tai froze and asked again, confer divinity. As soon as those 2 words sounded, cultivators immediately crowded over to watch. Someone else wants to confer divinity. Who is it? Dong Hong Yuang Tai realized he had misspoken. He awkwardly covered up. As the eldest brother, if I cannot confer divinity, would that not mean I am inferior to my younger brothers? Dong secretly felt shocked upon hearing this. Who exactly is this person? Judging by his tone, he seems to be Duong Tran's eldest brother. Could he also be a hidden genius? Duong Tran immediately pointed toward the soul appraisal stone ahead. Brother Tai, I originally planned to try the soul appraisal stone first. How about you go first? Dong Hong Yuang Tai's expression changed at once, forcing a smile to brush it off. He stammered for a long time without words. After quite a while, he reluctantly said, as for soul power, let us forget it. It is a bit difficult. Other things can still be tried. After hearing this, Duong Tran casually pointed elsewhere. The 9-lamp tower is right under that cliff, Brother Tai. Then you should try the 9-lamp tower first. The silence at this moment was the clearest answer. Dong Hong Yuang Tai changed the topic with difficulty. Why did Tiu Kayat not leave his name on the 9-lamp tower? Tiu Kayat did not hide it either. He scratched his head and answered frankly, Brother Tai, I'm still inexperienced. Mount Deification has 4 deification trials. I'm only somewhat confident at the echo wall of divine power. The other places are not stable yet. I fear embarrassing Big Brother and you. Dong Hong Yuang Tai looked at the 2 of them with a pale face. The 2 brothers displayed identical harmless smiles, yet created invisible pressure. Being brothers with 2 such geniuses was truly 8 lifetimes of misfortune. After much thought, Dong Hong Yuang Tai made up his mind. He intended to walk toward the soul appraisal stone, then stop. Little Tran, no rush. If you want to look at the soul appraisal stone first, that is fine. It is my first time at Mount Deification, and I also want to broaden my horizons. Dong Hong Yuang Tai stood together with Duong Tran. Before the soul appraisal stone, Duong Tran closed his eyes and raised his hand. He began circulating his technique, releasing his divine sense outward. It immediately shot straight into the soul appraisal stone. Even Duong Tran himself could not help feeling surprised. What is this situation? Vin Lao immediately appeared to explain, Master, the soul appraisal stone is a special spiritual material. Aside from soul power, most other energies are neutralized. After hearing this, Duong Tran sat down. Dong Hong Yuang Tai looked at Duong Tran in confusion. At this moment, he had already closed his eyes, spiritual power continuing to be released. The mark on his forehead appeared, blazing like a flame, causing the crowd to widen their eyes. Divine sense shot out from Duong Tran's forehead, rushing straight into the soul appraisal stone. Dong Hong Yuang Tai was endlessly shocked. He gaped. The soul appraisal stone emitted a warm light. A beam of light enveloped the stone, rings of soul halos gradually taking shape. A flame-shaped light simultaneously appeared on the soul appraisal stone, leaving everyone stunned. Light quickly twisted into a pillar that shot straight into the sky, dazzling beyond measure. All cultivators within the secret realm sensed the disturbance from afar. Someone was attempting to confer divinity. Confer divinity at the soul appraisal stone. This had never happened before. Could it be that another genius had emerged? At that moment, the mountain spirit manifested again. The mountain spirit appeared upon the soul appraisal stone, looking at Duong Tran helplessly. Brat, it is you again. Spoke guidance, telling Duong Tran to follow the aura. According to the ancient covenant, human brat, your name is Duong Tran, correct? You will receive a primordial soul stone. I will open the restriction for you. Quickly refine it. Duong Tran was astonished. A primordial soul stone. He hurriedly called Vin Lao in his heart. What kind of treasure is the primordial soul stone? How is it refined? Vin Lao at this moment was instead shocked. His master's soul power already reached such a level. Vin Lao recalled the black stone Duong Tran once picked up on the ancient battlefield of the La Fu ancient kingdom. Could that black stone be the legendary Great Demon Sea? Seeing Vin Lao silent, Duong Tran grew even more flustered. Duong Tran called again, Vin Lao. Vin Lao hurriedly replied, Master, with dual soul communication, you have entered the supreme clarity true refinement art, so you can use soul power to refine the primordial soul stone, however. Even for innate cultivators, the primordial soul stone is a supreme soul treasure. Unfortunately for you, its effect may not be great. Duong Tran frowned in confusion. Why is that? Vin Lao sighed. Master, your soul power is too strong. The primordial soul stone has little effect anymore. Just as I predicted, Duong Tran closed his eyes and continued circulating his technique. He connected his divine sense with the soul appraisal stone. We will know after trying. Within his divine sense, a black gem was gradually refined. Duong Tran frowned and sighed. As expected, Vin Lao was right. He absorbed only a bit of energy without any advancement. Seeing it useless, Duong Tran immediately changed his mind. He turned and called Tiu Kayat, open your sea of consciousness. Let me try transferring the energy of the primordial soul stone to you. Then merge it into your soul power. Tiu Kayat's eyes widened. Before Tiu Kayat could even hesitate, Duong Tran had already shot the energy from the soul appraisal stone into Tiu Kayat's forehead. Tiu Kayat suddenly cried out in pain, his entire body trembling. Dong Hong Yuang Tai looked on in alarm at the scene. Tiu Kayat clutched his head in pain. Duong Tran hurriedly asked if he was all right. He still held his forehead tightly. Surging energy poured into his sea of consciousness. Seeing this, Duong Tran immediately stepped forward. He told Tiu Kayat to set up a barrier, informing Brother Tai that Tiu Kayat was refining the primordial soul stone, the two of them guarding him together. Just then more cultivators arrived. He spoke up to invite Duong Tran to join the Seven-Sword Heavenly Sect, drawing the attention of both Dong Hong Yuang Tai and Duong Tran, saying Duong Tran was a sword cultivator well suited for the Seven-Sword Heavenly Sect. Duong Tran frowned and asked again, I have a grudge with Tin Kai Van. Are you sure this is appropriate? That cultivator placed his hands on his hips and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, it is a trivial matter. Still do not understand our Seven-Sword Heavenly Sect. He pointed behind him. All fellow disciples know that the Seven-Sword Heavenly Sect has 7 peaks, each following a different path. The Gold Sword Peak has long been arrogant, while my Soul Sword Peak focuses on inner restraint and cultivating the heart. Duong Tran let out a light breath. Thank you for the invitation. I understand the path of Soul Sword Peak, but now is not the time to decide. After speaking, he turned away. Duong Tran pointed at Dong Hong Yuang Tai. Brother Tai, it is your turn. With your ability, making a name at the Soul Appraisal Stone should not be difficult. Dong Hong Yuang Tai was startled as if called up to recite. He quickly said Duong Tran did not know how to be modest. Acting like this would easily invite jealousy. Wait a little longer. Just then Tiu Kayat finished refining. Tiu Kayat happily stood up to report, Brother, my soul power has transformed. San San was shocked. Could it be related to Duong Tran? Dong Hong Yuang Tai hurriedly urged Tiu Kayat. If your soul power has transformed, then conferring divinity at the Soul Appraisal Stone should not be a problem. Try it. Tiu Kayat clenched his fists, his gaze firm. It will definitely work. Even if not like Big Brother, at least I will make a name. He stepped forward and released his divine sense. His divine sense fused with the Soul Appraisal Stone, spiraling upward. Rings of soul halos appeared atop the stone. Wind lifted Tiu Kayat's robes. The crowd gasped. It truly lit up. Could the rumors be wrong? Was not the Soul Appraisal Stone the hardest? The spirals grew larger and larger. Though not equal to Duong Tran, the spectacle still overwhelmed everyone. San San and Dong Hong Yuang Tai stared wide-eyed. Fluctuation of soul power made them widen their eyes. Was Tiu Kayat this strong as well? Another beam of light different from Duong Tran shot into the sky. The light pierced straight into the heavens, shaking the cultivators beneath the cliff who had just regained their senses once more. Crowd panicked. Duong Tran smiled at his younger brother. The two stood before the radiant Soul Appraisal Stone. Tiu Kayat called softly in slight disappointment. Limit is only 6 soul halos. Did I embarrass you? Duong Tran smiled with hands on his hips. Ha ha, do not be discouraged. That is enough. We are only 20 years old. There is still plenty of time. Dong Hong Yuang Tai looked at everything, quietly slipped away, making an excuse about a stomachache to go relieve himself. Duong Tran was just about to call him back when a familiar voice called him. Duong Tran turned around in surprise. Van Lien Than appeared with a fake smile, conveying the royal decree inviting Duong Tran to join Dong Xian. Duong Tran crossed his arms. He modestly replied that he was merely a small barbarian from the Far East. Did not expect to alarm the Lord of Dong Xian. It truly made one both honored and uneasy. Van Lien Than kept smiling. laughing heartily on the surface, yet calculating inside. Once the genius joined, he would merely be a member of the royal family. Duong Tran raised his brows. Calmly asked directly, "What are the conditions?" Van Lien Than warmly replied, "If you join Dong Xian, you may choose any city outside the imperial capital to become its lord. The royal treasury will be open to you unconditionally. There will also be heaven-tier martial skills. Countless treasures." Yet Duong Tran did not care in the slightest. He indifferently replied, "Your Highness, I still need to go to the deification mark stele. We can discuss this later." Van Lien Than was stunned, cried out in shock, "What, you still want to go to the deification mark stele?" The three of them moved again toward the mark stele. Duong Tran stepped forward and reached out to touch the mark stele. Immediately after, he began circulating his cultivation art. True Qi, carrying the familiar hue of flames, instantly surged up and was directly infused into the mark stele. In just an instant, the character Duong clearly appeared on the mark stele. Tran followed with streaks of watermarks, proving he had successfully conferred divinity. Tiu Kayat and San San stood beside him, unable to help but watch nervously as well. The water streaks continued to deepen, finally stopping at 6 marks, causing another wave of shock among the cultivators. Everyone cried out in astonishment. Success, terrifying. Who would have thought Duong Tran's true Qi was so powerful? This is a true genius. Yet Duong Tran himself was not very satisfied. He stood with hands on hips looking at the mark stele, sighing softly. Only 6 marks, still not reaching the 9-mark limit. Then he called Vin Lao again. "Vin Lao, what treasure is inside this mark stele?" Vin Lao immediately replied, "Master, inside the mark stele are 3 drops of extreme spirit true essence. It is a supreme treasure for true Qi, especially for postnatal cultivators. Just 1 drop is enough to greatly condense and strengthen true Qi." Duong Tran was startled upon hearing this. Extreme spirit true essence. Duong Tran was immediately tempted. He stirred his sea of consciousness turbulently, then quickly moved close to the mark stele. Placing his hand on it again, "Wait, I will try using all heaven true Qi." At this moment the true Qi around him was no longer red but turned golden, causing the cultivators to widen their eyes. "What is that?" Everyone looked. 9 marks have appeared on the stele again. Even Vin Lao was stunned. He flew out in shock and asked, "Master, you also have lightning attribute talent. How did you awaken it?" Duong Tran grinned. "First I encountered a strange lightning phenomenon in the Triu Ka mountain range. I casually operated the heaven-devouring scripture a little and awakened the lightning attribute." Vin Lao was speechless upon hearing this, then suddenly asked further, "Master, where did your heaven-devouring scripture come from?" Duong Tran happily replied, "Came from the inheritance of my own martial soul." Vin Lao was extremely astonished after hearing this. A martial soul can even pass down cultivation techniques. Duong Tran innocently asked in return, "Do other martial souls not have such ability?" Vin Lao covered his mouth. It seems this young master hides far too many secrets. Just then a familiar voice rang out. "Has awakened me." The mountain spirit appeared and saw Duong Tran grinning. He was slightly annoyed. "It is you again." Duong Tran merely smiled. "All right then, hand over the reward." The mountain spirit did not bother to say more. Waved his hand and shot a beam of light toward Duong Tran. He hurriedly raised his hand to catch it. Holding the extreme spirit true essence in his hand, Duong Tran thought he could not refine it all alone. It would be a waste to leave it unused. He turned to call Brother Tai and Tiu Kayat to place their hands on the mark stele. The two were briefly stunned, but still complied. The cultivators below immediately watched curiously. Everyone did not understand what they were doing. What exactly were Kim Vo Kayat and Dong Hong Yuong Tai planning on the mark stele? Some guessed Duong Tran had passed and was sharing benefits with them. Others lamented not having such good brothers. Dong Hong Yuong Tai widened his eyes. He looked down at his palm, then at his true Qi. My true Qi is actually being refined and elevated. Tiu Kayat quickly understood as well. He turned and asked, "Brother, have you shared the reward with us?" But Duong Tran did not answer. At this moment he was sitting cross-legged with eyes closed, concentrating. Dong Hong Yuong Tai was sharp-eyed. Said to Tiu Kayat, "Your brother is breaking through." Upon hearing this, Tiu Kayat curiously looked at Dong Hong Yuong Tai. Breaking through. His brother about to reach the Heavenly Union realm. The cultivators who heard this grew increasingly alarmed. Earlier Duong Tran had not even entered the Heavenly Union realm, yet had already conferred divinity. Someone laughed, saying, "Because he is Duong Tran." Others marveled in disbelief. Then how strong would he be once he breaks through? Duong Tran slowly opened his eyes. Tiu Kayat immediately ran over. Asking with concern, "So fast?" Duong Tran calmly replied, "This was only restoring my state and conveniently refining my true Qi." After speaking, he stood up. He looked into the distance and smiled at Tiu Kayat. "It is time." His gaze turned toward the distant cliff. "I must go to the echo wall to confer divinity." Van Lien Than contemptuously shouted at Zhao Nhi, Whose brat are you? Do you know where this is? Hurry and get lost. Zhao Nhi was displeased. The little girl refused to back down and retorted, I will remember your appearance. When I return to the mountain, I will tell third senior brother. Let us see how he deals with you. Van Lien Than let out a disdainful laugh, bent down and asked little sister, who is your third senior brother? Zhao Nhi proudly crossed her arms. My third senior brother is Tham Lang Heen. As soon as the words fell, the cultivators behind immediately widened their eyes. Tham Lang Heen of the Fire Academy. Who else could it be? Duong Tran observed their reactions. Everyone whispered in shock. What background does this little girl have? Zhao Nhi patted her chest. She said third senior brother had declared that Duong Tran would be little six of Fire Gate Mountain from now on. Does anyone have any objections? Even Duong Tran was stunned. Van Lien Than had already quietly retreated. The arrogance from before vanished completely. He forced a smile saying he had no objections. Duong Tran took the opportunity. He quietly told San San that Dong Xian had no force called Fire Gate Mountain. Could it be a hidden sect? San San calmly replied. Fire Gate Mountain is simply Fire Gate Mountain. Water Fire Martial Academy is located on Twin Peaks Mountain. Outside Twin Peaks City is the Water Academy, while Fire Gate Mountain inside is the Fire Academy. Duong Tran widened his eyes. Then who is Tham Lang Heen to be so formidable? San San's words left him increasingly stunned. Tham Lang Heen once ranked first on the Dong Xian King list. Titled Crown Wind King, with one sword he dominated the world. The martial kings who died under his blade were countless. Duong Tran froze. Then how old is the Crown Wind King this year? San San answered succinctly. 29, Duong Tran felt as if struck across the head. At that age he is already an invincible martial king. He fell silent and turned aside, looking at Zhao Nhi standing with hands on her hips in pride. What are you waiting for, little six? Hurry and call me senior sister. Duong Tran felt bewildered. He asked if there were any benefits to joining Fire Gate Mountain. Zhao Nhi was stunned upon hearing that. Her round eyes widened as she repeated, benefits. Third senior brother did not mention any, all right. Zhao Nhi clapped her hands happily and said, joining Fire Gate Mountain has no other benefits, but there is one thing you surely would not expect. During this he asked with interest what it was. Zhao Nhi beamed. She gave a silly grin and replied with pride. No one in Dong Xian dares to bully people of our Fire Gate Mountain. Duong Tran was stunned. That formidable Zhao Nhi immediately turned and shouted at the distant crowd, does anyone dare to act recklessly before our Fire Gate Mountain? Duong Tran turned back to see everyone sweating and retreating, some making excuses about their wives about to give birth, others saying their mothers were about to give birth. He burst out laughing. He immediately changed his tone. Senior sister, I still do not understand much about Fire Gate Mountain. Could you introduce more? Zhao Nhi frowned, looking at Duong Tran with displeasure. You are really troublesome. I've said it many times. Call me fifth senior sister, not little senior sister. As for matters on the mountain, you will naturally know once you go up the mountain. Duong Tran hurriedly adjusted his tone. Asked fifth senior sister, can my younger brother Kim Vo Kiat and my elder brother Dong Hong Yuong Tai join Fire Gate Mountain together? Thinking about it, I have heard third senior brother mention Kim Vo Kiat before, saying he could guard the mountain gate and conveniently assist fourth senior brother. As for the others, they cannot. Before Duong Tran could speak, Tiu Kiat had already taken the initiative to say, I agree. Only Dong Hong Yuong. I stood in the distance, dejected like a bleak autumn wind, feeling doomed. It seemed only he was left unattended, this time truly humiliating just then. The person who had previously invited Duong Tran spoke up. Dong Hong Yuong Tai, not long ago my master sent word that you were born with soul bones, a rare prodigy suited to cultivating the soul sword. Now I solemnly invite you to join Soul Sword Peak. Yuong Tai was completely dumbfounded. He himself did not even know he possessed such things. He looked at that cultivator in astonishment. Soul bones, soul sword, even Vin Lao. Spoke to confirm, master. Dong Hong Yuong Tai is indeed a rare sword cultivator genius, born with soul bones, extremely suited to cultivating the soul sword, however. These words left Duong Tran puzzled. Immediately asked Vin Lao, is cultivating the soul sword truly that difficult? Not only difficult but extreme. Almost all who cultivate the soul sword are desperados. The process is arduous and dangerous. Without firm will it is hard to succeed. But once successful, when the soul sword emerges, it can take an opponent's life in an instant. Dong Hong Yuong Tai hesitantly opened his mouth to ask, may I ask this brother, after joining Soul Sword Peak, what will it be like? Upon hearing Dong Hong Yuong Tai was about to ask more when that cultivator laughed and replied, joining Soul Sword Peak has no other conditions. Master only sent one message. If you agree, he will devote his full effort to teach you. That alone is enough. He's completely convinced Dong Hong Yuang Tai. He clenched his fists in excitement. Senior brother, I agree to join Soul Sword Peak. At that very moment, Zhao Nhi briskly stepped away, only leaving behind a single sentence for Duong Tran, who was watching the commotion from afar. Duong Tran, senior sister will go on ahead. I have made it clear, you have exactly 1 month to settle everything. After 1 month, you must go up the mountain. Duong Tran and the others stood there stunned. Was she really leaving just like that? He turned and cupped his hands in farewell to San, princess. Along the way, thank you for clearing up many doubts for our brothers. But now that both sides have entered sects, it is time to part. San. A trace of reluctance rose in San's heart. She softly called Duong Tran, but that man instead, letting out a soft sigh because his mind was on something else. To be honest, the entrance to the Far East secret realm is one way. It is unclear how we will return to the Far East. San smiled. There is no need to worry about that. Just come with me to the ancient kingdom. When the time comes, someone will naturally send you back. As she said this, Yun Duong suddenly appeared from nowhere, running breathlessly toward Duong Tran's group. Duong Tran, Kim Vo Kiat, I finally found you. Seeing a familiar face, Duong Tran happily greeted him, Brother Zio, on Zio Yun Duong's face. Sweat was still dripping, yet his smile remained warm. Duong Tran, my father has heard about what you did at Mount Fong then, but he is in seclusion at a critical moment and cannot come. So he sent me with Senior Tin Long to invite you to the true martial Great Kingdom as guests. Duong Tran tilted his head. He asked in surprise, Tin Long. Suddenly, a burst of light flared up, peering right above Duong Tran and the others. A majestic dragon. Emerging from the fading mist, Duong Tran's eyes widened in shock and his mouth fell open speechless. Not only him. The others were even more shaken by this sight. Only Zio Yun Duong remained calm and smiling as he spoke. Duong Tran, Senior Tin Long is my father's contracted beast. His cultivation has now reached the peak of the Martial King realm. Duong Tran had yet to recover, thinking to himself, peak Martial King. Would that not mean he could roam freely across the entire Far East? Duong Tran hurriedly turned to leave. He looked back and smiled. Farewell, San, princess. Since Brother Zio has invited me to the true martial Great Kingdom, I will not return to the ancient kingdom with you. We part here. San silently watched as the four of them turned into 4 streaks of light rising into the sky, riding Tin Long through the air. In her heart, it sank slightly as she quietly wondered if they had truly parted. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. By then, the group standing on Tin Long's head had been carried thousands of miles away in an instant. Duong Tran took charge. Chatting with Zio Yun Duong, Brother Zio, you have truly troubled yourself, first hosting us and then sending us back to the Far East. Zio Yun Duong burst into hearty laughter. There is nothing to it. I await the day Brother Duong Tran's name shakes Dong Zion. Duong Tran let out a breath. He had been wondering how long it would take to reach the Far East, yet unexpectedly. Tin Long spoke up. We have arrived, causing Duong Tran's eyes to widen, so we are here already. Dong Hong Sword Sect. At this moment, all the cultivators below stared in shock at Tin Long in the sky. Why would a great demon at the Martial King realm appear at Dong Hong Sword Sect? And right above our sect in the sky, Duong Tran smiled and said, Brother Zio, Senior Tin Long, many thanks. This is my sect, Dong Hong Sword Sect. Kim Vo Kiat was also excited. Finally back. Only Zio Yun Duong looked slightly surprised at the small sect below and forced a smile. Then awkwardly offered praise. Truly a land blessed with fine geomancy. No wonder it produced talents like you. Duong Tran warmly invited them, please come down. Welcome to Dong Hong Mountain as guests. As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Vo Kiat and Duong Tran jumped down. Zio Yun Duong politely said to Tin Long, Elder Tin, thank you for the trouble. Dong Hong Hao Zhang stared wide-eyed at Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat appearing with a stranger, especially the grand entrance that nearly made his heart stop. As if his heart would leap out, Duong Tran smiled, stepped forward to introduce Sect Master. This is the first Prince Zio Yun Duong of the true martial Great Kingdom, also a good friend I met in the Dong Zion secret realm. Our smooth return this time is thanks to him and Senior Tin Long. Dong Hong Hao Zhang nearly shouted, his beard bristling, the first prince of the true, emphasizing the 3 words martial Great Kingdom. Zio Yun Duong smiled modestly. I am Zio Yun Duong. I pay my respects to Sect Master Dong Hong Hao Zhang. Hastily stepped aside and respectfully invited him in. First Prince, please come inside. Zio Yun Duong kindly stepped closer. Sect Master Dong Hong need not be so polite. Perhaps you do not yet know The name of Dong Hong sword sect now echoes across the land of Dong Zion. Dong Hong Hao Zheng was stunned and asked what. Not only he but all the cultivators in the sect were dumbfounded, famous across Dong Zion. Io Yun Duong smiled and replied, Sect Master Dong Hong, Duong Tran is now ranked first on the Dong Zion Fortune Prodigy list and has been accepted by Fire Gate Mountain. Who in Dong Zion does not know him? Dong Hong Hao Zheng opened his eyes wide at Duong Tran. Is this true? Dong Hong Yuang Tai jumped out to answer, Sect Master. Duong Tran passed the Fong Then trial at Mount Fong Then, creating an unprecedented miracle, defeating all the geniuses of the great sects of Dong Zion and drawing countless forces to compete for him. Zio Yun Duong added, not only Duong Tran, Kim Vo Kiat also successfully ascended to godhood, and Dong Hong Yuang Tai has been accepted as a disciple by Soul Sword Peak of the Seven Sword Heavenly Sect. The more he heard, the more unbelievable it seemed to Dong Hong Hao Zheng. He hurried to confirm again, you are not deceiving me. The three of them smiled at the same time. Dong Hong Yuang Tai replied, Sect Master, this is all public information. Send anyone to Dong Zion to inquire and it will be known. Dong Hong Hao Zheng proudly clapped his hands and laughed loudly. Good, good, good. My Dong Hong sword sect is finally famous. He immediately gave the order, attendants, quickly arrange lodging for the first prince. Tonight we will not return until drunk. The servants immediately stepped forward to escort Zio Yun Duong away. The remaining three also dispersed, leaving the main hall. Let us go over there at this moment. Dong Hong Hao Zheng suddenly called out, Duong Tran, stay for a moment. The three were stunned. Duong Tran was even more surprised and asked, me in the rear hall. Dong Hong Hao Zheng solemnly handed Duong Tran a wooden box. Duong Tran, this is something the Grand Elder left for you. It was also left by Elder Hoa. Me, Duong Tran's mind recalled the aged face of the Grand Elder, then turned to Dong Hong Hao Zheng. Sighed softly, yes, his voice grew heavy. Elder Hoa's lifespan has run out. He went to the perilous lands of Dong Zion seeking a chance to break through. This journey is likely fraught with danger. Upon hearing this, Duong Tran laughed and waved his hand. Lifespan exhausted, fraught with danger. How could that be? Dong Hong Hao Zheng, after handing over the item, turned back to the main topic. Duong Tran, did you obtain an extraordinary opportunity in the secret realm? Otherwise, how could you become famous at Mount Fong then? Duong Tran gave an awkward laugh. He gestured a tiny bit with 2 fingers. Just gained a small opportunity. The expression of Dong Hong Hao shifted repeatedly before sighing again. Duong Tran, Dong Zion is no weaker than our Far East. When you step there in the future, you must remain humble. Cultivators of the Far East cannot compare to them. Be cautious. Duong Tran obediently replied. Dong Hong Hao Zheng looked at the youth before him and sighed once more. Inside the cultivation room, all kinds of strange sounds rang out. But in truth, nothing unusual was happening. It was only that Duong Tran was exhausting all his strength to open the wooden box, and finally he was drained, hugging the wooden box and panting. What is going on? With my current physique, I still cannot open this box. Duong Tran refused to believe it, closed his eyes and used his divine sense to probe the box, yet it remained unaffected. It could even resist divine sense. Duong Tran cursed inwardly, truly strange. What exactly is inside? When in trouble, seek help. Elder Vin, Duong Tran shouted in frustration. Elder Vin, quickly help me see what this is. But even Elder Vin could not discern it. He appeared and curiously examined the wooden box. Master, I also cannot detect what is inside. Moreover, this black wooden box bears a very strange bloodline restriction. It requires a special bloodline to open. A bloodline. Duong Tran frowned and repeated. Pondering the box before an idea arose, he immediately bit his fingertip, trying it first before deciding. Duong Tran let a drop of blood fall onto the box. As soon as the drop of blood touched the surface, the wooden box instantly vanished as if absorbed, and immediately after the lid automatically sprang open from within. A violent surge of black chi burst out, causing Duong Tran to stare in shock at the roiling dark smoke enveloping the box with an extremely sinister aura. As the black smoke gradually dispersed, inside the wooden box lay a golden eye placed neatly at the center. Duong Tran cried out in surprise and cautiously lifted the eye up. He circulated his true chi into it. The eye suddenly emitted a voice. It spoke, that young master, when we parted, this old servant left you the witch god left eye. The fledgling has left the nest. This old servant's fate has also reached its end. May the great devourer one day reign over Thursun. Duong Tran stood frozen. He silently listened to the familiar message. It was clearly Elder Hoa's voice. Why did he call himself this old servant? And where exactly was Thursun? Elder Vin was also astonished, unable to stop himself from exclaiming, Master, I truly cannot believe that inside the wooden box is such a sacred object. This is a sacred relic bearing forbidden power. Duong Tran hurriedly asked, Elder Vin, do you know the witch god god left eye? Elder Vin cried out in shock. You also know of the witch god left eye? Duong Tran asked blankly, what is the witch god left eye? Elder Vin immediately fell silent, glanced at him, and began to explain that even in the great thousand worlds, the witch god left eye is extremely rare. It is a legendary sacred relic. The witch god left eye is the eyeball of the ancient witch god clan, carrying unfathomable power. Any being who fuses with it can see through all restrictions, distinguish yin and yang, and perceive evil chi. Hearing this, Duong Tran's eyes lit up. He excitedly asked, is it that powerful? Elder Vin spoke. With growing fervor, in the boundless void, countless strange life forms exist. The Witch God clan is an ancient divine clan with extremely strong physical bodies. Things like true dragon divine spells are utterly incomparable. In legend, a member of the Witch God clan could destroy a small world with a single punch. Their bloodline is powerful to the extreme. Upon maturity, they step directly into the divine realm. Duong Tran was slightly stunned. Carefully held the witch god left eye and asked, Elder Vin, how is this fused? Elder Vin happily replied, Master, fusion is very simple. You only need to activate your bloodline, envelop it, and place it into your left eye. Only those who have awakened bloodline power can fuse with it, and the stronger the bloodline, the more terrifying the ability after fusion. Duong Tran smiled and nodded. Then I will try it now. He carefully dropped into his left eye a drop of his own witch god essence blood. Immediately the eye shot into his left eye, of Duong Tran, catching him unprepared. Duong Tran roared. He clutched his head in agony and fell to the ground. Elder Vin stood beside him. So startled, he hurriedly spoke up to remind Master, quickly control the bloodline power. Duong Tran was in so much pain. Sweat poured down like rain. He gritted his teeth and endured, following Elder Vin's instructions. Witch God left eye gradually fused, replacing Duong Tran's original eye. After 1 hour, the refinement process finally ended. Duong Tran frantically touched his face and anxiously asked, Elder Vin, I no longer feel anything in my left eye. Why is that? Elder Vin stepped closer, observed carefully, and said, Master, do not rush. Fusing a sacred relic requires time to adapt. It must go through a process. Duong Tran felt extremely weary and dejected. Could it be that this time he had become a one-eyed dragon in the blink of an eye? Day of departure arrived. Tin Long soared in the sky. Tiu Kayat, Duong Tran, and Zio Yun Duong were ready to set off. Dong Hong Hao Zheng led everyone to see them off, looking at the talented juniors. Turning toward Dong Hong Hao Zheng, he smiled kindly. Behind him were the familiar faces of Dong Hong Sword Sect. He slowly said, Duong Tran, no matter what difficulties you face in the future, Dong Hong Sword Sect will always be your final refuge. Duong Tran smiled. Goodbye, many thanks, Sect Master. Tin Long circled in the sky with astonishing speed, yet those standing on his back felt nothing. Above stood Duong Tran, Tiu Kayat gazing intently into the distance. Zio Yun Duong curiously looked at Duong Tran's contracted beast sleeping soundly, and could not help but smile. Turned and asked, Duong Tran, your contracted beast is truly special. I have never seen it before. Duong Tran looked down in silence at his little beast and compared it to others. Tiu Hak was lightly kicked. He gave a faint smile and replied, not worth praising. From morning to night it only knows how to sleep. Just then, Elder Vin spoke up. Truly strange, I misjudged before. This little one is by no means ordinary. Duong Tran curiously asked. Impressive, Elder Vin. What exactly is going on with Tiu Hak? Master need not be anxious. It is in the process of awakening its bloodline. The violent power you sensed is its bloodline force. Duong Tran looked at Tiu Hak sleeping like the dead and found it hard to believe. Elder Vin continued. Truly strange, that power seems to mix two kinds of divine beast bloodlines. Whether it also contains Black Killen bloodline is uncertain for now. Tin Long suddenly let out a voice that interrupted Duong Tran's thoughts. Below is Da Van Gorge, the base of the Water Fire Martial Academy in the Dong Zion secret realm. We have arrived. Duong Tran did not hesitate, cupped his hands to thank Zio Yun Duong and Senior Tin Long. Many thanks to you both for taking care of us along the way. After delivering them, he immediately returned. Zio Yun Duong stood on Tin Long, waving farewell. Duong Tran, remember to visit the true martial great kingdom in the future, within Da Van Gorge. Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat carried Tiu Hak through the forest wedged between two towering cliffs. On the cliffs were countless mountain caves of fellow cultivators. Duong Tran observed as he walked caves and said to Tiu Kayat, let us go take a look. This place seems somewhat unusual. The two descended. Near a cave, Duong Tran smiled and greeted the group of Water Institute cultivators. Brothers, what is inside this cave? The burly man leading them frowned, pointed at Duong Tran and shouted, who are you, daring to barge into our Da Van Gorge? Are you tired of living? Tiu Kayat behind immediately flared up and shouted, how dare you speak to my brother like that? Believe it or not, I will beat you. The burly man immediately shouted to call others. Senior brothers, come quickly. Two strangers have barged in here, not knowing life from death and still daring to act arrogant. Wanting to beat me? Truly laughable, a skinny man. Stepped out, seemingly his senior brother. Where did you come from? Do you know where this is? Seeking death, Duong Tran was not angry. Instead, he sneered provocatively. I thought the Water Institute was formidable. Turns out it is full of fools, with just one sentence. He drove them into a frenzy. Brat, you are courting death. Too arrogant, no matter who he is. Slash him, Duong Tran calmly ordered. Tiu Kayat beat them. Tiu Kayat immediately rushed forward in the blink of an eye. He was already upon them, throwing a straight punch at the leading senior brother's face. Man was struck squarely in the face, blood spraying out. A broken nose was no surprise with just one punch. Tiu Kayat sent him flying into the cliff wall. He panicked and touched his face. Seeing his hand covered in blood, he flew into a rage. He pulled out a massive whip, shouted, you are courting death, and lashed it forward. Tiu Kayat stepped back lightly but did not dodge. Instead, he charged straight ahead, his fist meeting the whip at the perfect moment. The junior disciples behind burst into laughter, thinking him foolish, using his body to resist the 9-dragon whip, truly seeking his own death. That senior brother's 9-dragon whip was a martial skill, of earth rank, yet he dared to confront it with his body. It would be strange if he did not die, but the unbelievable happened. Tiu Kayat's fist snapped the 9-dragon whip in two, terrifying the opponent, who realized he had kicked an iron plate. Who exactly are you? Tiu Kayat smiled coldly and in a flash closed the distance. What does it matter who I am? After speaking, he threw another punch to his heart's content. Tiu Kayat executed, boiling dragon fist, sending senior brother Kwong flying like a falling leaf. His body shot out once more, this time even more miserable than before. The junior disciples who had laughing were now frightened. Damn it, this guy is too strong. Quickly call for help. Tiu Kayat sighed, softly speaking to Duong Tran. I truly did not mean to. He was simply too weak. Duong Tran smiled, raised his hand, signaling to Tiu Hak. It is fine, your brother is here. In just an instant, a group wearing Water Institute attire rushed over and surrounded Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat. They shouted loudly, Brat, you have some nerve. If we let you leave Da Van Gorge alive today, we are unworthy of being Water Institute disciples. Truly tired of living daring to cause trouble on our territory. Beat these two trash to death. What is going on? At last, a rather handsome man appeared, clearly of no low status among them. He hurriedly pushed through the crowd, loudly asking, what happened? Seeing the senior brother appear, someone immediately recounted the entire matter. Senior brother Tan, these two fools barged into our Da Van Gorge and seriously injured senior brother Quan like this. Upon hearing this, senior brother Tan, his expression darkened, anger evident. Who dares act recklessly on Water Institute territory? A voice rang out, senior brother Tan. It is them. The crowd simultaneously pointed toward the two standing alone within the encirclement. But contrary to expectations, senior brother Tan did not become enraged and instead lowered his voice. He stepped before Duong Tran and asked in surprise, why is it you two? Duong Tran replied coldly, asking in return, are you the one on duty at Da Van Gorge? We two brothers just entered the gorge and were driven away by these fools who even tried to take our lives. How should this matter be resolved like this? Hearing a completely different version, senior brother Tan was startled and turned to shout at the junior disciples. Who did it? Stepped forward. Senior brother Quan, who had been beat, staggered out, it was me. But senior brother Tan, however, before he could explain, he was slapped across the face by senior brother Tan, sending his face askew. Then he loudly introduced to everyone, this is Duong Tran, and he is also a disciple of our Water Fire Martial Academy. Immediately around them arose an uproar. What, he is Duong Tran? Duong Tran was accepted by the Fire Institute. Impossible. Is Duong Tran not an unparalleled genius? Senior brother Tan smiled faintly. Their ignorance can be considered unintentional. Duong Tran, I will personally escort you out. Seeing the other party already yielding, he did not wish to escalate matters. He sighed, fine, I will give you face. The 3-in-1 beast continued along the mountainside. Duong Tran asked curiously, Senior brother Tan, may I ask, is there something special about these caves? Senior brother Tan smiled and replied, Duong Tran, do you still not know the origin of Da Van Gorge? Duong Tran shook his head. Senior brother Tan then began to introduce these caves lining the cliffs. Da Van Gorge is said to be an ancient battlefield where countless super-powerful beings were buried. The predecessors of Water Fire Martial Academy occupied this place and excavated many caves. Inside each contains a large amount of innate purple chi. Innate purple chi, Duong Tran felt as if struck by lightning and could not help but exclaim. Senior brother Tan led the two before a teleportation gate and stopped. We have arrived. This is the teleportation light gate directly connected to the academy. The two stepped inside. This is the southern gate. As soon as Duong Tran stepped in, he observed his surroundings. Senior brother Tan led them before an old man and respectfully said, Elder Jiu, this is Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kayat. new disciples of Fire Gate Mountain. It seemed the old man was responsible for recording new disciples. He snorted lightly, then looked up at Duong Tran, observing for a while. Elder Jiu smiled in satisfaction. Very good, Fire Gate Mountain has gained 2 more freaks. Duong Tran cupped his hands and politely greeted, "Greetings, mentor." Unexpectedly, the old man burst into hearty laughter, sighing as he said, "Boy, I am not qualified to be your mentor. Go on." Duong Tran was stunned. He asked in confusion. Where? Elder Jiu pointed toward the opposite side. "Look behind me." Behind him was a picturesque scene, layered mountains towering into the sky. Below, lush forests brimming with vitality and the air incomparably fresh. He smiled kindly. "This is the mountain range of the Water Institute. Fire Gate Mountain lies farther away. If you are disciples of Fire Gate Mountain, then go there yourselves to register." Duong Tran was still astonished by this vast space. "It is so expansive, boy. I will see you off for a short distance. If fate allows, we shall meet again." Elder Jiu's words made the 2 overwhelmed brothers turn back in shock. Elder Jiu gently lifted his brush and drew a circle around the 2 men and 1 beast. In an instant, the ink circle turned into a teleportation gate, carrying the 3 of them to a barren land. From the scenery alone, it was clear they had reached their territory. Fire Gate Mountain. Duong Tran raised his head to look at the mountain range ahead, where 3 large characters Fire Gate Mountain were carved. Tiu Kayat cheered. "In delight, we have arrived," Duong Tran exclaimed excitedly. Tiu Kayat also eagerly looked forward. For them stretched endless stone steps, and ahead stood a massive stone stele. Duong Tran took 1 step forward, and immediately became alert. Not good. There is a restriction formation just then. Something shot down from the mountain peak to the foot, more precisely. Person. Duong Tran stepped back and stared in shock at the figure before him. It was Tham Lang En-heen, the 3rd senior brother of Fire Gate Mountain whom he had just met. He smiled and asked, "Little junior brother, where is my wine?" Duong Tran scratched his head and asked blankly. Suddenly, 3rd senior brother flew into a rage, pointing at Duong Tran and shouting, "What are you standing there for? Hand it over. Did I not have that sly girl pass you a message to bring wine?" Duong Tran broke out in sweat, thinking that sly girl must be that girl, truly unreliable. Fortunately, he still had some left. He took out a fresh jar of wine before he could hand it over. The jar had already vanished. Duong Tran stared blankly at his hand, empty, mouth agape. Turning around, he saw Tham Lang En-heen holding the wine jar at some point, tilting his head back and gulping. In just a blink, the jar was drained and tossed, rolling onto the ground. He was still unsatisfied, craving, hands on his waist, demanding more. "Why is there only 1 jar? Is there more?" No one answered. Duong Tran felt the air suddenly grow heavy, as Tham Lang En-heen was about to flare up. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Tiu Kayat somehow produced another jar of wine. Tham Lang En-heen immediately drained it, 2 jars into his stomach. He wiped his mouth and sighed. That was satisfying. Small matter is done. Now to business. Tham Lang En-heen tossed each brother a token. "This is the Fire Gate Mountain identity token. With it, the restrictions will not block you. Of course, there are places you are not strong enough to enter." Duong Tran caught the token and saw the number 6 engraved on it, symbolizing his identity as the 6th disciple of Fire Gate Mountain. Tham Lang En-heen shouted boldly, "Let us go up the mountain." Duong Tran carefully stepped onto the stairs and was astonished to find the restriction truly ineffective with the token. He held Tiu Hak and asked Tham Lang En-heen, "Senior brother, can you tell me about the situation on the mountain?" Tham Lang En-heen stared at him blankly. "On the mountain? What situation is there? There is nothing on the mountain." Duong Tran felt helpless at this senior brother's personality. Asking anything yielded no clear answer. Suddenly, Tham Lang En-heen noticed Tiu Hak in Duong Tran's arms. "Little junior brother, this black dog looks decent. Let us make a 7-flavor dish at noon." Duong Tran and Tiu Hak were startled. Duong Tran hurriedly hugged Tiu Hak and stepped back. "Senior brother, no. It is my contracted beast." Tiu Hak trembled and burrowed into his chest. Tham Lang En-heen clearly had not given up. Staring at Tiu Hak with interest, "Little junior brother, Fire Gate Mountain brothers do not deceive each other. There is no contract aura between you and it. How can it be a contracted beast? Cook it at noon. Its bloodline is not bad. A great tonic." Duong Tran nearly cried, saying helplessly, "Senior brother, Tiu Hak truly cannot be cooked. It was left to me by a benefactor, senior." Tham Lang En-heen scratched his head regretfully. "Then we cannot make the 7-flavor dish. Those of Fire Gate Mountain must repay kindness. I have just never tasted black killin meat. What a pity." These words confirmed Tiu Hak's identity. Duong Tran looked doubtfully at the little creature in his hand. Is Tiu Hak truly a black killin? A commoner, Duong Tran stepped through the spatial gate and entered a bamboo forest, immediately captivated. In the distance was was a skinny little monk, small in stature yet swinging an axe nearly as large as himself to chop bamboo. Tham Lang Enheen immediately shouted, "Bald head, why are you so lazy?" The little monk hurriedly tossed the axe aside and ran over to explain. "Third senior brother, I am not lazy, truly not." Duong Tran stood aside observing, stroking his chin and thinking, what is this bald one's cultivation? Why can I not see through it at all? Tham Lang Enheen continued scolding the novice. "It has been nearly a month and you still cannot finish this small task. Only knowing how to eat and waste grain. Little junior brother has come up the mountain, and even the bamboo house is not finished. Where will he stay?" The novice scratched his head and grinned foolishly. "Third senior brother, about 200 bamboo stalks are still missing. If I work hard today, it should be enough for little junior brother to move into the new house." Tham Lang Enheen immediately stopped him from chopping. "No need to chop any more, not much is missing. Go cook first, and by the way, welcome little junior brother. Remember to cut some meat on the way." Hearing the new task, the novice beamed with joy, eyes shining as he loudly replied, "Yes." After the novice skipped away, Duong Tran curiously asked, "Senior brother, who was that just now?" Tham Lang Enheen replied casually, "Oh, that was your fourth senior brother." During the higher seniority, Duong Tran hurriedly scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Senior brother, my residence need not trouble fourth senior brother. I will chop bamboo myself later." But Tham Lang Enheen looked him up and down, leaving Duong Tran confused. Duong Tran pointed at himself and asked blankly, "Can I not chop?" Tham Lang Enheen did not answer directly, pointing toward the distant bamboo forest and smiling, "Little junior brother, try it. Let me see." Duong Tran then stepped into the bamboo forest and looked at the large axe on the ground in silence. He bent down to lift it but found he could not budge it. Duong Tran was shocked. What? Seeing it too difficult, he gave up using the axe and stood up, smiling awkwardly at Tham Lang Enheen, who was watching. The latter seemed to have expected it and only smiled. Duong Tran drew his sword and aimed at a bamboo stalk, fixing his strike. Swung swiftly, the sword arced sharp and beautiful. Yet strangely, the bamboo did not break, not even a scratch appeared. Duong Tran refused to believe it, and immediately channeled true chi into the blade. He slashed again. Had it been an opponent, it would have long fallen. But before him stood bamboo as sturdy as steel. Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat stared at the intact stalk. Neither could remain calm and cried out in shock. This was nothing short of a huge blow to Duong Tran. Recalling earlier, unable to chop the bamboo, Duong Tran cried out in panic, "What kind of bamboo is this?" Seeing the sword mark on the stalk, Tham Lang Enheen stroked his chin in praise. "Truly a little freak. No wonder the teacher accepted you." Then he smiled at Duong Tran. "Little junior brother, do not be discouraged. You are only at the Haoshan stage. These bamboo stalks are treasures used to refine high-grade spirit artifacts. In Dong Zion, one stalk is worth over 1,000 high-grade spirit stones." Duong Tran stood there and asked in shock, "Over 1,000 high-grade spirit stones for one stalk?" As they continued walking, Duong Tran asked again, "Senior brother, can you tell me about the cultivation of the senior brothers and sisters?" Tham Lang Enheen sighed, "Little junior brother, counting you, there are 8 at Fire Gate Mountain. That old man leaves us alone and may return only once a year. Eldest senior brother has gone down the mountain, so before you arrived there were only 4. He then slowly continued, "The one managing everything on Fire Gate Mountain now is your second senior sister, of peerless beauty, gentle yet strict. We all respect her. If you anger her, I will skin you." Tham Lang Enheen went on, "Eldest senior brother is named Du Tran Bak, somewhat renowned in Dong Zion. Second senior sister is named to Enheen, low-key and reserved. She has never left the mountain and is the pillar of Fire Gate Mountain." Duong Tran asked curiously, "What about senior brother then?" Tham Lang Enheen brushed his hair and lifted his chin confidently. "I'm your third senior brother, named Tham Lang Enheen, the #1 handsome man of Dong Zion. People call me Wind Crown King. You must have heard." Duong Tran casually flattered, "Third senior brother, your great name I have long heard. You are the #1 king of Dong Zion." Hearing this, Tham Lang Enheen laughed loudly in delight. "#1 king? First time I have heard that, not wrong. I am the #1 king of Dong Zion." He continued laughing. "Fourth senior brother Thatch Chin you met earlier is still a boy not yet grown, obedient but a bit lazy. As for fifth senior sister Zhao Nha, she is just a little girl not yet mature." And the 3 of them, and the beast continued up to the mountain peak. Tham Lang Enheen happily called to the woman ahead, "To Enheen, I have brought little junior brother up the mountain." That senior sister was to Enheen. She asked Tham Lang Enheen, "Have you finished your task today?" Zhao Nha timidly asked, trembling, third senior sister. "Today welcoming little junior brother can." Before she could finish, to Enheen shouted angrily, No, if the task is not done, then no meal. Zhao Nhi broke out in sweat from fear. She pouted and kicked stones as she walked, muttering complaints. Fine, I will do it. Why so fierce? Duong Tran looked at the woman before him and thought, this must be second senior sister to Nhin. It seems I must find a way to build a good relationship. Pretended to rub his eyes in amazement. Am I seeing wrong? Is there truly such a beautiful woman in this world? Second senior sister, even a goddess descending to earth, cannot compare to a fraction of you. Hearing the praise to Nhin covered her mouth and laughed softly, clearly pleased. Duong Tran pressed his advantage and continued with sweet words. Senior sister, we are truly fortunate. Your smile not only makes 100 flowers bloom, but even this bamboo forest grows 3 parts taller because of you. Nhin giggled. Little junior brother, you truly know how to speak. Seeing this, Thamlang Nhin rolled his eyes. That works too. The beast beside him seized the chance to flatter as well. Tu Nhin bent down to stroke and praise Tiu Hak as adorable and possessing black Kilin bloodline. Little junior brother's fortune is not bad. Duong Tran smiled and said, Senior sister, just call it Tiu Hak. I have not made a contract yet. Consider it a meeting gift for senior sister. Nhin stroked Tiu Hak's head and said, this is a rare contracted beast. It will be a great aid to you in the future. Senior sister will not seize your fortune. This little one is awakening its bloodline. I will help you watch over it for a while. At this moment, Chen came carrying dishes and reported, second senior sister, it is time to eat. Tu Nhin said to Duong Tran, the dining hall is in front of the bald one's bamboo house. The kitchen is behind. His skills are not bad. Hearing this, Chen smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. The scene shifted to the dining hall. Duong Tran looked at the small piece of meat on the plate and thought, is that enough to eat? In contrast, Thamlang Nhin and Chen both stared at the meat with shining eyes, drooling with desire. Chen suggested, second senior sister, you should try first. Nhin was unhurried and told Chen to call Zhao Nhi. Today little junior brother has entered the sect, so she will be spared this time. Hearing this, Chen immediately ran off, replying yes as he went. Duong Tran then asked, second senior sister, I heard the teacher is not on the mountain. How do we usually cultivate? Before he finished, to Nhin flared up. Do not mention that old man. It would be best if he died outside. Thamlang Nhin leaned close to Duong Tran and whispered, little junior brother, the teacher has never managed us. Cultivation depends on oneself. Do not mention him. Tu Nhin slammed her hand on the table, startling Duong Tran and Thamlang Nhin. HMPH, you still dare to speak. Last time you found the teacher, why did you not bring him back? Thamlang Nhin hurriedly explained, I did not expect it either. At that time, he agreed to return to the mountain. In a blink, he disappeared. Nhin coldly uttered one sentence, useless. Those 2 words were like knives stabbing straight into Thamlang Nhin's heart. At that moment, Zhao Nhi and Chen walked in to greet them. Zhao Nhi looked pitiful beyond measure. Tu Nhin clapped her hands and said before eating there were a few matters to announce. He continued, little junior brother is the youngest. You must take care of him. Regarding cultivation, Lao Tam will be responsible for guidance. Little junior brother only needs to focus on cultivation and will not be assigned other tasks. Zhao Nhi immediately protested, why he is older than me. Tu Nhin angrily shouted, precisely because you are the laziest. Without little junior brother today you would not be eating. Zhao Nhi sniffled and muttered in the corner. After that, Tu Nhin took the knife and divided the meat, saying the tasks were assigned, now eat. With exquisite skill, each person received a piece of meat the size of 2 fingers. Duong Tran looked at the meat and questioned life, while Thamlang Nhin was drooling uncontrollably. Duong Tran put the meat into his mouth and chewed slowly to savor it. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong and was startled in alarm. This is bad. After swallowing the meat, his blood and qi boiled throughout his body. He clutched his abdomen, sweating, not understanding what kind of meat this was. Elder Vin hurriedly reminded, Master quickly used bloodline power to refine it. Duong Tran immediately followed and rapidly refined the piece of meat. He thought to himself that thanks to this meat, his bloodline power might rise another level. Its quality was truly astonishing. Seeing Duong Tran finish refining it unharmed, Chen exclaimed in amazement, impressive. You actually digested that piece of meat. Imvo Kayat then asked, what kind of meat is this that contains such intense heat? Zhao Nhi lifted her chin proudly and replied, true dragon meat. You probably have never eaten it before. Duong Tran and Kimvo Kayat both cried out in shock. True dragon. Zhao Nhi crossed her arms and smiled smugly. Chen laughed happily at their stunned expressions. Look at your faces. You probably still do not know. On Fire Gate Mountain we have a dragon cave raising many dragon beasts. But there is only one true dragon, still an immature fire dragon. Duong Tran and Kimvo Kayat were instantly dumbstruck. Then panic struck like thunder. They shouted in unison, What fire dragon? Tu Enhin clapped to quiet everyone and said, "Stop being surprised, eat first. Later I will have third senior brother take you to cultivate." After the meal Tham Lang Enhin took Duong Tran to the bamboo forest. Duong Tran curiously asked, "Third senior brother, what am I to cultivate here?" Tham Lang Enhin shook his head. "You do not even know what to cultivate. Master once said cultivation lies within oneself. You are still at Haoshan. Your martial foundation is unstable, and your Danshan not fully purplified. I can hardly point out specifics." Duong Tran was stunned and said, "But where would I get innate purple chi to cultivate?" Tham Lang Enhin slapped his forehead and smiled bitterly. "I forgot you come from the Far East where innate purple chi is scarce." He turned his back and continued, "Then first complete the purplification of your Danshan. I have matters to handle. I am leaving." Duong Tran stood dumbfounded. As he was about to cry out, Elder Vin appeared and reminded, "Master, do not underestimate this bamboo forest. This is an exceedingly rare treasure land." Duong Tran curiously asked, "Elder Vin, what mysteries does this bamboo forest hold?" Elder Vin laughed in delight. "I did not expect such a spirit mountain to exist in this small world. Do not look down on this bamboo forest. The restriction formation here is extremely exquisite." Duong Tran was startled and asked, "A restriction formation," thinking inwardly. "It is a pity my witch god Evil Eye has not fully fused. Otherwise I would have seen it long ago." Elder Vin added. Elder Vin explained, "A great expert sealed a vast amount of innate purple chi beneath the bamboo forest. As long as you cultivate here, even without running a secret art, the innate purple chi will automatically enter your body." Duong Tran was overjoyed. "This is truly a huge bargain." Duong Tran immediately sat down and prepared to enter meditation. 2 hours later, Zhao Nhai ran over shouting loudly, "Little junior brother, you are so annoying. Even for meals I have to come call you." Duong Tran was not angry and instead smiled. "Sorry to trouble fifth senior sister. What are we eating tonight?" Zhao Nhai's eyes lit up greedily. "There is meat again tonight." Everyone excitedly gathered around the table, each receiving a piece of meat. Zhao Nhai sang proudly, "I brought junior brother back." Enhin spoke to announce, "Begin eating." Duong Tran picked up a piece of meat and put it into his mouth, wondering it was not fire dragon meat, yet the energy was extremely strong. Could it be another dragon beast? Enhin said while eating, "In half a year the Dong Xian Empire will hold the 10,000-year grand ceremony. Whoever among you performs outstandingly will be allowed to descend the mountain." Thatch Chin shouted excitedly, "I want to go down the mountain. Third senior brother take me this time." Zhao Nhai also raised her hand. "I want to go too." Lang Enhin smiled. "Ask second senior sister, I cannot decide." Duong Tran then asked in confusion, "Third senior brother, has something happened?" Lang Enhin replied solemnly, "Last time I went down the mountain I met eldest senior brother. He said Dong Xian will soon be unsettled, mainly because that old man of Vientiane has great ambition. After years of accumulation, he is beginning to show his fangs." Duong Tran was startled and asked, "The Vientiane monarch of the Dong Xian Empire?" Tham Lang Enhin sighed, "That is right. The only daughter of the sect master of Seven Sword Sect is about to marry Wan Buhui, grandson of Vientiane." Duong Tran asked in alarm, "These two forces joining hands, could it be?" Tu Enhin nodded to confirm, "Yes, the main target is Water Fire Martial Academy, most likely the Fire Institute." After eating, Duong Tran returned to the bamboo forest to continue cultivating. Elder Vin stood within the bamboo forest and said, "The great devourer has never lacked fortune. It seems that old man Bin Hoa also had some ability." That moment a person appeared behind Elder Vin. Elder Vin angrily shouted, "Why have you come here again?" The man laughed loudly. "Why so agitated? We are brothers after all. Is this how you receive me?" Elder Vin's veins bulged as he snorted coldly, "Get lost, or I will report your unauthorized departure." The man hurriedly waved his hands in plea, "Do not. My mission is finished. I merely stopped by to see how you are." Elder Vin coldly asked, "You came to see the young master. Rest assured the young master is well." Elder Hoa spoke, "I am only anxious. Haoshan is the foundation of martial cultivation and must be solid." Elder Vin roared angrily, "Do you think I do not know? But the two 7-star fiends have entered this world. The aura of primordial fire on the young master is like a lantern and will be discovered sooner or later." Elder Hoa was startled and asked, "Who are those two great fiends?" Elder Vin said, "One I know, the other I do not. The young master is still at Haoshan and must grow quickly. Time is running out." Elder Hoa sighed, "But we cannot be impatient. Too much interference will backfire." Elder Vin snorted coldly, "I know what I am doing. I do not need your pointing." Elder Hoa added, "The young master carries an ancient spirit artifact of Kui Zing Tower. The artifact spirit remains intact. Consider it carefully, then he left. Elder Vin stroked his beard in contemplation. Hui Xing Tower. 1 month later, Duong Tran still sat cultivating by the bamboo forest. Elder Vin manifested and said, "Master, your sword embryo is about to awaken a spirit. A weapon to awaken a spirit, it requires a vast amount of spiritual energy or similar power. Innate purple chi is suitable. I suggest nourishing the black pupil sword with sacred flame true chi. The chance of generating a sword spirit is very high." Duong Tran immediately took out the black pupil sword and said joyfully, "That is excellent." He immediately guided innate purple chi into the black pupil sword. Elder Vin reminded, "Master, drop a drop of essence blood into the sword now." Duong Tran heard this and immediately dripped a drop of essence blood into the black pupil sword. Crimson patterns appeared along the blade. At the same time in the dining hall, everyone waited, yet Duong Tran had not come. Zhao Nhi grew annoyed. Irritated, she said, "This little junior brother is late again." Second senior sister. Enhin said, "Do not wait for him. Eat first." Zhao Nhi later take his meal to purple bamboo forest. He must be at a crucial cultivation stage. Zhao Nhi grumbled in dissatisfaction. "I have to deliver meals again, so troublesome." Tham Lang Enhin asked Kim Vo Kayat, "Boy, you mainly cultivate sword Dao, right? You have not yet comprehended sword intent." Kim Vo Kayat respectfully replied, "Yes, I cultivate sword Dao. Though I lack sword intent, I have comprehended dark martial intent and earth martial intent." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Triple attribute talent. Tu Enhin smiled lightly. No wonder little junior brother is only at first level of Tian realm, yet already a triple attribute heavenly Dao master. Tham Lang Enhin sighed. "Truly a monster. I originally intended to let him go to Water Gate Mountain to borrow the blue wheel sword wall to comprehend sword intent. Now it seems he can also use the sect divine statue and nether soul chamber." Tu Enhin instructed Zhao Nhi, "When you deliver the meal, tell Duong Tran that after stabilizing his purple mansion, he should make a trip to the Water Institute." Zhao Nhi happily said, "I want to go too." But Tu Enhin was displeased. "There are not many cultivation treasure lands. Your task now is to chop bamboo. When you can chop 1,000 stalks a day, we will discuss further." Zhao Nhi pouted in dissatisfaction. Second senior sister is truly biased. After that, Zhao Nhi brought food to Duong Tran. He smiled kindly in greeting senior sister bringing food. Zhao Nhi angrily threw the food box into his hands and turned to leave. Watching her angry back, Duong Tran was puzzled, thinking he had not offended her. After a few steps, Zhao Nhi suddenly stopped, then turned and said, "Second senior sister told me that after you stabilize your purple mansion, go to the Water Institute. The blue wheel sword wall, sect divine statue, and nether soul chamber can all help you comprehend." Duong Tran asked in surprise, "Blue wheel sword wall, sect divine statue, nether soul chamber," inwardly rejoicing as if given a pillow when sleepy. He resolved that until he reached Purple Mansion, he would absolutely not leave Purple Bamboo Forest. Half a year later, Duong Tran was still in seclusion, cultivating tirelessly. Between his palms, innate purple chi surged and circulated. Within his dantian, continuous transformations occurred. Duong Tran thought, "This ancient demonic dragon martial soul is truly miraculous. My divine sense and soul power have reached Xianshan and can still continue to grow." Duong Tran suddenly halted in shock, his expression turning visibly grim. He was startled inwardly, wondering what had happened to his devouring sword martial soul. The sudden disappearance of the slaughter sword soul left Duong Tran deeply uneasy. Something had clearly gone wrong. Duong Tran quickly examined his surroundings. He froze when he saw his sword soul encased within a strange sphere. What exactly was this thing? Duong Tran curiously reached out to poke it, even foolishly wondering whether it was edible. The moment he touched it, his mind reeled in dizziness. He immediately understood he could not touch it recklessly. Duong Tran thought that lifeless killing intent was another kind of sword intent, then asked the artifact spirit Elder Vin if he had heard of it. Elder Vin replied, asking where Master had heard of such a thing. Lifeless killing intent was an extreme killing, which only demonic cultivators could comprehend, its power terrifying yet harmful to others and to oneself. Duong Tran continued to ask that if lifeless killing intent was regarded as a form of sword intent, then what was its true nature? Hearing this, Elder Vin was startled and asked back whether Master had already comprehended sword intent. Elder Vin suggested Duong Tran try to unleash the lifeless killing intent to verify. Duong Tran immediately agreed and followed the artifact spirit's suggestion. As soon as the sword intent was released, it surged violently, a terrifying aura spreading outward. The disturbance was so great that even Tu Enhin quickly sensed it. The two secretly guessed that the powerful fluctuation came from Purple Bamboo Forest. Tham Lang Enhin wondered in surprise what that boy was cultivating to cause such a commotion. This side, after unleashing the sword intent, Duong Tran stood completely stunned. Immediately afterward, he lost strength and collapsed to the ground unable to support himself. Duong Tran vaguely did not understand what had happened, only knowing his divine sense had been completely drained. He hurriedly asked Elder Vin whether his divine sense had been utterly exhausted. Elder Vin warned that this sword intent was too terrifying, telling him to stop and temporarily take a precious soul-fortifying spirit pill. Duong Tran immediately swallowed the pill, while Elder Vin quietly fell silent. Enheen brought Tham Lang Enheen over to inquire, concerned about what had happened to little junior brother. Duong Tran honestly told second senior sister that he had comprehended sword intent imbued with killing will, and his divine sense had been drained. To Enheen's eyes widened as she asked in astonishment whether sword intent could even carry killing will. Tham Lang Enheen suggested Duong Tran try, unleashing that sword intent once more. Duong Tran scratched his head and said he could endure less than 2 breaths, and his current divine sense would not allow more. To Enheen advised that this sword intent was extraordinary, and before breaking through to Purple Mansion realm, it was best not to use it. After receiving agreement to Enheen, then asked in surprise whether Duong Tran's Danshan had fully transformed into a purple mansion. Duong Tran seized the chance to flatter second senior sister, saying he had just completed the purple mansion transformation. Enheen told him to follow her to rest and wait for his divine sense to recover before continuing cultivation. A few days later, Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat traveled together to Water Gate Mountain Sword Peak. Vo Kiat told Duong Tran that recently he had been so immersed in cultivation, he forgot that Tiu Hak had become enlightened. Vo Kiat recounted that fourth senior brother said second senior sister had taken Tiu Hak somewhere, and when they returned, it had awakened. Duong Tran blankly asked what becoming enlightened meant. It turned out Tiu Hak had learned to flatter and was much favored by second senior sister, even eating better than him. Duong Tran secretly guessed that the Black Kilin bloodline within Tiu Hak had fully awakened and entered its growth phase. He laughed proudly, believing this was a good thing that would make them even more imposing outside. Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat saw a large crowd gathered ahead. Duong Tran found a gentle-looking woman to inquire politely. The woman immediately asked where they came from, her gaze full of vigilance. Duong Tran scratched his head and said they were not Water Institute disciples and only came to ask directions. Hearing this, the girl was startled and suspiciously asked who they were and how they had ascended the mountain. Duong Tran took out the fire token and told her not to jump to conclusions. Upon seeing the token, the girl asked in shock whether they were from Fire Gate Mountain. The surrounding people murmured in disbelief that Fire Gate Mountain had disciples so young. The girl suddenly asked directly whether he was Duong Tran. Everyone was shaken upon hearing this. The name Duong Tran, who had consecutively ascended to godhood, was far too famous. Duong Tran modestly acknowledged his identity, saying he had come under his senior sister's order to borrow the Blue Wheel Sword Wall for cultivation. He politely asked senior sister to guide them to Blue Sword Peak. The girl lowered her head apologetically, saying she had been rude and could not lead them immediately. Duong Tran asked in confusion whether it was because she feared disturbing the senior brothers and sisters cultivating. The girl explained that a senior brother was preparing to fuse sword intent, so Blue Sword Peak was temporarily sealed. She suggested the two visit Great Enlightenment Cave first to cultivate while waiting. Duong Tran was displeased, thinking the other side was being overly pretentious, and decided to go directly to Blue Sword Peak. As soon as they arrived, they were stopped by someone who shouted for them to halt. Duong Tran coldly declared himself a Fire Institute disciple, and questioned what right the other had to block the way. That man bluntly replied that, until it was his disciples' turn, no one was allowed to enter, and told them to return in 3 days. Duong Tran angrily shouted that if he could not enter, then others were also banned, then challenged the other to act. That man immediately unleashed his cultivation, and loudly rebuked the two for their audacity. Duong Tran also released his sharp sword intent in response. The terrifying killing will suppress the other, forcing him to retreat repeatedly, and not dare advance. Cried out in panic, not understanding what was happening. That man trembled inwardly, wondering what kind of killing intent this was. Duong Tran coldly asked whether he still dared to block him now. That man fearfully realized it was no wonder Fire Gate Mountain had accepted a monster like Duong Tran. At that moment, several figures descended from the sky. Among them was an old man who was Deputy Dean Kim. The one blocking the path hurriedly saluted and respectfully greeted Deputy Dean Kim. Deputy Dean Kim asked in a deep voice what the killing will just now was about. Duong Tran pointed directly at the other, saying the killing will was his, and mocking the act of the strong bullying the weak. Deputy Dean Kim turned to ask Duong Tran who he was. Someone immediately replied that he was Duong Tran, newly accepted by Fire Gate Mountain. Deputy Dean Kim then asked about Fire Gate Mountain. A fire mentor spoke that the Fire Institute and Water Institute shared one lineage, and this matter must have a reason. Duong Tran said the cause should be asked of that mentor Mok Duong. Mentor Mok Duong said in a low voice that today his disciple wished to ascend Blue Sword Peak to comprehend sword intent. Duong Tran retorted that if someone was cultivating inside, he would not intrude, but clearly no one was present. Mentor Mok Duong flushed red with anger and roared Duong Tran's name. Duong Tran immediately shot back, accusing the other of wasting his strength and demanding a proper apology. That man shouted angrily, asking what apology and how he dared speak so before the Deputy Dean. Deputy Dean Kim turned to ask Duong Tran whether he had been excessive just now. At that moment, someone suddenly spoke with an unexpected sigh. Everyone looked up to see Tham Lang En Hien descending from the sky. The Water Institute crowd was startled and collectively called out Tham Lang En Hien's name. Tham Lang En Hien said indifferently he had guessed someone would bully little junior brother, so he came to see, and indeed it was so. A dignified mentor acting shamelessly. Deputy Dean Kim angrily shouted, telling him to watch his words. Tham Lang En Hien's face darkened as he ordered them all to leave, saying if not for the dean's face, he would have taught them a lesson today. Deputy Dean Kim could only resentfully call the disciples to withdraw. Duong Tran immediately turned to flatter third senior brother, praising him as truly impressive. Tham Lang En Hien instructed the two junior brothers to seize the chance to comprehend sword intent and fuse it if possible. Kim Vo Kiat kept praising third senior brother, saying he had silenced the deputy dean and those people. Duong Tran proudly said there must have been hidden issues before, otherwise those old men would not have let it go so easily. Kim Vo Kiat nodded in agreement. Then the two stood before the blue wheel sword wall. Powerful sword intent slowly merged into Duong Tran's body. Duong Tran was startled as flames burst violently. Quickly stopped Kim Vo Kiat, saying second senior sister was right, and they should cultivate quietly outside for a few days first. Duong Tran took out the green-black wooden sword. He held the sword in his hand, and then sat down cross-legged, placing the sword across his thighs. He silently wondered what would happen if he operated the severing meridian technique. Duong Tran's divine sense immediately left his body and flew out. He passed straight through the wall of the blue wheel sword barrier. Inside was filled with sword intent. Duong Tran smiled proudly, thinking that this time he could freely choose a suitable killing intent. Numerous sword intents such as assault, blazing flame, and horizontal sweep appeared before his eyes. Duong Tran decided to choose the destruction sword intent. He focused his mind on comprehending it, the sword intent gradually becoming docile. Once he had grasped it, Duong Tran reached out and seized it. He shouted a loud collect, pouring all his strength into dragging the sword intent toward himself. The sword intent lay neatly in his hand, causing Duong Tran to be surprised that it had succeeded so easily. He stood up, looked at the wall, and let out a soft sigh. Kim Vo Kiat consoled him, saying that if he failed he could return next time. Wait until reaching the Purple Mansion realm and try again. Duong Tran asked in surprise what failure. Kim Vo Kiat was startled, unable to believe that his elder brother had finished fusing so quickly. Duong Tran placed his hands on his hips, lifted his chin proudly, and said of course he had succeeded. Kim Vo Kiat cried out in excitement, asking what sword intent his elder brother had fused. Duong Tran tilted his head back and laughed loudly, then replied that it was the destruction sword intent. Kim Vo Kiat was shaken, unable to believe it was one of the strongest sword intents. Duong Tran merely smiled and asked why he would lie. Duong Tran slung an arm over his younger brother's shoulder and pulled him along, saying they would go to the totem sect to broaden their knowledge. Two brothers entered the totem sect area, surrounded by towering and majestic mountain rocks. They stopped before a massive rock shaped like the claw of a monstrous beast, strange and terrifying. Kim Vo Kiat wondered why the totem sect had only a stone wall instead of a real statue. Lao reminded them that this could be a beast shadow totem, a trace left behind by a powerful expert, absolutely not simple. Duong Tran asked in astonishment what a beast shadow totem was. Lao explained that even in the vast world, very few people knew of this kind of divine beast. Beast Shadow Totem was a rare earth attribute divine beast. This totem statue was in fact a corpse sealed together with all its martial intent. Duong Tran stepped closer, touched the rock, and concluded that it was a corpse covered by earth attribute martial intent. Without hesitation, Duong Tran sat cross-legged and began to comprehend. He focused his mind to the utmost limit. Duong Tran scanned the surrounding martial intent and realized that although the earth attribute martial intent was weaker than sword intent, it was still extremely pure. After choosing a suitable rock, he decided to comprehend the legendary martial intent earth prison. Duong Tran closed his eyes and told Kim Vo Kiat to cultivate on his own first, because this time it would take a long time. Kim Vo Kiat immediately agreed and took on the task of guarding. The earth attribute martial intent flew out from the rock, shaped like a golden onion. Duong Tran spread his arms, striving to control and comprehend it as quickly as possible. 10 days passed before he comprehended only half, angrily asking himself why his ability was so poor. Lao secretly thought that his master was already monstrously talented. Achieving half of a legendary martial intent in 10 days was extremely rare. This moment Than Min, the dean's grandson, sat outside impatiently asking when they would come out. Instructor Lang replied helplessly that he did not know. Usually it only took about 3 days. And Min grew furious, believing that the people of the Fire Academy were excessively occupying the treasured land and proposing to go in and urge them. Instructor Lang sighed and said that doing so was not appropriate. And Min pointed and said that if he would not go then he would go himself, demanding the restriction be open. Instructor Lang anxiously reminded him that they were people of Hoa Mon's son. Than Min ground his teeth and said what of Hoa Mon's son? They even dared to oppress the Water Academy. He forced Instructor Lang to open the restriction, saying he would bear the responsibility himself. Instructor Lang reluctantly led Than Min inside. At this moment Kim Vo Kiat was meditating quietly. Seeing this, Than Min immediately shouted for him to move aside. Kim Vo Kiat stood up and shouted back, not allowing anyone to disturb his elder brother at a critical moment. And Min laughed disdainfully, saying that comprehending martial intent for half a month was absurd, and mocking Kim Vo Kiat. Humiliated, Kim Vo Kiat erupted in fury. Than Min laughed provocatively, showing he was ready to make a move despite Instructor Lang's attempts to stop him. Kim Vo Kiat trembled with anger, declaring that he would not let anyone disturb his elder brother. Than Min mocked that a mere 9th-level Heaven Union realm dared to be arrogant before him. Instructor Lang hurriedly tried to persuade Than Min not to act rashly. Than Min brushed him aside, circulating his technique and declaring he would teach the other party a lesson. Than Min's pressure erupted, intimidating Kim Vo Kiat. Kim Vo Kiat's face turned cold. He merely let out a light snort. Than Min was startled, not expecting the other party to withstand his pressure. Immediately threw a punch with all his strength toward Kim Vo Kiat, roaring the word death. Surging killing sword energy exploded, rushing forward like a flood, striking directly at Kim Vo Kiat. Seeing his grandson unleash a killing move, Instructor Lang's face drained of blood. He shouted in panic to stop him, but it was too late. Kim Vo Kiat instantly drew the dragon imprisoning staff, using all his strength to block Than Min's attack. Even so, a strand of sword intent veered off, grazing Kim Vo Kiat's body. That very moment Duong Tran opened his eyes, his expression darkened. He frowned coldly and told Vin Lao to kill him. Disturbed at a critical moment, Duong Tran immediately summoned the artifact spirit to act. Vin Lao flew out from within him carrying a fierce aura. Knocked down by Than Min, Kim Vo Kiat sat on the ground. Seeing the artifact spirit appear, Than Min was also shocked in alarm. Than Min hastily shot out a strand of sword intent toward Vin Lao, shouting loudly. As the golden sword intent rushed over, Vin Lao merely waved his hand lightly. That sword intent was instantly torn apart without touching him. Vin Lao immediately charged forward, his expression stern and cold, killing intent undisguised. When Vin Lao closed in, Than Min finally realized it was an artifact spirit, crying out in disbelief. In the blink of an eye, Vin Lao pierced straight through Than Min's head, ending him before he could leave any last words. Instructor Lang's face turned pale. He shouted Than Min's name as the corpse rolled its eyes and fell backward. Trembling, Instructor Lang held his grandson's body, shouting in panic that they dared to kill the dean's direct grandson. Kim Vo Kiat thought to himself that it must have been his elder brother who had acted just now. At the same time, on Long Thigh Peak, the dean who was cultivating suddenly felt Min Enhai's aura vanish. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind, shaking his spirit. He immediately released his divine sense from the mountain peak to the foot, covering the entire Water Academy. Holding a jug of wine, Tham Lang Enheen sensed the probing divine sense. He snorted coldly in his heart, recognizing it as the old dean. Thinking of Duong Tran, Tham Lang Enheen's expression changed as he inwardly said this was bad. The dean immediately rushed to Kim Vo Kiat's location, shouting Min Enhai's name as he arrived. Pounced forward to hold his grandson's corpse, roaring as he demanded what had happened. Instructor Lang pointed straight at Kim Vo Kiat, accusing Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat of Hoa Mon's son of releasing a streak of light to kill. Dean glared furiously at Kim Vo Kiat, gritting out the three words Hoa Mon Sun. His killing intent made the opposite party's hair stand on end, yet he still asked in doubt how a ninth-level Heaven Union realm could kill Min Nhi. Kim Vo Kiat remained silent, his face dark, uneasily gripping the purple dragon staff tighter. The dean snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with overwhelming pressure. He looked through into the great enlightenment cave, quickly determining that Duong Tran only had second-level Heaven Union cultivation and was not the culprit. Dean turned to ask Lang Thong whether he had clearly seen the streak of light. Lang Thong trembled as he replied that the streak of light flew out from the great enlightenment cave and disappeared after killing Than Min. The dean was astonished, suspecting it was a spirit artifact or a trump card of Hoa Mon Sun. He turned to Kim Vo Kiat, intending to interrogate him when Tham Lang Enheen's voice sounded from behind. Tham Lang Enheen stepped forward, saying the dean need not personally guard when his junior brother was comprehending martial intent. The dean angrily shouted that people of Hoa Mon Sun had killed his grandson, demanding that Tham Lang Enheen explain clearly. Tham Lang Enheen calmly said that the totem sect, the blue wheel sword barrier, and the nether soul pearl should be moved to Hoa Mon Sun because the Water Academy had relied on strength to bully the weak. Hearing this, the dean stammered, clearly feeling guilty. He hurriedly changed the subject, mentioning the agreement and his grandson's death. Tham Lang Enheen raised his hand to interrupt, reminding him that it was the dean himself who had promised not to let anyone disturb them when Hoa Mon Sun came to comprehend. The dean reluctantly explained the agreement with Tham Lang Enheen's master and asserted that Duong Tran had not been disturbed. Tham Lang Enheen calmly proposed that they go outside and wait until his junior brother finished, then continue speaking. Dean had no choice but to order a retreat. Instructor Lang carried the corpse away, while Tham Lang Enheen revealed a satisfied smile. After that, Tham Lang Enheen asked Kim Vo Kiat with concern whether he was seriously injured. He smiled and said it was only a superficial wound. Tham Lang Enheen told Kim Vo Kiat to continue guarding, while he himself followed closely behind those old men. A month later, Duong Tran completed the fusion of the legendary Earth prison martial intent. Seeing Duong Tran step out full of vigor, Kim Vo Kiat immediately asked whether he had succeeded. Duong Tran nodded in confirmation, then asked with concern whether Kim Vo Kiat was all right. Kim Vo Kiat said he was fine, but reminded him that Than Min was the direct grandson of the Water Academy's dean. Duong Tran's face paled after hearing this. He was shocked to realize the trouble was enormous. He proposed leaving immediately and returning to the mountain gate at once. Kim Vo Kiat asked worriedly how his elder brother intended to handle it. Duong Tran said confidently that his methods were enough to return quietly to Hoa Mon Sun. Walking out to meet Tham Lang Enheen and the dean who were waiting, Tham Lang Enheen immediately inquired about Duong Tran. The dean could not restrain his anger. He pointed straight at Duong Tran and asked whether he had killed Than Min. Duong Tran feigned innocence, scratching his head and saying he had only focused on comprehending martial intent in the totem sect. Tham Lang Enheen followed up with a rebuttal, asking who could both comprehend martial intent and kill at the same time. Moreover, Duong Tran's cultivation was far too low. The dean was struck at his weak point. He was so furious that he was speechless. Tham Lang Enheen asked Duong Tran whether he wanted to continue to the nether soul chamber or return to the mountain gate. Duong Tran immediately went along with it and said they should return to the mountain gate. The three of them flew away together, leaving the dean seething. Tham Lang Enheen even turned back to bid farewell. Returning to Hoa Mon Sun, Tham Lang Enheen recounted Duong Tran's feat to their fellow disciples. Bo to Enheen laughed and said that back then, the dean had boasted that his grandson wanted to enter Hoa Mon Sun, but had been rejected by their master. The fourth senior brother mocked that despite his high cultivation, Than Min had still died at the hands of the junior brother. Senior sister Zhao Nhi also said with satisfaction that Than Min's arrogance had earned him this fate. Bo to Enheen clapped his hands and concluded the matter was over, reminding them that in 3 months it would be the Eastern Zion Grand Ceremony. Zhao Nhi and Thatch Chin competed with each other to attend. Bo to Enheen decided to let Thatch Chin lead Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat down the mountain, instructing them to bring 5 bamboo stalks as a gift. Duong Tran thought to himself whether 5 bamboo stalks as a congratulatory gift was too simple. Bo to Enheen instructed Thatch Chin not to cause trouble but also not to appear weak. He must protect the 2 junior brothers. Thatch Chin patted his chest and promised to take good care of them. 3 months later, Thatch Chin led Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat to the gates of Lion City. Thatch Chin excitedly introduced Lion City as the largest city in Eastern Zion, suggesting they take a stroll. The 3 wandered through the bustling streets, everyone passing by dressed in brilliant attire. Duong Tran realized that most people in the city had no low cultivation. He reminded himself to be more humble. Chen pointed to a shop named Grand Extreme Lantern Pavilion and invited them inside. The three stepped into a place specializing in stone selection, known in the trade as stone gambling. Duong Tran wondered why divine sense could not be used to probe these stones. Chen reminded him that inside the stones might be hidden rare lantern stones. Duong Tran asked blankly what a lantern stone was. Bin Lao explained that it was an extremely rare cultivation resource, usually used only by array masters. Chen said that the Grand Extreme Lantern Pavilion was property of the Eastern Zion royal family, because all lantern stone mines were managed by the empire. Suddenly someone loudly called Duong Tran's name. Hearing himself called, he startled and turned to see who it was. Turned out Dong Hong Yuang Tai had appeared, loudly calling both Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat. Dong Hong Yuang Tai laughed heartily and said he had just mentioned Duong Tran with Van Duong, not expecting to meet him here. On the other side, Tin Kai Van led a group from Kim Kim Fong forward, loudly calling Dong Hong Yuang Tai. His face darkened. He angrily demanded why Dong Hong Yuang Tai was not with his sect members, but instead with outsiders. Dong Hong Yuang Tai angrily retorted, saying he represented Hun Kim Fong. Going with his brothers had nothing to do with Tin Kai Van. Tin Kai Van was left speechless with anger. He could not argue and could only grit his teeth and utter the word "you." A person beside him quickly placed a hand on his shoulder to calm him, saying what others did was their right. Tin Kai Vo also interjected, telling him not to be petty. Once they returned to the sect and reported truthfully, someone would handle it. Seeing this, Chen felt an itch in his hands. He rolled his wrist and asked Duong Tran whether he needed him to strike down those people. Seeing Chen about to lose his temper, Duong Tran hurriedly stopped him, saying those people were merely mad dogs not worth the fourth senior brother's action. Suddenly a heavy thud sounded like something falling. An old man stepped out. The old man with a gentle face smiled at everyone, thanking them for coming to the Grand Extreme Lantern Pavilion and reminding them of the rule that stone gambling allowed no withdrawal. He pointed to the enormous raw stone behind him, introducing it as the largest newly excavated raw stone, the starting price 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. The entire hall immediately erupted into bidding, from 6,000 to 7,000, then to 10,000 spirit stones. At this moment, Duong Tran secretly used his divine sense to probe the raw stone. As soon as it touched the stone, his divine sense dissipated. He thought to himself it could not penetrate. He would try the heaven-devouring scripture or the severing meridian. Duong Tran immediately changed his method, using a special technique to investigate. Seeing clearly inside, he exclaimed in shock, "Is there only this much?" Someone nearby shouted a bid of 50,000. Duong Tran smiled faintly and said, "Let them compete." He wondered who would be the unlucky one. Suddenly Duong Tran's left eye reacted strangely, astonishing him. Immediately after, he smiled in delight and said this lantern stone could help refine the witch god Evil Eye. Duong Tran then spread the heaven-devouring scripture over the entire pile of stones in the pavilion. He discovered a small stone in the corner. The heaven-devouring scripture only revolved around this one without dispersing, proving there was a treasure. Chen transmitted his voice, asking what Duong Tran intended to do, reminding him that lantern stones were only useful to array masters. Duong Tran replied to the fourth senior brother that he urgently needed lantern stones. Their use was extremely great. Chen looked at the small stone and said doubtfully it was most likely a useless rock. Duong Tran laughed and said one could not judge merely by appearance. Hearing this, Tin Kai Van sneered, mocking that Duong Tran had just entered Hoa Mon's son and already wanted to get rich through stone gambling. Duong Tran replied indifferently that enemies truly met on a narrow road, then challenged Tin Kai Van whether he dared to gamble with him. Tin Kai Van revealed a crafty smile and said if he wanted to gamble, then gamble. He immediately agreed to Duong Tran's challenge, proposing they make it clear with one round. The shopkeeper stepped forward and bowed, asking young Master Van whom he wished to bet against. Duong Tran looked at the shopkeeper with displeased eyes, yet still took the initiative to raise his hand and speak. Shopkeeper stroked his beard, sizing Duong Tran up from head to toe before asking where he came from. Duong Tran folded his arms and closed his eyes, replying briefly with 3 words, "Hoa Mon's son." Hearing this, the shopkeeper's face paled. He hurriedly said the two sides should negotiate the terms themselves. He would only act as witness. Tin Kai Van sneered and said they would only bet 20,000 high-grade spirit stones. The surroundings immediately buzzed. 20,000 spirit stones was an enormous sum for innate realm cultivators. Duong Tran turned to Dong Hong Yuang Tai to borrow spirit stones. Dong Hong Yuang Tai said bitterly that he had just joined Hun Kim Fong and was very poor. He also advised Duong Tran to forget it. Thach Chin said dissatisfied that for merely 20,000 he had to borrow from outsiders, then took the initiative to lend it. Thach Chin handed his storage ring to Duong Tran. He happily thanked the fourth senior brother. After checking the ring, Duong Tran was delighted to find there were as many as 50,000 spirit stones. With capital in hand, Duong Tran confidently mocked Tin Kai Van that as a disciple of Kim Fong, he was truly stingy. Tin Kai Van asked in return how much Duong Tran intended to bet he would follow to the end. Duong Tran raised 5 fingers, declaring a bet of 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. Tin Kai Van laughed loudly in agreement, believing Duong Tran was courting disaster. The shopkeeper announced the bet between Duong Tran and Tin Kai Van. Each side 50,000 spirit stones. Whoever obtained a lantern stone would win. He immediately called the executioner to prepare to open the raw stone. The executioner swung his horse-chopping blade fiercely at the raw stone. Cut was sharp and clean, the stone surface flat without the slightest chip. Tin Kai Van laughed smugly and told Duong Tran to prepare for bankruptcy. Duong Tran calmly told the executioner to continue cutting. The executioner swung his blade again. Another powerful strike. A large lantern stone glowing brilliantly was revealed, causing everyone to cry out in shock. Tin Kai Van shouted in panic, unable to believe this broken stone contained a treasure. Duong Tran spread his hands and laughed, saying if Tin Kai Van dared to play, he must dare to accept the loss. Hand over the spirit stones quickly. Tin Kai Van angrily threw the money pouch over, roaring that it was only temporary luck. Duong Tran took the money, then returned the ring to Thach Chin, inviting everyone to dine at the best place in Lion City. Asked Tiu Van Duong which high-class restaurant in the city was the most famous. Tiu Van Duong replied that Lian residence was renowned. More than half of the cultivators in eastern Zion knew of. Duong Tran was surprised upon hearing the name. It sounded very strange. Tiu Van Duong explained that Lian residence was famous not for its food or wine, but for the ancient artifact Lian. Legend said no one could refine it. Guests only needed to pay a fee to try activating the mysterious ice black lotus. Duong Tran cried out in excitement and immediately proposed going to Lian residence. Inside Lian residence it was packed, with people lining up to try to activate the lotus. Duong Tran sighed that with so many people no one had yet managed to make the lotus shine. Vin Lao reminded him that this was a crude soul artifact. The refining method was poor, wasting materials. Duong Tran asked blankly what a soul artifact was. Vin Lao explained that a soul artifact was a special kind of spirit artifact. Duong Tran then asked whether the mysterious ice black lotus was also a spirit artifact. Vin Lao said it was indeed a spirit artifact, but not suitable for Duong Tran, making him curiously ask why. Vin Lao answered that it was because Duong Tran was not a heavenly Dao soul master, leaving him stunned. Vin Lao explained that a heavenly Dao soul master was someone with special talent in the soul, extremely rare and terrifying. Duong Tran widened his eyes in shock and asked whether it was truly that frightening. Vin Lao affirmed it was so, and said there was such a person beside Duong Tran. Duong Tran asked in surprise who it was. Vin Lao projected the image of a little girl he had not seen for a long time. It was Thien Lin Hai. Duong Tran was startled to realize Lin Hai was a heavenly Dao soul master. The mysterious ice black lotus suited her perfectly. Vin Lao confirmed this, causing Duong Tran to drool in anticipation. After a moment of thought, he gritted his teeth in determination. In that case, he must obtain the mysterious ice black lotus at all costs. This moment Thach Chin stepped forward and asked directly, "The rule is that as long as 5 petals are lit, the mysterious ice black lotus will belong to me, correct?" Elder Van Coy of the Van family nodded in confirmation. "As long as you accomplish that, this ancient artifact will be yours." The surrounding crowd revealed looks of disdain upon seeing Thach Chin, whispering that he was dreaming of taking the Lian. Thach Chin pointed at himself and introduced, "I am Thach Chin of Hoa Mon Son." Hearing that title, the entire crowd immediately gaped. Many were stunned in shock. Van Coy stroked his beard thoughtfully and slowly said, "Thach Chin of Hoa Mon Son." So a disciple of Hoa Mon Son, however. At that moment, Thach Chin had already poured true energy into the lotus, giving a light shout. The mysterious ice black lotus immediately showed a faint glow on its petals. Crowd exclaimed repeatedly. It truly lit up. Indeed, someone from Hoa Mon Son. It was said the last time was 10 years ago that anyone succeeded. Van Coy's expression changed as he inwardly cried trouble. The bald fellow had lit 3 petals. If 5 were fully lit, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this point, Thach Chin could only admit defeat. He withdrew his hand and gave up. Van Coy was drenched in sweat, but finally let out a sigh of relief. Thach Chin shouted unwillingly that sooner or later he would bring this Lian back to Hoa Mon Son. Van Coy wiped his sweat, then suddenly paused. Wait, there was someone accompanying Thach Chin. Duong Tran looked at the mysterious ice black lotus with with great interest in his heart. He asked Van Koy, Sr., as long as 5 petals are lit, the then Lian can be taken away, correct? Van Koy answered with certainty that this had been the rule since then Lian residence was established. Inwardly delighted, because Duong Tran was only at the 9th level Heaven Union realm. Immediately after Duong, Tran placed his hand on the then Lian. Light burst forth instantly, 3 lotus petals shining brightly at once. The surrounding crowd stared wide-eyed in shock, unable to believe a young boy could light 3 petals. Duong Tran calmly said, 5 petals now. Elder Van's eyes bulged, his jaw nearly dropped. He stammered and asked, who exactly are you? Chen proudly introduced, that is my junior brother, the 6th of Hoa Mon's son. Duong Tran lifted the lotus, while Van Koy cried out in alarm, you are Duong Tran. Duong Tran noticed the lotus was unusually heavy and frowned. Is there a restriction on it? Bin Lao reminded his master to stay calm. He only needed to use sacred flame true chi. Chen rolled up his sleeves and said, Junior brother, let me help. But Van Koy immediately stopped him. Others are not allowed to assist. If you cannot carry it, you bear the consequences. Chen angrily cursed that it was said lighting 5 petals was enough. Adding a restriction was truly shameless. Duong Tran reassured him, 4th senior brother, do not be angry. Watch me handle it. He stood still in thought, while Van Koy smugly believed this restriction could not be shaken even by a martial king. Just as that thought ended, the lotus had vanished. Van Koy's eyes nearly popped out as he cried in panic, where is the then Lian? Duong Tran replied indifferently, why do you care? The then Lian is already mine. Chen threatened coldly, what is it? Are you planning to go back on your word? Van Koy hurriedly begged, young Master Tran, please return this then Lian. I will compensate with another spirit artifact. Duong Tran firmly refused. Sorry, I have affinity with the mysterious ice black lotus. I cannot give it up. Van Koy still tried to persuade him, proposing to negotiate terms, as long as the then Lian was returned. Duong Tran impatiently shouted that he had already said he would not give it up. Chen also grew angry, and warned that if they did not step aside, they should not blame them for acting before everyone. Van Koy was so furious he was speechless, only managing to utter the word you. After that, Duong Tran returned to his lodging. Bin Lao also manifested. Duong Tran asked Bin Lao whether he had discovered anything unusual within the mysterious ice black lotus. Bin Lao replied that the secret was still unclear, but the Van family's willingness to exchange a spirit artifact proved its value was immense. Duong Tran scratched his head worriedly. So what should be done now? Bin Lao proposed using lantern stones to refine the witch god left eye to examine the secret. Duong Tran immediately took out the lantern stones and agreed. One day later, all the lantern stones had been fully refined. Duong Tran exclaimed joyfully that he had finally succeeded. He placed the mysterious ice black lotus before him and used the witch god left eye to observe carefully. From the lotus spread a thin icy aura like winter breath, coiling through the space. Within that aura, a line of words suddenly appeared. Duck Thai Tri Deen Tai Thuong One Sword. Duong Tran asked Bin Lao the meaning of the words. Bin Lao also shook his head, saying he had never heard of it. At that moment, Chen pushed the door open and stepped in. The two looked at each other in surprise. Duong Tran hurriedly asked whether the 4th senior brother knew of Tai Thuong One Sword. Chen cried out in astonishment. How could he not know? It was the divine sword technique of the dragon's sovereign great emperor. Duong Tran was bewildered upon hearing this, his mind filled with questions. Took the opportunity to ask further, then where is Duck Thai Tri Deen? Chen thought for a moment, and answered it might be at the peak of first mountain of Duck Thai Divine Mountain in eastern Zion. Duong Tran quickly waved his hand, saying it was nothing, then asked what matter had brought Chen. Chen handed over an invitation, saying the Van family invited the young geniuses of eastern Zion to a tea gathering. Duong Tran took the invitation and hesitated, asking whether he should go since he had just seized the mysterious ice black lotus. Chen laughed loudly to reassure him. Whoever dared touch you, I would level the eastern Zion Imperial Palace. After that, Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat went together to the eastern Zion Imperial Palace. Seeing the two brothers, the crowd whispered all sorts of things with jealous tones. Duong Tran folded his arms and laughed loudly in response. Was not the tea gathering only for geniuses? He cast a contemptuous glance and said being teammates with them would be an insult. After speaking, he walked away, leaving the crowd furious yet not daring to follow inside. Van Lian Than hurried over to apologize, blaming his juniors for their rudeness. The apology was like cold water poured over them. Everyone was stunned. Duong Tran replied indifferently that one could not stoop to argue with dogs. Van Lian Than maintained a gentle smile outwardly, inwardly furious yet still trying to smooth things over. Duong Tran smiled politely, inwardly thinking the Van family surely had designs on the then Lian. With that thought, he took his leave, saying he had urgent matters to handle. Van Lien Than panicked and tried to hold him back, begging Duong Tran to stay for the tea gathering. That moment Tin Kai Van appeared from behind, angrily shouting whether Duong Tran intended to make Van Lien Than lose face. Duong Tran immediately shot back, his tone arrogant and unrestrained. Tin Kai Van, you truly do not know what fear is. Someone with such poor memory like you will not live long. Moreover, what does this matter have to do with you? Are you a dog that barks at everyone you see? Tin Kai Van erupted in fury like flames of hatred burning the past, his whole body scorching as if about to explode, his aura surging like a steam train. He ground his teeth and growled like a stray dog staring fixedly at Duong Tran. Van Lien Than on the other side lost his temper and shouted loudly, Tin Kai Van, shut your mouth at once. Immediately after, he switched to a gentle face, fawning and flattering like a pet before Duong Tran, chuckling as he said, Young Master Duong Tran, inviting you here today is truly because there is an important matter to discuss. Duong Tran was slightly surprised, but his attitude remained arrogant. He raised his brow and said, Oh, what matter requires negotiation with me? Without beating around the bush, Van Lien Than went straight to the point. Young Master Chen, look at this profound ice-black lotus. To you it is merely trash. Why not trade it to me? I guarantee benefits that will satisfy you. Duong Tran thought to himself that it was indeed so, then slowly replied, Your Highness Lien Than, you are too late. My fourth senior brother found it interesting and took it for research. It is no longer in my possession. Van Lien Than pretended to be displeased, his probing gaze fixed on Duong Tran as he said, Young Master Tran, are you playing with me? Duong Tran pointed behind the hall and answered calmly, How could that be, Your Highness Lien Than? Perhaps you have found the wrong person. Ask my fourth senior brother and it will be clear. Going in circles tires me. If you want to trade, then go directly to him. As if struck at a sore spot, his attempt to salvage the situation failed and he was ignored. The leader of a region could not help but feel awkward. When Van Lien Than heard the name Fanatxt, he stammered, Well, this matter. Duong Tran showed a hint of pity, then turned and walked away with his arms folded, saying coldly to his half-brother, Tiu Kayat, let us go. Suddenly a voice transmitted over, Than Nhi, quickly stop him. I sense the aura of the Divine Lotus. The Divine Lotus is on him. Hearing that, Van Lien Than immediately rushed forward to block the way, revealing his true face. He pointed straight at Duong Tran with a scrutinizing gaze and said, Duong Tran, stop your tricks. I am certain the Divine Lotus is on you. Duong Tran burst into loud laughter after hearing that. Do you think you crawled into my stomach? He put his hands on his hips and laughed as he said, Van Lien Than, you are truly ridiculous, daring to block my path like this. Are you planning to rob me? That moment a figure descended from above, imposing in bearing, clearly someone of much higher status than the previous man. This person was Van Kung, the third son of the ruler of Dong Xian. Looking at the gaunt, cold face and the sharp, dangerous eyes of that man, Duong Tran was startled and stepped back, thinking that this person was at least a martial king or a purple mansion expert whose cultivation he could not see through. Though slightly flustered, Duong Tran quickly calmed himself and said mockingly, Today truly broadens my view of the Dong Xian royal family. First luring me into the palace. When you could not obtain it, you resort to robbery. Having his scheme exposed, Van Kung shouted angrily, Brat, do not push me too far. Hearing that, Duong Tran grew even angrier and retorted, Push what? Clearly you bully the weak with strength. Do not think Fire Gate Mountain is easy to provoke. Anyone who dares look down on me will pay a tragic price. Van Kung was cursed to his face without warning. He roared in fury, Boy, is the Imperial Palace a place you come and go as you please, daring to openly provoke us? Pointed straight at Duong Tran, his face flushed red with anger as he said through clenched teeth, A mere disciple dares insult me. Take one move from me and die. From Van Kung finger shot out a terrifying energy, its power bursting forth like overflowing rage. The surroundings shook and shattered, causing Duong Tran eyes to widen in shock. Swordlight shot straight at him. Duong Tran immediately activated lifeless killing intent to resist. Killing aura erupted and enveloped his whole body, his eyes cold and frightening. In the air appeared a ferocious ghost face, dark red along with countless eerie images like life-saving talismans, making viewers' hair stand on end. Even tens of miles away, Fanatxt sensed the blazing red killing intent from the Dong Xian palace. He was startled and thought, could it be little junior brother? Without hesitation, Fanatxt immediately rushed toward the Dong Xian imperial palace, cursing loudly. Seeing Fanatxt charging in, several imperial guards immediately flew out to block him and shouted, Who dares trespass into the imperial palace? Fanatxt angrily swung his hand and struck as he shouted, Get lost. A gigantic hand appeared, easily swatting 3 imperial guards away like flies. Back here, Duong Tran was struggling to dissolve Van Kung's sword intent, sweat pouring down showing the situation was extremely dire. Duong Tran could not completely dodge in time. A loud explosion sounded, and he was still heavily struck. The aftershock knocked Duong Tran onto his back, spitting fresh blood. His eyes rolled white. Seeing this, Kim Vo Kiat cried out in panic, "Big brother." He hurriedly ran over to support Duong Tran. Van Kung saw that he was still alive and could not help being astonished. A full-force martial king's strike failed to kill a Heaven Union brat. At that moment, Chen descended from the sky, his face full of killing intent as he roared, "Which bastard dares strike my little junior brother?" He landed beside Duong Tran and called out loudly, "Little junior brother." Seeing Duong Tran in critical condition, Chen hurriedly took out a pill and stuffed it into his mouth, saying it could only stabilize him temporarily. They had to quickly return and inform second senior sister. Chen carried Duong Tran over his shoulder, stared coldly at Van Kung and said, "I will remember this debt," while Van Kung stood still like a statue. Immediately after, Chen sped away with Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat, leaving Van Kung standing there stunned, not understanding what had just happened. Van Kung broke into a cold sweat watching their figures fade away, thinking that the bald man must be Chen of the fire courtyard. His cultivation truly unfathomable. The scene shifted. Chen brought the two back to Fire Mountain Gate. Bo to Enhin and Zhao Nhai opened the door with worried expressions. As soon as they saw them, Kim Vo Kiat turned pale and pleaded, "Second senior sister save big brother," while Bo to Enhin calmly replied that it was only a little blood spat, and yet they were already flustered. After speaking, Bo to Enhin took out a bluish glowing spiritual medicine, its abundant spiritual power astonishing. He directly fed the spiritual medicine into Duong Tran mouth, her face slightly puffed, making her look very adorable. Without needing refinement, though unconscious, Duong Tran instinctively swallowed the spiritual medicine quickly. Soon after the medicinal power took effect, Duong Tran slowly opened his eyes, his gaze hazy and weary. Kim Vo Kiat happily exclaimed that big brother had awakened, while Bo to Enhin still maintained her usual cold demeanor. As soon as he woke, Duong Tran inquired about the beauty, causing Bo to Enhin to ask in surprise, "Second senior sister, why are you here?" Bo to Enhin replied irritably, "If not for that bald fellow, I would not have come, failing to protect properly and making me take action. Chen is being punished outside." Duong Tran scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Second senior sister, do not blame fourth senior brother. Without him, I would have died." Bo to Enhin gritted her teeth and said, "The Van family is too despicable, daring to use a martial king against you. Rest assured, I have informed eldest senior brother. If they do not know their place, Fire Mountain Gate will level the Van family." Duong Tran was startled after hearing that and asked, "Is it that serious? Truly level the royal city? Is that not excessive?" Bo to Enhin replied coldly, "Excessive what? They broke the rules first. Do they think Fire Mountain Gate is easy to bully?" Zhao Nhai worriedly asked Duong Tran, "Little junior brother, how are your injuries? Are they serious?" Duong Tran smiled and said it was nothing, but Zhao Nhai immediately became stern and scolded him not to force himself. Purple Mansion injuries cannot be taken lightly. The matter of the Van family would wait until eldest senior brother returned. Duong Tran asked curiously, "Second senior sister, who exactly is eldest senior brother to possess such terrifying authority?" Zhao Nhai smiled and replied, "Eldest senior brother is in Ba. You do not even know this." Duong Tran asked blankly, "Who is in Ba?" Zhao Nhai could not help but scold affectionately. Little junior brother is truly ignorant, not even knowing senior brother and Ba. Bo to Enhin patted Zhao Nhai head and said in defense, "Little junior brother has only been in Dong Zion for a short time. Not knowing is normal." Zhao Nhai regained confidence and asked, "Little junior brother, have you heard of the Northern Emperor Mountain Lord?" Duong Tran replied, "The Northern Emperor Mountain Lord is one of the four great forces. Does he have a connection to eldest senior brother?" Zhao Nhai giggled and said, "Eldest senior brother and Ba is the Northern Emperor Mountain Lord." Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kiat widened their eyes and mouths, shocked speechless. At this moment, someone entered to report respectfully, "Senior brothers and sisters, someone outside seeks an audience saying there is an important matter." Bo to Enhin snorted coldly and said, "If it is someone from the Van family, we will not see them." That person withdrew. Van Kung respectfully asked, "What happened to little junior brother?" Messenger hesitated and replied, "Senior Van." The senior brothers and sisters said they do not wish to meet. Hearing that, Van Kung broke into a cold sweat, not expecting to be bluntly refused, immediately realizing the seriousness and deciding to report to his imperial father. Van Kung entered the hall to pay respects to the ruler, kneeling on one knee and greeting father, his heart anxious about the fate of the Van family. Ruler Van Chuang asked in a deep voice, "How does Fire Mountain Gate intend to compensate?" Van Kung replied anxiously, "Father, they were rude and refused to meet me," and also said. Seeing his son hesitate, the ruler frowned and asked, "Said what?" Van Kung answered gravely, "They said they would level our royal city and annihilate the Van family." The ruler could not believe it and tilted his head as he asked again, "Did they truly say that?" Van Kung stood speechless. The ruler snorted coldly, slammed his hand on the chair, and shouted, "At this point you still dare hide from me, old as I am yet faced with a son who brings disaster." Van Kung trembled and clasped his hands, pleading, "Father, I was wrong." So angry, the ruler still waved helplessly and dismissed him, saying, "Withdraw. I will handle this matter myself." Afterward, Van Kung left quietly with a panicked face, still not truly understanding the severity of this matter, still deluding himself that with his father backing him, there would always be a way out. Ruler Van Chuang turned to look at the young man standing behind him and said in a low voice, standing there like a shadow, "Bat Hoi, come out." And Bat Hoi stepped out, handsome yet cold, his hair spiked like thorns. He respectfully saluted and bowed, greeting great-grandfather. Van Chuang looked at his great-grandson, then slowly asked, "In your view, was what your third great-grandfather did this time too foolish? He appears a playboy, yet is actually a meticulous strategist." Van Bat Hoi thought carefully, then replied, "Great-grandfather, in my view at present we must appear in a weaker position." Hearing that, Van Chuang slightly frowned, and his voice deepened. "Continue." Van Bat Hoi continued analyzing. "Everything is still in preparation. Many links remain unclear. At this time, we absolutely should not confront Fire Gate Mountain. Moreover, we were at fault first. It is best to prioritize satisfying their demands." Van Chuang's face immediately darkened, a fierce aura spreading. "What if they demand the life of third great-grandfather?" Van Bat Hoi answered frankly, "Great-grandfather, that is absolutely unacceptable. Third great-grandfather is alive. If Dong Xian allows outsiders to demand the life of a royal relative, it would become the laughingstock of the world." Van Chuang lowered his head in contemplation, then said, "Very well, withdraw. I am tired. At this age, I should be resting peacefully, not sitting here being threatened with my life." As Van Bat Hoi turned to leave, a dark shadow silently appeared beside them. It was Shadow Slave Manhua. He said in a low voice, "Master, little Bat Hoi is truly outstanding and values kinship. Only his eerie appearance makes others uncomfortable." Van Chuang stroked his chin thoughtfully, then said, "Kinship. These two words are quite laughable. Manhua, you underestimate Bat Hoi. His scheming mind runs deep. He even wishes to calculate against me. Only he is still inexperienced for now." Manhua replied, "Master, setting aside Bat Hoi matter, the Divine Lotus has fallen into Fire Gate Mountain hands. If Old Can uncovers the secret within it, then it will be troublesome." That mentioned, Van Chuang stroked his beard and nodded. "Indeed, Old Can is unfathomable. In all Dong Xian, he is the one most feared. The Van family has studied the Divine Lotus for many years without understanding it. Even if Old Can obtains it, he may not comprehend it. Only at this rate, I fear, we no longer have fate with Supreme Azure One Sword." Manhua chuckled softly and said, "Master, if Supreme Azure One Sword truly exists, it must lie in an extremely perilous place. Perhaps Old Can may even lose his life there." At the same time at Fire Gate Mountain, a group of people with imposing aura appeared, looking as if a tense confrontation was about to occur. Unexpectedly, Bo to Enheen personally came out to welcome them, smiling as she greeted, "Eldest senior brother, long time no see. Have you been well recently?" The one who made to Enheen smile brightly was eldest senior brother, Northern Emperor Mountain Lord and Ba. He laughed loudly and replied, "It seems little junior brother is fine. Only then do you have the mood to tease me like this." Bo to Enheen chuckled softly in praise, as expected of eldest senior brother with such sharp eyes. "Just a glance and you understood at once." Ba asked in return, "You are still the same. How has that old man been lately?" Bo to Enheen folded her arms and replied, "You know his temper well. He refuses to return to the mountain all year round. Perhaps he could die in some corner and no one would even know." And Ba burst into laughter. "Forget that. Let us go in and see how little junior brother is doing." Ba stepped into the room and looked straight at Duong Tran, and lying on the bed he also sensed that gaze. And Ba nodded and said, "That old man may not excel at much else, but his judgment of people is precise. This little junior brother talent even surpasses ours." Duong Tran quickly got off the bed and saluted, paying respects to eldest senior brother. "I have long heard your name. Seeing you today is truly far from what I imagined." Ba was slightly taken aback and asked, "Different in what way?" Duong Tran smiled flatteringly. I used to hear that eldest senior brother is a renowned great figure of Dong Xian, but in my view it does not quite match. Fearing he might misspeak, Bo to Enhin reminded him, little junior brother, do not speak nonsense. Duong Tran continued, in my opinion, eldest senior brother is the most imposing figure in all Dong Xian. And Ba and Bo to Enhin were both stunned, unsure whether he was praising or teasing, only feeling that Duong Tran changed direction so quickly that everyone was bewildered. Duong Tran spoke fluently in analysis. The strongest figures of Dong Xian are either old and frail or nearing decline. Only eldest senior brother stands at his peak. In the future you will surely surpass all realms and shake the world. Ba laughed heartily in delight. Little junior brother truly has a silver tongue, but honeyed words often carry poison. Enough of that. Tell me why you were injured. Bo to Enhin sighed and said, the Van family is too shameless. They dared send a martial king to attack little junior brother. After hearing this, Ba grew furious and shouted, that surnamed Van is truly arrogant, daring to bully the weak with strength. I must seek justice. Bo to Enhin quickly stopped him. Eldest senior brother, do not be rash. This is Van family territory. Acting recklessly will harm the sect. Ba disagreed and pointed toward Duong Tran, saying, can such vermin still speak of reason? I have no need to fear them. Bo to Enhin calmly replied, before taking action we must speak of reason. Since you have arrived, the Van family surely knows. Let us wait and see their response. At the same time, within the Van family, the three sons of Van Chuang had gathered. On the left was Van Zhen Zion. On the right was the stout Van Daikon. Van Daikon respectfully said, Father, Firegate Mountain clearly does not intend to let this go. Judging by their style, they will not be easy to handle. Van Kung retorted, elder brother need not worry too much. If we yield excessively, outsiders will think the Van family fears them. Van Chuang turned and asked, Van Zhen Zion, what is your view? Van Zhen Zion replied, Father, we were at fault first. The grand ceremony has spread everywhere. It is best to negotiate first. If their demands are not excessive, we can concede to preserve the greater situation. Van Chuang nodded in satisfaction, handed a token to Van Zhen Zion and said, take this and invite Ba. Just say I invite him for wine. Soon Firegate Mountain received notice. The Van family had sent someone again, bringing the ruler token to request an audience. And Ba was slightly surprised. Since there is a token we should give face, let him in. Van Zhen Zion entered and saluted, respectfully paying homage to Lord Northern Emperor. My father invites you for wine. And Ba laughed boldly, wine you say? Then let us settle old debts as well. Lead the way. Seeing Ba follow without caution, Bo to Enhin called out worriedly. And Ba waved his hand and replied, rest assured, I will return shortly. Bo to Enhin was still uneasy. The Van family are all schemers. Duong Tran comforted her. Second senior sister, this is a matter between eldest senior brother and Van Chuang. Even so, Bo to Enhin kept watching, and Ba figure, entering the Van family lair alone, left her unsettled. Duong Tran continued reassuring her, this bout is likely just probing. Neither side has revealed their trump cards. Bo to Enhin nodded. That old fox Van Chuang will likely use this opportunity to resolve your matter. Time passed and night gradually fell. Suddenly a figure descended from above into the courtyard of Firegate Mountain. Bo to Enhin sensed the familiar aura, and together with Zhao Nhai opened the door to welcome him. And Ba appeared with a radiant smile, looking relaxed as if he had gained greatly. Bo to Enhin stepped forward and asked, eldest senior brother, you are unharmed. And Ba reassured her, only a minor scrape. Let us speak inside, lest it grow cold. Inside the house, and Ba said proudly, this time I lost half a move, but have seen through Van Chuang weakness. Next time it is uncertain who will prevail. During this, Bo to Enhin felt more at ease. And Ba took out a pouch and said with a smile to Duong Tran, this time the Van family had to pay a heavy price. Misfortune turned into fortune. How Nhai eyes lit up as she asked, eldest senior brother, what treasures are there? And Ba introduced, first is Tengyuan Mother Stone. Little junior brother wooden sword has awakened spirit, so it suits it well. Bo to Enhin was slightly surprised and asked, Tengyuan Mother Stone. Duong Tran asked curiously, second senior sister, what is this item? Bo to Enhin explained, Tengyuan Mother Stone appears only once in 1,000 years. Fusing it into a sword will enhance its ability to generate spiritual chi. After hearing this, Duong Tran eyes shone in astonishment. And Ba continued, the second spoil is 3 drops of white dew. That old man denied repeatedly, yet still had to hand them over. Bo to Enhin asked in surprise, what is white dew? Vin Lao exclaimed, there is white dew even here. Duong Tran asked further, could it be that this thing is very rare? Vin Lao explained, white spirit essence dew is a rare treasure. Only innate cultivators and above can refine it. It strengthens spiritual sense. Bo to Enhin understood and smiled, so it is white spirit essence dew. Van Chuang is truly willing to pay. Ba replied unhappily, willing what? I threatened him that if he did not hand it over, I would kill his son. Otherwise, he would have been reluctant. Bo to Enheen eagerly urged, "Where is the third treasure? Hurry and show it." And Ba spoke seriously to Duong Tran. "These items suit you well, but refining them will not be easy." As Duong Tran was about to open it, he was reminded, "Little junior brother, wait until we return to the sect before examining it carefully." Zhao Nhai asked curiously, "What exactly is inside that bottle?" And Ba slowly explained, "Seeing little junior brother carries fire attribute, I demanded that item from Van Chuang. In truth, many in Dong Xian know Van Chuang secretly controls a small secret realm at the Flaming Demon Abyss, where a special earth fire is born called Great Luo Demonic Flame." Hearing this, Bo to Enheen was startled and immediately asked, "Great Luo Demonic Flame, eldest senior brother. Normally that is Van Chuang trump card. How could he hand it to an outsider? Could that old ghost be playing tricks?" This moment Vin Lao appeared and warned, "Master, be careful of that black stone bottle. I sense the evil aura within is far from simple." Duong Tran nodded and replied, "I also feel something is wrong. Let us heed eldest senior brother and deal with it after returning to the sect." Ba said to everyone, "Very well. I will escort you back to Fire Gate Mountain. I fear that old fox Van Chuang may go back on his word." Hearing this, Zhao Nhai seemed doused with cold water and sighed. "Ah, I have not even had fun yet." Youthful restlessness cut short left her visibly disappointed. After a while, Duong Tran sat quietly looking at the black box eldest senior brother had given. Vin Lao stood beside him equally curious, yet none dared open it. After a long silence, Bin Lao urged, "Master, leaving it like this is not good. Why not open it and see, with me guarding you, what is there to fear?" At last Duong Tran made up his mind, and gently twisted open the lid. As soon as the lid opened, a surge of aura poured out. A gray-black flame sparkling like containing a galaxy shot out. Bin Lao stared wide-eyed, suddenly crying out in alarm, "This is bad. Master, quickly circulate origin fire. That black flame is extremely strange." That black flame was Great Luo Demonic Flame. Seeing Duong Tran resist and launch a move, it reacted as if sentient and counterattacked. It circled once, breaking free from origin fire control, and shot straight into Duong Tran's sea of consciousness, causing Bin Lao to cry out. Everything happened too fast, leaving outsiders stunned. Within Duong Tran body, Great Luo Demonic Flame laughed proudly, never expecting this brat body to be so perfect. Even his soul has reached such a high realm. Outside, Vin Lao saw Duong Tran eyes roll white, as if soulless, and hurriedly warned, "Master, be careful. It wants to seize your body." Great Luo Demonic Flame opened its mouth wide to devour Duong Tran's soul, its sharp teeth like saws making the scene terrifying. It laughed, declaring this body was now its own. At that moment, another surge of flame erupted violently, startling Great Luo Demonic Flame, its entire form trembling as if about to collapse. It screamed in agony as if twisted within a fireball, shouting, "What kind of soul fire is this?" begging Duong Tran to release it and promising a great fortune. Duong Tran's soul manifested and coldly asked, "Who exactly are you? Why are you hidden within Great Luo Demonic Flame?" Remnant soul trembled and replied, "I am a wisp of remnant soul of Luo Yan, demon emperor of the demon race, gravely injured, so forced to dwell within demonic flame. Release me, and I will grant you a heaven-defying fortune." Duong Tran asked impatiently, "Speak plainly, what fortune?" Great Luo Demonic Flame roared angrily, "It is a Khanate spirit treasure." Duong Tran continued asking, "Where is it located?" Remnant soul replied, "Tempted now, it is at Flame Cavern." Duong Tran pressed further, asking where Flame Cavern is. The remnant soul said weakly, "Deep beneath the imperial palace of the royal city. The entrance is within Zhengde Hall." Duong Tran drew closer with icy killing intent and asked, "What else do you know?" Great Luo Demonic Flame pleaded in pain, "Before speaking, withdraw the soul fire. My remnant soul is about to dissipate." Instead, Duong Tran laughed with relish and replied, "Then die." Remnant soul had no chance to beg further before being burned away by soul fire, only managing a miserable scream before vanishing. Afterward, Duong Tran regained consciousness, clutching his head unsteadily. Vin Lao hurried over to inquire. Duong Tran replied wearily, "I am fine. Just now within demonic flame was a remnant soul of Luo Yan, demon emperor of the cloud demon race, but I have destroyed it." Bin Lao was shocked. How could a demon emperor of the cloud demon race intrude into the human realm and remain only a remnant soul? Duong Tran suddenly remembered and asked, "Vin Lao, do you know of Khanate's spirit treasure? That demon emperor revealed its whereabouts to me." Vin Lao broke into cold sweat in shock and asked incredulously, "Khanate's spirit treasure? If he possessed such a thing, why would he be reduced to a remnant soul?" In contrast to Vin Lao fear, Duong Tran calmly asked, "What exactly is a Khanate spirit treasure? Is it stronger than a spirit artifact?" Vin Lao sighed and explained, "Since primordial chaos, a few special treasures were born with the world itself. Those are Khanate spirit treasures." After hearing this, Duong Tran eyes widened in astonishment. Vin Lao said excitedly, "This is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. The value of a connate spirit treasure far surpasses myriad spirit artifacts. Hearing this, Duong Tran felt both eager and doubtful. Those words stirred Duong Tran resolve. He smiled and said that after growing stronger he would certainly visit the imperial palace of the royal city to investigate. Bin Lao then reminded him someone was approaching. At this moment, old Bald Can strode in with a stern aura, looked at Duong Tran and said, "Brat, come with me." Duong Tran was bewildered, wondering who this person was to enter and leave Fire Gate Mountain so freely. Before he could think further, he hurriedly saluted, paying respects to teacher. Old Can nodded in satisfaction and said there would be no need to bow in the future. He disliked formalities. Duong Tran smiled ingratiatingly and said, "Let me inform second senior sister and third senior brother. They will surely be delighted to know teacher has returned." Old Can frowned and replied, "Delighted? They probably wish I died outside. Enough, follow me." Duong Tran followed Old Can to the front of a cave sealed by arcs of lightning. Duong Tran asked in confusion, "Where is this teacher?" Old Can casually tore open the seal as if drawing aside a curtain and said, "Go in, and you will know." The two stepped inside. Within was an eerie space with countless boxes floating, shrouded in mysterious force. Old Can instructed, "Stay here and memorize. Each month I will come to test you. Fail, and you will bear the consequences." Duong Tran looked at the dense pile of boxes and lamented inwardly, "With so many, when will this end?" He casually picked up a bone slip, skimming its contents of spirit herbs, formations, pills, and all kinds of mixed knowledge. He muttered what was the point of learning these. Seeing this, Vin Lao advised, "Master, do not be discouraged. Others would not even have the chance to learn." Duong Tran asked directly, "Are these pieces of knowledge truly useful?" Vin Lao smiled and replied, "Did you not once say your horizons were insufficient? This is precisely what builds them." Vin Lao explained that horizons are the amount of knowledge a cultivator holds. The more one knows, the greater the opportunities. Lacking it means missing countless fortunes. He also praised Old Can foresight. Duong Tran could only obediently accept and continued studying with the bone slip in hand. 20 days passed, and Duong Tran still studied diligently. Old Can suddenly appeared behind him, startling Duong Tran. Old Can asked, "How much have you learned?" Duong Tran respectfully replied, "I have read up to the 37th slip." Old Can nodded in praise of his speed and said he would test him. Duong Tran cried out in alarm, "Teacher, did you not say the test would be at the end of the month?" Old Can sneered that he even believed others' words. "Remember this well." Duong Tran could only cry inwardly. Old Can changed the topic and asked, "Where does western fragrance grass usually grow?" Duong Tran froze, because the bone slip did not record its habitat. Old Can grew furious and lashed him with a whip, scolding that he did not even know the basics. Duong Tran protested that it was not written on the slip. Old Can became angrier and shouted that such spirit herbs naturally grow where spiritual chi is abundant. Duong Tran was speechless and could not refute. Old Can asked again, "How many high-grade spirit stones does a Hunyuan pill cost?" Duong Tran broke into a cold sweat since the slip did not state the price. He sought Vin Lao help in vain. Receiving no reply, he could only remain silent and endure. Duong Tran trembled in fear like fish on a chopping board. Old Can struck him with another whip, turning his face pale. He pointed at him and roared, "What have you learned these 20 days?" Duong Tran replied resentfully, "Master, those things truly were not written on the slip." The old man roared in fury and berated Duong Tran mercilessly. "If it was not written, could you not think? Use your brain. Others' brains are full of folds from thinking, while yours is smooth from idleness. Brat, your performance is worse than I imagined. Truly disappointing. In a few days I will return to test you again. If it is still like this, you will suffer more than a few lashes. Prepare to call your family." Only when Old Can figure vanished did Duong Tran dare breathe out in relief. Then he turned to complain to the spirit. "Vin Lao, you wretch, why did you not help me?" Vin Lao replied helplessly, "Master, I was in a difficult position. Your teacher is too powerful. He has already detected me. If I revealed myself to help, the consequences would be unpredictable." Duong Tran looked at the pile of bone slips and sighed helplessly. Heavens, how long will it take to finish learning all this? In another room, Dich Thien Kai looked at the stack of documents on the table and said smugly, "Duong Tran, this time not only you, but your entire Fire Mountain gate will not survive." Just then a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Gan Hoa entered happily to deliver news to that blond man. "Thien Kai, my father has basically agreed to our matter," leaving him stunned. Dich Thien Kai forced a smile and said stiffly, "Truly, Ngan Hoa, come inside and let us talk." Ngan Hoa beamed and boasted that this time he must thank her properly. She had spoken until her mouth was dry before he finally nodded. Dich Thien Kai showed worry again and said, "But," seeing him dejected, Ngan Hoa asked in surprise, "Thien Kai, what is wrong?" Dich Thien Kai said sadly that the gaze of his royal father was always probing. Ngan Hoa, Duong Tran may not threaten me, but I hear he is targeting my royal father and my family. family in Eastern land. Manhua reassured him that he was overthinking. Fire Gate Mountain can barely protect itself now. What can a mere Duong Tran do? Rest assured she would arrange protection for Eastern land and conveniently clean up Eastern Emperor Mountain. He only needed to stay by her side. 3 months later, Duong Tran still buried himself in memorizing each bone slip. Old Ken suddenly appeared behind him, punctual indeed, but in a way Duong Tran did not desire. He asked, "How many slips have you read lately?" causing Duong Tran to open his eyes in despair. Duong Tran respectfully replied, "Teacher, this disciple is dull-witted. In 3 months I have read them all but dare not claim complete mastery." This time Old Ken did not grow angry but calmly said, "Is that so? Then let me test you. Tell me why Great Desolation Temple is located at Great Desolation Mountain." Duong Tran answered immediately without long thought, "Teacher, in my view Great Desolation Temple stands at Great Desolation Mountain for clear reasons, specifically 2 points." Old Ken folded his arms and watched closely. "Speak." Duong Tran began analyzing. "First, this position is near blazing wild divine mountain, making it convenient to suppress and monitor. Second, perhaps the founding patriarch once made a special vow and thus chose that place." Old Ken sneered and suppressed his anger. "All baseless speculation, yet you did use your brain, so I will temporarily accept it. Next, do you know what the Manhan curse is?" Duong Tran replied that 2,000 years ago a master died in Dong Zion. Before death, he cast a great divine ability, establishing a curse, so that Dong Zion cultivators leaving would suffer backlash and die. That is the Manhan curse. Old Ken asked further, "Then how can that curse be broken?" Duong Tran answered quickly, "Once a Dong Zion cultivator breaks through to Emperor Realm, the curse will naturally dissipate." Old Ken nodded in satisfaction and turned away, saying this time was better than before. "Pack up and follow me to change location. 3 months here is acceptable." Duong Tran stood stunned, thinking it was over. Why had teacher changed temperament this time? Great gate opened, and Old Ken stepped through, thinking while walking whether it was appropriate for the young master to learn of Supreme Azure One sword so early. Suddenly grew solemn and thought, "No, this will not do. A grand game must be laid out." Old Ken waved his hand to lift the restriction and said to Duong Tran, "Enter." 2 stepped through. Before them lay a lush spirit herb garden intertwined in green, the verdant sight soothing the heart. Duong Tran widened his eyes in amazement and exclaimed that if he had not seen them in the previous cave, even standing before them, he would not know their effects. Old Ken instructed that for the next month he would be responsible for tending the spirit herbs. Any mistake, and he would understand the consequences. Pointed to a stone table behind and said the jade slip records are there. Study on your own. If you damage the herbs, not only I but second senior sister will not spare you. Duong Tran picked up the jade slip and understood this was a test of spiritual sense control through spirit gathering restriction arrays in each herb garden. He eagerly set to work at once and chuckled, "Let me try." Duong Tran controlled his spiritual sense to channel spiritual power into the seedlings, yet they quickly withered, causing his face to pale. Looking at the dead plant, Duong Tran imagined his punishment and stood frozen in despair. He hurriedly asked Vin Lao if there was any secret technique to control spiritual sense. Vin Lao replied that there was no shortcut to controlling spiritual sense, only relentless practice. Duong Tran gritted his teeth and thought then so be it. He continued channeling spiritual power to the herbs, only hoping teacher and second senior sister would show mercy. After many failures, Duong Tran gradually grasped the rhythm. This time when he transmitted spiritual power, the plant no longer withered. Just then Bo to Enhin appeared behind and called little junior brother, startling Duong Tran into stammering. Tu Enhin asked in surprise how his spiritual sense was progressing. Duong Tran lowered his head and apologized. "Second senior sister, due to my poor control, I ruined several herbs you planted." Bo to Enhin shook her head and said it was not entirely his fault. His spiritual sense had reached King Realm, while his cultivation was only purple mansion, so difficulty in control was normal. Duong Tran respectfully thanked second senior sister. Enhin smiled and said, "These are all seeds. Replant and practice, it will be easier." Duong Tran said gratefully, "That second senior sister was truly kind." Enhin smiled and said, "Enough, eat first, then continue." After the meal, Duong Tran resumed channeling spiritual power to the seedlings. This time the spirit herbs grew robustly. Duong Tran laughed joyfully. It succeeded. Old Ken appeared and snorted coldly. "In only half a day you have already killed more than 20 plants. Do you wish to ascend to heaven?" Duong Tran thought stiffly that he had said the test was in a month. Truly this old man could not be trusted. Old Ken nodded inwardly that the young master indeed had aptitude, his spiritual sense control improving rapidly. He turned and said, "In 1 month I will return. If there are still dead herbs, you will beware. Duong Tran sighed, thinking now he understood why the senior brothers and sisters wished this old man would die outside. 1 month later, Duong Tran tended the spirit herbs until they flourished beyond expectations. He thought to himself that thanks to the seed's second senior sister, his spiritual sense had clearly transformed. Suddenly, Duong Tran sensed someone approaching and grew anxious. Has that old man arrived? This month I let 3 plants die. The one who came was Shen Lang Enheen, smiling and greeting. Duong Tran asked in surprise, third senior brother. Shen Lang Enheen smiled and said, Master assigned me to oversee your cultivation. Follow me. Duong Tran asked blankly, truly third senior brother? Shen Lang Enheen replied seriously, I do not joke about cultivation. Though teacher is difficult, he is strict in teaching. I will report your situation truthfully. Shen Lang Enheen opened a new mountain cave. Duong Tran asked in astonishment where this was. Shen Lang Enheen smiled and replied, Bamboo Mist Cave. Inside the cave, a sword was embedded in a stone pedestal. Countless bamboo trees surrounded it. Shen Lang Enheen picked up the sword and said, Your task is to use this bamboo sword to strip bamboo bark and weave it into baskets, 1 per day for a month. Seeing the difficulty, Duong Tran asked Vin Lao, Can it truly be stripped? Vin Lao observed and replied, Do not underestimate this sword. Though not a spirit artifact, the array patterns upon it are quite special. He explained that this place is meant to train true chi control. As long as true chi is guided precisely, stripping bamboo is not difficult. Duong Tran began holding the bamboo sword to strip. With a sharp sound, a strip of bamboo bark was peeled away. Duong Tran was slightly startled, then continued. Stripped continuously, Vin Lao reminded him to train slowly. Duong Tran had already cut down countless bamboo stalks. Bamboo fragments scattered everywhere. Duong Tran looked around and cried out, There is no bamboo left. Shen Lang Enheen ran over calling, Little junior brother. Duong Tran sighed and said, Third senior brother, there is no bamboo left at all. But Shen Lang Enheen immediately pulled Duong Tran away and whispered, Follow me first. Now is not the time to discuss bamboo. Once outside, they saw Dong Huang Yuang Tai and Kim Vo Kiat already waiting, surprising Duong Tran. Duong Tran immediately asked, Tai brother, why are you here? Huang Yuang Tai urgently replied, Duong Tran, something major has happened. We must immediately return to the Far East. Duong Tran frowned and asked, Does it involve Dich Thien Kai? Huang Yuang Tai nodded. Yes, I received news that Dich Thien Kai led people from Tai Hoa sect to slaughter at Dong Huang Sword sect. Upon hearing this, Duong Tran flared with anger and shouted, Dich Thien Kai, he dares to do this. Huang Yuang Tai explained that rumors outside say ruler Van Chuang is about to break through to Emperor Realm, so Tai Hoa sect grows ever more arrogant. Moreover, Dich Thien Kai married the direct daughter of the Tai Hoa sect master. Duong Tran turned to Shen Lang Enheen and asked for third senior brother opinion. Shen Lang Enheen sighed and said, Little junior brother, teacher instructed that outside matters must be resolved by yourselves. This time we cannot borrow Fire Gate Mountain power. But remember, you are a disciple of Fire Gate Mountain. Whoever dares harm you, I will not spare his entire clan. Duong Tran, along with Kim Vo Kiat and Dong Huang Yuang Tai, immediately departed. Before leaving, he bowed in gratitude for third senior brother reminder. While flying, Duong Tran asked Yuang Tai, The opponent has experts from Tai Hoa sect accompanying. Do you have reinforcements? Huang Yuang Tai replied dejectedly, Precisely because we do not, that I came to find you. Duong Tran decisively said, Then let us go to Zhen Wu Great Nation first. Not long after, the three arrived at the royal capital of Zhen Wu Great Nation. Xiao Yun Duong greeted happily. Duong Tran, Tiu Kiat, long time no see. Duong Tran went straight to the point. Brother Zio, today I have urgent business. I will not circle around. I came to ask for your help. Xiao Yun Duong asked in surprise, What help do you seek from me? Duong Tran said seriously, My enemy brought Tai Hoa sect experts to the Far East. They intend to harm my master and sect. Zio Yun Duong angrily shouted, How shameless! I cannot decide this myself. Let me take you to see my father. Thus Duong Tran and the others were brought into the council hall. A minister spoke up. Our Zhen Wu Great Nation has never formed enmity with Tai Hoa sect. Confronting them now is akin to courting destruction if Van Chuang truly breaks through to Emperor Realm. Ruler Zio Ben said gravely, I will go seek the old ancestor instruction. The ruler entered the inner hall and respectfully saluted to request audience with the old ancestor. Aged voice echoed, What is to come will come. Zio Ben nervously reported, Old ancestor, that person has. The voice interrupted, I already know. Zhen Wu Great Nation is about to face great calamity. If handled wrongly, the nation may fall. Zio Ben asked in alarm, Could it be that person is? The old ancestor continued, The The divination shows there remains a thread of life, and that life lies with the three youths today. Xiao Ben hurriedly asked, "Then what must I do?" The old ancestor replied briefly, "Satisfy all requests of those three youths." Afterwards, ruler Xiao Ben personally met Duong Tran and the other two. He said firmly, "Duong Tran, I will accompany you to the far east." Meanwhile, at the Eastern Land Imperial Palace, it was already surrounded by countless powerful experts. At the forefront stood Duong Ngan Hoa, Tai Hoa sect elder Fat Tap and Dich Thien Kai. Ngan Hoa pointed downward and smiled. Uncle Zhen below is the royal capital of Eastern Land, where brother Thien Kai was born. Thien Kai shouted loudly, 13th uncle has returned. Please subscribe to support the channel. Koi Trao Lai Tra Dich Vo Fang. Fat Tap asked in surprise, "You have come out of seclusion, Thien Kai." Dich Thien Kai replied happily, "Yes, the sect even has honored guests accompanying." Dich Vo Fang hurriedly received them. "Are you distinguished guests of Tai Hoa sect? Please come inside." Outside Dong Huang's sword sect, a gigantic bird descended. Dong Huang Hao Zheng ran out and asked, "What has happened?" Messenger bird reported, "Eastern Land has arrived and brought Tai Hoa sect experts." Dong Huang Hao Zheng immediately ordered, "Activate the mountain guarding grand array. Invite Master Duong Tran and Dong Huang City Lord." As the great bird flew off, Dong Huang Hao Zheng sensed other disturbances. Waves of tearing wind sounded as many spirit beasts flew in. Dong Huang Hao Zheng immediately activated his token and shouted. Massive barrier instantly enveloped Dong Huang's sword sect. Hao Zheng thought to himself, this grand array was left by Elder Hoa, uncertain if it could withstand. Fat Tap asked in surprise, "Such a minor sect has such a protective array." Dich Vo Fang replied disdainfully, "They must be frightened and hiding like turtles. Shall I go down to meet them?" Fat Tap nodded, "Good, we can test their strength." Dich Vo Fang unleashed his aura and shouted, "Dong Huang Hao Zheng, roll out and accept death." Dong Huang Hao Zheng shouted back, "If you wish to fight, come here. Do not bark nonsense." Dich Vo Fang sneered, "Facing death yet still stubborn, this time you will not escape." He rushed straight toward the barrier. The collision sent Dich Vo Fang rebounding backward. He cried out in shock, "A forbidden array." Dich Vo Fang shouted, "Do you think hiding behind a protective array lets you be turtles forever?" He unleashed a powerful palm strike against the barrier. The protective array was firm and sent him back once more. Ngan Hoa said in astonishment, "I did not expect Dong Huang's sword sect protective array to be so formidable." She urged Fat Tap, "Uncle, do not waste time. Quickly exterminate them." Fat Tap laughed loudly, "You underestimate this formation. Even with full strength, it is hard to break immediately." Ngan Hoa asked in shock, "How can that be? Uncle, you are a King Realm expert." Fat Tap sneered, "The Far East spiritual power is depleted. This formation will collapse sooner or later." Dich Vo Fang stepped forward to report that Dong Huang Forbidden Array has unusual aspects. Fat Tap shouted, "Step aside, do not block me." He slowly flew close to the Forbidden Array. Fat Tap's entire body erupted with spiritual power, and he shouted a single word, "Go." Gigantic thunder lightning hand descended upon the Forbidden Array. Yet the protective array did not budge, causing Fat Tap to snort coldly. Dich Thien Kai and Dich Vo Fang both changed expression in disbelief. Tap summoned his soul seed and roared, "Break for me." The released soul seed made the situation perilous. The soul seed carried exterminating might as it descended below. The ground panicked cries arose. "Where can we flee now? Those three demon beasts have appeared this time. We likely cannot escape." Yet the grand array remained completely unharmed. Those below were still safe, not a single person injured. He immediately roared in fury, unable to believe things had turned out this way. Right after that, the next move was unleashed without hesitation. Sharp sword light tore through the air, slashing straight toward the head of the demon beast controlled by Dong Huang Hao Zheng. Seeing the black dragon charging in, he felt a bone-chilling aura. The black dragon was shrouded in killing intent. Black dragon carried Duong Tran and the others as it descended. The ruler of Zhen Wu Great Nation cried out in shock and asked Duong Tran what had happened. Dong Huang Yuang Tai gritted his teeth in anger, saying that, "Damn it, the people of Tai Hoa sect have indeed taken action." Diaban spoke to reassure everyone not to panic. Huang Mountain still had a powerful forbidden array protecting it, so the sect was temporarily safe. Seeing the black dragon circling in the sky, Dong Huang Hao Zheng shouted in joy that reinforcements had arrived. Everyone recognized the black dragon, inwardly wondering why the people of Zhen Wu Great Nation had appeared here. Moments later, the black dragon crashed down onto the ground, its aura surging like waves. Duong Tran suggested going down with Xiao Ben and Uncle Xiao to check the situation. Dong Huang Yuang Tai nodded, agreeing they should head to the sect first and decide later. Two brothers leapt off the black dragon back and landed below. Hao Zheng raised both hands and opened two passages in the barrier, loudly calling Duong Tran and Yuong Tai to enter. Grand Array rumbled deeply, a gap quickly opening ahead. The elders inside were still safe and sound, completely unaffected. Duong Tran ran forward anxiously, hurriedly asking about Master and Grandmaster condition. Respectfully saluted, blaming himself for placing everyone in danger, his voice filled with guilt. Tunvo Enhai waved his hand and told him to rise, saying not to be so formal like an outsider lest it shame Dong Huang's sword sect. Hao Zheng laughed heartily, saying Duong Tran arrived at the perfect time, while Duong Tran's face was filled with anger. Duong Tran reassured the sect master, saying Phoenix King faction would not remain arrogant for long. This return was to sweep them clean and restore clarity to Eastern land. Xiao Ben laughed loudly, saying the experts of Tai Hoa sect would have to be handled by him personally. Declared the opponents could not escape. None would return alive to Dong Xian. Yun Duong still looked worried, turning to his father with uneasy eyes. Xiao Ben waved his hand, saying only one martial king was worth noting. The rest were rabble unworthy of mention. After speaking, Xiao Ben and Duong Tran flew upward together toward the battlefield. Duong Tran curiously asked Xiao Ben why he had personally appeared this time. Yin Kai anxiously asked Lord Fat Tap whether something was amiss. Trung Kin stepped forward, performing greetings with Xiao Ben before the ruler and Duong Tran. Duong Tran coldly shouted, telling Uncle Xiao to kill first and speak later. Xiao Ben immediately acted, his palm tracing a mysterious yin-yang diagram in midair. That diagram shot straight toward Fat Tap with terrifying force. Fat Tap was caught unprepared and let out a miserable scream. Hoa Hong Hun cried out in shock, unable to understand why a martial ancestor expert had appeared in the remote Far East. Group hastily mounted their strange beasts and fled, shouting retreat in chaos. Duong Tran swung his sword, unleashing a beam of sword light while roaring kill. But Dich Vo Fong blocked it in time with his sword, the two forces colliding violently. Duong Tran roared that today he would kill Dich Vo Fong to vent his anger. Dich Vo Fong sneered, regretting not killing him earlier. Now a calamity had grown. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck out with a palm, attacking Duong Tran with boundless killing intent. Duong Tran swiftly wielded the black eye sword, blocking the incoming black aura. Yet the black aura was too powerful, wrapping tightly around the black eye sword and making it tremble violently. Seeing this, the elder stepped forward to intervene, stopping Dich Vo Fong. Told Duong Tran that his combat experience was still immature. His black aura had been refined by Dich Vo Fong for many years and could not be underestimated. The elder activated Earth True Essence, the ground trembling as rubble rose around him. He unleashed Earth Prison, countless rocks large and small converging to trap Dich Vo Fong tightly. Dich Vo Fong was pressed with no escape, shouting in panic what this strange thing was. Duong Tran turned to request Xiao Ben pursue the giant eagle that had just fled, not allowing Dich Thien Kai to escape back to Tai Hoa sect. Xiao Ben shook his head, saying it was too late. The opponent carried a Tai Hoa sect token and had been escorted away by a martial ancestor expert. Duong Tran fell silent, briefly then said he dared not trouble Uncle Xiao further. This favor Dong Huang would remember. Dong Huang Hao Zheng asked Duong Tran how to handle Eastern land next. Duong Tran replied that Dich Vo Fong was dead. The time to unify the Far East had come. Uncle Xiao would soon return to Dong Xian. The sect master could decide fully. Dong Huang Hao Zheng watched the black dragon carrying Duong Tran depart, thinking Sword Sect had produced another monstrous talent. On the black dragon back, Duong Tran sat silently in thought. He asked Vin Lao what that object was that could not be refined. Vin Lao replied he was not certain, but its material was extraordinary, the patterns exquisite, likely the token Xiao Ben mentioned. Xiao Ben said Duong Tran would soon reach Fire Gate Mountain. Duong Tran responded to Uncle Xiao. Duong Tran asked Uncle Xiao whether he knew the current situation of Dong Xian. Xiao Ben recounted that recently 7 Sword Heavenly Sect along with 18 Tai Hoa sect forces and Dong Xian Empire formed an alliance to unify. Eastern Alliance Empire was established, and Yun Jai of 7 Sword Heavenly Sect challenged Shen Lang En He, drawing the world attention. Duong Tran asked in surprise who Yun Jai was. Xiao Ben explained that Yun Jai was once the #1 martial king of Dong Xian, but lost to Shen Lang En He. Now daring to challenge again meant he had broken through. The black dragon then continued flying straight toward Fire Gate Mountain. Upon arrival, Xiao Ben looked at the mountain gate of Fire Gate Mountain. Xiao Ben laughed loudly, saying no need for courtesy. He must return to guard against the treacherous villains of Tai Hoa sect. Duong Tran asked Shen Lang En about Yun Jai sending the challenge letter, why he remained so calm. Shen Lang En smiled faintly, saying one who had been defeated by him no longer qualified as opponent. Losing again would only prove weakness. Duong Tran then asked how to respond to Eastern Alliance clearly targeting them. Chen Lang Enhin replied they were merely clowns, not worth concern. Duong Tran's task was to pass Bamboo Forest Cave first. Duong Tran sighed, lamenting that he still had to continue chopping bamboo. In Manhan City, Elder Hoa leisurely played chess, his face relaxed. Elder Hoa scolded his opponent as a foul blacksmith, asking if he dared concede. Blacksmith sneered that Elder Hoa had been stubborn for years, his chess skill regressing. Elder Hoa angrily shouted, asking if the blacksmith wanted a fight. Blacksmith said nothing and threw a punch, making Elder Hoa cry in pain. Elder Hoa went mad and lunged into a fight, cursing the opponent for courting death. Before long, both old men were exhausted, sitting on the ground fighting like street ruffians. Elder Hoa recalled the old agreement and told the other to state his condition. The blacksmith replied he needed the key to Zai Li Tomb treasury. Elder Hoa was stunned and asked how that could be. Again, you truly refuse to give it. The blacksmith sighed. Refuse means refuse. Have you forgotten what Zai Li Tomb treasury is? Before the master left, he clearly ordered that unless the young master steps into divine realm, he must not enter. Elder Hoa laughed and retorted that the blacksmith likely did not know what the young master now possessed. Guess why I asked for the key right after reporting his innate breakthrough. Blacksmith frowned and urged him to stop hiding it. What exactly does the young master possess? Kanzai slowly replied 2 words: origin fire. Upon hearing this, the blacksmith was shaken. The sooty-faced blacksmith roared that it was impossible, absolutely impossible, his aura erupting violently. Kanzai's expression was no better, stroking his goatee and saying with devouring martial soul, nothing is impossible. Moreover, 2 of 7 star demon heads have entered heavenly pivot. I need that treasure to conceal young master aura. Hearing this, the blacksmith reluctantly yielded, saying if it was for the young master he would not obstruct. The key could be given, but night-glazed glass must be returned. Kanzai immediately jumped in protest. No, you foul blacksmith, do not dream of night-glazed glass unless you beat me at chess. Blacksmith snorted, casually conjured a large glazed key and tossed it over. Fine, take it. After arguing, he finally obtained the needed item. Kanzai wondered how the young master cultivation was progressing. Elsewhere, Duong Tran was focused on shaving bamboo and weaving baskets when Old Can appeared. Looked at the finished products and nodded, saying the craftsmanship was decent. Follow me. Duong Tran stopped in surprise. The two walked together to a deep black lake. The lake's surface was unfathomable, exuding an indescribable chill. Duong Tran asked curiously what it was for. Old Can glanced at him and told him not to ask, jump in. Duong Tran did not hesitate and immediately leapt in, the calm lake erupting into waves. As soon as he touched the water, his whole body felt electrocuted, pain making him dizzy, inwardly shocked at what strange place this was. On the shore, Old Can coldly left one sentence, stay a full month, then come up, then turned and left, leaving Duong Tran grimacing below. After a while, Duong Tran discovered his body gradually adapted, the current no longer painful but absorbed. He realized this was body tempering. In the courtyard, Elder Can was having a meal with his disciples, including Tiu Quang Dao, Tham Lang Enhin, Vo Kayat, Zhao Nhai, and Tu Enhin. Zhao Nhai stopped her chopsticks and looked at Elder Can, asking where their junior brother was, a grain of rice still stuck on her cheek. Elder Can replied while chewing that he was at Purgatory Dragon Abyss. No need to deliver meals for a month. Zhao Nhai pretended to be shocked, but the corners of her lips could not hide her gloating smile. Their junior brother would suffer this time. Tham Lang Enhin turned to report work matters to Elder Can. Said that a few days ago their eldest senior brother had sent word asking about the Empire's continuous major movements, whether they should prepare to respond. Elder Can frowned and scolded that they were worrying over such trivial matters, telling them not to claim to be his disciples when they went out in the future. Was an old man close to death stirring trouble truly considered a great event? Tu Enhin softly said they were not worried, but eldest senior brother bore the life and death of their faction, so he naturally had to be cautious. Hearing that, Elder Can grew even angrier, cursing that recruiting a bunch of useless trash was pointless. At best, they were wild monkeys claiming to be kings of a mountain. Tu Enhin sensed the tension and fell silent. She lightly covered her face and sighed. Dong Zion would likely soon fall into a scene of devastation. Elder Can stood up with his hands clasped behind his back and told the disciples that to save the world one must have strength. Without Van Chuang, sooner or later, another Lai Chuang would appear. Before leaving, he reminded them their current task was cultivation. The seal on Nguyen Man was about to be lifted. When facing geniuses from the outside world, they must not be struck too hard. Tiu Guangdao anxiously asked to En how strong the geniuses outside truly were. What the outside world really looked like. Tu En frowned sadly. She knew about it but did not know how to explain. Purgatory Dragon Abyss. Duong Tran lightly stepped on the water's surface, golden lightning bursting where his feet touched, illuminating the entire lake. He had completed body tempering, his face radiant, golden arcs of lightning shimmering around him. Duong Tran clenched his fist and tried to withdraw the lightning, the sensation immensely satisfying. The electric light faded. Duong Tran looked at his still smoking hand and smiled. In just 1 month his body had grown many times stronger. This was indeed an excellent place for cultivation. At that moment, Elder Kan's irritable voice rang out. "Why are you still standing there? Go eat." Duong Tran jolted out of his thoughts. The meal returned to its old lineup with Duong Tran added. The 7 master and disciples ate in silence. Am Lang En asked Elder Kan. Van Kuk of the 7-Sword Heavenly Sect had issued a challenge 2 months ago, whether he should go. The veins on Elder Kan's forehead twitched. If he was seeking death himself, then there was no need to show mercy. Tham Lang En excitedly replied that he would go tomorrow. Elder Kan raised his hand as if summoning something. A long whip appeared in his hand. Elder Kan said that after you kill Van Kuk, Van Kaiwai of the 7-Sword Heavenly Sect might take action. When that time comes, use this. Use this whip to lash him for me. After speaking, he tossed the whip to Tham Lang En, who awkwardly caught the magic treasure. Elder Kan then pointed at Duong Tran and told him to go down the mountain to broaden his horizons. Cultivation required balance. Real combat was also very important. At night in Twin City, Kong Tun Vo Enhai vigilantly looked at the rooftop behind him and asked who was there. Duong Tran poked his head out with a grin. "It is me." Seeing a familiar face, Kong Tun Vo Enhai's expression turned cold. Thien Lin Hai stood behind him. Duong Tran awkwardly asked why she had returned. Thien Lin Hai remained silent. Ancestor Kong Tun sighed and said she had left Medicine King Valley. Duong Tran asked in shock what the reason was. Kong Tun Vo Enhai explained that Van Lien Than wanted to propose to Lin Hai. She did not want her master to be put in a difficult position, so she withdrew on her own. Upon hearing Van Lien Than's name, Duong Tran grew angry and declared he would accompany Lin Hai back to Sioux City, publicly challenge before Dong Zion's experts, and then ask for her hand. Lin Hai blushed as she looked at Duong Tran, emotions surging within her heart. Kong Tun Vo Enhai shook his head and sighed. Such bold words. Did you know what kind of place Sioux City was? Duong Tran smiled confidently and said his 3rd senior brother would also go. He would fight Van Kuk decisively. Kong Tun Vo Enhai was stunned and asked with wide eyes whether it was Quan Fong Vuong. In Ba Fong suddenly appeared and grabbed Duong Tran's shoulder, asking coldly when he had agreed to marry off his daughter. Duong Tran's momentum instantly deflated. Duong Tran awkwardly turned to ask Lin Hai whether she agreed. She lowered her head, blushing. In truth, she had long been moved. Lin Hai smiled and said she agreed, a tear lingering at the corner of her eye. Sioux City, sunlight shone upon the palace roofs and pillars, making the place even more magnificent. Duong Tran held Thien Lin Hai's hand as they stepped through the teleportation array, like a prince leading a princess. A disciple of Sioux City greeted them and said senior brother Tham was at Long Hand Trading House, telling them to seek him after arriving. Duong Tran curiously asked what kind of place Long Hand Trading House was and what his 3rd senior brother was doing there. Disciple explained it was the largest marketplace in Sioux City, asking whether they would go there or rest first. Duong Tran turned to ask Lin Hai's opinion. She smiled and nodded, saying whatever he decided was fine. Duong Tran told the disciple to lead the way. They immediately headed to Long Hand Trading House. Upon arrival, a bustling scene of trade unfolded, stalls lining both sides of the street. Amid the dense crowd, Duong Tran spotted a familiar figure. He raised his hand and called out to his 3rd senior brother. Thien Lin Hai curiously looked over, but Tham Lang En was fiercely arguing with someone, loudly challenging a wager. His opponent, an experienced old merchant who remained calm. That man pointed at himself and said his martial strength might be inferior, but in eyesight Tham Lang En was far behind. Tham Lang En gritted his teeth and stared. People from Long Hand Trading House hurried to mediate, saying it was just a Dan Yuan route, no need for tension. But the two refused in unison, their imposing auras silencing the mediator. The other party coughed lightly and asked how the two intended to wager, telling them to speak plainly. The pot-bellied man lifted his chin and said what was there to discuss. They only needed to determine whether there was a origin pearl inside the Dan Yuan root. Tham Lang En could not hold back a sneer. Old man, you are just afraid to wager, causing the other party's face to darken without rebuttal. Duong Tran stepped forward to observe the bamboo stalk emitting a jade-green glow. So this was the Dan Yuan root. Thien Lin Hai gently tugged his hand and softly asked, Duong Tran, What exactly was a Dan Yuan root? Duong Tran explained it was a rare treasure that could help true Qi transform into origin true Qi. Its value extremely high. Lang Enheen pointed at the pitch-black bamboo section and asked directly, "Old fellow, are you certain there is a origin pearl inside this Dan Yuan root?" That man slammed the table and shouted, "Keep dreaming. Do you still speak of reason? I chose this Dan Yuan root first. If you want me to wager, then prove there is a origin pearl inside." That moment Duong Tran transmitted his voice to Tham Lang Enheen, third senior brother. There is no origin pearl inside, making him slightly startled. Tham Lang Enheen turned back suspiciously and asked in a low voice, "Junior brother, are you certain?" Duong Tran replied with full confidence that he possessed a special secret technique, so his conclusion was absolutely accurate. Tham Lang Enheen immediately turned and declared loudly, "Old man, we wager all the remaining Dan Yuan roots. If I lose, I will buy them all and present them to you. And if you lose." This condition caused an uproar among the surrounding people. A single stalk was already of terrifying value, let alone several hundred. Had Quan Fong Vuong gone mad? The man felt insulted and angrily glared at Tham Lang Enheen. Tham Lang Enheen laughed even more mockingly, "Old man, if you have no money, then do not put on airs. You dare wager with me, yet your hands tremble, truly destitute." These words struck directly at his pride. The man roared that he would wager, telling him not to cry later when he lost. The two urged the people of Longhand Trading House to open it at once, their auras blazing. A sharp blade sliced along the bamboo. At the moment it opened, everyone held their breath awaiting the result. The bamboo was fully split apart. The most shocked was the man, the interior empty. He cried out in panic that it was impossible. Tham Lang Enheen slung an arm around Duong Tran and laughed loudly. "Junior brother, this time we struck it rich." The two carried the pile of Dan Yuan roots into a medicine room, the sack so large it was several times Tham Lang Enheen's body. He set it down and said, "Junior brother, check how many in this batch contain origin pearls." Duong Tran glanced over them once and immediately reported, 21 fire attribute, 17 water attribute, 14 wood attribute, a total of 86. Tham Lang Enheen immediately decided to take 10 water attribute ones for senior sister Zhao Na Chai. The rest all belonged to you. Duong Tran happily bowed, in thanks to his senior brother. After finishing, Tham Lang Enheen waved his hand and left, saying this place was temporarily safe. Cultivate first. It was not worth wasting time on the cowardly lot outside. Duong Tran hurriedly called out that there was one more matter. Tham Lang Enheen put his hands on his hips impatiently, dawdling like an ant. "Say it quickly." Duong Tran pointed at Thien Lin Hai and recounted Van Lien Than's proposal. Lin Hai leaving Medicine King Valley and his intention to challenge Van Lien Than after the decisive battle. Tham Lang Enheen replied that after killing Van Cuck, he would accompany him to Medicine King Valley. The people there were barely competent but far too soft-boned. Duong Tran smiled joyfully and thanked his third senior brother. Tham Lang Enheen pointed at him and reproached that between brothers there was no need for thanks. Luckily that old fellow was not here or you would have been beaten. Duong Tran could only give an awkward smile. Tham Lang Enheen departed. Duong Tran turned back to gather the remaining origin pearls. He divided a portion for Thien Lin Hai and said, "This is yours. For now complete the evolution of your true Qi first." Thien Lin Hai looked at the origin pearls in her hand and smiled brightly, her heart filled with happiness. Duong Tran asked Vin Lao why there was no lightning attribute. Vin Lao replied that lightning attribute was extremely rare. Even in the greater world it was hard to find a single one. Duong Tran immediately entered meditation to cultivate, his entire body enveloped in faint blue qi. He opened his sea of consciousness, the faint blue current endlessly circulating within. Suddenly Duong Tran sensed something unusual. His eyes widened in shock as he looked into the distance. Before him appeared a colossal stone stele, a dragon silhouette faintly coiling upon its surface. The entire stone stele was shrouded in lightning, causing Duong Tran to cry out in astonishment at what was happening. Lines of shimmering golden characters gradually appeared upon the stone stele. Duong Tran pondered. This was an innate divine restriction. Moreover, Du Thien Pearl was an innate spirit treasure. When he touched it, lightning shot out violently. Duong Tran thought that having reached the innate realm, he could try refining this restriction. He summoned the small cauldron, circulated his qi to guide the lightning, layers of thunder gathering until his body resembled a sphere of electricity. Duong Tran closed his eyes and focused on refining it, the process proceeding extremely smoothly. The small cauldron vanished. Duong Tran exclaimed in delight that he had succeeded. He flew toward the stone stele and reached out to touch it, lightning serpents surging endlessly around it. Duong Tran wondered whether these lightning serpents, all pure lightning attribute, could help Du Thien true qi evolve. The moment the thought arose, the stream of true qi was immediately drawn into his body. catching him off guard. After finishing, Duong Tran turned to Thien Lin Hai and smiled smugly, saying his lightning attribute True Chi had successfully evolved. Lin Hai and Vin Lao both widened their eyes in shock. Thien Lin Hai regained her senses and asked with a trembling voice when he had awakened lightning attribute talent. Duong Tran scratched his head and replied that it had been long ago, back at Chiu Ka Martial Academy. He would explain in detail later. Lin Hai pouted and said she would not press further, though she still felt a little saddened inside. Duong Tran changed the subject and said there was something more important. He wanted to pass on a soul secret technique to her. Hearing that, Thien Lin Hai immediately grew interested and asked about a soul secret technique. Duong Tran thought for a moment and replied that it was a special secret technique. This technique was called soul-piercing art, passed down by a senior whom he deeply respected. Thien Lin Hai did not ask further and turned back to refine the origin pearls. Only then did Vin Lao ask how the master's lightning origin had evolved. Duong Tran reluctantly explained that he had once obtained a lightning attribute treasure, and after refining more just now, he had completed the evolution in a daze. Vin Lao thought to himself that the master indeed hid quite a few secrets. One morning at Ben Su Wasteland, numerous cultivators gathered to watch the impending duel. At the center of the arena, Van Kuk of the Seven-Sword Heavenly Sect stood calmly, waiting for his opponent to appear. On the side of Dong Xian Empire, many gazes were also fixed upon this battle. Van Bat Hoi stared at the arena, his heart filled with unwillingness. If not for that incident, the title of Dong Xian's #1 martial king would have been his. Among the ranks of the Seven-Sword Heavenly Sect, Van Kai Wai also appeared, smiling composedly. Northern Emperor Mountain was present as well, and Ba smiled and said that if his younger brother was competing, how could the elder brother be absent? Someone cried out that Tham Lang Enheen had arrived, with Duong Tran and Thien Lin Hai beside him. Tham Lang Enheen stood high above with arms folded, smiling mockingly. How lively, even the ghosts who had hidden for years had shown themselves. Flew over to greet and Ba of Northern Emperor Mountain, who returned the smile. Tham Lang Enheen then introduced Duong Tran to everyone and said Thien Lin Hai was his junior brother's wife. The crowd erupted in discussion. Was today not the day he dueled Van Kuk? Why mention Duong Tran and that girl from Medicine King Valley? Tham Lang Enheen continued. A royal descendant of the Van family of Dong Xian dared covet my sister-in-law and even used force to coerce her. What do you all say about this? Van Dai Kon, being called out directly, immediately leapt up and shouted that Tham Lang Enheen was rude. Tham Lang Enheen sneered provocatively. What, you dare do it but fear others speaking of it? Exposed, Van Dai Kon was so furious that he could only glare without words. Van Kuk, who had been ignored until now, spoke up unhappily to remind Tham Lang Enheen whether he had forgotten the main matter. Tham Lang Enheen replied disdainfully, "What are you? Today I stand out for my sister-in-law first, and after today Dong Xian will no longer have your name." Van Kuk laughed coldly in anger and said, Tham Lang Enheen, you may be arrogant, but we will know only after fighting. I suppose from today Fire Gate Mountain will be short one person. Tham Lang Enheen waved his hand and said, enough nonsense. I will deal with you first, a defeated general like you. Where do you find the courage? Killing intent surged around Van Kuk. Tham Lang Enheen spoke calmly. Van Kuk, make your move. Let me see how much you have improved in 3 years. Provoked to the extreme, Van Kuk roared violently, surging origin rage erupting around him. He drew his sword and unleashed star-chasing sword stance. The sword path eerie and unpredictable, sharp sword chi carrying heavy killing intent. Crowd could not help exclaiming, such a terrifying sword stance. Could this be the legendary 7-star sword art, the supreme technique of the 7-sword heavenly sect? Sword chi tore through the air straight toward Tham Lang Enheen, yet he remained standing still, observing calmly. Tham Lang Enheen merely flicked his finger lightly, a leisurely palm force striking out as if strolling in a courtyard. Everyone was even more stunned. In a life-and-death battle, yet still so composed and disdainful, truly worthy of the name Quan Fong Vuong. No one in Dong Xian could match this bearing. Two forces collided, energy erupting violently, explosions resounding across the arena. Tham Lang Enheen smiled faintly, while Van Kuk's face darkened visibly. That single palm not only shattered the sword chi, but also forced Van Kuk into a cold sweat as he struggled to withstand it. Everyone stared in disbelief. With just one simple move he had broken star-chasing sword stance. Such strength was terrifying. Tham Lang Enheen laughed coldly. Van Kuk, you have 2 more chances. You had better be serious. Otherwise there will not be another turn. Severely struck, Van Kuk roared in fury and began frantically gathering chi. Countless radiant sword chi erupted. This was the extremely ferocious falling star sword stance. Van Kuk shouted and charged forward. Dense sword chi fell like a meteor shower, yet Tham Lang Enheen did not even bother to dodge. A sharp cold smile curved on his lips as his aura circulated accordingly. An invisible palm force shot out, Each strand of sword chi shattered midair. Van Kuk was shaken and spat blood, his body staggering as the sword in his hand cracked into fragments. Crowd cried out in alarm. Van Kuk was driven back again. Could it be he was holding back, or was the gap in strength simply too great? The ruler of Dong Xian watched thoughtfully and softly uttered that it was truly interesting. Van Kuk wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his aura turning deep purple. He said in a low voice, "Tham Lang En Hien, I underestimated you." At this point, he had no choice but to unleash his ultimate move. Greedy wolf sword intent, appear for me. A gigantic white wolf manifested with sharp fangs and claws. Van Kuk's martial soul fully released. Duong Tran was inwardly astonished. Greedy wolf sword intent was a legendary sword intent. He had not expected Van Kuk to comprehend it. Tham Lang En Hien raised his brows at the white wolf, his expression still calm. It seemed he would have to be more serious this time. Van Kuk howled madly, his eyes burning with hatred. He would not allow himself to fail again. Stellar Soul Sword stance erupted. The white wolf shot forward, its sharp fangs looking exceedingly ferocious. Tham Lang En Hien circulated his chi and made his move, smiling as he asked whether this was the trump card he had painstakingly cultivated for 3 years. Stellar Soul Sword stance was blocked by him with one hand, not even forcing him to retreat half a step. The crowd was utterly shaken, some horrified, others cursing him for arrogance to the point of not even drawing his sword. And Ba folded his arms and smiled faintly. The heaven-rank martial skill cloud waved palm. It seemed third junior brother was truly serious. Tham Lang En Hien crushed Stellar Soul Sword stance with one hand, the energy fragments dissipating instantly. Van Kuk stood stunned, stammering in disbelief at what he saw. Tham Lang En Hien still spoke leisurely. "I have only used one sword. Whether you can block it depends on your luck." Such arrogance made the entire arena boil, some furious, others entranced by that domineering bearing. Tham Lang En Hien ignored the discussions and focused entirely on preparing to draw his sword. Van Kai Wai suddenly changed expression and exclaimed in agitation, "Is this sword domain?" Van Kuk's cultivation was insufficient to recognize it. He asked in confusion what sword move this was. At that moment Van Kai Wai shouted loudly, "Kuk admit defeat, retreat quickly." Tham Lang En Hien had already revealed a cold smile. How could he miss this opportunity? A flash of sword light struck Van Kuk. He was sent flying backward, blood spraying from his mouth. Van Kai Wai roared madly, wanting to rush up and risk his life against Tham Lang En Hien. Tham Lang En Hien said indifferently, "The obstacle has been dealt with. The useless one of Dong Xian, tell him to come out." Van Kai Wai clenched his fists, trembling with fury yet not daring to act rashly. Ba spoke coldly, "I heard someone wanted to snatch my sister-in-law. Step out and accept death." Van Lien Than knew he could not hide, trembling as he cupped his hands in apology, promising to explain clearly to Medicine King Valley. Everything concluded, Duong Tran smiled and thanked Ba and Tham Lang En Hien. And Ba raised his chin boldly. "A small matter, let us go." Immortal Abode lived up to its name, the scenery simple and elegant. And Ba raised his cup and laughed heartily. Tiu Hai was now a member of Fire Gate Mountain. There was no need to return to Medicine King Valley. Tham Lang En Hien echoed that Fire Gate Mountain's resources surpassed Medicine King Valley by 100-fold. Queen Lin Hai shyly expressed her thanks. Since leaving Medicine King Valley, this had been the happiest time of her life. Duong Tran wiped the wine from the corner of his mouth, secretly delighted to be by Lin Hai's side. Suddenly Vin Lao transmitted a reminder that a female cultivator of the Heavenly Tao Soul Master Path could not lose her virginity before reaching the divine realm, causing Duong Tran to freeze. Stood there blankly, full of confusion, truly inexperienced in worldly matters. And Ba stood up to take his leave, saying he had an appointment with Master Kong. It would not be good to be late. Duong Tran asked Tham Lang En Hien where he could find dark engraving origin pearl. Tham Lang En Hien's face was red from wine. He told the two to return to Water Courtyard and wait. He would go seek clues. Duong Tran nodded happily and invited Lin Hai to stroll around Sioux City. She smiled and agreed. Two walked and chatted, suggesting they visit Longvan Pavilion, where spirit artifacts had once been sold. Suddenly a tall, bald man blocked their path, causing Duong Tran to look at him in confusion. That man abruptly grabbed Duong Tran's shoulder, making him stagger. Palm struck straight at Duong Tran's chest. Thien Lin Hai cried out in alarm. But this trick could not trouble Duong Tran. He stepped back and executed shadow escape, space instantly warping. Bald man was swept into an illusion, looking around in fear, wondering what secret technique this was. Duong Tran landed beside Thien Lin Hai, softly reassuring her. Zio Hai, rest assured, he is unharmed. The clone over there has already dissipated. Duong Tran frowned, and a signal flare instantly appeared in his hand. He swung his arm and shot the flare straight into the sky to send a distress signal. In the air, the flare burst brilliantly like fireworks, startling the observer into panic. sweat pouring down as that man ground his teeth and cursed, truly damn it. Nearby, Shen Lang Enheen suddenly saw the signal in the sky, his heart sinking as he thought something was wrong. His junior brother must have encountered trouble. Shen Lang Enheen immediately rushed toward the direction of the flare, murmuring prayers that his junior brother would be safe and sound. Van Chanzian suddenly appeared to block his path, shouting sternly at Shen Lang Enheen, "You dare cause trouble in Sioux City." Shen Lang Enheen only thought about Duong Tran's safety, and when faced with someone blocking his way, he became furious, swinging his whip straight out without the slightest mercy. Van Chanzian raised his hand and circulated his power, looking at Shen Lang Enheen with disdain, seeking your own death. Van Chanzian's golden radiant palm collided violently with the formation deployed by Shen Lang Enheen. The recoil force sent Van Chanzian flying aside, and he let out a miserable scream in pain. In the end, Van Chanzian could only watch helplessly as Shen Lang Enheen left, his heart in turmoil. Clearly he had stepped into the sect realm. Even if the opponent was talented, he was only in the king realm. How could this be? Shen Lang Enheen landed, and upon seeing Duong Tran called out loudly, "Junior brother," while he stood there clutching his shoulder, his expression heavy. Seeing Shen Lang Enheen arrive, Duong Tran happily called out, "Third senior brother, you finally came." Shen Lang Enheen's gaze stopped on his shoulder, his expression changing instantly. "What exactly happened to this injury of yours?" Duong Tran immediately recounted, "Third senior brother, he was ambushed by a king realm expert. If not for a life-preserving secret art, he would have died here today." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people appeared behind Shen Lang Enheen, led by the furious Van Chanzian, who roared, "Shen Lang Enheen, today you must give me an explanation." Anger over his junior brother being harmed had not subsided. Shen Lang Enheen slowly turned around, his aura like a ferocious deity. "It is you who should give my junior brother an explanation." The whip in his hand immediately lashed out, striking each of them like lightning before they could react, making even Van Chanzian break out in cold sweat. Watching Shen Lang Enheen coldly sweep the area clean, Van Chanzian panicked and shouted, "Stop! Shen Lang Enheen, are you mad?" Shen Lang Enheen's face darkened as he roared, "The actions of your Van family are utterly despicable and shameless. Not only do you bully the weak with strength, this time you are even more scheming, setting up an ambush." Van Chanzian asked in a daze, "What exactly are you trying to say?" Shen Lang Enheen pointed straight at him. "On the main road of Sioux City, my junior brother was attacked by a king realm cultivator. If not for a life-preserving secret art, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Van family, we will absolutely not let this matter go." Van Chanzian hurriedly waved his hands. "Shen Lang Enheen, this was definitely not done by our Van family, absolutely not." Shen Lang Enheen raised his brows with a cold smile. "Absolutely not. Do you even believe those words yourself?" Seeing Shen Lang Enheen about to erupt, Van Chanzian quickly said, "Calm down. I guarantee this was not caused by the Van family." Sweat drenched his forehead. "Regarding Duong Tran's assassination, we will investigate thoroughly and give you a satisfactory answer." Shen Lang Enheen finally eased slightly and said coldly, 3 days. I will give you exactly 3 days. At Tai Hoa Sect, it was built among towering mountain ranges, completely isolated from the outside world. Dich Thien Koi looked worriedly at Du Ngan Hoa. "Ngan Hoa, what is wrong with you?" She only covered her mouth in panic. Face was pale as she turned to Da Thien Koi and said tremblingly, "Thien Koi, I feel that I have caused great trouble." Da Thien Koi asked in confusion, "Caused trouble? What exactly happened?" Du Ngan Hoa bit her finger and confessed, "Thien Koi, I sent someone to ambush Duong Tran, but it failed. I fear they will trace the clues back to me." Hearing this, Dich Thien Koi was startled and panicked. "Young lady, do you think your life has been too peaceful?" At the water courtyard camp of Sioux City, Tu Enheen stepped out from the teleportation gate. Shen Lang Enheen was already waiting beside it. She asked how his junior brother now. Shen Lang Enheen smiled and replied, "He is fine. Our junior brother still has many trump cards. Even a king realm assassin could not do anything to him." A gloomy aura spread around to Enheen as she said in a low voice, "Since junior brother is safe, let us go. Follow me to meet that old ghost Van Chuong." Two quickly arrived at the Van Chuong Imperial Palace, and when the soldiers saw the intruders, they rushed out shouting, "Who dares seek death? Do you know where this is?" Thien to Enheen merely waved her hand lightly. A surge of killing intent shot out, and a blazing red aura erupted around her. The soldiers were immediately scattered in defeat, miserable cries echoing everywhere. Enheen coldly shouted, "Old ghost Van Chuong, get out here. Come out and see me at once." Van Chanzian looked up in shock. Was it not agreed to meet after daytime? How much time has even passed? Though fearful in his heart, being attacked at his doorstep was still humiliation. Van Chanzian frowned and said, "Shen Lang Enheen, do you truly think my Van family has no one left?" Into Enheen narrowed her eyes at him. "You are not qualified to raise your voice before me. Tell that old ghost Van Chuang to come out. Sweat poured down Van Chan Zion's face when he sensed the 5th-level sect realm cultivation. Could this woman be the second disciple of that old monster of Tai Hoa sect? To Enheen continued, it seems that old ghost is not here. Then hand over the culprit and give me a satisfactory explanation. I may still spare you. Otherwise, today the imperial palace of Sioux City will likely see bloodshed. Suddenly another figure appeared. The old man flew to stand before the two of them, grinning strangely. It was Elder Dai of the Van family. He spoke, "Young girl, even if your master came, he would not dare be so arrogant. Today I will teach you a lesson on his behalf." To Enheen stared at him, and as she spoke a black stone tablet-like object appeared in her hand, radiating terrifying power. The moment Elder Dai saw that object, his face turned pale, and he cried out, "Not good." But immediately after he sensed something unusual. "What is this?" Elder Dai clutched his head and screamed in agony, the cry resounding as he was in such pain that he could not maintain flight. Fell straight from the air to the ground, and Van Chan Zion hurried over Elder Dai. Van Chan Zion supported Elder Dai, who was foaming at the mouth and motionless. Two other elders of the Van family stepped forward. The second elder, Van Kai, looked at to Enheen and scolded, "Girl, your methods are truly vicious." Beside him stood the great elder Van Chan Kwa. To Enheen looked coldly at the old men. "I already showed mercy just now. If your Van family does not hand over the culprit today, then bear the consequences yourselves." The pressure from her body was terrifying. Van Kai shouted loudly, "Junior, you are too arrogant," then struck a palm toward to Enheen. Shen Lang Enheen cried out in alarm. To Enheen, "Be careful." That palm was already very close. to Enheen showed no fear, narrowing her eyes at the old men. "Bullying the weak with strength truly is the style of your Van family, old undead thing. You brought this upon yourselves." She threw the spiritual artifact in her hand, the streak tearing through the air so fast that the surrounding air ignited. Spiritual artifact pierced straight through that palm and slammed heavily into the ground where Van Kai stood. Van Chan Zion watched with sweat pouring down, inwardly shocked. The spiritual artifact was truly strange. Suddenly Van Kai clutched his head and screamed miserably. Van Chan Zion looked over in panic. Van Kai writhed on the ground in pain. Van Chan Kwa anxiously called out, "Elder Kai." When the pain subsided, Van Kai angrily punched the ground, sweat soaking his face. "Chan Kwa, she has the ability to attack the divine sense." Van Chan Kwa realized the seriousness of the situation and turned to ask Van Chan Zion, Zion, what exactly happened? Shen Lang Enheen crossed his arms and interjected, "Stop pretending. Regarding my junior brother being assassinated, today your Dong Zion Empire must give an explanation." Van Chan Zion replied awkwardly, "Shen Lang Enheen, Duong Tran's assassination was truly not done by the Van family. We are still pursuing the culprit and already have some clues." Van Chan Kwa stroked his beard and added, "Indeed, the Van family and Tai Hoa sect had some grievances before, but absolutely not to the extent of plotting against your junior brother. I hope you understand this reasoning." to Enheen's attitude remained cold as she said, "Even if it was not directly done by the Van family, you cannot escape involvement. If there is no explanation today, Tai Hoa sect will not let Dong Zion go." Van Chan Kwa turned to ask Van Chan Zion, Zion, "Did you not say you had some clues? Who did it?" Van Chan Zion answered, "According to current information, the culprit came from Luke Ditch City, named Luke Tri, the illegitimate son of Elder Luke." Van Chan Kwa was surprised. "Luke Tri? What grudge does he have with Duong Tran? How is this related to Elder Luke?" Van Chan Zion analyzed. Luke Tri and Duong Tran did not know each other. The one behind the instigation is most likely Du Ngan Hoa, the daughter of Du Dai Du of Tai Hoa sect. Luke Tri was originally a cripple, only reaching the King realm with her help. This time he acted to repay her favor. During this, Van Chan Kwa said to Enheen, "Young lady, you have heard clearly. This matter is not directly related to the Van family, but since it happened in Sioux City, we are willing to hunt down the culprit and hand him over to you. Give me 2 days. I will capture all those involved and personally deliver them." to Enheen asked, 2 days, then slowly turned and left, taking it as acceptance. "I will wait 2 days at the Water Courtyard Commerce Hall." After that, the two glanced at each other and flew away, leaving behind heavy silence. Van Chan Kwa immediately instructed, "Quickly investigate and bring people there. The most important thing is to stabilize the situation. Do not let anything else happen, yes." 2 days later, a group of people gathered before the courtyard gate, the atmosphere tense. Among them was Du Dai Du, father of Du Ngan Hoa, along with representatives of the Tai Hoa sect royal faction. Du Ngan Hoa kept her head lowered, quietly hiding behind her father. Duangan Hoa's face was pale, her hands tightly bound, a sealing talisman pasted on her chest. This time she had almost no way out, only not knowing what miserable end awaited her. Van Tranzian looked toward Duong Tran and the others and said, "I have brought Duangan Hoa, the one behind the instigation of Duong Tran's assassination, here." Duong Tran frowned and asked coldly, "Where is that black-faced bastard?" Van Tranzian glanced aside. "Luke Tri has committed suicide." That assassin was clearly panicked before death, his hands and feet still trembling. Duong Tran continued to press. "Then where is Dich Thien Koi? Why is he not seen?" Du Daidu broke into sweat and replied tremblingly, "That beast took advantage of the chaos to escape." Duong Tran angrily shouted, "Do you think he is a fool? The one behind my assassination is not only Duangan Hoa, but also Dich Thien Koi. Could it be that your Tai Hoa sect wants to shield him?" The old royal turned his head and shouted, "Duong Tran, do not push your luck." Duong Tran showed no fear, pointing at him and scolding, "Are your eyes blind? You cannot even distinguish black from white." He was assassinated right on the road of Sioux City. If not for a life-preserving secret art, he would have died. Shen Lang Enheen glanced at the old royal and said with a cold smile, "The royal authority is indeed imposing." The old royal immediately lowered his voice and waved his hands. "It is not like that Shen Lang Enheen. Regarding Duangan Hoa and Dich Thien Koi colluding to assassinate Duong Tran, our Tai Hoa sect was completely unaware. Otherwise, we would not have come here to apologize." Thien to Enheen lifted her chin and glanced at him. "This is how you apologize? I truly wonder if the Grand Hall Master of Tai Hoa sect bought you back just for display. Setting aside the smear, you even let the culprit escape. As far as I know, Dich Thien Koi is only at the Purple Mansion realm." The old royal was drenched in sweat, stammering without knowing how to answer. The aura around Thien to Enheen surged violently, anger spreading. Is this the explanation of the Van family? And Tranzion's expression turned unpleasant as he asked in return, "What exactly do you of Fire Gate Mountain want?" Thien to Enheen waved her hand toward Tai Hoa sect and said decisively, "First, Do Dai Do, as the Ninth Hall Master failed to discipline his daughter and disciple properly. He must personally deal with Duangan Hoa." Du Daidu felt as if struck by lightning upon hearing this and roared angrily, "What? You dare say that?" Thien to Enheen paid no attention and continued, "Second, Tai Hoa sect must capture Dich Thien Koi within 3 days. Third, because of your despicable actions, my junior brother was severely injured. Tai Hoa sect must compensate with one spiritual artifact." The old royal's veins bulged across his face. These 3 conditions were no different from slapping Tai Hoa sect in the face. He intended to rush at Thien to Enheen, but was stopped by Van Tranzian. "Royal Elder, calm down." Van Tranzian stood in front and said, "These 3 conditions are very reasonable. I see nothing inappropriate." The smug look on Thien to Enheen's face drove the old royal nearly mad. The old royal shouted straight at Van Tranzian, "What are you saying? You have completely lost the bearing of a representative of Tai Hoa sect." Realizing he had lost composure, the old royal covered his mouth and cleared his throat softly. "Van Tranzian, our Tai Hoa Hall cannot agree to these 3 demands." Van Tranzian glanced toward Fire Gate Mountain and replied in a low voice, "Royal brother, agree for now. In any case, they cannot remain arrogant for long. We were indeed in the wrong. We should not drag this out further." The old royal frowned, his face heavy as if aged 10 years, and in the end he still nodded because Van Tranzian was right. Finally, the old royal turned to Thien to Enheen and said, "We accept your 3 conditions. As for Dich Thien Koi, everyone in Tai Hoa sect wishes to skin him alive, but that man has fled into the Dong Xian secret realm. 3 days will likely be difficult to capture him." Thien to Enheen did not press further and replied coldly, "Then 7 days. Within 7 days you must capture him." The old royal sighed and turned to order Du Daidu do it. Du Daidu broke into sweat. The moment he feared most had finally arrived. Du Daidu turned to look at Duangan Hoa, his face stern and cold as his right hand slowly rose. Duangan Hoa pressed her lips together and looked straight at her father. A slap rang out like thunder and struck Duangan Hoa's beautiful face, the force so strong that she was sent flying aside. Duangan Hoa collapsed on the ground, the scene startling both the old royal and Du Daidu. Du Daidu held the unconscious Duangan Hoa and gritted his teeth. "From today I am no longer a member of Tai Hoa sect. I will personally collect this debt." Old royal did not linger. Before leaving, he tossed an item to Thien to Enheen. "This is the spiritual artifact compensation from Tai Hoa sect. Farewell. Thien to Enheen received it and handed it to Duong Tran, junior brother, take it. He took the spiritual artifact to his nose, closed his eyes to sense and examine its attributes. After a while, he opened his eyes, looking at the small object in his hand in surprise, as if discovering something special. Chen Lang Enheen noticed his strange expression and asked, junior brother, is there a problem with this spiritual artifact? He turned it over repeatedly to inspect it. He raised the small green hairpin and asked, what exactly is this? Chen Lang Enheen looked and burst into laughter. This should be a defensive spiritual artifact, but this design is clearly meant for women. Duong Tran immediately handed the hairpin to Thien to Enheen. Second senior sister, you are already beautiful. This hairpin is a gift for you. Thien to Enheen took the hairpin and admired it, saying happily, then I will accept it. It is truly very beautiful. Duong Tran spoke again. Second senior sister, I have one more request. Thien to Enheen pinned the hairpin into her hair. Her face flushed with joy. Speak. Thien Lin Hai stepped forward and whispered in her ear, second senior sister, I have a close friend named Lin Nha Chai. She and Xiao Kayat have feelings for each other, but I must return to Fire Gate Mountain immediately. Could you let Lin Nha Chai? There was no need to finish. Thien to Enheen already understood and smiled with a nod, no problem. Before Fire Gate Mountain, it lay deep among rugged cliffs, the terrain extremely complex. Duong Tran led Lin Hai and Lin Nha Chai into the territory of Fire Gate Mountain. The two girls could not help widening their eyes in astonishment. Kao Lin Nha Chai asked curiously, Duong Tran, what rules are there on the mountain? Hurry and tell us. What should we pay attention to? He replied awkwardly, well. Lin Hai also urged, Duong Tran, speak quickly, I also want to know. Duong Tran answered, there are no special rules on the mountain, but cultivation tasks must be completed. If not, then lightly you will have no meals, heavily you will be punished. Kao Lin Nha Chai laughed boldly, hands on her hips. No meals, then so be it. With our cultivation, a few months without eating is nothing. That temperament truly resembled her father Kao Chan O. Xiao Nha Chai and Thien to Enheen, standing in the forest, had already seen the three approaching. Everyone entered the main hall and sat down. Duong Tran pointed behind and said, second senior sister has already brought them up the mountain. Xiao Nha Chai saw Thien Lin Hai and exclaimed, elder sister, you are so beautiful, making Lin Hai blush. And Xiao Nha Chai shook her head and said, that is not right. I cannot call you elder sister, I am the elder. Thien to Enheen smiled at them and told everyone to sit and eat first, then chose a seat herself. A plate of meat was brought out. Chen Lang Enheen and Duong Tran stared at it, their eyes shining as if seeing a treasure, leaving Thien Lin Hai utterly confused. Thien to Enheen placed a small plate before her. Eat. Thien Lin Hai looked at the meat and thought, could this dish be very special? Kao Lin Nha Chai picked up a piece of meat and took a large bite, but immediately she clutched her chest as if choking, the meat still in her mouth. Seeing this, Thien to Enheen said to Xiao Nha Chai, Xiao Nha Chai, help Lin Nha Chai. She looks as if she is about to suffocate. Xiao Nha Chai immediately regulated Kao Lin Nhai's breathing, and only then could she exhale. Kao Lin Nha Chai looked at the plate of meat in confusion. What meat is this exactly? Duong Tran replied, true dragon meat, recalling the first time eating it. He himself was no better than her. Kao Lin Nha Chai froze upon hearing this. Is true dragon not a legendary creature? Thien to Enheen said to Kao Lin Nha Chai, eat. Your physique is somewhat weak. Eating some dragon meat can strengthen your body, but at first do not eat too much. And Thien to Enheen turned to instruct Xiao Nha Chai. Lin Nha Chai will cultivate with you. Every day after chopping firewood, go to Purple Bamboo Forest to practice. Xiao Nha Chai replied happily, yes, her face full of excitement. Next, Thien to Enheen said to Thien Lin Hai, from now on you will cultivate with me. Chen Lang Enheen draped an arm over Duong Tran's shoulder and asked softly, junior brother, your girlfriend is not simple. Could it be there is some secret about her that I cannot see? Hearing this, Duong Tran also froze. He pondered and told himself, it seems I must hurry and increase my cultivation quickly. After arranging everything for the two girls, Thien to Enheen looked at Duong Tran and said, junior brother, rest for 10 days first, then go to Ik Cave to cultivate. Chen Lang Enheen held Duong Tran's shoulder and asked in confusion, to Enheen, junior brother has just entered innate realm, going to Ik Cave so soon. Is it not a bit early? Thien to Enheen replied, this is master's arrangement. If he says do it, then do it. I am merely conveying it. After finishing her instructions, Thien to Enheen left with Thien Lin Hai. Duong Tran stood watching their figures. Only Duong Tran and Chen Lang Enheen remained. He asked, third senior brother, what exactly is cultivated in Ik Cave? At the mention of Ik Cave, Shen Lang Enheen also held his head. That place is extremely terrifying. I only hope you can endure it. Even a genius like Shen Lang Enheen was wary of Ik Cave, which made Duong Tran even more uneasy about the place he was about to enter. After that, Duong Tran and Shen Lang Enheen entered Ik Cave. As soon as he stepped inside, he asked, "Third senior brother, is this already Ik Cave? Can you now tell me what Ik Cave truly is?" Shen Lang Enheen explained, "Junior brother, Ik Cave is extremely terrifying. It is the place to halt and temper the martial heart." Duong Tran grew even more confused after hearing this. What is the martial heart? As a senior brother, Shen Lang Enheen felt the need to explain clearly. Once cultivation steps into innate realm, there will be the concept of the path of the martial emperor. And to walk this path, the first requirement is to condense the martial heart. He lifted his chin proudly and continued. Do you know why those 9th-level martial sect experts of Dong Xian, including Van Chuang, still cannot break through to Emperor Realm? Even with external force, the success rate is less than 30%. The key lies in none of them being able to condense the martial heart. Duong Tran listened in a daze and asked, "Third senior brother, can the martial heart truly condense into a tangible form?" Shen Lang Enheen proudly pointed his thumb at himself. "Of course, in our Fire Gate Mountain, our eldest senior brother, your second senior sister, myself, and even fourth senior brother have all condensed the martial heart. According to Master, the martial emperor realm is not difficult for us. Moreover, that is not the end." Duong Tran asked somewhat awkwardly, "Third senior brother, then does condensing the martial heart help true chi evolve into true essence?" Hearing this, Shen Lang Enheen sighed softly. Condensing the martial heart and the condensation of true essence actually have no direct relation. After speaking, he waved his hand and swept away the surrounding dirt and stones, revealing a bottomless deep pit. After finishing, he crossed his arms and told Duong Tran to jump down. Before he could react, Duong Tran was pulled down by the suction within the pit, frightened out of his wits as he shouted, "What is this?" Unexpectedly, the first thing that touched him was icy cold water. Duong Tran immediately felt something extremely strange about the surrounding space. Looking down, he was horrified to find his body had vanished. Only his head remained. What is happening? Aside from the purple mansion and the sea of consciousness, I cannot feel anything at all. Before he could steady himself, waves of eerie sounds rang in Duong Tran's ears. He immediately used the severing meridian technique, the air around him turning red. Yet nothing changed, leaving Duong Tran extremely irritated. He roared and consecutively unleashed shadow escape intent, earth prison intent, and even the lifeless killing intent. Seeing those souls still drifting back and forth calmly, he was stunned, completely ineffective. Duong Tran gathered chi and unleashed blazing banner martial insects, using Southern Lee primordial flame as the core. This was originally the bane of all evil energies. It should have effect. In response, there was only a shrill screech, as if the souls' heads were about to explode. Duong Tran gritted his teeth and shouted, "If this still fails, then so be it." Ancient demonic dragon martial soul, immediately activating it. Ancient demonic dragon martial soul. A dragon appeared behind him. This time it indeed worked. A single strike shattered several souls. The air cleared. A strange golden creature appeared before Duong Tran. Looking closer, he was puzzled. What is this? So everything just now was caused by this mouse. The souls from before slowly gathered and burrowed straight into the belly of the golden mouse. It shot upward, causing the dragon behind Duong Tran to roar. Duong Tran looked at the scene, completely unable to understand what exactly is happening. The dragon then shrank to the size of a palm. Duong Tran was stunned. What kind of absurdity is this? He saw the demonic dragon's eyes change from red to gold. He immediately understood. One eye of the ancient demonic dragon martial soul had mutated. Violent surge of energy enveloped Duong Tran. It was a feeling of fury and awakening. He immediately gripped his sword tightly, knowing this was a rare opportunity, and slashed straight ahead. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was 3 days later. Duong Tran smiled confidently. Unexpectedly, in just 3 days, he had comprehended soaring cloud sword intent to the level of minor completion and perfection. Normally, it would take at least half a year. His head trembled again. Duong Tran was stunned. Could this feeling be enlightenment once more? Within a few minutes, he fully understood. That mouse was the core of condensing the martial heart in Ik Cave, but now it had been absorbed by the ancient demonic dragon martial soul. Duong Tran sat down to continue cultivating, chuckling softly. It has only been 3 days, I must continue. 1 month later, Duong Tran stepped up from the deep pit. Third senior brother Shen Lang Enheen was still lying leisurely on a rock waiting for him. Seeing his junior brother appear, Shen Lang Enheen asked joyfully, "Junior brother, you succeeded." Duong Tran raised his thumb and replied with a bright smile, "Yes." Hearing this, third senior brother said excitedly, "Let us go, return, and celebrate a bit. Second senior sister will surely be very happy when she knows." As soon as they returned, the two encountered Kim Vo Kaya. Upon seeing Duong Tran, he called out loudly, "I." Duong Tran and Shen Lang Enhin looked around and saw no one else, then asked, Zio Kayat, where are the others? Vo Kayat recounted, brother, second senior sister, and Lin Hai are both in seclusion, and fourth senior brother seems to have gone to support big brother Tiu. Hearing this, Duong Tran was stunned. Support. Vo Kayat added, not long ago old ghost Van Chuang left seclusion and truly broke through to Emperor Realm. Upon hearing this realm, Duong Tran was deeply shaken. Emperor Realm. Vo Kayat continued wearily, because he opposed Seven-Sword Heavenly Sect joining the Eastern Alliance. The Peak Master of Soul Sword Peak challenged Sect Master Van Kai Y, but was defeated. Duong Tran suddenly remembered Brother Tai and asked, what about Brother Tai? Is there any news? Vo Kayat replied sorrowfully, Soul Sword Peak has been erased by Seven-Sword Heavenly Sect. Brother Tai's life or death is unknown. Big Brother Tiu descended from the air. Fourth senior brother Little Bald Head was supporting Yuang Tai. Seeing this, Duong Tran asked anxiously, fourth senior brother, how is big brother Yuang Tai? Little Bald Head looked at the person he was holding and replied, junior brother, he is severely injured but not yet in mortal danger. Duong Tran then turned to ask, big brother Tiu, are you all right? Big brother Tiu muttered absent-mindedly, all dead, it is over. Our Tiu family is truly finished. Duong Tran suffered consecutive blows. He cried out in shock, all dead. He turned to ask Shen Lang Enhin, who remained silent, senior brother, what should we do next? Shen Lang Enhin crossed his arms and sighed, do what must be done. Hearing this, Duong Tran became even more flustered, but Shen Lang Enhin raised his brows with a faint smile. Ha ha, junior. Junior brother, rest assured. Focusing on cultivation is the most important. As for the Van family, it is merely their final madness. After that, the two headed together to Central Water Cold Pool. Shen Lang Enhin crossed his arms and looked at the mirror-like surface of the pool, saying, junior brother, this is heavy water essence. Each drop weighs 1,000 jin. Go down, I will protect you. Hearing this, Duong Tran trembled all over and forced a question. Heavy water essence can kill, right? Shen Lang Enhin said lightly, this place is terrifyingly cold, but can condense and temper true chi, as long as you strengthen the origin of true chi in the Purple Mansion. When you reach 9th level martial sect, you will not worry about condensing true essence. Duong Tran asked in confusion, condense and temper true chi. Lao appeared and explained, young master, heavy water essence has extremely strong condensing effects, especially evident for true essence. Shen Lang Enhin grabbed his junior brother and laughed. Junior brother jumped. Before he could react, Duong Tran was thrown straight into heavy water essence. A numbing sensation spread from his feet to his head. Shen Lang Enhin silently watched him tremble within the heavy water. He could no longer endure it. Duong Tran hurriedly climbed ashore and lay there gasping. Shen Lang Enhin poked him, and seeing him still trembling, reminded, quickly circulate your technique and control true chi. Hearing this, Duong Tran hastily began circulating his cultivation. After stabilizing true chi, Duong Tran felt as if he had just reclaimed his life. Too terrifying, he had nearly died. Before he could recover, a hand gently rested on his shoulder. Shen Lang Enhin showed no mercy and threw Duong Tran back into heavy water essence. Continue. After a while, Duong Tran sank deep into the heavy water. When pulled up by Shen Lang Enhin, he trembled even more violently than before. Shen Lang Enhin sensed something wrong, not right. Junior brother's endurance is shorter than earlier. Third senior brother hurriedly left. Before leaving, he reminded, junior brother, cultivate here first. I will return. Remember, before I come back, you must not go down into the cold pool. After third senior brother left, Duong Tran sat before the cold pool pondering. True essence has indeed become much more refined. Senior brother said not to enter the cold pool. Then if I release the ancient demonic dragon soul to absorb instead, would that work? Thinking so, Duong Tran immediately summoned the demonic dragon. Come out. As soon as the demonic dragon appeared, columns of black chi surged around the cold pool. Duong Tran exclaimed in shock, what is this? The demonic dragon opened its mouth and directly swallowed all those black columns of chi. Duong Tran hurriedly shouted to stop it. Stop at once, truly a pet that eats anything recklessly. Hearing its master call, the demonic dragon immediately shrank to the size of his palm. Yet on the demonic dragon's body, there were no longer only black hues. 3 additional different colors of power appeared, leaving Duong Tran bewildered. Looking at the 4 types of power seemingly wanting to merge, he wondered, what exactly is it going to become? The demonic dragon slowly absorbed the remaining 3 sources of power, red, brown, and yellow. When the process ended, Duong Tran's aura surged. He rejoiced. I have broken through to 2nd level Purple Mansion. Shen Lang Enhin returned, and upon seeing him wave, junior brother, I am back. Looked closely at Duong Tran. His eyes suddenly brightened. Junior brother, you broke through again. Duong Tran scratched his head and smiled foolishly. third senior brother. I was just cultivating normally. I do not know why my cultivation suddenly increased greatly. Chen Lang Enheen knocked him on the head without mercy. Do you think I am easy to fool? Being senior brother unconvinced, Duong Tran explained clearly. I also do not know why. During cultivation, I somehow drew the heavy water essence energy in the cold pool to merge into the purple mansion. That is why my cultivation increased. Hearing this, third senior brother laughed foolishly along with him. So that is how it is. Yet immediately Chen Lang Enheen still did not believe and kicked Duong Tran straight into the cold pool. Then go down and cultivate for me to see. Kicked unexpectedly, Duong Tran surfaced like a fish, water spraying from his mouth. This time he no longer trembled as before, even grinning, I am fine. Chen Lang Enheen saw him healthy and felt slightly displeased. Heavy water essence is indeed highly beneficial for tempering true qi. It seems I do not need to protect you. Cultivate here for 1 month, and it will be enough. After speaking, he turned and left, leaving Duong Tran in the cold pool. Vin Lao appeared and asked, Master, what exactly is your martial soul? It is too terrifying. Duong Tran soaked in the cold pool as if bathing in hot water and replied, My martial soul is just an ordinary devouring type martial soul. Vin Lao inwardly assessed, this young master is likely far more formidable than imagined. After soaking enough, Duong Tran jumped ashore. He took Vin Lao out from his waist. Duong Tran asked, Vin Lao, with my current cultivation, can I refine the restrictions of Koi Tin Tower? Vin Lao explained, Koi Tin Tower is a high-grade spiritual artifact with 27 restrictions. Currently, you can only refine the first 9 and control part of its power. Hearing this, Duong Tran placed Koi Tin Tower before him and began sensing, worthy of a high-grade spiritual artifact. Let me try refining it. Golden light immediately enveloped both him and Vin Lao. 1 day later, the refining process was completed. Duong Tran stood up excitedly recalling Vin Lao's words. Just as said, although only battle restrictions were refined, it is enough to grasp one divine ability. The divine artifact in Vin Lao's hand then changed form. It became enormously huge. Duong Tran had to raise his head to observe. After evaluating for a moment, this was the first divine ability of Koi Tin Tower, Koi Tin Shock. Overjoyed, he asked Vin Lao, with my current strength, if I unleash Koi Tin Shock, how powerful will it be? Vin Lao replied, below King Realm, it is almost certain death with one strike. Duong Tran was stunned. What? Vin Lao further explained, if Master breaks through to 5th level Purple Mansion, when unleashing Koi Tin Shock, even King Realm cultivators of Earth grade will be slain in one blow. During this, Duong Tran held the energy spirit stones in his hand. I must seize this opportunity to increase my cultivation. As he circulated his technique, the spirit stones floated up, green energy radiating and surrounding Duong Tran. Suddenly, the spirit stones trembled and shattered into dust. Duong Tran stood up in panic. What is happening? From his palm, the demonic dragon appeared, flew straight to where the spirit stones had shattered. Opening its mouth, it swallowed every fragment without leaving any. Duong Tran rested his chin on his hand, watching the demonic dragon eat contentedly. Today I want to see how much you can eat. After finishing, the demonic dragon returned into the ring. Spirit stones floated in the air, and they fell into a small pile in the corner. Vin Lao appeared and asked, Master, are you all right? Duong Tran stared blankly at the pile of spirit stones. From an entire mountain of spirit stones, now only a small handful remained. Duong Tran felt as if seeing a ghost. That many high-grade spirit stones would be enough to break through King Realm without exaggeration. He asked weakly Vin Lao, are there any spirit stones left inside Koi Tin Tower? Vin Lao thought and replied, perhaps there are. Master tried drawing Koi Tin Tower into the Purple Mansion. After speaking, Vin Lao directly entered Duong Tran's body to inspect. Sensing the demonic dragon and the terrifying power, Vin Lao was stunned. He cried out in shock, another supreme martial soul. Duong Tran sensed the anomaly and asked Vin Lao, what is wrong? Vin Lao broke into sweat and replied, nothing, clearly unwilling to reveal the full truth. Duong Tran quickly said, then hurry and get spirit stones for me. My martial soul has a problem. It needs a great amount of spiritual energy to recover. After checking again, Vin Lao suddenly shouted, Master, your martial soul is defective. Not only was Vin Lao shaken, Duong Tran was also stunned. What, my martial soul is defective? Vin Lao analyzed, the defect of the martial soul is not caused by Master, but the inherited predecessor already carried the defect, thus it was passed on to you as well. Duong Tran immediately refuted, Vin Lao, my devouring martial soul awakened by myself. It is absolutely not a family inheritance. It should not be defective. Seeing him misunderstand, Vin Lao explained, Master, the defect I speak of is not the devouring martial soul, but the sword soul. Duong Tran stroked his chin thoughtfully. That makes sense. This killing sword martial soul was inherited from true martial sword emperor. I did not expect it to carry a defect. Duong Tran continued asking Vin Lao, can a defective martial soul be repaired? Vin Lao replied confidently, Of course it can, but as for how to repair it I do not know. Master must search for the method personally. Knowing it could not be resolved immediately, Duong Tran shifted his attention to the pile of spirit stones before him. He picked up a large spirit stone and asked Vin Lao, "Is this an ultimate grade spirit stone?" Vin Lao confirmed, "Correct. It is enough for Master to refine." Duong Tran's eyes shone like stars. He sat down again and began refining, spirit stones rising one after another. Spirit stones entered his body as Duong Tran absorbed continuously. Vin Lao inwardly marveled, truly unbelievable. Kind of martial soul could absorb even ultimate-grade spirit stones. 3 days later, Duong Tran's aura was completely different from before. He joyfully realized, "I have reached 5th level Purple Mansion." Rapid increase in cultivation made him doubtful. He asked Vin Lao, "What exactly happened to my 4 great true chi that my cultivation rose so quickly?" Vin Lao replied, "Your devouring martial soul absorbed the spiritual power of countless ultimate-grade spirit stones. Part of that spiritual power merged into the 4 great true chi." At that moment Shen Lang Enhin returned, calling out anxiously, "Junior brother." But immediately he was even more shocked. "Wait, your cultivation." Duong Tran smiled proudly. "3rd senior brother, you noticed. Now I am 5th level Purple Mansion." Remembering something important, Shen Lang Enhin hurriedly urged, "Now is not the time to talk about this. We must go down the mountain." Duong Tran scratched his head in confusion. Go down the mountain. Shen Lang Enhin revealed the news he had just received. According to that old fellow, after Dong Xian broke the seal of man Han-winged corpse divine mountain, it shook violently. It seems a heaven-defying treasure is about to appear. A vast scene emerged through the mist, a majestic city with towering walls beneath a sky woven with clouds. Group entered the city and stopped by a small roadside shop. Zio Nhi happily pointed ahead and laughed. "Look, Master is still there." Before them, the Fire Gate Mountain Master with a shiny bald head and a thick beard past his chin stood with hands behind his back, silently observing the magnificent mountains ahead. Second senior sister turned and asked, "Master, do you know what treasure the divine mountain about to emerge is?" All eyes focused on him, awaiting an answer. Master did not turn, only replying indifferently, "That treasure has no fate with you." The junior sister curiously stepped closer and pointed at herself with a grin. "Master, what about me? Do I have fate?" Master glanced at her. Still coldly, Master replied, "You also have no fate." Zio Nhi puffed her cheeks and huffed. Duong Tran observed the old man the whole time, suspicion rising within. This old man is so mysterious. Could he truly know what the divine mountain treasure is? Suddenly Master spoke, "Let us go to the divine mountain," then raised his hand signaling Duong Tran's group to follow. The group arrived at the foot of a barren rocky mountain, a spiral path winding straight to the sharp peak. This was Winged Corpse Divine Mountain. Miserable screams echoed through the forests. Master and Duong Tran's group arrived. The sight was eerie. Many youths in white lay clutching their heads or crawling while gasping, faces pale and drenched in sweat. Duong Tran broke into sweat and could not help asking, "What exactly is happening?" Master glanced at Duong Tran and calmly replied, "Winged Corpse Divine Mountain is considered a forbidden land because of these demonic sounds. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the impact. Thus, except for a few with firm will, cultivators above King Realm cannot ascend." Master pointed at Duong Tran and said, "This time Duong Tran, Zio Nhi, Thien Lin Hai and Kim Vo Kiat will enter." The 4 were stunned. Suddenly murmurs rose among the cultivators. Dong Xian people have arrived. Not only Long Xian, but also Eastern Alliance. Old Ghost Van Chuang has personally appeared. Old Ghost Van Chuang led the group, followed by fierce-looking subordinates with oppressive aura. Seeing the Fire Gate Mountain Master from afar, Old Ghost Van Chuang laughed sinisterly. "Old Can, this divine mountain treasure will belong to our Eastern Alliance." Old Can sneered back, "Then we shall see." Suddenly a group rushed from afar at extreme speed. People below exclaimed, "People from Northern Emperor Mountain have arrived." One landed before Old Can, dust swirling. He respectfully said, "Greetings, Master." Old Can glanced over and snorted softly, his expression unchanged. And Ba, along with Northern Emperor Mountain Lord, and a youth approached Duong Tran, smiling as he introduced, "Junior brother, this divine mountain trip will not be peaceful. This is my disciple Han Than. Go together and support one another." Han Than bowed with clasped hands. "Greetings, Grand Master. Greetings, senior brothers and sisters." Old Can swept his gaze over the juniors and sternly said, "No more talk. Time is urgent. Depart immediately." A white-robed youth smiled arrogantly at Duong Tran. It was Van Bat Quan of the Van family, drawing Duong Tran's attention. Seeing Duong Tran curious, Han Than whispered, "Junior Grand Uncle, that is Van Bat Quan of the Van family. very dangerous. Duong Tran pointed at him and asked, Brother Han, I have never heard this name, is he that strong? Han Than said solemnly, Van Bat Quan is a genius hidden by the Van family, though only 5th-level Martial King. He once defeated 9th-level Martial King experts. Duong Tran looked at Van Bat Quan and calculated inwardly, I wonder if Koi Tin Shok can directly kill him. Within the divine mountain forests, deep rumbling sounds broke the silence. Van Bat Quan led his people charging up the mountain, shouting while running, the divine mountain treasure is about to appear, hurry. Han Than hurriedly urged Duong Tran, Junior Grand Uncle, we cannot let the Van family take the lead. Only then did Duong Tran realize they had begun climbing. Duong Tran remained calm with arms crossed. Brother had no need to rush. This divine mountain tremor is very abnormal. Kim Vo Kiat nodded in agreement, frowning. I also sense demonic friction aura. Duong Tran looked up, seeing the entire mountain shrouded in red-orange streams, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The divine mountain treasure may be real, but where does this evil aura come from? Those people obeyed Van Bat Quan's command, charging up each step toward the divine mountain peak. Han Than anxiously urged repeatedly, while Fire Gate mountain people remained calm and composed. Duong Tran said solemnly, I am almost certain there is a great demon alive on this mountain. At that moment screams rang out. A group fled down the mountain in panic, crying for help. They brushed past Fire Gate mountain group. Han Than disdainfully said, with such weak martial heart they still reached King Realm, truly laughable. Ignoring the fleeing crowd, Duong Tran said, let us ascend as well. After a few steps, Duong Tran's group found someone blocking the path. Waiting there was Van Lien Than. He smiled maliciously, Duong Tran, I finally get to wait for you. Duong Tran replied coldly, so it is you. Han Than stepped forward, shielding Duong Tran, saying, Junior Grand Uncle, I will block them. You go up the mountain. Though worried, Han Than still pointed and shouted, Van Bat Quan, if you have guts then fight me. Van Bat Quan laughed disdainfully. Unfortunately, Northern Emperor Mountain's beloved disciple will likely die here today. Han Than roared, stop the nonsense, then struck with his palm, golden streams shooting out. Duong Tran quickly discussed, we break through. Use maximum speed to ascend, do not let Brother Han stall too long. Ionhi angrily rushed into battle, leaving Duong Tran stunned. She shouted, why climb the mountain? Deal with these eyesores first. Van Lien Than hurriedly ordered, 3 of you go stop that girl. Ionhi clenched her fists, gathered power and shouted, get lost. A thunderous explosion erupted. The ground cracked, lightning shot out. 3 opponents were blasted away. Seeing this, Van Bat Quan felt uneasy, muttering, not good. In a blink, Han Than appeared before him. Han Than clasped his hands behind his back and said coldly, Van Bat Quan, you dare be distracted while fighting me. Van Lien Than angrily shouted altogether, kill that girl. 6 people charged simultaneously, cursing madly. Ionhi drew a blazing red whip surrounded by lightning and said coldly, you seek death. Moments all were defeated. Cries echoed through the mountain. Though subordinates faltered, Van Lien Than still roared, urging attack. Duong Tran could not endure and drew his sword coldly. Truly a shameless bunch. Crimson sword light slashed out, lightning tearing through the air. Van Lien Than felt extreme fear, drenched in sweat. The sword intent was terrifying. Many Van family subordinates were cleaved apart, a horrifying sight. Duong Tran shouted, Senior Sister Ionhi, do not linger in battle, seize the chance to rush up. Fire Gate mountain people charged upward together, striking whoever blocked them. Van Bat Quan roared while fighting, get lost Han Than. If you want to die, I will grant it. He smiled sinisterly, dark red flames erupting in his hand. Han Than was startled and broke into sweat. Could it be great Luo demonic fire? In an instant the black flame expanded. Van Bat Quan struck and sneered, since you recognize it then die. Han Than could not dodge, and could only raise his hands to block the black flame. A world-shaking explosion sounded, dust and smoke filling the air. When the smoke cleared, Han Than lay collapsed on the ground, utterly defeated. Duong Tran cried out in alarm, Brother Han. Van Bat Quan immediately chased Duong Tran's group, threatening while running, you are next. Duong Tran turned and said, I will stay and block him, you go ahead. Kim Vo Kiat and Ionhi protested at once, wanting to stay and fight together. Duong Tran asked solemnly, can you block Van Bat Quan? Kim Vo Kiat and Ionhi were speechless, only shaking their heads silently. He turned his head, his voice calm. If that is the case, then do not stay and hinder me. He still has a trump card enough to block him. Ionhi spoke worriedly, Duong Tran, stop boasting. In Lin Hai also tried to persuade him. That is right. Now is not the time to show off your ability. He waved his hand to reassure everyone, do not worry. If I truly cannot block him, I still have a way to retreat. In less than half a quarter hour, Duong Tran encountered the Van family group. From afar, Van Lien Than saw him and loudly ordered his followers to stop. He stood upright with arms crossed, his expression indifferent and unmoved. Van Lien Than pointed at Duong Tran with disdainful eyes. Duong Tran, So you also have a day like this. At this moment, none of your senior brothers or sisters can save your life. He replied leisurely, the corner of his lips curling confidently. Is that so, Van Lien Than? You have heard of this clown before. Now you are the real joke. Van Lien Than became furious, directly drawing his sword, a faint aura radiating from it as he roared, Duong Tran, you seek death. He slashed, shattering surrounding rocks, and shouted, die beneath my great Luo sword technique. You can close your eyes. He slowly grasped the sword on his back. He unsheathed his sword and raised a move head-on to block the van attack. A deep explosion sounded, smoke and dust rolling and obscuring vision. Suddenly strands of black chi appeared before Van Lien Than, startling him. What is this? Van Lien Than hurriedly circulated his chi and lifted his sword to resist Duong Tran's killing move. Golden aura burst forth, dispersing the black chi. He barely blocked the strike. He sneered mockingly, Van Lien Than, I will repeat, you are only a clown. This place has decent feng shui. It will serve well as your grave. The red aura coiled and appeared once more. In a blink, the red chi pressed close. Van Bat Quan shouted in alarm, Lien Than, be careful. The red chi pierced straight through Van Lien Than's forehead. He did not even understand what happened, only managing a short cry. Van Lien Than collapsed. Van Bat Quan stood beside but was powerless to save him. Van Bat Quan roared in fury, Duong Tran, how dare you? He drew his sword, black chi surging and killing intent filling his face, roaring, Duong Tran, I will tear you into 100 pieces. A violent sword chi shot straight at Duong Tran, who stood tall. He stiffened as the sword light approached, sensing the special energy and blurting spiritual artifact. Vin Lao suddenly appeared as the red sword flew over. Warning, Master, quickly summon Koi Tin Tower. That sword has fused killing intent. He immediately circulated his chi, his hand moving slightly. Koi Tin Tower floated in his palm, strands of golden chi swirling and merging into the divine artifact. A giant blue tower manifested before him, spiritual energy surging. The Van family were stunned and murmured, spiritual artifact. This brat actually also possesses one. And Bat Quan laughed viciously, greed flashing in his eyes, good treasure. After killing you, it will be mine. His blazing red sword path crashed toward the towering Koi Tin Tower. A violent collision erupted with a thunderous boom and terrifying shockwaves. Smoke billowing, yet the blue tower remained unmoved. And Bat Quan's sword was rebounded backward through the thin dust. He was horrified, fear evident in his eyes. How can this be? Though he blocked the strike, his true chi was severely depleted, sweat pouring as he braced on his knees, gasping. Thinking the power is clear, but spiritual sense consumption is too great. I cannot use it again soon. Koi Tin Tower was withdrawn as the divine artifact urged retreat. Van Bat Quan noticed he had turned to leave, immediately unleashed another sword, Great Luo Sky Shatter, crimson sword light tearing through the air. Sensing danger, he used Shadow Escape, Formless Shadow, golden chi gathering at his fingertips. The sword light pierced empty air as he vanished. Van Bat Quan clutched his head in rage. Damn it, what kind of escape technique is this? Hatred blazed within Van Bat Quan as his brother died miserably, with a pierced forehead at this very spot. He shouted to his subordinates, chase him. The Van family hurried up the mountain. His figure reappeared behind in blue aura. He smiled, thinking, did not expect that. I did not run but circled behind you. He swung his sword, unleashing soaring sky sword intent, golden chi slashing toward the lackeys ahead. Many were struck and fell instantly, only able to let out miserable cries. Remaining Van members panicked, realizing the ambush. Shouting, it is Duong Tran, he attacked from behind. Van Bat Quan ground his teeth and roared in fury, Duong Tran, you are dead. Stood unmoved though attacks approached, sneering provocatively, if you can then catch me. He vanished again before Van Bat Quan's eyes, leaving only faint smoke. Van Bat Quan muttered angrily, has this brat touched spatial profundity? Impossible. Van Bat Quan turned to Van Lu and ordered, you lead ahead, I guard the rear. I want to see what tricks Duong Tran has left. About the time of an incense stick later, Van Lu led the Van group past the perilous steps of the Divine Mountain. Van Lu was startled seeing he had appeared ahead, shouting, Duong Tran is in front. He stood proudly holding glowing Koi Tin Tower with faint golden aura, laughing, I have been waiting long. Koi Tin trembled. The tower enlarged and swept away all Van lackeys below. The terrain shook as the tower crashed down the slope, rocks flying with deep explosions. Van Bat Quan rushed forward but was too late. More than half the Van group had fallen. He roared crazily at the fading figure, Duong Tran, I will tear you apart. Covered in blue aura, he took pills from his pouch, thinking fortunately second senior sister gave many recovery pills. Swallowing the pill, he thought without it would be hard to unleash Koi Tin's shock. Zio Nhi, Kim Vo Kiat and Thien Lin Hai were still hurrying up the mountain. There were still people above. Kim Vo Kiat sensed movement and realized the Van family was close behind. He spoke softly to second senior sister. Zio Nhi senior sister, quickly take sister-in-law ahead. I will stay to stall them. Zyro Nhi disagreed and reassigned. Lin Hai has the lowest cultivation. Go with Zyro Kayat. I will block them. Lin Hai firmly objected. No, if we go together. And Bat Quan had caught up, laughing viciously, still want to run. This time none of you escape, die with Duong Tran. Hearing this theme, Lin Hai turned pale, covering her mouth, thinking he might have lost to Van Bat Quan. Van Bat Quan drew his sword, preparing great Luo strike. At that moment the divine mountain shook violently, loud explosions echoing. Demonic sounds transmitted from within, causing all to clutch their heads in agony. Extremely uncomfortable, the Fire Gate Mountain group continued upward, Kim Vo Kayat urging, move quickly. Van Bat Quan clutched his head and roared, damn it. If not for this demonic sound, I would have slaughtered those brats. He was struck by the demonic sound and knelt coughing blood. He forced himself up, wiping blood from his lips, cold sweat pouring, thinking the divine mountain sound attack is terrifying. At that moment, a black object emitting gray aura appeared before him. He suddenly realized, ancient demonic dragon soul. The black dragon with red eyes and crimson horns coiled around him and spewed brilliant golden spiritual energy. He exclaimed in joy, even sound wave attacks are devoured by the ancient demonic dragon martial soul. The red orb gradually absorbed the demonic sound. Immediately after, he appeared before Van Bat Quan, causing him to step back in shock. Demonic sound continued. Van members clutched their heads in pain, many collapsing. Even Van Bat Quan could not endure, trembling and falling, while he kept Koi Tin Tower floating in his hand. He raised one hand to the sky, the divine artifact becoming a giant tower behind him, earth and rocks trembling. Dust was sucked into the air. Massive blue aura surged. He said coldly, die. At this moment Van Bat Quan saw the terrifying might from him and the blue Koi Tin Tower, sweating in fear, only managing to shout his name. In that brief instant Van Bat Quan reacted, using swift movement to dodge aside. The remaining Van members could not flee, trembling and begging for mercy, screaming for help, others desperately resisting. The attack from Koi Tin Tower blocked it, yet all efforts became meaningless. Koi Tin Tower descended from above, smashing to the ground, unstoppable. The ground exploded, rocks flying as booming sounds shook space. After the strike, the divine artifact returned to his hand. He stood silently gazing at the impact site. It had become a massive crater. No one survived that terrifying attack. Standing at the edge, he thought, Vin Lao did not deceive me. If Van Bat Quan were not lucky, he would have died. At this moment, another group climbed up. They saw him standing calmly and whispered in surprise, is that not Duong Tran of Fire Gate Mountain? Strange, where are the Van people? Was he not disturbed by demonic city? After dealing with the Van family, he immediately accelerated to catch up with his Fire Gate Mountain brothers and sisters. At a bend, he stopped, hearing a provocative voice ahead. Stop talking. If you want to fight, then fight. Recognizing Zyro Nhai's voice, he hurried over, delighted. Zyro Nhi was fiercely arguing with Zin Kai Van's group, tension thick. The verbal clash was intense. Zyro Nhi snorted coldly, provoking, if you have guts, then come. Kim Vo Kayat noticed him behind and turned, asking if he was all right, while Zyro Nhi crossed her arms angrily. He winked confidently and smiled. I am fine, no problem. Zin Kai Van's face darkened, killing intent rising as he growled, Duong Tran. Heaven has a road you refuse, hell opens and you walk in. He smiled faintly in return, Zin Kai Van. This place has good feng shui, it suits as your grave. Zin Kai Van drew his sword, smiling sinisterly, aura surging around his body. He said, Fire Gate Mountain is unexpectedly so arrogant. Heaven truly has eyes to let me meet you here. This is fate. Tin Kai Van immediately made his move. Dazzling golden sword light shot forward in an instant, died. Lin Hai turned in alarm and warned anxiously, Duong Tran, be careful. Duong Tran calmly drew the sword from his back, blue energy enveloping the entire blade. Soaring cloud sword stance, he did not hesitate in the slightest, swinging his sword to block Tin Kai Van's strike. The two streams of sword light collided with a thunderous explosion. Blue energy and golden energy clashed, then gradually neutralized each other. Yet the ground beneath had already cracked apart, earth and stones scattering everywhere. Tin Kai Van's subordinates cried out in terror, impossible, we must be seeing a ghost. How can Duong Tran be so strong? He actually blocked the star-chasing sword stance. Young Master Van is clearly at the King realm. How can he be evenly matched with Duong Tran at the Purple Mansion realm? Tin Kai Van snorted coldly in anger, his expression extremely ugly. This time he pointed his sword forward, circulating even stronger true energy, golden energy surging and coiling around the gleaming blade. Falling star sword stance, this time you will not be able to withstand it. The power of the sword this time was even greater than before. A gigantic sword shadow carrying astonishing momentum slashed straight toward Duong Tran. Duong Tran showed no fear, instead laughing loudly, Tin Kai Van, I overestimated you. He raised his sword to receive the attack. Duong Tran swung his sword again. A pale blue sword shadow shot forth, he shouted. Soaring Cloud Sword Stance received this move. Tin Kai Van's lackeys laughed with contempt. This time Duong Tran is doomed. Dying under the Falling Star Sword Stance can be considered an honor. The two sword energies collided violently. Tin Kai Van's sword stance was unexpectedly rebounded back at him, accompanied by a sky-shattering explosion. Rebounding sword light pierced straight through Tin Kai Van's forehead. He widened his eyes in horror, blood instantly spraying out. Tin Kai Van fell backward, his sword slipping from his hand, his mouth only managing to utter impossible. Tin Kai Van's younger brother witnessed the scene, his face turning pale, crying out in agonized grief. The fierce subordinates drew their swords and charged forward for revenge, killing intent filling the sky, shouting repeatedly, "Kill him! The brat dares to kill our master." Surrounded by many people, Cao Nhai and Thien Lin Hai were extremely worried. Cao Nhai shouted, "Junior brother, be careful." Just before those people closed in, Duong Tran erupted with blue energy, executing the shadow escape martial intent. An explosion rang out where Duong Tran had vanished, their attacks striking only empty air. In midair, Duong Tran was already hovering at some unknown time. Above him, the massive QE Star Tower caused everyone to look up. Faces revealed clear shock. QE Star Shock was activated. Duong Tran's divine weapon smashed straight down at the spot where the lackeys had gathered. Deafening impact resounded, the ground severely distorted. At this point, none of them dared think of revenge. The crowd fled in panic in all directions, screaming, "Run, Duong Tran is too terrifying." The people of Fire Gate Mountain gathered beside Duong Tran. Kim Vo Kiat exclaimed in admiration, "Senior brother is too strong. Even a King Realm cultivator was cut down by you." Cao Nhai pretended to sulk and sighed, "Junior brother, now you are even more formidable than senior sister." Thien Lin Hai asked curiously, "Was that the Ling Xiao sword art you used just now?" Duong Tran turned to look at her. He smiled proudly and replied, "Correct. That was the Soaring Cloud Sword Stance combined with spatial profundity, also called the Skyborn Sword Stance." Hearing this, Cao Nhai suddenly understood, saying in astonishment, "No wonder that move was so strange, so it contained the power of space." Thien Lin Hai smiled teasingly, "Duong Tran, your comprehension surely did not come from nowhere. Perhaps you encountered some great opportunity." Duong Tran lowered his voice mysteriously. "That is right. I have a treasure that increases the chance of enlightenment when cultivating the sword path." Everyone was stunned after hearing this, unable to believe it. Such a divine object actually exists. Duong Tran laughed cheerfully. "Have I ever deceived you?" Cao Nhai's eyes shone brightly as she said, "When we return to the mountain, I want to cultivate with you." Thien Lin Hai also joked with a smile. "Indeed, we must follow closely to see whether he speaks truth or boasts." Duong Tran scratched his head awkwardly. "Let us talk about that after we return." Reaching a fork in the road, Duong Tran suddenly hesitated. He was slightly confused, not knowing which direction to choose. The Fire Gate Mountain group stopped before the fork. Kim Vo Kiat asked, "Which path should we take?" Duong Tran stroked his chin and asked Vin Lao, "Which of these two roads should we choose?" The old man replied, "I am not certain either, but Master can use the devouring martial soul to sense the demonic aura before deciding." Duong Tran immediately summoned his martial soul, a sturdy black-shelled monster with sharp claws, its entire body covered in blazing red fire energy, appearing with overwhelming pressure. After the martial soul manifested, the left path was filled with black energy, while the right path was completely normal. Duong Tran withdrew his martial soul, pointing to the right and saying, "We will go this way." In the desolate and deserted Han City, only abandoned structures remained along with a pale golden teleportation array long unused. Two figures, one male and one female, appeared from the teleportation array. The beautiful woman in pink with purple hair tied in a bow was Hong Tiu. The tall man wearing a golden belt was Fuang Trong Bin, both coming from Dong Fu. The old ghost Van Chuang sensed the disturbance, turning around in shock to ask, "What happened?" The old man slightly bowed, clasping his hands and speaking slowly. "Outsiders have finally arrived. This time it will likely be lively." Lam Fong also appeared, carrying a scholarly demeanor in white and blue robes with a neat black belt. He said, "After 1,000 years Dong Zion has declined to this extent. It seems the rumor of an imperial homeland still needs verification." Fuang Trong Bin laughed loudly and teased, "Young Master Lam Fong, do not scare them. If Dong Zion is an imperial homeland, then there must be imperial relics here. They can lead the way for us." Hong Tiu brushed her hair and said coldly, "Stop dreaming. Fuang Trong Bin. The strongest among these people is only a pseudo-emperor. If this were truly an imperial homeland, how could it be so impoverished? At this moment, another figure stepped out from the teleportation array, drawing the attention of the Dong Fu group. It was Yen Hui, a genius of Dong Fu, dressed in light green, holding a black fan, his hair simply tied, his face full of calculation. The Dong Fu geniuses faced the Dong Xian group, led by the old ghost Van Chuang with many subordinates surrounding him. Yen Hui closed his fan, pointing straight at the old ghost Van Chuang, his voice cold, "Come here." The old ghost Van Chuang hesitated slightly, his eyes filled with apprehension, thinking that these youths were already at the 9th level of the sect realm at their strongest. Yen Hui sneered, spreading his arms in provocation. "Do you not dare to come, then kneel." The old ghost Van Chuang flew into a rage, aura soaring and causing his hair and beard to flutter. He roared with imposing force, "Brat, are you playing with me?" Dong Fu group burst into laughter. Fuang Trong Bin said disdainfully that they were merely a bunch of declining ants. A tattered pseudo-emperor daring to be insolent before young Master Yen. Truly ridiculous, Lam Fong mocked with a smile that he probably thought himself a true emperor. Hong Tiu yawned boredly and added that the spiritual energy here was filthy and chaotic. Even breathing it in was nauseating. Yen Hui showed clear contempt, fanning lightly as he said, "In that case, I will give you a chance. If you can withstand one move from me without dying, I will take you as a servant." The old ghost Van Chuang immediately leapt into the air. The aura behind him coiled into a blue vortex. He shouted loudly, "Brat, come here. Let me see whether you are truly a genius or merely a boastful madman." Yen Hui tossed the fan into the air, giving a light shout. Go! Dense black energy instantly spread throughout the space. The fan opened, stirring the air into chaos. Behind Yen Hui, purple energy swirled wildly like a rising storm. Yen Hui raised his hand toward the old ghost Van Chuang, the fan continuously fanning out waves of fierce attacks. Like a great storm sweeping through, everything in its path was blown away. The old ghost Van Chuang screamed miserably, exerting his full strength just to barely hold on. The earth and stones around him completely swept clean. Subordinates were horrified seeing him fall into a disadvantage, crying out in panic. How can this be? Is the sovereign not at the emperor realm? The spiritual energy of that fan is too bizarre. Yen Hui withdrew the fan, black energy still lingering around him. He said calmly, "Weaker than I thought. You are the most inferior pseudo-emperor I have ever met." The old ghost Van Chuang broke out in sweat, gasping in exhaustion, his eyes helpless, only able to stammer out a faint sound. Yen Hui stepped forward, pressure like a mountain bearing down, making the old ghost Van Chuang feel incomparably small. He threatened coldly, still not kneeling. With no way out, the old ghost Van Chuang dropped to his knees before Yen Hui, his appearance utterly humiliating. People following him stared in terror, their sovereign of great renown kneeling before a young man, none daring to believe their own eyes. What kind of calamity is this? Suddenly rumbling sounds came from afar. Upon hearing them, Yen Hui turned pale, cold sweat streaming down. Yen Hui listened tensely, doubt rising in his heart. How could divine might appear? Could it be that Dong Xian still has an old monster of the divine realm? Another deep explosion resounded across the gloomy sky. Yen Hui regained his composure, glancing at the old ghost Van Chuang and asking, "What is that sound?" The old ghost Van Chuang beaded with sweat, replying respectfully, "Young master, that disturbance comes from the divine mountain." Yen Hui fanned lightly, ordering, "Explain clearly what is happening." This mountain is called Duck Thigh Divine Mountain. It is said to be related to the legendary Supreme One Sword. The old ghost Van Chuang hurriedly explained. Hearing this, Yen Hui was overjoyed, signaling the Dong Fu geniuses and laughing loudly. Another imperial relic, go to the divine mountain. Returning to the Fire Gate Mountain group, as they were advancing toward the summit, they encountered a gigantic stone stele. Duong Tran felt uneasy, signaling everyone to stop before saying, "Tiu Kayat, Lin Hai, 5th senior sister, step back a little." Covered his eye and activated the witch god left eye, a massive red eye appearing to observe the stone stele. Within the stele, a brightly shining blue sphere was revealed, aura swirling around its dazzling light. Duong Tran was startled, sweat pouring down as he blurted out, "What is this?" Everyone was astonished at Duong Tran's reaction. Tiu Kayat pressed urgently. "What is it?" Lin Hai also asked curiously. "What did you discover?" Duong Tran gestured to reassure them, telling everyone to retreat further. There is something unusual about this stele. He summoned the Chi martial insect, a blazing red banner appearing behind him, aura burning fiercely. The attack struck directly at the stele. Cracking sounds rang out as it began to fracture. Pieces of stone peeled away. From the cracks surged a bizarre stream of black energy. The black energy quickly gathered, then was sucked into a fissure beneath the ground. Duong Tran signaled everyone to remain still. All of them were stunned, completely unable to understand what had just happened. Duong Tran advanced with a serious expression, raising his hand to stop Kim Vo Kayat. Vo Kiat asked worriedly, brother, what is that thing? For them was a strange, massive black object. Vin Lao suddenly appeared and explained, Master, this is a demonic fox clone. Huang Tran recalled the previous battle, turning to ask Vin Lao, was the demonic sound just now also created by the demonic fox clone? Vin Lao hovered and answered seriously, perhaps so, this clone is being suppressed. Otherwise, no matter how strong a cultivator is, it would be difficult to approach the divine mountain. Duong Tran calmly continued to ask, what methods does the suppressed clone still have? The black energy just now was not too strong. Vin Lao folded his arms and explained that it was only one of countless clones. Moreover, the Master's origin fire is the nemesis of this evil entity. Hearing this, Duong Tran turned to call Vo Kiat, Sao Na Chai and Lin Hai over, confidently saying there is no need to fear, we move forward. Vo Kim Kiat clenched his fist and said loudly, that thing clearly fears your fire. If there is a chance, we cannot let it escape. 4 of them advanced together toward the crack, emitting thick black smoke. After walking for a while, Duong Tran discovered a black chain extending along the left side. Duong Tran stopped to observe. Lin Hai asked curiously, does this chain truly connect to the other side? Suddenly, Duong Tran erupted with blue divine sense, attempting to suppress the black energy. The black chain trembled and shattered the divine sense, causing Duong Tran to be startled. Unable to suppress it, Duong Tran used the witch god eye to observe the chain stretching through to the opposite side. Duong Tran knelt on one knee, executing fire god burning to incinerate the black energy clinging to the chain, while telling everyone to follow closely. Duong Tran, Vo Kim Kiat, Sao Na Chai, and Thien Lin Hai cautiously stepped along the chain toward the other shore. Ahead, a dense curtain of black mist gradually came into view. Duong Tran drew his sword and blocked in front, shouting, be careful. From within the black mist, a red-haired monster roared and charged out. Duong Tran swiftly swung his sword, surging firepower striking directly at the monster. The monster was unharmed and continued to rush forward with its jaws wide open. Duong Tran gritted his teeth and poured in more strength, golden sword light gathering densely. With one slash, the monster was split in 2. Immediately afterward, numerous similar monsters flew up from the abyss to attack the 4 of them. Vo Kim Kiat, Sao Na Chai, and Thien Lin Hai also took action, fiercely resisting. Lin Lao appeared beside Duong Tran, fighting as he explained, these are all clones of the demonic fox clone. Absolutely do not get injured. Hearing this, Duong Tran grew worried. Within his body were 4 great true energies. He did not know how long he could hold on. After half an hour, the 4 of them made it through, the other 3 exhausted and sitting on the ground gasping for breath. Vo Kim Kiat wiped his sweat and asked anxiously, are you all right? Sao Na Chai and Lin Hai also called out loudly. Duong Tran turned back to reassure them, telling everyone to recover quickly. Above it is likely even more dangerous. Vin Lao appeared to remind him, the treasure of the divine mountain this time is somewhat unusual. Duong Tran placed his hands on his hips and asked, what is strange about it? Vin Lao stroked his beard thoughtfully and said, the tremor of the divine mountain may be due to a malfunction in the seal suppressing the demonic fox clone. At this moment, streaks of golden light appeared in the sky. Duong Tran turned his head to see Vo Kim Kiat, Sao Na Chai, and Lin Hai clutching their heads in pain and collapsing. When the streaks of light faded, Duong Tran rushed over in panic and shouted, Tiu Kiat, Lin Hai, 5th senior sister. Vo Kim Kiat frowned and raised his hand to hold his head. Struggling to sit up, he said in a trembling voice that he was still fine. Duong Tran knelt down worriedly and told everyone not to move forward. He would go alone. Thien Lin Hai propped herself up and hesitated as she spoke, but Duong Tran turned to reassure Lin Hai, firmly saying that with his life-preserving abilities he would be fine. At the foot of Duck Thai Divine Mountain, a group of about 10 people gathered. Phuong Trong Bin gritted his teeth and said angrily, damn it, what is so strange about this divine mountain that even sect realm experts like us cannot approach? In the sky amidst the clouds, a gigantic branch appeared. Phuong Trong Bin exclaimed in shock, heavenly mechanism leaf boat. Lam Fong also looked up in confusion. Why have people from the heavenly mechanism clan appeared? On another mountain peak, Thien to En Heen was also stunned upon seeing the heavenly mechanism leaf boat. And Ba stepped behind Thien to En Heen and asked softly, junior sister, what is wrong? The imperial elder slowly stepped forward, stroking his beard and sighing, in the blink of an eye 5 years have passed. It is time to return and take a look. Hearing the imperial elder's voice, Thien to En Heen trembled slightly and turned back anxiously, hesitantly saying, teacher still. The heavenly mechanism leaf boat slowly glided through the air. At the prow, a figure gradually appeared within a pale golden halo. Light faded, revealing a dignified man with silver hair fluttering in the wind. Elsewhere, Bo Thien Giant of the heavenly mechanism clan descended, looking ahead with a smile and asking, what is it? Do you no longer recognize me? To En Heen folded her arms, ignoring that smile smile and calmly called out, "Elder brother." Hearing the words elder brother, the old ghost Van Chuang was shocked and thought, could the emperor from beyond the domain be the elder brother of the Fire Gate Mountain disciple? Bo Thien Jayat continued smiling gently at Enheen and said softly, "Tiu Enheen, come back with me." Enheen turned her head to look behind her and earnestly said, "Teacher, you must come to Yuang City to visit me, all right." The one standing behind her was the old man Can. He did not look back and only said, "We will talk later. You are grown up now. Stop being childish, go." After speaking with the old man Can, Enheen turned to Ba and whispered, "Senior brother, teacher is timid by nature. After I leave, please take care of the junior brothers." Ba smiled and replied succinctly, "All right." After that, Enheen transformed into a small boat. When the small boat had flown high, only then did Tham Lang Enheen hurriedly call out from behind to Enheen. The old man Can immediately knocked hard on Tham Lang Enheen's head and scolded, "Fool, you speak only after she has left." The two stood watching as the small boat gradually disappeared into the distance. At Duck Thai Divine Mountain, Duong Tran covered his nose and observed his surroundings, thinking that the evil killing aura here was truly heavy. It could be that he had already reached the summit of the Divine Mountain. The thought had just flashed when a roar sounded behind him. A gigantic dragon appeared, evil energy surging around its body. Fiercely charged toward his back, the dragon opened its mouth and spewed streams of black energy. The destructive force ahead was extremely terrifying. Duong Tran stared in shock at the scene before him. Massive boulders were torn apart and scattered across the ground. Duong Tran suddenly realized something, his eyes lighting up as a voice sounded, "Master, what is the origin of your devouring martial soul?" He curiously looked at the beam of light before him, wondering what it was. From within the halo, a cold voice rang out, "Insignificant human brat, I did not expect you to reach this place." Duong Tran placed his hands on his hips and looked at the other party, asking, "Who are you?" Figure within the light gradually became clear. It was the demonic fox clone, it said disdainfully. "You are not qualified to know this seat's identity. Your cultivation is so weak you are no different from an ant." Hearing this, Duong Tran was startled, a speculation flashing through his mind. This must be the demonic soul clone Vin Lao once mentioned. The demonic fox clone widened its eyes and continued, "Rare all-element talent, yet you have only awakened 4 minor elements, truly useless. But your luck is not bad to have obtained an ancient artifact spirit." After hearing this, Duong Tran became even more vigilant, thinking he could not underestimate this man. Demonic fox clone stared at him and said, "This seat was once a great deity of the upper realm. Because I offended a god king, I was banished to the lower realm to recuperate at Han Mountain. Now as I prepare to leave seclusion, I encounter you. It can be considered some fate." Duong Tran asked curiously, "Senior comes from the upper realm. What kind of place is the upper realm? Who is the god king?" The demonic fox clone slowly explained, "The god king is the supreme powerhouse of the human race. The ancient world is divided into the upper and lower realms. You are in the mortal realm. If you pass the trial I set, then, even if your strength is weak, your talent is barely acceptable. Do you wish to become my disciple?" On the surface, Duong Tran appeared delighted and replied, "Is it truly possible?" Yet inwardly he sneered, "This man is about to reveal his tale." The demonic fox clone laughed proudly and said, "Before taking me as master, you must pass the final trial." Duong Tran raised his head and asked, "What trial?" The demonic fox clone did not answer, its body curling within the black mist. Suddenly a sword appeared, embedded into the cracked black sphere. Duong Tran stared intently, wondering whether the black sphere was its true body. Yet why did it not resemble a fox at all? The demonic fox clone moved close behind him and slowly said, "Brat, do you see that broken sword? That was once this seat's artifact spirit. Though damaged, it still seals a divine sword technique within. If within 3 days you comprehend even a little, then it will count as passing the final stage." Duong Tran turned inwardly to ask Vin Lao whether the demonic fox clone was playing tricks. Vin Lao manifested and sternly warned, "Master must absolutely not comprehend the sword technique on that broken sword. It is very likely a trap." Demonic fox clone laughed loudly and urged, "This sword technique possesses extraordinary power. If you have fate, I will guide you." Duong Tran looked at the sword, a feeling rising in his heart urging him to approach. Vin Lao hurriedly shouted a warning, "Absolutely do not let its soul power invade your sea of consciousness." A strand of black energy suddenly shot straight into Duong Tran's head, leaving him no time to resist. Black energy poured out from the black sphere in increasing amounts. Demonic fox clone laughed maniacally. "Dragon Sovereign Emperor, you did not expect this seat to escape. In the future, I will annihilate the entire human race of the ancient world." Duong Tran immediately mobilized the Origin Fire Seed to resist. Firelight blazed brightly amid the dense black energy. Demonic fox clone sneered, "I did not expect you to have Origin Fire, but unfortunately you are still too weak." Firepower was gradually devoured by the black energy. Duong Tran panicked, suddenly remembering there is still the heavenly pearl. A surge of green energy erupted, accompanied by lightning. Duong Tran roared loudly, "Get out of here." Demonic fox clone trembled as it was tightly bound by the strange power, asking in terror, "What is this?" The streaks of lightning caused it relentless pain. Demonic fox clone howled in pleading, "Human brat, stop at once. Withdraw the lightning serpent." Vin Lao immediately reminded, "Master must absolutely not let it escape." The demonic fox clone continued to tempt him, swearing by its soul to accept you as a disciple, grant supreme divine abilities, even become your servant. Trembled as it said it would form a soul contract with Duong Tran. In the end, the demonic fox clone collapsed painfully onto the ground. Duong Tran panted as he wiped his sweat, thinking that this time it was finally resolved. He asked Vin Lao about the current situation. Vin Lao replied that the demonic fox clone had been completely destroyed. Duong Tran sighed. He had nearly died at its hands. He did not expect Origin Fire to be ineffective against a soul body. Vin Lao explained that Origin Fire did not deal great damage to soul bodies, but innate divine thunder was its nemesis, then curiously asked where he had obtained the divine thunder. Duong Tran scratched his head and said he was not sure either. Vin Lao immediately urged him to quickly retrieve the divine soul Dao Pearl of the demonic fox clone. Duong Tran asked in confusion, "What is the divine soul Dao Pearl?" Vin Lao explained that it was the greatest legacy left behind after a divine spirit realm powerhouse dies. Duong Tran asked how to extract it. Vin Lao told him to wrap it with soul power and pull it out from the sea of consciousness. Duong Tran closed his eyes and focused, following the instructions. Divine soul Dao Pearl flew out from the body of the demonic fox clone and moved toward him. Vin Lao curiously asked what was inside the Dao Pearl when he saw his hand trembling. Duong Tran laughed in delight and said, "I have struck it rich. This time it is truly a huge gain." Looking at the Dao Pearl in his hand, he said excitedly that inside were two divine abilities: Soul Split to invade the sea of consciousness and control souls, and Soul Devour to swallow soul fragments to strengthen oneself. As soon as Duong Tran finished speaking, he turned to ask Vin Lao how to refine the divine soul Dao Pearl. Vin Lao was slightly startled upon hearing this. Refine it. Vin Lao folded his arms and pondered, one hand on his chin as he replied, "If Master wants to refine the divine soul Dao Pearl of the demonic fox clone, you must at least reach the peak realm." Hearing this, Duong Tran could not help but feel disappointed. "Ah, does that not mean I must wait a very long time?" Vin Lao continued, "Although Master cannot refine it directly yet, there is still another way to use it." Duong Tran listened in confusion and widened his eyes. "What do you mean?" Vin Lao explained that I have a secret fusion technique called Purifying Fusion Art. It can fuse the divine soul Dao Pearl into an awakened artifact spirit, turning it into a new artifact spirit. After speaking, he revealed an item. Duong Tran was overjoyed. "There is such a secret technique. Then my black wood sword is perfectly suitable." He held the sword with blazing eyes. Vin Lao folded his arms and nodded with a smile. "That is only natural." Duong Tran said excitedly, "Vin Lao, quickly teach me the purifying fusion art." Duong Tran extended his hand, the black wood sword floating in midair, surrounded by a faint golden glow. He closed his eyes and began to focus on executing it. After half an hour, the divine soul Dao Pearl gradually fused into the sword. A gloomy aura spread in all directions. Duong Tran said joyfully that it had succeeded, only that the new artifact spirit possessed merely basic intelligence and could not compare to Vin Lao. Vin Lao leaned on his hand and smiled. "I have lived for many years after all." Duong Tran held the sword and asked further, "Vin Lao, if I use the soul split divine ability through the black wood sword, at most what level of demonic beast or cultivator can be controlled?" Vin Lao laughed and said, "Controlling a divine spirit realm is still far off, but manipulating a few Emperor Realm cultivators with weak soul power is no problem." Duong Tran stared wide-eyed at the sword and asked in astonishment, "Even Emperor Realm is possible?" Elsewhere, around the gigantic mountain shrouded in black mist, three people stood observing. Ao Nhai excitedly pointed ahead and said, "Junior brother has succeeded, let us hurry up." Dean Lin Hai hesitated and replied, "The situation is still unclear. Perhaps we should wait a little longer." Vo Kayat said decisively, "Sister Lin Hai, rest assured, my brother will surely succeed, let us go up." Looking at the black mist above, Kim Vo Kayat wondered in confusion, could someone have already obtained the treasure? Kim Vo Kayat angrily rushed forward while cursing inwardly, "Duong Tran, damn you. If I do not kill you this time, my surname is not Van." Another voice rang out from afar, "The great Emperor's treasure, I am coming." A red-robed figure also quickly headed toward where the black mist gathered. At the same time, Many other groups also rushed in that direction. The old ghost Van Chuang and 2 others also set off. He turned his head and said, "Let us go as well." On the mountain peak, Duong Tran looked at the rock before him and thought, "The Tai Kang sword of the Dragon Sovereign Emperor is recorded to be sealed at the peak of Duck Thigh Divine Mountain. Could it be here?" Duong Tran stroked his chin and asked Vin Lao whether a divine sword technique could be sealed within a sword core. Vin Lao replied that it was possible but required special methods. After hearing this, Duong Tran became excited. "Good, then I will try to find it." He focused his divine sense and touched the sword embedded in the rock. Suddenly a blinding light burst forth, causing him to instinctively step back. The sword sprang out and appeared before Duong Tran, leaving him astonished. Black mist swirled around. Vin Lao saw the small sword within the fireball in Duong Tran's hand and cried out in shock, "Master, have you obtained the Tai Kang sword?" Duong Tran replied in confusion, "I am not sure. Is not Tai Kang's sword a divine ability?" Vin Lao broke out in sweat as he stared at the sword. Vin Lao explained that in the sword path there are sword stances, sword domains, and sword cores. Duong Tran asked in shock, "Could the small sword within this broken sword be the sword core of the Tai Kang sword?" Vin Lao confirmed joyfully, "That is correct. The seal of the demonic fox clone is precisely this sword core." Suddenly behind Duong Tran a shadow appeared, baring its teeth as it waited for an opportunity. By the time Duong Tran realized it, the shadow had already snatched the sword. As soon as the sword vanished, light exploded forth. Duong Tran covered his eyes in panic and asked, "What is happening?" Beam of light transformed into countless streaks of lightning that shot into the sky. On the mountainside, everyone looked up in horror. Such terrifying killing intent. What is going on? Duong Tran and Vin Lao regained their composure and followed the beam of light with their gaze. Duong Tran sensed the astonishing thunder power and said in alarm that this was not sword intent. Vin Lao immediately warned that they could not stay here long. During the commotion in the distance, Duong Tran turned back uneasily. He worried that the disturbance was too great and other forces had surely rushed over. Kim Vo Kiat, Sao Nha and Thien Lin Hai ran over and called out, "Duong Tran, junior brother." Duong Tran turned back and asked in surprise, "Why have you all come up here?" Sao Nha pointed at the beam of light and asked curiously, "What was that sword radiance just now? Has the divine mountain treasure been obtained?" Duong Tran sighed and said the treasure had been obtained. The demonic sound and the danger to the sea of consciousness had also disappeared, but many powerhouses would soon rush up. After hearing this, Sao Nha turned pale and asked, "Then what should we do now?" Duong Tran reassured them, "Quickly descend the mountain to hide, and then blend in with the crowd going up and down." Kim Vo Kiat pointed to the side and asked, "What is that?" Everyone looked over. Duong Tran closed his eyes and smiled. "That thing is already useless, let us go." Van Bat Quan rushed toward the mountain peak with all his strength, certain in his heart that the treasure belonged to him. When he arrived, Duong Tran and Lin Hai were already hidden behind a rock wall. Duong Tran signaled for silence. Van Bat Quan saw the broken sword and said joyfully, "Such powerful sword intent. It must be the treasure." He held the sword high and laughed loudly. "The treasure belongs to me." At the foot of the mountain, more and more people gathered. Van Bat Quan stepped down. Duong Tran stepped forward and shouted, "Van Bat Quan, hand over the divine mountain treasure." Seeing Duong Tran, Van Bat Quan panicked and denied it. "I did not see any treasure at all." Duong Tran asked coldly, "If there is none, then do you dare to swear by your martial heart?" Struck at his weak point, Van Bat Quan angrily shouted not to push things too far. Duong Tran merely smiled. At that moment beside Van Bat Quan, on Duong Tran's side 4 figures with surging auras appeared and advanced. Yen Hoi opened his fan and said impatiently, "Where is the divine mountain treasure? If you do not wish to die, then hand it over." Duong Tran cheerfully pointed at Van Bat Quan and said at once, "He is holding the treasure." Van Bat Quan knew he could not hide it and immediately activated a formation to threaten them, cursing these ignorant brats. Yen Hoi closed his fan and shot out a purple radiance, saying disdainfully, seeking death. The purple light pierced through Van Bat Quan's body and blasted him flying several miles away. Yen Hoi and his companions strolled toward the unconscious Bat Quan, his voice icy and threatening. "Where is the treasure? Hand it over now." Seeing Bat Quan collapse in pain, the old ghost Van Chuang broke out in cold sweat and screamed in panic. Bat Quan, hand over the fake. Blood trickled from the corner of Bat Quan's mouth. He struggled to rise, trembling as he reached into his robe and took out the divine mountain treasure. The sword was revealed. The crowd erupted in shock. A spirit weapon. This is clearly a spirit weapon. Could it be a relic of the great emperor? What a pity it ultimately fell into the hands of outsiders. Yen Hoi took the sword and held it close to his eyes to examine it, then frowned in irritation. "This is wrong, wrong. This is only a flawed spirit sword. Absolutely not that treasure." Realizing he had been deceived, Yen Hoi grew even more furious. his gaze locking onto Bat Quan as he coldly said, "You are not honest. The divine mountain treasure cannot be only this. Hand it over now." Bat Quan clutched his chest and forced himself up, gritting his teeth in pain as he mocked, "For robbers like you, this already counts as the peak in Dong Zion." Yen Hui glared angrily at Bat Quan and was about to strike again when the old ghost Van Chuang hurriedly stepped in front to block him. He frantically begged, "Young master, calm your anger. My disciple is stubborn by nature. Please be magnanimous." Van Chuang turned and placed a hand on Bat Quan's shoulder, lowering his voice to persuade Bat Quan, "Is there anything else or not? If there is, then hand it over quickly." Seeing his master did not believe him, Bat Quan angrily tightened his wound, his eyes bloodshot as he gritted his teeth and swore, "I swear on my martial heart, on the divine mountain there was only this one treasure." Hong Tiu stepped beside Yen Hui, rubbing his chin thoughtfully as he said, "Yen Hui, I sense a similar aura on this broken sword to the earlier sword intent, but it is very faint." Yen Hui pondered for a moment, then lowered his voice and asked, "Before you, had anyone else climbed the mountain?" Bat Quan hurriedly pointed straight at Duong Tran and shouted, "Yes, Duong Tran of Hoa Mon's son." Duong Tran's face darkened at once as he shot back a cold glance. Bat Quan pointed to the left, insisting he was still there. But when he turned his head, Duong Tran's figure had already vanished. Bat Quan pointed at the empty space beside him in shock and cried out in horror, "What is going on? Where did he go?" Realizing Duong Tran had disappeared, Yen Hui immediately withdrew his spell and thought gravely, "Spatial secret arts are indeed formidable. It seems I was right." The old ghost Van Chuang suddenly appeared behind Yen Hui, respectfully cupping his hands as he reported, "Young master, that youth named Duong Tran is a disciple of Hoa Mon's son," causing Yen Hui to wrinkle his nose and turn to look. Yen Hui narrowed his eyes at Van Chuang and coldly ordered, "Lead the way to Hoa Mon's son." Hoa Mon's son, Duong Tran suddenly appeared before the various sects. Looking at the familiar scene, Duong Tran stood stunned for a moment, then asked in surprise, "Hoa Mon's son, how did I return here?" Seeing this, Old Can happily said, "Tran brat, tell me what treasure you obtained on the divine mountain." Hearing his master ask, Duong Tran scratched his head awkwardly and stammered, "Teacher, my divine mountain opportunity was only an emperor's sword divine ability." Old Ken showed dissatisfaction and frowned as he asked again, "Is that all, nothing else?" Duong Tran was at a loss for words, glancing aside and scratching his head as he replied softly, "Yes." Old Can did not believe him and ordered in a deep voice, "Bring your hack muck sword here for me to see." Duong Tran respectfully handed over the sword, secretly displeased as he glanced at the old man. This old man is truly frightening. Could it be he knows everything about the divine mountain? Old Can held the sword and examined it with displeasure. Old Can looked at Duong Tran and said, "Tran brat, although your hack muck sword has become an initial spirit weapon, strictly speaking it is still only a semi-finished product." Before he finished speaking, numerous enemies appeared from below the cliffs of Hoa Mon's son. The old ghost Van Chuang angrily glared at Old Can and shouted loudly, "Old Can ghost, come out and die." Far below at the foot of the mountain, the other sects saw Van Chuang preparing to fight and panicked as they whispered, "Trouble has arrived. Who can stop a sovereign realm expert?" While the Van family's target is still at Hoa Mon's son, run quickly. In the air, the old ghost Van Chuang launched an attack. A gigantic green palm hurtled toward Hoa Mon's son at astonishing speed. Upon touching the protective grand formation of Hoa Mon's son, the palm instantly dissipated, leaving Van Chuang shocked. "How can this be? My strike could not break the mountain guarding formation." After the failed attack, Van Chuang returned to Yen Hui's side and fearfully cupped his hands to report, "Young master, Old Can is holding out within the formation. The grand formation of Hoa Mon's son is too strong. My strength cannot break it quickly." Yen Hui ground his teeth in anger and coldly berated Van Chuang, "Useless. I will act myself." After speaking, Yen Hui's face darkened as he took out a sword-shaped talisman. Yen Hui swung his arm and hurled the talisman forward, shouting, "Release." After striking, Yen Hui covered half his face with a fan and thought unhappily, "This is a sword talisman bestowed by my ancestors. Even sovereign realm experts must avoid it, yet it is wasted here." The sword talisman tore through space, leaving a deep gash on the protective formation of Hoa Mon's son. Only then did Old Can appear leisurely. Standing behind Yen Hui, Van Chuang pointed ahead anxiously and said, "Young master, he is Old Can ghost, Duong Tran's master. The divine mountain treasure must be in his hands." Suddenly Old Can cast a spell. Crimson like fire enveloped his body, heat spreading toward Yen Hui and Van Chuang as he confidently shouted, "Since you seek death, I will grant it." Old Can solemnly gathered power into his index finger. From his fingertip shot a red bolt of lightning that pierced straight into Van Chuang's forehead, catching him off guard. Van Chuang had no time to retaliate and could only scream in agony. The sects watching from afar were stunned and exclaimed that a sovereign realm ruler had been slain. Just how strong is Old Can? Dong Zion is about to change. Realizing he was no match, Yan Hui hurriedly lowered his voice to plead, "Senior, just now this junior was reckless. Please spare me for the sake of the Yan family ancestor." Hearing the familiar name, old Ken frowned unhappily. The Yan family. Go back and tell Yan Thuong to prepare to repay his debt to me. Before long, my disciple will come to collect. For old Can's imposing presence, Yan Hui only dared to cup his hands and reply in a trembling voice, "Yes." After resolving everything, old Can calmly returned to his place. Duong Tran's eyes shone brightly, thrilled by his master's strength as he said with admiration, "Teacher, so you are this formidable." Old Ken paid no heed, clasping his hands behind his back as he said seriously, "Lang En Heen, pack your things and leave Dong Zion." Hearing he had to leave, Lang En Heen panicked and asked, "Teacher, did I do something wrong? Do you want to drive me away?" Old Ken lowered his head and sighed, replying sadly, "Dong Zion has been sealed for 1,000 years. Resources are scarce. You are about to break through but lack opportunity. Moreover, your temper is hot. You need to go out and temper yourself." Suddenly, old Ken looked up at Tiu Quang Dao and sternly instructed, "Tiu Quang Dao, you stay on the mountain to cultivate with your senior brother. Before reaching the sect realm, you must not leave Dong Zion." His words left everyone staring at each other in shock. Tiu Quang Dao and Nba could hardly believe it and cried out together, "Teacher." Old Ken ignored them and walked to Zhao Na Chai, gently rubbing her head as he said affectionately, "Little girl, from now on follow your senior brother and be obedient." Hearing the instructions, Zhao Na Chai thought she was being abandoned and burst into tears, sobbing as she cried, "Teacher, are you no longer going to want us?" Old Ken silently vanished before his disciples' eyes. Zhao Na Chai chased after him, but only empty air remained. At that moment, Duong Tran heard old Can's voice resound, "Tran brat, you and Tiu Kayat make arrangements, then come to Su Than to meet me." Seeing Nba step forward to comfort her, Zhao Na Chai wiped her tears and looked up to ask softly, "Senior brother, will teacher never return?" Nba looked at the vast sky and smiled with certainty. "Zhao Na Chai, Hoamon's son is teacher's life's work. I believe one day he will return." Duong Tran lowered his head and cupped his hands, calmly saying to Nba under the astonished gazes of Vo Kim Kayat and Lin Hai, "Senior brother, I want to take Tiu Kayat out for a trip. Please take care of Lin Hai and the others." Nba stepped forward, laughing heartily as he patted Duong Tran's shoulder and said reassuringly, "Good little junior brother can be at ease. With me here there will be no problem." When Duong Tran and Kim Kayat descended the mountain, Vo Kim Kayat curiously asked, "Do we truly have to leave Dong Zion?" Duong Tran pondered and looked up at the sky before replying, "No, we will go meet Master first." Outside Su Than, SPACE Chinese letter ED open, within the desolate and silent depths of the Yan Mo Cave. Is this the Su Than Master spoke of? Why is it so bleak? There are demonic creatures here, just enough to help your semi-finished hack-muck sword completely gain a spirit. Knowing his master's vast abilities, Duong Tran asked tentatively, "That demonic creature would not be the Luo Yan Demon Emperor. It has already been killed by you." "That is correct. The Luo Yan Demon Emperor lies deep within. Whether your hack-muck sword can gain a spirit depends on your own ability." Duong Tran wondered whether he had enough strength to defeat that powerful demonic creature. Okayat said, "The dark and fire energy here is extremely dense, mixed with grinding demonic aura." Duong Tran nodded, understanding they had to be extremely cautious. The two continued deeper into the cave, gradually approaching a lake. Duong Tran instructed Tiu Kayat to stay and keep watch while he went down himself. Duong Tran immediately activated his lightning true energy barrier and plunged into the lake. Sure enough, a voice resounded, "Duong Tran, your courage is not small, daring to intrude into my domain." Duong Tran observed intently as the water surface before him gradually turned black. Duong Tran called out, "Senior, this junior has come to make a deal with great Luo demonic flame. For all the members of the Van family dead, to send a mere mansion realm brat like you here. No, something must have happened to the Van family. What exactly occurred outside?" Duong Tran secretly thought, could it be that the soul body of the Luo Yan Demon Emperor is sealed within the vortex before me? He was immediately stopped. The other party demanded to inspect the item he carried first. Duong Tran handed over the ancient spirit weapon and said that the sword spirit of this blade is slumbering. Perhaps it will be useful to you. Sure enough, Duong Tran immediately drew attention. The black sphere told him to throw that item over. Duong Tran swiftly tossed it down without hesitation. Black sphere asked in confusion what kind of spirit weapon this was. Duong Tran activated Devour Soul, golden radiance instantly blazing forth. Sword in his hand emitted an indescribably eerie glow. The black sphere began to disintegrate, unease rising within it. This situation had truly exceeded the bounds of normalcy. Sword trembled a ND Chinese letter, called Duong Tran its master. Duong Tran held the sword and asked in astonishment, "Ma Lin, are you a person? The sword replied, asking him not to call it Ma Lin anymore. Duong Tran thought for a moment and decided to give it a new name. From now on it would be called Tiu Yu. From that day on, Duong Tran officially called this sword Tiu Yu. Okayat stepped closer and asked, Duong Tran, did you succeed? Duong Tran nodded and laughed loudly. This harvest is not small. The Hack Muck sword has completely transformed into a spirit sword. Okayat said joyfully, if Martial Uncle knows this, he will surely be very pleased. Duong Tran did not delay further and urged them both to quickly go find Master. Very soon, a teleportation token appeared before them. Duong Tran immediately took Tiu Kayat and left Dong Zion, instructing that the ring contained necessary items and that they must think carefully before acting when encountering trouble. Duong Tran fell into deep thought. Is this not the spirit weapon that appeared after Vo Fuang died? Why is it here? Soul Pet asked in confusion, is this not your drill? Duong Tran picked it up and examined it closely, pondering for a long while. His drill and the object Old Can left behind were almost identical in shape. Okayat had no idea what these two items were. Duong Tran was also unclear. He only knew the old man had ordered them to venture out. Before everyone's eyes, the teleportation gate suddenly shone with dazzling light. The guards sneered, thinking another fool had arrived. All the items this time would belong to the Zam family, though the teleportation wave was regrettably weak. Soon, Duong Tran's group stepped out of the teleportation gate. Okayat said excitedly that they had finally left Dong Zion. Zam Ra and Zam Vu blocked the way, scornfully calling them poor and warning that if they had no good items, they should not blame them for being ruthless. Okayat was furious, feeling that Zam Vu was courting death. Duong Tran raised his hand to stop him, telling him to endure for now and observe the situation. Zam Vu loudly threatened, hand over the ring. If you have spirit weapons, submit them as well in exchange for your lives. The newcomers did not understand and angrily asked on what grounds. Zam Vu immediately made a move, answering with action. The person who had just protested was killed on the spot, leaving everyone stunned. Zam Vu coldly warned that anyone who refused to hand over items would end the same way. Duong Tran told Tiu Kayat to hand over something at random. They would retrieve it after clarifying matters. Duong Tran threw a large bag to Zam Vu. Zam Vu snatched it, cursed them for being destitute, then decided to send them all into the Black Crystal Mine. The Black Crystal Mine, the group was escorted deeper inside. The overseer coldly warned that each day they must submit at least 4 black crystals. If not, they could await death. Duong Tran secretly rejoiced. This time they had truly struck gold. Okayat asked softly what their next step should be. Duong Tran explained that black crystal veins were extremely precious, containing dark origin, perfect for strengthening true chi. Tiu Kayat was delighted upon hearing this, yet still did not know where to begin. Duong Tran smiled and said, what else is there to do? Go inside. Inside stood a towering dark wall like coal. Duong Tran sat down and began circulating his true chi to cultivate. Black chi spread, twisting the surrounding space. Outside the mine, a chilling sound suddenly rang out. It seemed something unexpected had occurred within the mine. Zam Vu decided to lead people to investigate. Okayat anxiously asked whether such tremors would cause the mine to collapse. Duong Tran calmly replied that it was fine. The distance to the surface was not far. Opening a path themselves would not be difficult. Zam Vu strode inside aggressively. Someone has come. Duong Tran immediately sensed it. He asked Tiu Yu whether it sensed that aura. It was certainly a peak sect realm cultivator. If they used the Soul Division divine ability, could it suppress him? Sword Demon confidently replied that as long as he had not reached Sovereign Realm, it would not be a problem. Duong Tran swung his sword, ready to face the enemy. Facing Zam Vu, Duong Tran immediately launched a preemptive strike. Zam Vu laughed loudly, growing more excited at the sight of the spirit weapon, considering it already his. Upon clashing, Zam Vu realized it was a spiritual sense attack. Duong Tran asked Tiu Yu how it felt. Tiu Yu happily replied that it had succeeded. Zam Vu was suppressed and screamed in agony. His body trembled as he staggered toward Duong Tran. At the end, he dropped to his knees and bowed his head to acknowledge his master. Duong Tran joyfully praised, Tiu Yu, you are truly formidable to have subdued him. Okayat asked in shock what method this was to control even a sect realm expert. Duong Tran said indifferently, stand up. Zam Vu obediently followed the order, standing and bowing deeply. Duong Tran asked his name and background. He introduced himself as Zam Vu, a dark path heavenly master, currently half-step martial sovereign, having broken through 2 paths with a sovereign realm soul body. Duong Tran asked in surprise, half-step martial sovereign, truly beyond expectation. He asked whether the steward and guards of the valley above were difficult to deal with. Zam Vu smiled and replied that dealing with them would be effortless. Duong Tran smiled with interest. Good, then go up and kill them all first. Zam Vu accepted the order and immediately returned without hesitation. His figure vanished in an instant, leaving Okayat staring in shock. Kayat curiously asked what demonic art Duong Tran had used and how long he could control him. Duong Tran reassured him not to worry. That man would never be able to betray him. Tiu Kayat was stunned. How could such a thing be possible? Duong Tran smiled confidently, saying it was the divine ability of the Hack Mock Sword spirit weapon, an opportunity he had obtained from the divine mountain of the medicine market. At that very moment, within the forest, Chen Hack Long suddenly shook violently. The black dragon roared turbulently, as if awaiting something. Duong Tran felt slight concern, uncertain whether his true chi could evolve into true essence. Chapter 233. Dense black chi surged across the sky. In the end, all the energy erupted violently. Unfortunately, it lacked the final step, unable to complete the evolution into true essence. Zai Ming true chi seemed unable to advance for now. How should this mineral vein be handled? Sam Vu returned from outside to report that all members of the Sam family in the valley had been eliminated. Duong Tran asked Tiu Yu whether if Zam Vu later broke through Sovereign Realm, he could escape control. Tiu Yu affirmed that it was impossible. His soul had been completely branded with a slave mark. Duong Tran took out medicinal pills and asked Sam Vu how many he needed to condense spiritual sense and awaken Sovereign Realm. Zam Vu replied that 5 would suffice. Upon reconsideration, 4 would be enough. Duong Tran immediately gave him 4, enough for his spiritual sense to enter Sovereign Realm. Zam Vu accepted the pills, his hands trembling with undisguised excitement. Duong Tran asked whether with a large amount of dark origin his true chi could evolve into true essence. Zam Vu answered with certainty that if there were truly enough dark origin, it would be entirely feasible. Duong Tran smiled happily, deciding to help him step into Sovereign Realm today. Immediately afterward, a dense curtain of true chi enveloped the space. Duong Tran condensed his true chi, a golden sphere brimming with spiritual power appearing. He threw the sphere toward Sam Vu, telling him to receive it. Zam Vu absorbed the spiritual energy, wholeheartedly circulating his cultivation to break through. Half an hour passed, Sam Vu's aura suddenly surged. Duong Tran and Vin Lao joined forces to suppress the erupting aura. The power was too strong. The suppression could only be maintained briefly. The spirit stone vein was blasted apart by the impact, the scene far beyond imagination. A large area was flattened, as if an apocalypse had just occurred. Sam Vu officially stepped into Sovereign Realm. He had truly broken through successfully. Duong Tran said such a huge disturbance meant they could not stay long and should withdraw first. Lao Than, a still atmosphere enveloped everywhere. The three walked along an empty road. Duong Tran told Zam Vu to briefly introduce the situation of Lao Than. Zam Vu said Lao Than was controlled by the 3 great families Sam, Dean, and Han, each occupying its own territory. Duong Tran said there was no need to mention basic matters, only the important, unusual points. Zam Vu thought for a moment, then said that the ancestor of the Sam family secretly went to Hack Thatch and Hai every full moon night. Duong Tran immediately asked where Hack Thatch and Hai was and what was special about it. Zam Vu replied that Hack Thatch and Hai lay on an unnamed mountain less than 500 li outside the southern city. On the surface, there was nothing unusual. Duong Tran felt something was amiss. It was certainly not that simple. He smiled meaningfully. Tonight is the full moon. Then let us go and take a look. Upon arriving at Hack Thatch and Hai, the surrounding space grew unusually gloomy. Duong Tran asked Vin Lao whether the ancestor of the Sam family would detect them. Vin Lao replied that with Duong Tran's current movement technique, ordinary Sovereign Realm cultivators would absolutely not be able to detect him. The person was about to arrive. The ancestor of the Sam family walked in a spirit-awakened state, silently entering. He raised a talisman, golden light shining from it. It was a spirit communication talisman used for summoning. Duong Tran did not understand what a spirit communication talisman was and asked Vin Lao. Vin Lao explained that the spirit communication talisman was used for long-distance contact. Only Emperor-level experts could refine it. Duong Tran was startled. Could it be that behind the Sam ancestor stood a great emperor? The ancestor of the Sam family continued to activate the teleportation. A crimson shadow gradually appeared in the void. The ancestor of the Sam family immediately bowed in worship to his master. The crimson shadow coldly asked, "That lowly one, has the matter I assigned made progress?" Sam family head replied that they had paid a great price to obtain secret information related to the task assigned by his master. The crimson shadow showed interest and told him to speak clearly. Sam family head said that within the Dong Yuang secret realm of Dong Yuang Dao Palace, there existed a forbidden hall that no one had entered. Rumor had it that inside was a strand of heavenly flame. Duong Tran asked Vin Lao what exactly heavenly flame was. Chapter 234. Vin Lao said heavenly flame had many types. The strongest could even burn divine spirit realm experts. Duong Tran was astonished. Its power was actually so terrifying. The Crimson Shadow ordered the Sam ancestor to find a way into the secret realm. He needed accurate information. The Sam ancestor lowered his head to accept the order, not daring to disobey. Crimson Shadow vanished, saying the conversation was over and this was the reward. The Sam ancestor looked around to confirm no one was eavesdropping before leaving. On another side, a hand emerged from behind a rock wall. Duong Tran softly called to the other two, "Let us go out." Okayat and Zamvu stepped out, their eyes full of curiosity. Duong Tran asked Zamvu whether he knew Dong Yuang Dao Palace and the Dong Yuang secret realm. Zamvu said Dong Yuang Dao Palace was under the Divine Emperor, governing the 108 prefectures of Dong Zhou. None dared defy its orders. The 1,000-year sealing of Dong Xian also originated from there. Duong Tran was repeatedly shocked. This force was actually so powerful. Zamvu continued that cultivators of the 108 prefectures all aspired toward Dong Yuang Dao Palace. Entering it meant stepping onto the path of ascending to heaven. Every 50 years a Dong Yuang token would be issued. Duong Tran wanted to obtain a Dong Yuang token, but did not know the requirements. Zamvu said one must participate in the Heaven Gate battle to compete for the Dong Yuang token. Whoever seized it could enter the Dao Palace. For cultivators, this was a chance to soar in a single step. Duong Tran was delighted. Then he could also participate. He also had the qualification to compete, did he not? Zamvu replied that the lowest among the previous Dong Yuang token winners was half-step sovereign. Most were true sovereigns. Duong Tran was stunned and asked Zamvu about the situation of Dong Lam Prefecture City. Zamvu said the strongest in Dong Lam was Dong Lam Martial Palace. Below it were the 5 great divine spirit families. Other forces all depended on them. Duong Tran wondered whether each of those 5 families had a divine spirit powerhouse guarding them. Zamvu scratched his head and shook it slightly. He was not entirely sure, but most likely they did. Duong Tran decided to head straight to Prefecture City immediately. Dong Lam Prefecture City was bustling with people. The vast Yuan and Ga Prefecture City spread wide with thousands of magnificent buildings. The 3 of Duong Tran followed the passage and directly entered Prefecture City. Many other cultivators also arrived through the passage, chatting animatedly as they walked. Someone whispered that a certain great figure of a family was about to fail. The younger generation had not matured. Such vast resources would likely be divided. Branches within the clan were also stirring, making the situation even more chaotic. Another revealed that Yen Hoi and his companions had returned from Dong Xian, but were extremely low-key, refusing to speak when questioned. It seemed they had encountered misfortune. Suddenly a shout rang out. "Brat, why are you still standing there? Get lost." A tall, ferocious man pointed directly at Duong Tran, brazenly blocking the way. Zamvu released sovereign might pressure to suppress him and coldly asked, "Do you want to die?" That man trembled violently, terrified as he realized the person before him was sovereign realm. Sovereign might was impossible to resist. That man was utterly unlucky. Countless curious gazes around fell upon Zamvu. So young yet already sovereign realm, could he be the young master of a hidden family? Zamvu turned to ask Duong Tran how to deal with that man. Duong Tran curled his lips in a faint smile. Spare his life. Duong Tran wondered whether there was any place in this East City worth staying. Mon Tran Than of the Mon family stepped forward to strike up a conversation, expressing willingness to fully assist Duong Tran. Duong Tran nodded happily, asking him to briefly introduce this place. The two strolled around East City. Duong Tran asked which talents among the younger generation were noteworthy. Mon Tran Than said there were currently 7 outstanding prodigies. Duong Tran curiously asked who they were. They included Yen Hoi of the Yen family, Lam Fong of the Lam family, Hong and Gok Sword Hong Tiu of the Hong family, Fuang Trong Bin of the Fuang family, and Mon Kung of the Mon family, though Mon Kung was about to be removed from the list. Duong Tran did not understand why Mon Kung was being removed. Mon Tran Than explained that Mon Kung had once been a genius, but was struck by a strange poison in the Heaven Gate battle. His life was hard to preserve. Duong Tran merely gave a soft acknowledgement. Duong Tran continued to ask whether there were any good inns in Dong Lam. Mon Tran Than smiled, saying Duong Tran's status was noble and should not stay at an inn. Better to remain at the Mon family for a few days. Their guest chambers were absolutely not inferior. Duong Tran responded enthusiastically, "Then let us go." At the Mon family, the magnificent residence clearly displayed the foundation of an ancient family. Mon Tran Than knocked on the gate and loudly announced that honored guests had arrived. Gate responded with a dull thud. A servant hurriedly opened the door. The person outside struck by a gust of aura that made his face ache. Inside, a young girl stepped out, her arrogant demeanor hard to conceal. Mon Tiu Kiu angrily scolded Mon Tran Than. Can you not see this, young lady? Are your eyes on your forehead? Chapter 235. Mon Tran Than hurriedly introduced that this was Miss Tiu Kiu of the Mon family, accustomed to being unruly, hoping the honored guest would forgive her. Duong Tran laughed, his gaze teasing as it fell upon the young girl. Mon Tiu Kiu became furious. What do you mean by shaking your head? Duong Tran said calmly, did the elders in your family not teach you etiquette? Words were like poking a hornet nest. Mon Tiu Kiu immediately flared up. What are you to dare lecture me? She immediately struck a palm toward Duong Tran. Duong Tran stood still, not resisting at all. Mon Tiu Kiu was stunned, discovering she could not move. Duong Tran smiled faintly, and said behind him stood Sovereign Realm Sam Vu. Mon Tiu Kiu panicked. Sovereign Realm, how could that be? Mon Tran Than hurriedly begged Duong Tran to show mercy. The young lady was still young and hoped to be forgiven. True to her childish nature, once freed, Mon Tiu Kiu demanded to run off to complain to her parents. Duong Tran told Sam Vu to withdraw, sparing her. Sam Vu withdrew his stance, even a slight motion startling the girl. Mon Tiu Kiu ran away, shouting as she went, if you have the ability, then do not hide. Mon Tran Than sighed helplessly, repeatedly apologizing for the awkward situation. Duong Tran thought she was just a child, and casually inquired about the overall situation of the Mon family. Mon Tran Than said the Mon family currently had one divine realm ancestor and 4 true sovereigns. Tiu Kiu's parents were 2 of them. Duong Tran asked Sam Vu quietly what background should be fabricated to seem reasonable. Sam Vu suggested using a half-true, half-false identity, saying the master came from a divine spirit family in Dong Zion and had come out to travel after the seal was lifted. Even if investigated, it would be fine. That moment, a woman stepped out from inside. Following was Mon Tiu Kiu's embellished complaints. That woman was Jai Yu Huang of the Mon family. The woman raised her brow and asked, where do you come from? Duong Tran replied calmly, Hoa Mon son. Jai Yu Huang immediately bowed an apology. My daughter is mischievous and rude. I hope the honored guest will forgive her. Duong Tran smiled, it is fine. The young lady is still young and straightforward in temperament. Jai Yu Huang curiously asked whether Hoa Mon son was a hidden mountain sect. She had never heard of it. Duong Tran nodded and said it was only a small mountain in Dong Zion. It was normal that Madam had not heard of it. Jai Yu Huang smiled and said Dong Zion was the very place that had forced the foremost genius, Yen Hui, to return in misery. She asked with a bright smile, it seems Duong Tran is an outstanding figure among the youth of Dong Zion. This trip to Dong Lam is for travel. Duong Tran scratched his head and smiled. What outstanding, he is merely mediocre. That is why Master sent him out to temper himself. Before entering Divine Spirit, he is not allowed to return to Dong Zion. Jai Yu Huang was surprised. What kind of background does Hoa Mon's son have to set such a requirement? Madam asked Duong Tran's name and invited them to stay at the Mon family. Duong Tran stated his name and respectfully greeted the senior. On the other side, Madam instructed Tiu Kiu to immediately go to the Marshal Hall to find Lam Fong, saying she had important matters to discuss. Duong Tran turned to ask Zam Vu whether besides the age limit there were other requirements for the Heaven Gate battle. Zam Vu said by rule only Marshal Hall students were qualified to participate, but in reality cultivation was the key. Below Marshal Sovereign participation meant death. Duong Tran asked Zam Vu whether he should enter the Marshal Hall. Zam Vu replied that Dong Lam Marshal Palace recruited at the end of each year. With Duong Tran's talent, he would certainly pass easily. Duong Tran nodded and decided to take the examination for Dong Lam Marshal Palace. On the other side, Lam Fong went to meet Ju Niang. Ju Niang smiled gently and said there were no outsiders, no need for excessive courtesy, just sit. She asked Lam Fong why he had gone to Dong Zion to seek ruins and returned without a word. Lam Fong replied that Dong Zion was both weak and strong. Ju Niang asked in confusion, what do you mean weak yet strong? Lam Fong explained that on the surface Dong Zion only had Nu Yen Hong as the strongest. Yet there was Hoa Mon's son with a divine spirit grand formation, and an old man who sent Yen Hui flying with a single palm. Ju Niang pondered. Yen Hui is the top prodigy of Dong Lam, not inferior to ordinary sovereigns. Could that old man be divine realm? She ordered Lam Fong to leave. Lam Fong did not think much and immediately complied. After he left, Mon Tran Than was summoned inside. Mon Tran Than quickly entered, respectful before Lord Yu Huang. Jai Yu Huang instructed him to treat Duong Tran with utmost courtesy. Fulfill any request immediately. If unable, then report back. This ring was considered the Mon family's sincerity. Long after, Mon Tran Than came to see Duong Tran. Duong Tran said he wanted to learn about Dong Lam Martial Palace. The year-end assessment was approaching. He wanted to know the examination items. Mon Tran Than was slightly stunned and asked, "Young master intends to enter the Martial Palace." Duong Tran nodded to confirm. He wanted to contend with the talents of Dong Lam's generation. Chapter 236. Mon Tran Than explained that this year the Martial Palace would recruit 100 students. For many years there had been 4 assessment items. Duong Tran showed curiosity and asked what those items were. The 4 items were true chi intensity, spiritual sense, soul power, and martial heart. Total score 400. The top 100 would enter the Martial Palace. Duong Tran silently assessed that Mon Tran Than was indeed well-informed and very useful. Mon Tran Than took out the ring given by Jia Yu Huang, saying it was a token of sincerity and an apology for the young lady's rudeness. Duong Tran accepted the ring and carefully inspected it. Mon Tran Than added that the family head instructed that the young master could command freely. Whatever the Mon family could do, they would do their utmost. Duong Tran laughed heartily. Then he must truly thank Lord Yu Huang. Mon Tran Than excused himself and left soon after. Here, Duong Tran gazed at the ring for a long while. Inside were countless rare treasures, emitting dazzling light. Duong Tran praised the Mon family's generosity. Tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones and 10 fire-pattern fruits of immense value. Clearly extraordinary. He asked Vin Lao's opinion. Vin Lao said it was fine since it was given, then accept it. Why be polite? Duong Tran scratched his head and smiled. That sounded reasonable. 3 days later at the Mon family, Duong Tran focused on cultivation. With abundant spirit stones, his cultivation rose rapidly. The 4 great true chi reached the 6th level of 4 prefecture realm. He opened the door. Duong Tran saw Mon Tran Than dozing outside. Mon Tran Than woke up and scratched his head blankly. Duong Tran finished cultivation and asked whether anything had happened in the past few days. Mon Tran Than replied that a major event had occurred. Today was the fated calamity day of the Mon family head. Duong Tran asked, "Is it Mon Kung?" Thought if it was poison, his primordial demonic dragon martial soul might handle it. Duong Tran told Mon Tran Than to report back, saying he had a divine medicine that could cure Mon Kung's poison. Mon Tran Than's eyes lit up, asking in shock, "Truly?" Duong Tran replied sternly, "Who would joke about such a matter?" Mon Tran Than immediately ran to inform Lord Yu Huang. On the other side, Mon Kung was gravely ill, his complexion extremely wan. His younger sister sobbed uncontrollably, constantly pleading with her brother. Mon Kung knew he would not survive, instructing Tiu Qiu to focus on cultivation in the future and stop being willful. Though willful, Mon Tiu Qiu loved her brother most and nodded to everything. Jia Yu Huang said sorrowfully, "Foolish child, are you still unwilling to let go?" Mon Kung wanted to see his father, hoping he would return in time. The Mon family ancestor appeared immediately, perfectly timed. Mon Kung struggled to sit up and softly called ancestor. The ancestor said that at this point, he would reveal a secret. 70 years ago, a great power once passed through Dong Lam. Yen Thuong Zion of the Yen family received guidance, and his cultivation soared. That lord's strength was unfathomable. Everyone was shaken. Could it be a great emperor? Unfortunately, that person stayed only 1 month. When leaving, Mon Kung was born. He bestowed a drop of essence blood and left a life talisman within his body, enabling him to become half-step martial sovereign before 25. Who would have thought that just as hope arose to enter sovereign realm, he met great calamity in the Heaven Gate battle. The ancestor recalled the life talisman from years past. According to it, Mon Kung was not short-lived. It took him many years to fully decipher. Madam hurriedly asked what exactly the life talisman stated. The ancestor said it clearly recorded that Mon Kung at 25 would face a great calamity. His spirit would sink for 45 years, yet his benefactor was the life master. Everyone was astonished. Could it be Mon Kung still had hope to live? This moment Mon Tran Than sought an audience, saying there was urgent matter concerning the young master's life. He was immediately summoned inside. Mon Tran Than nervously reported to Lord Yu Huang. Yu Huang urged, "If there is something, say it quickly." He said Duong Tran had a divine medicine left by his ancestors that could cure Mon Kung's strange poison. Madam pondered, could Duong Tran be the benefactor mentioned in the life talisman? She decided to personally invite Duong Tran. As evening approached, a gloomy atmosphere enveloped the Mon family. Jia Yu Huang asked Duong Tran whether he truly could cure Mon Kung. Duong Tran smiled and scratched his head, saying he had a divine medicine passed down by his ancestors. According to records, it could cure most severe poisons. Madam earnestly said that as long as her son was saved, any condition would be met. Duong Tran said the divine medicine was a life-saving treasure. The reward could be discussed later. First, he would examine the young master's condition. Jia Yu Huang understood and agreed. She personally led Duong Tran to Mon Kung's room. Everyone looked on in astonishment, seeing Jia Yu Huang personally guiding a purple prefecture realm youth. Jia Yu Huang brought Duong Tran to the sick room and asked when the detoxification could begin. Duong Tran replied now, though he did not yet know the poison type. Since even the Moan family was helpless, it was not simple. Upon entering, the air in the room grew heavy and gloomy. Moan Tiu Kiu's eyes were red from crying, saying if her brother was saved, she would no longer call Duong Tran bad. Moan Kung writhed in pain, able only to lie there awaiting death. Vin Lao appeared in shock. How could this be? This is agarwood. Duong Tran asked in surprise. Agarwood. Vin Lao shook his head. More precisely, it is a special demonic miasma. Agarwood is merely the common name. In truth, it is agarwood demonic miasma, a formless soul poison originating from the demon suppression boundary with countless perilous suppressions. Duong Tran did not expect such a vicious poison. Though ordinary poisons could be devoured, this soul poison he had never tried. Yu Wang anxiously asked whether Duong Tran could discern the toxicity. Duong Tran replied this was a formless soul poison that had deeply infiltrated the young master's soul body. To cure it would be extremely difficult. The Moan family ancestor immediately appeared before everyone. He introduced himself as Moan Hoi, ancestor of the Moan family, asking whether Duong Tran recognized this soul poison. Duong Tran answered frankly, this is the agarwood soul poison. The ancestor was full of worry and immediately asked Duong Tran whether there was any method to resolve it. He only gave an awkward smile, not daring to be certain that he truly possessed a divine medicine. Although soul poison could still be forcefully suppressed, agarwood poison was indeed too terrifying. After hearing Duong Tran's words, Moan Hoi was already convinced that he could certainly cure the poison within Quang Enhai's body. Duong Tran hesitated slightly, clearly still having something to say. Moan Hoi waved his hand and told him not to be polite. If there were any requests, just speak directly. Duong Tran no longer beat around the bush, stating clearly that the divine medicine passed down by his ancestors was extremely rare. Ordinary pills or treasures would likely be insufficient. The ancestor became even more certain, believing Duong Tran was the destined savior in Quang Enhai's fate. Declared that if Duong Tran cured Moan Quang, from this day forward his life would belong to him. Duong Tran immediately froze, thinking that was not what he meant. How had things gone this far? Moan young master was the future successor of the family head. How could he become his servant? This was completely inappropriate. Moan Hoi understood Duong Tran's background. Ordinary treasures were surely not lacking. Spirit stones were even less worth mentioning. Could it be he wanted something extremely rare? He intended to use a 1,000-year stone orchid to exchange for Moan Quang's life. Yin Lao immediately explained to Duong Tran that stone orchid was a precious treasure, enough to evolve his spiritual sense to sovereign realm. Duong Tran said no more, deciding to try once, then invited everyone to leave because the refinement required his own specialized technique. Everyone left one by one. Inside the room, Duong Tran told Moan Quang to relax his spirit. The divine medicine was extremely difficult to refine. Moan Quang was already near death. What was there to fear? He told Duong Tran to act freely. Immediately, Duong Tran struck him with a punch that knocked him unconscious. Now he could act at ease. At the same time, the demonic dragon devourer within Duong Tran's body instantly awakened. He swiftly absorbed all the poison within Moan Quang's body, guiding it bit by bit into the demonic dragon. After a while, Moan Quang's complexion visibly improved. Half an hour later, Duong Tran stepped out of the room. Everyone hurried forward to ask. Duong Tran smiled and said Moan Quang truly had good fortune, advising the family head to enter and see for himself. Everyone immediately rushed inside to check Moan Quang's condition. Moan Quang sensed that the soul poison in his body had been completely removed, feeling immense gratitude toward Duong Tran. Moan Tiu Kiu embraced her brother and sobbed. At last her family was safe. Moan Hoi invited Duong Tran outside to speak, expressing that he was the great benefactor of the Moan family. Chapter 238. During a meeting with the Moan family, the ancestor asked Duong Tran whether he had any plans in Dong Lam Prefecture City. Duong Tran replied that the strongest place in Dong Lam Prefecture City was likely the Martial Palace. The two brothers wished to broaden their horizons there. Though Duong Tran's talent was outstanding, he was still young. The Martial Palace examination was strict and required preparation. And since he was the Moan family's benefactor, if he needed support before the exam, just say so. Duong Tran frankly stated that short-term cultivation resources were not lacking. He only lacked a suitable place for secluded cultivation. Moan family was a great clan of Dong Lam Prefecture City. Surely they had a treasured ground arranged with a spirit-gathering formation to enhance true qi condensation. The ancestor proposed that Duong Tran cultivate at Thuan Hoa Garden. Tiu Qiu immediately grew angry, questioning how Duong Tran could stay at Thuan Hoa Garden when even she had never been allowed. Hearing this, Duong Tran grew curious, wondering what was so special about Thuan Hoa Garden. Soon the three of Duong Tran arrived at Thuan Hoa Garden to see it firsthand. Duong Tran asked Mon Tran Than what made Thuan Hoa Garden different from other places. Mon Tran Than said he did not know the details, only that legend said a wondrous forbidden formation was arranged here. Those within could constantly feel their spiritual sense being tempered. Duong Tran understood and felt great interest, wishing to experience it personally. Seeing countless top-grade spirit stones inside, Duong Tran wondered how many there were in total. Mon Tran Than said these 100 top-grade spirit stones were prepared by the ancestor for his cultivation. Duong Tran happily called Vo Kiat and Sam Vu to collect the spirit stones and began preparing for cultivation. Duong Tran quickly adjusted his mindset and entered cultivation state. Spiritual sense was extremely stable, rapidly focusing. Duong Tran unleashed his full power, entering peak cultivation state. Mon Hoi observed from afar, inwardly shocked that Duong Tran was a four-element heavenly path master. Before long he broke through, the progress unbelievably simple. Clearly Duong Tran concealed an immense secret. This was also Mon Quang's opportunity. 3 days passed, Duong Tran stepped out of the cultivation space. Top-grade spirit stones were indeed effective. In just 3 days, his 4 great true chi reached the 9th level of 4 prefecture realm. Mon Tran Than asked whether Duong Tran had any further instructions. Duong Tran turned and asked what famous places were in Prefecture City. Mon Tran Than replied that the most renowned was the Tian Yun Ancient Tower. Duong Tran curiously asked what was special about Tian Yun Ancient Tower. Mon Tran Than said it was the only emperor relic of the entire Dong Lam Prefecture City. Duong Tran widened his eyes and asked which great emperor left this relic. Mon Tran Than answered that it was so ancient it could not be recorded, its origin unknown. The fame of Tian Yun Ancient Tower attracted not only locals, but also people from afar. Bin Lao appeared saying he had heard of it. Inside, besides rare treasures, one could also test fortune. The first to enter, if extremely fortunate, could obtain the Yang treasure of Tian Yun. Duong Tran was astonished, not expecting that testing fortune could even unlock a Yang treasure. The more he thought, the more curious he became. He must personally see it. Soon Tian Yun Ancient Tower stood before Duong Tran. He used a special hand seal to activate the mechanism to open the tower. With a whoosh, the ancient tower glowed and opened its inner door. Duong Tran went deeper inside, continuing to activate hidden mechanisms. This be the legendary Tian Yun Yang treasure. Suddenly Duong Tran condensed his spiritual sense and asked Vin Lao whether he sensed anything unusual. Vin Lao affirmed this was a dimensional space, without the original world, similar to a double space created by martial intent shadow concealment. Duong Tran was startled and asked whether using martial intent shadow concealment could enter this dimensional space. Vin Lao advised him not to risk it. This move could only be used where space was stable. Using it here could easily cause disorientation and eternal entrapment. After thinking, Duong Tran decided not to risk it and to open it directly. Inside the tower, light gradually spread across the chamber. A jade green sword slowly appeared before him. Bin Lao was extremely shocked, murmuring impossible, absolutely impossible. Duong Tran did not understand and asked what the sword truly was. Bin Lao explained it was the national treasure of the 3 swords, left by the nation god demon. Duong Tran half believed, guessing Tian Yun Ancient Tower was likely left by an extraterritorial powerhouse. Bin Lao grew excited, saying they had struck fortune. Duong Tran now had enough to condense Sword Heart. Chapter 239. Duong Tran asked Vin Lao how long condensing Sword Heart would take. Vin Lao appeared worried, advising that whatever he did should be done after leaving, best not here. Duong Tran opened another layer. Inside, dazzling light appeared as a treasure gradually manifested. Duong Tran was extremely excited. Could there be another treasure? Fortunately, before being teleported away, he had taken all treasures. As soon as he stepped out of the ancient tower, Duong Tran's excitement was unmistakable. Crowd immediately buzzed seeing someone exit, all curious what treasure Duong Tran obtained. Duong Tran drew the small sword in his hand, in extremely high spirits. Vin Lao reminded him to quickly store the treasure and leave. Duong Tran obeyed, immediately hiding the treasure and withdrawing swiftly. On the way, Duong Tran and Vin Lao discussed what that rare treasure truly was. Duong Tran opened the jade sword in his hand, unable to restrain his smile. Jade Dragon manifested, carrying an unfathomable mysterious aura. The Jade Dragon let out a sharp roar, brimming with might. Its eyes were filled with divine power, emanating extreme strength. Duong Tran thought the primordial demonic dragon must be stabilized first. Fusing the sword essence was crucial, and absolutely could not err. Upon hearing this, the primordial demonic dragon actively fused, astonishing Duong Tran. Lao told Duong Tran this was a rare moment of enlightenment. He must seize it. Duong Tran unleashed Soaring Sky Sword intent, unexpectedly comprehending smoothly at this moment. A beam of sword light shot out. The comprehension process officially began, days and nights passing continuously. In the blink of an eye, 20 days quietly passed. Duong Tran successfully fused Ba Lang's sword intent, joyfully stroking the blade. He asked Vin Lao whether there was any treasure to help his spiritual sense break into sovereign realm. Vin Lao said it was a leaf of the Tian Yu Zai tree. Though it could help spiritual sense break sovereign realm, using it now would be wasteful. Whether to refine it was his decision. Duong Tran believed that breaking through to the Emperor realm was a crucial transformation. How could it be called a waste? Lao said Duong Tran did not understand enough. The heavenly wanderer purple tree was a supreme treasure of the chaotic void. Even an emperor-level powerhouse, whose divine sense had shattered, could use it to recover to the peak. Duong Tran widened his eyes, not expecting its value to be so terrifying. And Lao continued, this kind of consumable treasure only shows its value when used. If left unused, it is meaningless. Duong Tran realized he had been too obsessed with appearances. He immediately began the refinement process from the beginning. Spirit stones around him quickly cracked and shattered, turning into spiritual energy in an instant. A beam of radiant light burst forth, illuminating the entire space as spiritual energy overflowed. Duong Tran successfully broke through. His Emperor Realm divine sense officially formed. The pitch-black space, a brilliant golden sphere slowly appeared. Duong Tran laughed in delight. The leaves of the heavenly wanderer purple tree truly lived up to their reputation. His divine sense had reached the peak of the Emperor Realm. Without delaying any further, he immediately continued comprehending the Ba Lang sword intent. At the same time, someone outside had come seeking Duong Tran to discuss matters. Mon Tiu Kiu stood outside calling loudly, but Mon Tran Than said Duong Tran was in seclusion and could not be disturbed. She refused to listen and asked Tran Than whether he understood. If she was not allowed in, she would barge in herself. Mon Tran Than could only helplessly persuade her, hoping the young lady would not make things difficult. Mon Tiu Kiu erupted in anger, shouting that he dared to block her. Duong Tran spoke up at that moment, telling Tran Than to step aside and saying he had already come out of seclusion. Mon Tran Than was overjoyed, finally able to see him. Duong Tran looked at Mon Tiu Kiu with a smile and asked what urgent matter brought the little girl to find this young master. Chapter 240. Mon Tiu Kiu loudly declared that she had come to negotiate. Duong Tran appeared puzzled. There was no conflict between them, so what was there to negotiate? Mon Tiu Kiu angrily said not to look down on others. She was representing Kaka to discuss matters. Duong Tran sneered and said he and KK had no shared interests, so there was nothing to talk about. Mon Tiu Kiu exploded, saying the old ancestor had only spoken casually. Duong Tran should stop dreaming of becoming her brother's life master. If he wanted money, she would give 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. Duong Tran bluntly refused. That was Mon Hoi's promise. The words of an elder were worth 1,000 pieces of gold. This was not something a little girl could decide. Mon Tiu Kiu demanded that Duong Tran name his price to release her brother. Duong Tran offered 50 million top-grade spirit stones, which she immediately opposed, saying at most 500,000. At that moment, Mon Quang walked out from inside and called for Tiu Kiu. The moment she saw her brother, Tiu Kiu changed her expression and obediently called him brother. Mon Quang told his sister to stop causing trouble. The old ancestor was looking for her, and she should hurry over. Tiu Kiu did not hesitate and left at once after hearing her brother. Mon Quang solemnly thanked Duong Tran. Without him, his life would have been hard to keep, and he hoped his benefactor would generously overlook his young sister. Duong Tran said there was no need to be so polite. Calling him benefactor only created distance. In the future, just call him by name. Mon Quang remembered the life-saving grace, but had also heard rumors that the old ancestor once promised that if Duong Tran saved him, then Duong Tran would become his life master. Duong Tran waved his hand and said it had only been a joke at the time. There was no need to take it seriously. Mon Quang did not think it was a joke. A man of the Mon family meant what he said, and he asked whether Duong Tran looked down on him. Duong Tran believed this matter should be discussed later. They would wait to meet Mon Hoi and decide then. Mon Quang agreed and said there was a celebration banquet at Tai Bok today to celebrate his revival and thank Duong Tran, inviting him to go along. Duong Tran nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at Tai Bok Pavilion, The desolate scene was completely unlike its elegant name. Duong Tran was half doubtful, wondering whether this was truly Tai Bok Pavilion. Mon Quang pointed at the Tai Bok stele and said this place tested divine sense. To enter, one had to reach at least the sect realm, something he had forgotten to tell Duong Tran earlier. Duong Tran secretly felt fortunate that he had just broken through to the Emperor realm. Mon Quang thought Duong Tran might have been frightened. His cultivation was only purple mansion, yet his divine sense was monstrous enough that the old ancestors' words were not exaggerated. Mon Quang blamed himself for not arranging things properly. He had assumed his benefactor could certainly leave his name on the Tai Bok stele, yet still felt worried. Duong Tran stopped listening to the explanation and told Mon Quang to demonstrate first. Mon Quang said no more and directly displayed the technique to leave his name on the Tai Bok stele. A gigantic golden plaque appeared above the stone stele. Crowd around stirred, knowing the poison had been cured and Mon Quang had returned to the path of a cultivator. His Emperor realm divine sense left them with only admiration. Everyone cheered joyfully, watching Mon Quang regain his former bearing. Lam Fong let out a breath of relief, realizing his cousin had fully recovered and his divine sense had reached the mid-stage of the Emperor realm. For still 5 years until the Heavenly Gate battle. Many knew that if they did not break through to the Emperor realm, they would not dare participate. A young woman worried for her brother who wanted to join the Heavenly Gate battle. Mon Quang nearly losing his life made her even more uneasy. But life and death were determined by heaven. Fortune was the key, and many Emperor realm cultivators still perished in every Heavenly Gate battle. Mon Quang turned to Duong Tran and said it was his turn. Duong Tran activated Ba Lang, golden light erupting throughout the space. Ba Lang struck the stone stele several times before shooting straight into the sky. The golden plaque manifested, the name board blazing red with majesty. The surname Duong had never appeared in Than Fu. Perhaps he was an outsider. Duong Tran at the peak of the Emperor realm divine sense. No one had heard of him. Perhaps he came with Mon Quang or was a heaven chosen of Truong Than Fu. Mon Quang stared in shock, unable to understand how Duong Tran cultivated to improve so quickly. Duong Tran felt slightly embarrassed and said not to mention it. He had been lazy since childhood. After entering Hoa Mon Mountain, he was beaten and scolded for half a year. In the eyes of his senior brothers and sisters, he was the most useless one. Mon Quang froze for a few seconds, then waved his hand, saying they should go attend the banquet. During the banquet, almost everyone's gaze was focused on Duong Tran. Lam Fong congratulated Mon Quang on curing the strange poison, then curiously asked who had saved him. That person was the great benefactor of their Lam family. Mon Quang answered frankly, it was Duong Tran. The entire table was stunned. It was Duong Tran again. At that moment, a cold voice sounded from outside, saying the useless member of the Mon family had finally awakened. Don Chan of the Don family stepped in, his golden hair striking and his expression stern and distant. He publicly challenged Mon Quang on Duan Ku platform, saying that if he was still alive then in 3 months he should meet him there. Chapter 241, Mon Quang looked at Don Chan and said that Cam Enhai's death hurt him more than anyone. She died to save him. If he wanted to kill then he could make a move. Don Chan did not believe Mon Quang's dejected appearance, believing that if not for him, Cam Nhai would not have died. Don Chan turned and left, clearly stating that in 3 months he would wait for Mon Quang at Duan Ku platform. Mon Quang collapsed into his chair, his face extremely unsightly. Lam Fong comforted him, telling him not to mind that madman. Now in the martial palace no one dared provoke him. Mon Quang sighed heavily, his heart filled with bitterness. Everyone offered a few words of consolation before taking their leave. Life and death battles were nothing rare. No sooner had they finished comforting him than they hurried away. Truly, aside from parents, few friends remained in times of hardship. Mon Quang grew irritated and directly drove all those people out. The waiter brought all the roasted beef they had ordered to the table. Duong Tran smiled and said eating meat without wine took away much of the pleasure. Waiter introduced that Tai Bok Pavilion had more than 10 kinds of fine wine and asked which one he wished to drink. Duong Tran decisively ordered the 3 best wines. The waiter said the finest was Liat Dian, served only in small jars rather than large vats. Duong Tran felt that was too little and told him to bring 30 jars at once. The waiter confirmed whether it was truly 30 jars, and Mon Quang reminded him that Liat Dian was very expensive. Duong Tran laughed and said he lacked nothing except money, so just bring it. Mon Quang was startled, asking why he needed to be so extravagant. Duong Tran said they would drink to their heart's content today. taking it as a celebration for him to beat that arrogant Don Chan to death in 3 months. Lam Fong suddenly remembered an urgent matter and immediately asked to leave. Duong Tran was puzzled, not knowing what was wrong with Lam Fong. Mon Quang was stunned. It seemed that today, even in their dreams, they would find it hard to leave Tai Bok Pavilion. After a while, the owner of Tai Bok Pavilion personally brought the wine and reminded them to remember to pay after drinking. Duong Tran trembled slightly as he asked Mon Quang whether this wine was very expensive. Mon Quang said each jar cost 2 million high-grade spirit stones, totaling 60 million, while the entire Mon family mine earned only 5 million a year. Duong Tran's eyes widened. It was expensive to this extent. Liat Dian was a product of Dong Yuang Dao Palace, refined from the essence blood of spirit god realm demon beasts and precious spiritual herbs. Once consumed, it strengthened the body, refined blood and qi, and nourished divine sense and soul power. Duong Tran began to entertain the idea of returning the goods. Mon Quang shook his head. Once the wine was sold, it could not be returned. Duong Tran turned to ask Mon Quang how many spirit stones he currently had. Mon Quang answered with a headache, not even 10 million. Duong Tran no longer cared and said they should eat and drink first. At worst, they would not die. Duong Tran tilted his head back and took a large gulp of wine. The sensation of refining the wine was so intense that it could not be underestimated. It was indeed a rare and excellent wine. Mon Quang curiously asked why Duong Tran's divine sense was so strong. Could it be that some old monster had possessed him? Duong Tran laughed loudly and said his martial talent was extraordinary. Even without cultivating divine sense, it would grow on its own. Mon Quang grew angry and asked who he thought he was to boast like that. Did he believe he would not get punched? Duong Tran teased him, telling him to obediently be a follower. In the future, there would be food and drink for him without lacking a share. Mon Quang grumbled that no matter what the future held, for now they should think of a way to leave Tai Bok Pavilion. Duong Tran winked and said it was a small matter, just leave it to him. Mon Quang suddenly collapsed onto the table, completely drunk. Duong Tran sighed. He was drunk so quickly. The remaining wine could not be wasted. 2 million spirit stones per jar. He would take it back for Tiu Kayat to drink. At the door, the waiter asked Duong Tran if he had any further instructions. Duong Tran said to put it on credit. Mon Quang was the young master of the Mon family and would certainly not default. Shop owner appeared and asked if he intended to skip the debt. Duong Tran recognized that the other party was in the spirit god realm. Duong Tran affirmed that he would definitely pay in full. The owner said the total was 60 million and 60,000 spirit stones. He could round it off, asking what Duong Tran thought. Duong Tran asked Vin Lao if there was anything valuable. Vin Lao told him to take this item out for payment. Duong Tran looked at the black stone before him. The owner exclaimed in shock, "Divine crystal. You actually have divine crystal." After 242, Duong Tran curiously asked Vin Lao what divine crystal really was. Vin Lao explained it was a low-grade spirit crystal, spirit stones used by gods, born in the god realm. Since the lower realm had no such mineral veins, it was extremely rare. Shop owner asked Duong Tran how many divine crystals he had. Duong Tran asked Vin Lao how many top-grade spirit stones one low-grade spirit crystal could exchange for, and was told 10,000. Even in Koi Lin Tower, there were less than 100 million divine crystals stored. Duong Tran gaped, not expecting himself to be so rich. The owner asked again how many divine crystals Duong Tran currently had. Duong Tran instead asked how many divine crystals this meal required, his gaze imposing. The owner forced a smile and said this meal was on the house, then again asked about his number of divine crystals. Duong Tran broke into a cold sweat. 60 million top-grade spirit stones were insignificant. It seemed one divine crystal truly equaled 10,000. Duong Tran confirmed again how many top-grade spirit stones one divine crystal could be exchanged for. The owner thought Duong Tran naive. In the 9 provinces who would exchange divine crystals for spirit stones. Duong Tran asked directly, then exactly how much. The owner gave a specific figure. Duong Tran was surprised, not expecting the other party to understand the value so clearly. Duong Tran pretended to ponder and then said it must be at least double. He would not bargain further. Duong Tran took out 100 divine crystals, exchanging them for top-grade spirit stones. Divine crystals shone. Duong Tran officially struck it rich. The owner stared in astonishment, not expecting the quantity to be so large, and immediately decided to purchase them all. He said he currently did not have enough top-grade spirit stones. He would advance 300 million to Duong Tran first. The remaining 1.7 billion would be discussed later. In exchange, he would transfer 50% of Tai Bok Pavilion's quota. If not agreed, then within 1 month he would gather enough to pay in full. Duong Tran felt dizzy listening. Before he knew it, the amount had jumped to 2 billion. Could it be that the other party intended to play tricks? Duong Tran quietly asked Vin Lao whether this owner intended to suppress the price. Vin Lao believed there was no need to worry. In this lower realm, although there were quite a few in the spirit god realm, there were no spirit crystal veins. So low-grade spirit crystals were extremely scarce. High prices were normal. Moreover, the other party had the identity of the owner of Tai Bok Pavilion. While Duong Tran had not yet left Dong Lam Prefecture City, this identity would add another layer of protection for him. Duong Tran thought for a moment and said he wanted the quota of Tai Bok Pavilion. The owner immediately laughed loudly and said in the future do not call him senior. His name was Don Engim Tong, just call him sect master. Duong Tran accepted the contract for 50% of Tai Bok Pavilion, instructing that it must absolutely not be lost. Duong Tran happily said he hoped for more care in the future. Returning to the Moan family, the atmosphere immediately became tense. Duong Tran sent Moan Quang home, was thanked by him, and reminded again of the Life Master promise. Duong Tran only smiled and said he had simply been lucky. The old ancestor on this side flew into a rage, scolding Moan Quang for daring to run to Tai Bok Pavilion to cause trouble. Moan Quang was bewildered, completely not understanding where he had caused disaster. The old ancestor shouted that they owed 60 million at Tai Bok Pavilion. Without finishing payment, how could the two of them return? Moan Quang replied that 60 million was only for a meal. He currently did not lack money. The old ancestor was so angry that he kicked him. Moan Quang was kicked into the wall yet still laughed, saying they had struck it rich. The pavilion master Don gave 300 million. Was that not nearly 2 billion? The madam, upon hearing this, also thought her son had gone mad. Duong Tran confirmed that Moan Quang's words were completely true. Moan Hoi felt that Duong Tran going along with this rebellious son had also gone mad. Don Engim Tong was famous for loving money. How could he be willing to give it? Duong Tran took out the contract and asked could it be that Don Engim Tong had taken the wrong medicine. Duong Tran explained clearly that he had sold 100 divine crystals to the other party, which was why it turned out this way. Moan Hoi was stunned. Divine crystals, what were those? Moan Quang confirmed that because of the divine crystals, the pavilion master was delighted and even waived the service fee. Moan Hoi asked how many divine crystals Duong Tran still had, wanting to buy them all. Duong Tran said he only had 11 left, each worth 18 million. Moan Hoi, without another word, bought them all and regarded Duong Tran as a permanent honored guest. Returning to his room, Duong Tran began refining the pile of top-grade spirit stones. 3 days later, the 4 great true chi all reached the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Only sufficient origin was needed to transform into true essence. He went outside to breathe, taking it as a bit of relaxation. Outside, Moan Quang was already waiting, urging Duong Tran to hurry out. Duong Tran was informed that the Tianji Merchant Guild had arrived at Dong Lam Prefecture City. In a few days, there would be a grand auction. Duong Tran was surprised. Was not second senior sister from the Tianji family. Tianji Tower appeared magnificent and resplendent, incomparably white and bright. Moan Quang introduced that one should not only look at the exterior, the interior space was extremely vast. In this eastern province, aside from Dong Yuangdao Palace, the Tianji family and the Ximen aristocratic family were the strongest, making Duong Tran unable to help Sayat's second senior sister's status. Inside there was a top-grade spirit stone random box counter, 1 stone per attempt, very attractive. Moan Quang shook his head and said this was only to deceive people. Rarely were there good items. Duong Tran did not listen and still wanted to try his luck, asking how to play. The stall owner said that today one could only observe with the naked eye. Whether a treasure could be obtained depended entirely on luck. Duong Tran used the witch god left eye and selected the correct box. The stall owner was shocked because this box isolated all probing. Moan Quang recognized it as Black Soul Flower, worth tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones. Duong Tran smiled in satisfaction and continued strolling inside. Suddenly he stopped, making Moan Quang ask in confusion what was wrong. Duong Tran was astonished. This place actually had something that made the primordial demonic dragon soul tremble. A gigantic stone cauldron appeared before his eyes. Moan Quang said that was the blessing cauldron of Tianji Tower. Originally worthless, could it be a treasure? Though this thing had no value, it represented the face of Tianji Tower. Taking it away would be equivalent to slapping them in the face. Duong Tran felt regretful and could only leave together. Night fell and Duong Tran returned, borrowing a stone cauldron from second senior sister. 1 million spirit stones were exchanged for the old stone cauldron. The shadow escape martial intent circulated, and the stone cauldron was immediately taken away. Lap Fu appeared and shouted asking who dared to steal the stone cauldron. In the end, he only smiled and let it go. Using 1 million to exchange for an old stone was rather interesting. In the secret chamber of the Moan residence, Duong Tran began refining. Word of break resounded. Tens of thousands of heavenly hands manifested. Vin Lao and Duong Tran were both stunned when a stone appeared. He also did not know its origin, but felt it was not an ordinary object. Suddenly, something made contact with Duong Tran. The intense pain caused Duong Tran to scream. Vin Lao hurriedly told him to switch to the devouring martial soul, but Duong Tran had already fainted. Duong Tran slowly regained consciousness, light spreading around his body. Erupted with aura, feeling his bloodline continuing to evolve. Dawn gradually broke, a warm scene unfolding. Duong Tran's body felt heavy, his gaze turning hazy. A day later, his complexion grew even worse. Tiu Yo softly called out. In just a few days, he had completely changed. Duong Tran wondered whether he had become more handsome. Tiu Yo worriedly asked if he needed to use a disguised secret art. Going out like this might cause trouble. Duong Tran joked that being too handsome easily brought disaster. Crowding and trampling could even kill. Vin Lao was puzzled, but said there was a secret art that consumed true qi to conceal the face. It could only hide from cultivators below the divine Tao. Duong Tran agreed to learn it to ensure everyone's safety. Used his movement technique to take out an item. The black soul flower appeared in Duong Tran's hand. Duong Tran was stunned. What exactly was this thing? Vin Lao was startled and asked what he had seen. Duong Tran said that at times he saw a strange flower, at times a charred object, both like a flower and like coal. He described that it did not resemble a human yet was clearly a life form. Small in body, horns on its head, broken wings on its back, claws growing from its limbs. Lao said it was a black tree demon man. This thing would help Duong Tran's dark true qi, and the black sword qi of Vo Kiat easily evolve into true essence. Duong Tran had not expected such a great gain, and curiously asked what treasure this truly was. Vin Lao said the black flower within the stone was the sole origin of the black demon tree man, containing pure dark origin. Duong Tran immediately went to find Tiu Kiat, growled and told him to come out at once. Tiu Kiat was still bewildered, asking what was so urgent. Duong Tran said he wanted to give him something good. Chapter 244. Duong Tran raised the black lotus flower for Tiu Kiat to see, asking whether he knew what was hidden within this black flower. Tiu Kiat was curious and told Duong Tran to stop beating around the bush. Inside was hidden a special soul bead. It was the dark true qi that Tiu Kiat had never heard of before. Duong Tran used the black demon dragon to absorb and guide that dark power. Suddenly, the black flower shattered. Only a few fragments remained floating. Duong Tran told Tiu Kiat not to stand there stunned. Quickly circulate his cultivation method to guide the dark origin into the purple mansion. This bead was enough for their 2 strands of dark true qi to evolve to the true essence level. Tiu Kiat immediately complied, both entering a state of cultivation. Tiu Kiat joyfully discovered that his soul power had broken through to the peak of the sect realm. A day later, Duong Tran's soul power also successfully entered the Emperor realm. Tiu Kiat was delighted. If Lin Hai knew, she would certainly be very happy. But it was unclear how Lin Hai and the others were now. Tiu Kiat suggested asking the Moan family old ancestor to speak up. Perhaps the great families of Lao Than would not dare make things difficult for Dong Zion cultivators. Duong Tran understood, but felt there was no need to trouble the old ancestor yet. After going out later, he would let Sam Vu go to Lao Than for protection. He told him not to think too much. The important matter now was to let the dark true qi transform into true essence. Duong Tran circulated his true qi and began the process of merging into true essence. Black sphere appeared, golden light radiating brilliantly outside. Duong Tran stepped into the true essence realm, astonished by the scene before him. Tiu Kiat's side, he also succeeded, and immediately informed Duong Tran. On such a joyful day, they should go to Tai Bok Pavilion for some extravagance. The jade water imprisoned beep. There was truly a delicacy of the mortal world. The two quickly headed to Tai Bok Pavilion to enjoy jade wine. Suddenly a shout rang out, "You two in front stop." Chen and his attendants walked over with sneers, believing these 2 outsiders treated Tai Bok Pavilion like a common tavern. Duong Tran looked at the familiar golden hair. It was the one who had demanded a life and death battle with Moan Quang. Don Chan sneered in contempt. Even a lackey of Moan Quang dared come here, quite bold. The attendant beside him snorted coldly, saying the Moan surname truly did not know their place. Don Chan waved his hand. Breaking their legs was fine. Keeping them alive was enough. Tiu Kiat asked to act personally. Duong Tran told him not to hold back lest he be looked down upon. Don Chan's attendant rushed forward to attack, arrogantly telling the two to hurry and die. With peak sect realm soul power and true qi already transformed into true essence, Tiu Kiat easily blocked a strike. In an instant the opponent was shaken back, his face turning pale. Could not believe it. This strike was difficult even for a peak sect realm to block, yet it was resolved by a mere mansion realm. Tiu Kayat raised his brow. Now it was your turn. Punch shot out, striking straight at that arrogant face. Tiu Kayat returned to Duong Tran's side, saying it was handled. His cultivation was not even complete, yet he still won. Don Chan laughed with interest, deciding to personally step in to finish it. Duong Tran thought to himself that today he might gain another emperor slave. Don Engim Tong appeared and shouted for everyone to stop. Don Chan was stunned, not understanding why his second uncle was here. Only then did Duong Tran learn that Don Chan was Don Engim Tong's nephew. Perhaps he should add him to the unwelcome list. Don Engim Tong asked Duong Tran not to take offense, saying that once his true body emerged from seclusion, he would personally present a treasure. Don Chan could not believe it. His second uncle was a god, yet lowered himself to apologize to a mere brat. Duong Tran requested an origin treasure. Don Engim Tong immediately nodded in agreement. He turned to scold his nephew, telling him to follow and leave. Tiu Kayat was slightly worried. Duong Tran laughed loudly and said nothing would happen. They should continue drinking wine and eating meat. At the same time, Lin Nhi and Lin Hai appeared behind the teleportation gate. Lin Nhi excitedly said Dong Lam Prefecture was completely different. Even the air here smelled better. Lin Hai tapped her head and said that was because Chinese letter spiritual energy here was too abundant. She wondered how Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat were doing now, whether they had caused any commotion. The two decided to find them and create a surprise. Streets of Dong Lam Prefecture City were bustling, people coming and going endlessly. Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat were slightly drunk. The wine was good, but the beef was still inferior to the roasted meat of Hoa Mon Mountain. They could only make do while waiting for the day they caught a true dragon and asked fourth senior brother to roast it. Suddenly, the two bumped into someone. Mon Tiu Kiu was in a hurry and recognized Duong Tran before her. She forced a smile and asked Duong Tran to conveniently help her with something. Duong Tran curiously asked what it was, and reminded her in advance that if it involved fighting, she should find Mon Quang. Tiu Kiu said she wanted to buy a pet but lacked spirit stones, asking Duong Tran to help for now, and she would repay later. Duong Tran laughed heartily. It was only a small pet and led her to buy one. At the beast market, a little girl and two drunkards began selecting pets. Tiu Kiu pointed and arrogantly said she wanted to buy that egg. The shop owner hurriedly brought the egg over and invited them to look. Tiu Kiu led them inside and pointed at a gigantic egg, saying she wanted this one. Duong Tran asked the owner what demon beast egg this was. The owner said it was a Yinglong egg. Duong Tran looked for a long time and still felt it did not resemble one, but Tiu Kiu liked it very much. Lao said it was a coiling dragon egg, its rank even higher than the Yinglong bloodline. The owner quoted a price of 1 million top-grade spirit stones, asking whether they would buy. Duong Tran decided to purchase it. It was only money. Tiu Kiu hugged Duong Tran, praising him as better than her own brother. Bin Lao asked whether Duong Tran truly intended to give the coiling dragon egg to Tiu Kiu. This really meant as a gift for the girl. Duong Tran said eating at someone else's home required returning courtesy. Moreover, Tiu Kiu had a trace of dragon bloodline that suited this egg. Bin Lao nodded, feeling that his master had matured. Returning to the Mon family, Mon Quang did not understand why Duong Tran was together with Tiu Kiu. Tiu Kiu did not answer. Duong Tran smiled and asked Mon Quang what he was blocking the door for. The old ancestor frankly told him that Duong Tran was about to participate in the Martial Palace Talent Selection Examination. The exam was close at hand, and he had come to pass on some experience to Duong Tran. Duong Tran was extremely delighted. Then many thanks. Mon Tiu Kiu for some reason kept calling him indifferent brother. Then she took her leave and departed first. Mon Kung also could not understand what was wrong with his sister today. 3 days later at the majestic Lam Mountain, peaks rose layer upon layer. Mon Kung introduced that this place was Mon Mountain, and also the location of the Martial Palace. Tiu Kiu declared that this time she would definitely pass the Martial Palace exam. Duong Tran also had to work hard to become her classmate. Lin Hai and Lin Nhi also arrived in time for the Martial Palace examination. Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat would certainly participate as well. Lin Hai teased whether Lin Nhi was hoping to see Tiu Kayat. Lin Nhi immediately flared up. "You rascal." Everyone wondered why the cutoff score had not yet been announced today, not knowing what the King Realm level would be. Last year someone was short by 3 points. Just thinking of it was infuriating. Duong Tran overheard and asked what the cutoff score was. Tiu Kiu immediately reproached him, wanting to enter the Martial Palace yet not even knowing this. Cutoff score was the score set by the Martial Palace. As long as candidates reached or exceeded it, they would be admitted and become new students. A representative of the Martial Palace appeared in midair. Jiam Thien Nguyen announced that at the end of the year the Martial Palace opened the examination to invigorate the martial path. He was the referee for this exam. Beside him was Engim Laksun, a Purple Mansion-level instructor of the Martial Palace, responsible for presiding over the Purple Mansion realm test. In addition, there was Min Ku in charge of the King-level assessment for this examination. Cutoff score for this session of the Martial Palace was announced as 175 points. Everyone was shocked. Why was it so high this year? Last year it was only 169. In 1 year it had increased by 6 points. The sharp rise in the cutoff score showed that the Martial Palace had obtained news that this batch contained quite a few true geniuses. Duong Tran wondered whether they were talking about him. Mon Kung only forced a smile. With his performance against Don Chan at Tai Bok Pavilion, he had already astonished many. The first test officially began for Purple Mansion realm students. First was the True Chi test. They only needed to unleash their full strength against the stone pillar ahead. All candidates immediately attacked the stone pillar with full force. The measured result was 70 True Chi points. Duong Tran asked Mon Kwang whether 70 points was too easy. Mon Kwang sighed. Not everyone was like him. That person might look ordinary, but his true chi had long reached King Realm level to achieve that result. Next was the Divine Sense test. The rule was the same. Pour all strength into attacking the stone pillar. The person used all his divine sense to strike the stone pillar, but the result was only 40 points, rather low. Lin Nhai, standing beside, wondered whether the grading was too strict. Lin Hai nodded and explained that the 4 categories combined had to reach 175 points to pass, even if true chi and divine sense were not bad. Soul power and martial heart were not realms every Purple Mansion cultivator could touch. Lin Ngai watched with interest as that person began the soul power test. He poured all his soul power into a fierce strike against the stone pillar. The device immediately absorbed the soul power to conduct measurement. 37 points. This number was barely acceptable. Mon Kung shook his head and said that person was finished. Duong Tran did not understand. 175 points meant passing. He already had 147 points. Martial Heart only needed 28 points. Why call him finished? Mon Kung thought Duong Tran lacked experience. If it were him, he could condense a 2-star Martial Heart in the Purple Mansion. As for that person, getting 5 points later would already be lucky. The Martial Heart test began. The supervisor brought out a disc to see how long the candidate could endure. Raised the disc high and threw it straight into the air. Everyone narrowed their eyes at the strange light radiating from the disc. That person immediately collapsed to the ground, clearly unable to withstand it. After 3 breaths, the Martial Heart score was announced as 3 points. Total score was only 150. That person was carried down, not meeting the standard and directly eliminated next candidate. Duong Tran asked Mon Kung what the maximum score for the 4 categories was, and whether Martial Heart was the hardest. More or less, but it was also because Duong Tran was too outstanding. Although a few had strong martial hearts and high scores, generally Martial Heart was far harder to temper than True Chi, Divine Sense, or Soul Power. Each category had a maximum of 200 points, totaling 800, but in the Purple Mansion realm few exceeded 400, let alone 500. Kiu angrily scolded that he was truly trash, disgracing 9-fold Mansion realm cultivators. With only 150 points, he might as well smash his head against the pillar. Mon Kung advised his sister to calm down. This was no place for jokes. Kiu thought these people were all useless. When she took the stage later, should she conceal some of her strength, she feared revealing her results would cause others to cause trouble. Tiu Kayat burst into laughter, truly youthful arrogance. Kiu turned and asked what he was laughing at. Did he look down on her? Mon Kung told his sister there was no need to conceal. The examination was to widen gaps and rank people. Whoever led would gain an advantage in accumulating points. Hearing this, Tiu decided not to hold back. She would crush the people here and trample the rabble. Duong Tran asked whether this examination distributed credit points. Mon Kung said the 2 of them were monstrous talents. The Martial Palace was orthodox and its rules strict. It absolutely did not tolerate disorderly behavior. For new students, the examination was the easiest way to earn accumulated points. After entering the Martial Palace, everything required points, and they were very hard to earn. Suddenly the crowd cheered. A genius had appeared. Martial Heart score 65, total 215 points, smoothly passing. Tan Van Thien of the Tan family passed, still very young. Duong Tran found the youth quite interesting. He felt just like 4th senior brother. That was the prodigy Tan Van Thien of Tan Family City Flying Wings, renowned far and wide, cultivating 2 systems including the rare wind system. No wonder this year's cutoff rose. It was Tiu Kiu's turn to step onto the stage. She declared she would surpass the Tan youth, her aura extremely arrogant. Tiu Kiu laughed loudly and bowed to the examiner. The instructor signaled for her to begin at once. Tiu Kiu absorbed divine energy, and launched her first attack. The true chi test result reached exactly 100 points. Everyone was astonished at the quality of her true chi. Only at 4th Mansion Realm she had already touched King Realm threshold, truly worthy of being Mon Kuang's sister. Is this the legendary monster? Tiu Qiu grew even happier at the praise. Lin Hai and Lin Nhi both widened their eyes. This girl was indeed formidable, worthy of the martial palace examination. A girl just over 10 years old caused a stir. They wondered whether they could pass, but Lin Hai, Tran and Lin Nhi from Hoa Mon Mountain would certainly have no problem. The Divine Sense test produced 80 points. The Soul Power test reached 50 points. When it came to the Martial Heart test, there were no points at all. Tiu Qiu was furious. What, 0 points for Martial Heart? Tiu Qiu's total score was 230, temporarily ranking first on the leaderboard. Tiu Qiu arrogantly said, "See, she said she would do it." Duong Tran smiled and said her position might only last a short while. The next to step up was Kim Vo Kiat. His true chi test began. Vo Kiat swung a sword straight at the stone pillar, swift as lightning. The examiner stared in shock. This score was truly unbelievable. After 247, the stone pillar was immediately enveloped by a dense layer of black chi. Everyone intently watched the stone pillar slowly turning within the heavy black aura. The examiner was startled. Could this be true essence? Such a grand examination, the measuring tool showed an unprecedented anomaly. Everyone discussed endlessly. This black color had never been seen before. Clearly something was wrong. If it truly malfunctioned, should those previously eliminated be allowed to retake? Lin Hai and Lin Nhi simultaneously looked toward Tiu Kiat. They had found him. Since Tiu Kiat appeared, Duong Tran must also be here. The True Essence Measuring Chamber stipulated that the maximum score for this category was 200 points. Tiu Qiu could not believe her eyes. Duong Tran actually achieved a perfect score from the very first part. Someone boldly asked Tiu Kiat where he came from. Tiu Kiat only answered with 3 words, Hoa Mon Mountain, standing proudly before the examiner. The examiner hesitated. He had never heard of Hoa Mon Mountain. Could it be some mysterious force in Dong Lam? Tiu Kiat summoned his longsword, preparing to enter the next test. In an instant, the sword tip struck straight into the next stone pillar. This was Divine Sense at peak Grandmaster Realm, only 1 step from entering the Emperor Realm, 150 points. Everyone was utterly stunned. A purple mansion cultivating Divine Sense to peak Sect Realm. If not seen with their own eyes, no one would dare believe it. This was too abnormal. The examiner once again asked about Tiu Kiat's identity. The name Kim Vo Kiat would likely resound across the world from now on. He believed that this youth must conceal a great secret. If he truly was a hidden family's heaven chosen, there must be a powerful guardian protecting him. Tiu Qiu was stunned. 200 plus 150. Tiu Kiat's score had already far surpassed hers. Duong Tran was about to turn and ask Mon Kung a question. That year when you participated in the examination, how many points did you score? Mon Kung replied, 367 points, also first place in that year's examination. Duong Tran was slightly surprised. 367 points was already first. That session seemed not very high. Then what was the highest record? Purple Mansion Realm record was around 490 points. The one who set it was now already a Spirit God Realm powerhouse. Duong Tran laughed. Only 490 points was too weak. Rest assured, Tiu Kiat should at least reach 600. Duong Tran turned to remind Tiu Kiat to just take 600 points. Tiu Kiat answered firmly that his brother could rest assured. Tiu Kiat quickly used his Divine Sense to strike straight at the next stone pillar. The stone pillar immediately emitted a faint blue light, the Divine Sense Index soaring. The powerful rebound force made the surrounding space tremble. Everyone was stunned. Another peerless genius, breaking records in only 3 categories. Could it be that Tiu Kiat's soul power had also reached peak Sect Realm? The examiner nodded in praise. Tiu Kiat's performance was outstanding. The soul power test quickly stopped at 150 points. Tiu Qiu curiously asked what Tiu Kiat's martial heart was like, revealing a little. Duong Tran smiled politely and replied to just keep watching. She would know soon. Tiu Qiu pouted. If he would not say, then forget it. She did not believe Tiu Kiat could truly condense an emperor-level martial heart. Duong Tran thought to himself that perhaps that was indeed true. Mon Kung was startled. Could Duong Tran's younger brother truly have forged an emperor martial heart? Duong Tran said to wait and see. Tiu Kiat had never clearly spoken of his martial heart, but it was certainly not weak. Tiu Kiat officially entered the martial heart test state. Enduring as many strikes as possible corresponded to that many points. Tiu Kiat had clearly already broken the record. The light gradually dissipated. Tiu Kiat still stood calmly. 200 strikes, Vo Kiat voluntarily stopped, the martial heart test achieving a full 200 points. Today was a glorious day. Dong Lam Martial Palace welcomed a peerless heaven chosen, truly worth celebrating. Vo Kiat's martial heart reached emperor level, a perfect 200 points. The palace palace master of Dong Lam Martial Palace, personally appeared to meet the new genius. He laughed heartily and asked Tiu Kayat's identity, at the same time awarding an additional 1,000 credit points beyond the official reward. After entering the palace, he could go to the affairs hall to receive them. After speaking, the palace master gradually disappeared. Tiu Kayat respectfully saw off the palace master. The examiner congratulated Tiu Kayat. He was a rare genius in history and hoped he would not disappoint expectations. Tiu Kayat humbly replied that he was far inferior to his brother. That person was the true genius. The examiner asked in astonishment to bring that brother here. Tiu Kayat said KK had already arrived. He asked blankly who was that genius. From afar, Tiu Kayat raised his hand and pointed toward someone in the crowd. With such an ordinary-looking face, was he truly a genius? Chapter 248. Everyone recognized that person was Duong Tran. Lin Hai teased that once she saw Duong Tran, her gaze could not leave him. Quickly, it was Duong Tran's turn to test. Duong Tran stepped before the stone pillar and began the examination. The examiner looked at him. Was this Kim Vo Kayat's brother? If Vo Kayat was already defying heaven, then how terrifying would this one be? Duong Tran quickly gathered strength, his eyes full of excitement. His true essence was not only strong, but even more vigorous than Kim Vo Kayat's. The eye of divine sense appeared, radiating countless layers of color. Everyone was puzzled why he was so slow. It seemed he was simultaneously condensing attacks of true chi, divine sense, and even soul power. Could it be he wanted to test 3 categories at once? Duong Tran indeed did so, striking the stone pillars in one blow. The 3 stone pillars were attacked simultaneously. An unprecedented phenomenon instantly appeared. True essence, divine sense, and soul power all simultaneously reached Emperor Realm. The examiner was so shocked he staggered. So this was the true genius. He hurriedly asked his age and name. Duong Tran introduced himself. At the end of this month, he would turn 24 years old. The examiner silently prayed for Dong Lam Martial Palace and urged Duong Tran to quickly test his martial heart. This was the most crucial gate. Strive hard, Duong Tran. Duong Tran considered that based on Tiu Kayat's performance, enduring 200 strikes was easy for him. Even 2,000 would not be difficult. Perhaps he should restrain himself a little. Duong Tran looked at the light, illuminating his martial heart. Time passed, and the surrounding atmosphere grew increasingly tense. 190 strikes. Could Duong Tran also be condensing an emperor-level martial heart? Light in the sky suddenly changed violently. 200 strikes appeared, truly defying heaven to the extreme. Duong Tran condensed an emperor martial heart. The test achieved 200 points. Total score a full 800. Everyone was stunned. Someone truly achieved a perfect score. This time it shook the entire field. The examiner was overjoyed. Dong Lam Martial Palace consecutively produced 2 heaven chosen. Truly a great joy. Everyone enthusiastically congratulated Dong Lam Martial Palace for consecutively welcoming 2 heaven chosen. A rare grand joy. Duong Tran felt exhilarated. Was this truly the orthodox martial palace of the human martial path? The palace master appeared. Duong Tran felt he looked somewhat familiar. He laughed loudly and said this youngster was even more outstanding than his younger brother. It seemed he must spend effort nurturing him again, then privately rewarded him with 2,000 credit points. Duong Tran respectfully expressed thanks. These 2,000 points were indeed enough for a long time. Don Chan stood aside, furious to the point his face reddened, only feeling extremely displeased. That old man was truly biased, not sharing credit points with him but granting them to outsiders. The attendant comforted him that those 2 youths, even if monstrous in talent, were only Purple Mansion realm. Don Chan, as a dignified Emperor realm, would find it easy to cause them trouble. Don Chan found this reasonable, already conceiving a way to deal with Duong Tran. Tiu Kayat looked at Duong Tran, unable to hide his admiration. His brother was truly formidable. Tiu Kiu suddenly hugged Duong Tran, startling him as he did not understand what she intended. Turned out she wanted to ask him for some credit points. After all, he was currently well supplied. The examiner laughed and praised Manhua for teaching well. That little girl was truly bold, daring to tease a genius. Manhua asked Yen Lao Gui whether he had long known something, telling him to speak quickly. Yen Lao scolded him as foolish. It was rare for the world to produce 1 monster, yet here were 2 at once. Dong Zion, Hoa Mon Mountain. Think carefully. Manhua fell silent. Indeed, the master was from Hoa Mon Mountain. He suddenly trembled. Could Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kayat both be that person's disciples? Not only that master only casually guided others, while Duong Tran and Kim Vo Kayat were true direct disciples. Manhua secretly felt fortunate that he had treated them well early on. and that Mon Kung and Tiu Qiu were close to the two. According to Yen Lao, Duong Tran had become Mon Quang's life master, while Kim Vo Kiat would be fully entrusted to him for cultivation guidance. Mon Hoi nodded. Everything would be arranged accordingly. Who was the next to step out for testing? A beautiful young lady. Lin Hai appeared, her aura like a meteor tearing the sky, dazzlingly brilliant. She conducted the test, her hands circulating mysterious power like stars descending. Her true chi reached peak sect realm, only half a step from Emperor realm, scoring 150 points. Tiu Kiat and Duong Tran glanced over. That was Lin Hai. Their gazes met, emotions quietly spreading. Lin Hai's smile softened hearts. Chapter 249. Tiu Kiat whispered to Duong Tran that he had seen Lin Nhi. Unexpectedly, Lin Hai and Lin Nhi had also come to Dong Lam, who knew where fourth senior brother and Sao Nhi were now. Lin Hai gently swept her divine sense into the stone pillar. Stone pillar quickly absorbed the transmitted divine sense. Her divine sense had clearly reached Emperor realm. Examiner could not help asking where she came from. Such strength was truly too powerful. Lin Hai answered without hesitation, Hoa Mon Mountain. Again Hoa Mon Mountain. Where exactly was that place? Today they had heard of it for the first time. It was likely a top hidden orthodoxy. Lin Engai ran to Tiu Kiat's side and happily hugged him tightly. Tiu Kiat was knocked backward and hurriedly told her not to use too much force. Duong Tran asked why Lin Nhi had also come to Dong Lam. She replied that this place was not bad and Duong Tran and Tiu Kiat were here, so she followed the master's guidance to come. Duong Tran was puzzled. What exactly was that old man planning? Duong Tran nodded. It seemed everyone would cultivate together at Vo Kung Dong Lam. Martial heart test reached 130 points, a total of 680 points. Another rare genius appeared. Though not as flamboyant as the previous two, it was still enough to astonish others, and all of them came from Hoa Mon's son. Lin Hai looked toward Duong Tran and softly called out to him. Duong Tran embraced her. At last the two of them were reunited. Elsewhere, Don Chan confidently believed he had grasped Duong Tran's weakness. At the Deacon Hall of the Martial Palace, Duong Tran and the other three slowly advanced toward the platform. From today onward, they officially became students of Vo Kung Dong Lam. In the examiner's hand was an identity token, which recorded identity and displayed accumulated points. In Vo Kung Dong Lam, whether mentor or student, everyone needed accumulated points. With enough points, one could exchange for anything. Of course, points were very difficult to earn. The examiner himself had only accumulated over 480 points, and behind him was the Deacon Hall where identity tokens and missions were received. Duong Tran happily thought that a mentor only had a little over 400 points while he already possessed 2,000. He was truly wealthy. Everyone quickly received their identity tokens. Lin Nhi obtained 380 points. Tiu Kiat possessed as many as 1,750 points, ready to lend them to Lin Nhi if needed. Duong Tran sighed that entering the sect was indeed the easiest opportunity to earn points. Duong Tran said he wanted to visit the sacred land Lin Ian to take a look, and asked about the others. Lin Hai and Lin Nhi also planned to stroll around. Tiu Kiat was not in a hurry, having reunited with his beloved wife after a long time. He only wished to stay by her side. Duong Tran nodded and laughed that they were too entangled in worldly affection. He would go to Lin Ian alone. The entrance to Lin Ian opened, a vast and mysterious teleportation gate. Someone claiming to be an overlord forced newcomers to kowtow. Those who refused were forbidden from entering. Bok Miu, the spirit entity of Lin Ian, rushed forward intending to attack Duong Tran. Duong Tran asked Vin Lao what this thing was. Vin Lao explained that Lin Ian was a closed spirit realm. Bok Miu was the spirit entity here, but it was nothing to worry about because the little demon restrained it. Duong Tran summoned the little demon, and the spirit cat immediately shrank back in fear. It did not know what the little demon was. It only felt greater terror the closer it drew. Duong Tran strode straight inside with imposing confidence. Vin Lao said these caves were the entrances to the cultivation grounds of Lin Ian. The green ones were already occupied. The white ones were still vacant. Duong Tran walked toward a white cave, hearing that this place aided cultivation and could help him break through to the martial king realm. He quickly stepped inside, and the cave entrance immediately turned green. Inside, a cool breeze blew gently. Spiritual energy was abundant, truly a treasured land for cultivation. Duong Tran asked Vin Lao which soul he should use to condense, and he immediately recommended the primordial demonic dragon martial soul. Duong Tran followed his advice, summoned the dragon soul and refined it. All conditions were ripe for condensation. Demonic dragon coiled around his body. Vin Lao said this was the crucial moment. The dragon soul roared. Powerful currents of energy surged endlessly. Duong Tran calmly controlled the dragon soul, The condensation process was about to be completed. At last, he completely absorbed the demonic dragon. The condensation succeeded. Duong Tran smiled in satisfaction. 3 days later, a brand new primordial demonic dragon martial soul emerged. Duong Tran left seclusion. After 250, Bin Lao was stunned. Could this be the legendary aura of divine path great power? The demonic dragon let out a resounding hiss. Its explosive breath carried immeasurable mighty power. The single shocking strike unleashed, the demonic dragon immediately spewed a preemptive attack. It truly was divine path great power. Only peak emperors or cultivators of the divine spirit realm could withstand it. Duong Tran still did not understand what divine path great power was. It was the unique might of divine spirit realm cultivators. The strike just now not only contained the demonic dragon martial soul, but also fused primal fire and the devouring sword martial soul, enough to sweep away most emperors. Duong Tran had not expected the power to be so terrifying. This good news must be told to Lin Hai and Tiu Kayat. Not long after Duong Tran left, Tiu Kayat stood outside waiting anxiously. Something major had happened. Duong Tran told Tiu Kayat to stay calm and speak slowly. Lin Hai and Lin Nhi had been captured by Don Chan and were threatened not to inform anyone else. Duong Tran's expression changed. This Don Chan dared to act like this. He immediately led the way there. Elsewhere, Lin Hai and Lin Nhi were bound together. Don Chan stood to one side waiting. Duong Tran and Tiu Kayat hurried over to the two of them. Upon seeing Duong Tran, Lin Hai immediately warned him not to come closer. It was too dangerous. Don Chan sneered and said that without arranging such a situation, how could he have invited Duong Tran here? Duong Tran did not want to hear more and told him to release them at once. Don Chan presented two choices. One was to leave the martial palace, hand over all accumulated points and kneel in apology. The other was a life and death battle with him in exchange for their freedom. Lin Hai anxiously said this was a true Emperor Realm expert and urged Duong Tran to retreat quickly. Duong Tran transmitted his thoughts to Tiu Kayat. When the two of them fought, he was to immediately take Lin Hai and Lin Nhi away. Tiu Kayat nodded in agreement. His hot blood boiled. Duong Tran said coldly that in that case they would fight a battle. Don Chan laughed confidently. Today he would show Duong Tran what a true emperor was. The spirit of the ancient demonic dragon appeared with overwhelming pressure, in an instant completely crushing Don Chan's momentum. Don Chan stood stunned, unable to comprehend what this bizarre aura truly was. To die beneath my Sky Shadow 1000 butterfly dance is the greatest honor of your life, Don Tran declared arrogantly. Amid the fierce clash, Duong Tran immediately told Tiu Kayat to take everyone and retreat. The two streams of energy collided violently, creating a powerful shockwave that made space tremble. Don Chan burned with fury and unwillingness. What kind of monstrous evil was this? Tiu Kayat rushed toward Lin Hai and Lin Nhi, swiftly rescuing them from danger. Don Chan's two attendants charged forward to block Tiu Kayat, shouting that they would kill. With only a light strike, Tiu Kayat sent both men flying like leaves swept away by the wind. Having said that, he immediately gathered the two beauties into his arms and quickly left the battlefield. On the other side, Don Chan could no longer withstand the terrifying assault of the ancient demonic dragon. That man stood frozen in disbelief. This absolutely could not happen. In the blink of an eye, the final attack caused him to completely vanish from the mortal world. Within the Tram Ma Realm domain, a heavy and somber atmosphere enveloped everything. 7 emotions Demon Head Bai finally appeared. After a long search, the primordial fireworm had finally been discovered. Gigantic pitch black eye gradually materialized. Grandmaster Bai had at last found what he desired. Addressed by Grandmaster Bai as Tower Master, this was the primordial fire seed. The next step was simply to dispatch a great army to seize it. When the Tower Master vanished, all hope rested upon Grandmaster Bai's shoulders. At the Daidong Yuangdao Palace, the atmosphere showed no sign of change. Truly troublesome, that one was secretly gathering power. Ken Lao Kui asked Thiat Chuang whether he had also sensed the aura released by Dai Bai around the young master. Thiat Chuang blamed the other for unsealing too early, causing the young master to leave Dong Zion, and now trouble had arrived. Ken Lao Kui asked what Thiat Chuang was worried about. Dai Bai could not easily cross realms. Their task was to help the young master enter the Ko Mo Tu Lai, achieve complete fusion, both accelerate the growth of the primordial fireworm and entirely conceal its aura. If Nhi Dai were to be recklessly destroyed, how could the true body ever break through? If that truly happened, the old ghost would personally eliminate him. As for punishment, it could wait until they met the master. Thiat Chuang was unwilling. The 7-star demon head was meant to be a whetstone for the young master. If he intervened, what meaning would remain? The old ghost reassured him that unless Dai Bai was completely certain, he would absolutely not dare to act. Outside, a man stepped in and cursed the two fools within, asking whether the old beggar had come here merely to jest. In truth, he had come to clean up their mess and conveniently assess the young master's condition. Very quickly, the three of them used the Three Realms mirror to observe the young master's state. Duong Tran was holding his girl, appearing safe and sound. Now they would leave it for later. They even joked about what to eat soon. Lin Hai clung tightly to Duong Tran, afraid they might never meet again, and he blamed himself for arriving too late. Lin Hai quietly wiped away her tears, unwilling to let anyone see her weakness. Lin Engai burst into sobs. She had nearly lost her life. She threw herself into Tiu Kayat's arms and refused to let go. Lin Hai scolded her for being foolish, always like this, and ending up in tears again. Duong Tran solemnly promised Lin Hai that from now on he would always stay by her side. Lin Hai revealed a satisfied smile. The road ahead they would walk side by side. Four of them watched the sunset descend together. The brutal battle came to a close, giving way to a moment of peace. The video also ends here. If you have watched until the end, do not forget to like and subscribe to the channel. Leave a comment to share your thoughts on the story. Goodbye and see you in the next videos.